again, don't forget, Bears-Packers, Week 16, officially kicks off at 7:20 at Soldier Field. That's a Saturday night, December 20th kick, and that game will be on Fox. Meanwhile, your Bulls had the day off. They're off all the way until Friday. They're going to be at the Hornets, and they are sitting on a 7-game losing streak, the longest active streak in the NBA. Blackhawks will get back to work today ahead of a game Wednesday over on the west side when they host the Rangers. The Blackhawks right now sit 12-11-6 overall. The MLB winter meetings underway in Orlando. The Cubs and White Sox talked on Monday. Again, we've got Bruce Levine for you at 7:25 to recap all of that. Plenty of Jed Hoyer audio coming your way as well. The Heisman will be handed out on Saturday night, and we have the Final Four. It's Indiana quarterback Fernando Mendoza, Vanderbilt quarterback Diego Pavia, Ohio State signal caller Julian Sayin, and Notre Dame running back Jeremiah Love. Again, those are your 4 finalists for the 2025 Heisman Trophy that will be announced on Saturday night in New York. Of course, the college football playoffs are set. Friday, December 19th, number 9, Alabama at number 8, Oklahoma. Saturday, December 20th, we've got a 3-pack of games. Number 10, Miami at Texas A&M. Number 11, Tulane at number 6, Ole Miss. And then it's number 12, JMU at Oregon. Oregon favored by 21 in that one. It is Blackhawks and Bulls season on Chicago Sports Network. Be sure to visit subscribe.chs.com to sign up for your 7-day free trial for their all-access plan. You get over 300 live games a year. Chicago Sports Network, your home stream advantage. If you just woke up, well, welcome to your Tuesday. It is the 9th day of the month. It's the Mully and Haugh pregame show, and we're broadcasting live from the Hyundai Score Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. The Pick 6 will be at 6. Coach Dave Wanstedt, 7 o'clock in studio. Bruce Levine, 7:25, live from the MLB meetings down in Orlando. Brad Biggs, Biggs time, 8 a.m. Jared Payton, 8:25. Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk, wraps up week number 14 of the NFL season, if you can believe that. That's coming up at 9, and those guests join Mully and Haugh on the Atturo Tire Hotline. Atturo, the hometown tire, Atturo.com, ATTURO.com. Today, a day off for the Bears. They'll be back to work on Wednesday up at Hallis Hall. But yesterday, some players and coaches were made available to the media. Let's start out with the Bears head coach. Of course, that is Ben Johnson, talking about how his offense must start faster.
Yeah, just like I said yesterday, really feel like offensively we need to start faster than what we did. Obviously, 71 yards in the first half wasn't good enough. Only 3 points on 5 possessions. Defensively, gave up too many explosives, and then special teams wise, didn't feel like our kickoff return units played like they're capable of doing. So we dug ourselves into a hole. Credit to the guys; they came through and made it a game there in the second half, but just wasn't enough when you're facing a good team on the road like that.
Bears must start faster at home. They'll have an opportunity to pick up the pace on Sunday. They've got the Browns in town. It's a noon kick on Fox. Bears open as a 7-point favorite, total 40.5 from our friends over at Circus Sports. One of the storylines, if not the main storyline last week, outside of the historic Bears-Packers rivalry, was the rivalry, if you will, between these two head coaches. Here is Ben Johnson being asked about the quick handshake afterwards with Matt LaFleur.
Ben, I know Matt LaFleur was asked about the quick handshake at the end. We didn't ask you about it. Did you make anything of it or not?
That feels like every handshake I have at the end of a game.
So, short and sweet answer for short and sweet handshakes after the game. That, again, of course, was your Bears head coach, Ben Johnson, on the quick tap of a hand with Packers head coach Matt LaFleur after the Bears fell to the Packers in Green Bay 28-21. Bears-Packers Week 16. Saturday night, 7:20 kick over at Soldier Field. Of course, that game will be on Fox. Another big complaint, if you will, from a lot of Bears fans and Bears analysts was the play clock usage down the stretch. Here's Ben addressing that.
Ben, I know you talked about the 3rd and 4th down there on that final drive and using timeouts and your game plan for, executing the clock at the end there. The plays or the time that went off between when Kyle ran for 3 yards on 2nd down and then the no gain on 3rd down is like 117-35. Did that play out the way that you had hoped for, or were you maybe hoping that you guys would have moved a little bit faster to be able to get that play off? Are you good with that?
What for?
Just in terms of, was the urgency where you wanted it to be?
Yeah, I thought we handled that situation. I don't know a better way to do it, to be honest with you. Like I said, the less amount of time that we would have left on that clock to score, the better off we would have been. The entire offense knew that we were looking to milk that clock down. The moment it got under a certain level, I then relayed it to the quarterback. Okay, now we're good to score the touchdown. And so we were all on the same page, and I thought we handled that situation as beautifully as you possibly could, minus the execution on third and 1.
So he thought the team handled it beautifully, except for the fact that they did not find their way into the end zone. He obviously did not want to give the Packers the ball back. There is Ben Johnson putting to rest the clock usage down the stretch in the Bears' loss to the Packers. It's time to turn the page and put the attention on the Browns. They come to town on Sunday, and we found out that Shedeur Sanders will indeed be the quarterback for the final 4 games of the Browns. Let's hear from Kevin Stefanski. He is the head coach of the Browns on the QB1 situation in Cleveland.
Is Shedeur Sanders your starter now for the rest of the season?
Yes.
Okay. And what is your thinking behind that?
I think all along, Mary Kay, as you know, with our quarterbacks and our young players, you're always making sure that you're making the right decisions for our guys. And I think he has constantly and consistently gotten better in each one of these games and how he's approached this game. He's been working very hard, so I feel good about where his development is heading. He knows there are always going to be plays that he can be better and those type of things, but he's very intentional about getting better each and every game he's out there.
That's Kevin Stefanski, the Browns head coach, on Shedeur Sanders being the starter for the remainder of the season. Shedeur accounted for 394 total yards of offense, 4 scores in the Browns' 31-29 home loss to the Titans on Sunday. That loss officially eliminating the Browns from playoff contention. They sit 3-10 as they head to Soldier Field on Sunday. Meanwhile, Week 14 of the NFL is in the books. Eagles were at the Chargers. We had the game for you right here on 670 The Score per our friends over at Westwood One Sports. Not a whole lot going on offensively. Lots of turnovers, a defensive struggle, if you will, until early on in the fourth quarter.
Here they go, 3rd and 1. They fake the tush push. It's a snap to Hurts. They give it out to Barkley, running on the far side, 50, sideline 40, cheek to the 30, 20, 10, 5, touchdown! Saquon Barkley, like a rocket! 52-yard touchdown run! And the Eagles come up with a huge play and get their first lead tonight to start the fourth quarter. Wow!
Kevin Harlan, the great Kevin Harlan, with the descriptions right here on 670 The Score, of course, courtesy of Westwood One. That put the Eagles in front of the Chargers, 16-13. The Chargers got a weapon in Cameron Dicker. He had 5 field goals on the night, and the game would get to overtime. The Eagles had the ball, trailing in the game, and Jalen Hurts intercepted yet again.
Eagles at the 17 of the Chargers, 1st and 10, shotgun snap. Hurts hit as he throws, pass to the 5, deflected, it's intercepted, the Chargers have won, intercepted on the play. It was picked off by Tony Jefferson. They tried the quick count, and he throws it to the 5, and the ball was picked off. The Chargers have won on a 4th interception thrown by Hurts.
And give credit to Cam Hart playing the corner position. They had an underneath out route and then a corner over the top, and Hart was the underneath guy, and he fell off the underneath route at the last second and tips this ball away and up into Jefferson's hands for the interception. An incredible play by the corner right there to seal the victory for the Chargers.
LA wins it. 22-19 in overtime. Jalen Hurts throwing his 4th interception, his 5th turnover.
Can only imagine what it's going to sound like in Philadelphia Sports Talk Radio this morning. Again, our thanks to Westwood One for the use of that audio. 5 turnovers from Jalen Hurts. Chargers winning in overtime 22-19, and Week 14 of your NFL season is in the books. Week 15 will kick off right here on The Score Thursday night. Falcons at the Bucs. Our coverage beginning at 6:30. The Colts are going to have 44-year-old Phillip Rivers in for a workout later today. He last played in 2020 for the Colts. The Colts obviously having issues at the quarterback position. Notre Dame's got an issue with the ACC, and their athletic director, Pete Bavacqua, was on the Dan Patrick Show yesterday talking about why Notre Dame has decided to not play in a bowl game this postseason.
Are you going to reevaluate your relationship with the ACC, the overall relationship?
I would just say it's been strained.
Irreparable?
Well, you never say irreparable, but it's opened our eyes, and it caught our attention. But we'll move past this like we are. As you know, we're already focused on next season. We made the decision not to play in a bowl game, as I know you're well aware, and a lot of people have asked me about that. And when Marcus. We watched the presentation show, the selection show with the team, and then Marcus, like he always does, was wonderful, got up, and for somebody that always has great answers, he was brutally honest with the team and said he didn't have a lot of answers, doesn't understand how this happened, why a team that thought it was doing what it needed to do all of a sudden kind of woke up on kind of the wrong side of this. And then just as you're kind of dealing with that, you start getting these calls from other bowls. And, the role of a captain on the Notre Dame football team is a role that the program and Marcus takes very, very seriously. And he talked to all the captains, said, hey, what are you guys thinking? What is the team thinking? Let's talk about this. And, to a person, the captains and some of the other, underclassmen on the team said, listen, we are such a close-knit team. We've done so much this season. We overcame those 2 opening losses. We rallied. We dominated in the last 10 games. We can't imagine taking the field not as that team. And it's reality, Dan. You know that certain players wouldn't participate in that game. You think about somebody with the future that he has, like a Jeremiah Love, a Jadarian Price, Eli Raridan, Emil Wagner, who's one of the most impressive people I've met in my life, who hopefully after he's done playing football, I hope he runs for president one day. It just wouldn't be the same. And, made the decision that it was time to start thinking about next season, give these student athletes a break. They have exams coming up, and then, really, hopefully they'll go home and spend Christmas and the holidays with their family and friends.
That's Notre Dame Athletic Director Pete Bavacqua on the Dan Patrick Show. Our thanks to them for the use of that audio. Bavacqua will hold a press conference for all the media later today, so we'll hear more from Notre Dame coming up later today and tomorrow right here on 670 The Score. If you just woke up, well, welcome to a Tuesday. It is the 9th of December, and it is the Mully and Haugh pregame show. We're broadcasting live from the Hyundai Score Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. We got the Pick 6 at 6. We got Coach Dave Wanstead at 7. We got Bruce Levine, 7:25. Brad Biggs time at 8. 8:25, Jarrett Payton, 9 o'clock, Mike Florio. Those guests join Mully and Haugh on the Atturo Tire Hotline. Atturo, your hometown tire, Atturo.com, ATTURO.com. The Cubs and the White Sox are in Orlando for the winter meetings. We'll hear from them next right here on the Mully and Haugh pregame show at 670 The Score.
Coming up at 5:30, the boys are back with the Mully and Haugh Show, Chicago's #1 most listened to sports morning show. 5:30 till 10 a.m. Mully and Haugh on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. In Odyssey Station.
This segment is brought to you by Staples.
Have an easy holiday only at Staples. Save on top tech and gaming gifts, plus shipping supplies and services for safe delivery. Don't miss 50% off custom cards, photo gifts, wrapping paper, and more. Visit staples.com/print for details. Staples, that was easy.
Hey, this is Coach Wanstead here. With the holiday season coming, that means extra time on your feet. I was kind of like the Grinch at Christmas. If you're living in pain, you owe it to yourself to see if the Good Feet arch supports will help you. When I first tried on the arch supports, I could feel the difference right away in my balance, posture, and didn't have any discomfort. It's free to try. You'll work one-on-one with a Good Feet arch specialist and then pairs you with your own personalized arch support solution. If you're someone who's in pain, learning if Good Feet arch supports will work for you is as easy as going in for a free fitting and test walk. You can even use HSA or FSA account to purchase your arch supports. Get back to doing things that you love. Try for yourself and feel the difference. It all starts with one visit to your Good Feet store. Schedule your free fitting and test walk at goodfeet.com or just stop by the store nearest you, with locations in Skokie, Schaumburg, Algonquin, Geneva, Naperville, Orland Park, and Highland, Indiana.
Hey, it's Spiegs. What if buying and servicing a luxury car was as effortless as driving one? At Genesis of Algonquin, it is. They've redesigned the experience around you. Need service? They'll pick up your vehicle and return it when service is complete. During the Genesis Signature event, save up to $10,000 off select models, or qualified buyers get 0% financing. Complete the entire process online, from selection to financing. They also offer free delivery of your new Genesis directly to you. This is a new standard of luxury. Experience the difference at Genesis of Algonquin. Visit genesisofalgonquin.com.
Save big money on new appliances when you shop at Menards. We have an excellent in-stock appliance selection. We carry great brands at the best prices. Ready to take home? Today. Save big on a Whirlpool top-load washer or electric dryer. Right now, get them on sale for just $6.28 each. Good through December 14th. View our entire selection of appliances on Menards.com. Plus, check out the weekly flyer for great deals happening this week.
Hey, it's Brian Balding here. At the Home Depot, Makita tools are built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts, who know the job's only done when it's done right. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year, performance that pays off. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best, available at the Home Depot. How pros get more done.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
Celebrate the holiday season with a full plate of great savings from Jewel Osco. Get everything from baking basics and household products to snack favorites, morning eye openers, savory entrees, and so much more.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
This season, some gifts don't come wrapped in paper. They come wrapped in trust, commitment, and integrity. At Patrick, we believe in the joy of giving and a promise, especially during the holidays. That's why we created the Patrick Promise. Now through the season of giving, enjoy 0% APR financing for up to 60 months on select new 2025 models. Here at Patrick, we stand by our word, just like the traditions that bring us together.
Taking care of you every day. That's the Patrick Promise.
Hey, Chicago, Wild Fork is helping you fight inflationary food prices. Enjoy organic 85% ground beef for $5.60 a pound when you buy two. New York pork chops for $2.98 a pound. Or Brazilian beef ribeye steaks for $8.98 a pound. A pound of salmon fillets, $5.99 a pound. Argentina red shrimp at $5.99 a pound. Refuse to pay inflated prices. Now offering 3 months of free delivery to new customers. Visit wildforkfood.com.
Hellsberg gifts checked off the list. Now, time for wrapping.
Earrings for Mom. A gold bracelet to match the rings Danielle wears every day. And for Dad, a new watch, because we all know he needs one. All right, this is going to be a good one.
Our favorite things for your favorite people. Shop in store at Hellsberg.com for up to 50% off.
Okay, only 10 more presents to wrap. You're almost at the finish line. But first... There, the last one. Enjoy a Coca-Cola for a pause that refreshes.
Winter is coming, Chicago. Atturo Tire is your hometown tire and knows this climate. Check out their new all-weather tires at your local independent Atturo Tire dealer. To learn more, visit Atturo.com and find performance within reach.
You're listening to the Mully and Haugh pregame show. Coming up in 60 seconds. And coming up at 5:30, it's Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
Pain has a way of stealing the moments that matter most, especially during the holidays. It's not just your knees, your back, or your shoulder. It's time with family and friends. But 2026, that could all change when your body remembers how to heal. Dr. Ashley Caravelli and her team at QC Kinetics here in Chicago believe relief doesn't have to come from surgery or pain pills. They use your body's own natural healing abilities to repair and restore what's been lost. It's your body's comeback story, powered by the very cells that built you in the first place. It's time to take that first step, literally, to walk and dance and enjoy the holidays without pain. With QC Kinetics, healing is within reach, easy with weekend appointments. Schedule your free consultation. Now's a great time to use your HSA and FSA for treatments. Call 312-847-4347. That's 312-847-4347. QC Kinetics, 312-847-4347.
Welcome back to the Mully and Haugh pregame show on 670 The Score.
I think we always try to tell ourselves at the beginning of these meetings that, like, there's no finish line at the end of this. You know, a lot of deals happen after this. So it's a kind of a continuation of the off season, but everyone's in the same place. There's a lot more phone calls. There's a lot more ideas. I think people take things a hair more seriously when they're here and try to move the ball forward. So this is sort of the beginning of the real off season in a lot of ways, and so like as a result, people are more kind of more willing to exchange ideas, be creative, and work late and sort of be in the same place. So I think that interesting things always happen. There's always ideas or things that come up here that haven't before, which is one of the nice things about the winter meetings. So I think that's kind of how it is already, and I expect it to continue.
That's Jed Hoyer, president of baseball operations for your Chicago Cubs, down at the winter meetings in Orlando. We also yesterday heard from the Sox skipper, Will Venable, talking to the media. And we've got Bruce Levine joining Mully and Haugh this morning at 7:25. Mully and Haugh, of course, right around the corner on this Tuesday, 9th day of the month. They'll broadcast live from the Hyundai Score Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. The rest of the plan of attack is as follows. We have the Pick Six at 6. The top 6 sports stories of the day will be picked apart. Coach Dave Wanstead in studio at 7. Mentioned it earlier, but it's worth repeating. Bruce Levine, 7:25. Biggs time. Brad Biggs at 8. Jared Payton, 8:25. Mike Florio puts a bow on Week 14 of the NFL season at 9. All those guests joining the show on the Atturo Tire Hotline. Atturo, the hometown tire. Atturo.com. ATTURO.com. Week 14 of the NFL in the books. Went to overtime. Chargers with a 4th interception of Jalen Hurts to steal it. 22-19 the final. Eagles turning the ball over 5 times in that one. Cameron Dicker, the kicker from the Chargers, kicks a go-ahead 54-yard field goal for the difference maker in that one. The 15th week of the NFL will get going on Thursday right here on the Score. 6:30 the coverage begins. Falcons at the Bucs. Bears portion, Week 15, has them at home, taking on the Browns. Browns making it official. Shedeur Sanders will be the quarterback for the remainder of the season. And the Colts are looking for a new quarterback, and they're inviting 44-year-old Phillip Rivers for a tryout later today down in Indy. Don't forget to head out to Garfield Beverage Warehouse in Norwich on Thursday. 5:30 to 7, you get a chance to meet Layla Rahimi and register for a chance to win a pair of passes to attend Football After Dark. Noah Sewell will be the guest that day at Moretti's in Edison Park, December the 16th. It's all brought to you by Remy Martin VSOP. This is my city. It's 5:30 on Tuesday, and it's time to hand it off to Mully and Haugh right now on 670 The Score.
Yeah, we're done.
Wake up! Wake up! Mike Mulligan, David Haugh.
Let's try Henry. Henry is in McHenry, oddly enough. Hi, Henry. Can we call you Mac for the purposes
What's
of
up,
this
Mac?
call?
Yeah, sure. So I'm a Packers fan. I saw the control of the.
Oh, okay. Hold on one second. Hold on, Henry. Hold on.
That's not going to go well. That's not going to go
You
well.
just explained yourself. Okay. Let's move on in life.
That's cool. Next.
Yeah.
Why don't we go to Joe next, who's in Chicago?
Let's go to Joe in Chicago.
We'll go to Joe, who's in Chicago.
Morning, Joe.
Help, Joe.
Hey, guys. We could not stop you guys. I was yelling
Oh,
at my
shut
TV.
it!
Oh, Joe.
Good God. That's
Anybody
real
who's
funny.
a Bears fan, call the station. We're 2 for 2. How did that happen two in a row?
How does someone from, and this is Dustin's clever, take the guy from Chicago, but the guy says, we couldn't stop you guys.
We.
You could have come at me with a pronoun like that?
You got a mouse in your pocket?
Get out!
We.
Start your mornings with Mully and Haugh, 5:30 till 10 a.m. on 670 The Score.
First of all, I hate Packers. I hate Packer people. I don't know why they call us. I'm sorry y'all had to go through that.
Let's go.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. How are you today, Mr. David?
Good
What do you
morning,
think?
Mully. Happy Tuesday.
Is it a happy
Yes,
Tuesday?
it is a happy. Yes, it is.
Is it?
It's going to be a good Tuesday, Mully.
Is it going to be good
I'm
today?
pulling you up. I'm lifting you, and I'm saying it's going to be a good day.
That's a nice guarantee, Mr.
Yes,
David.
it's guaranteed.
It's all on you now.
Okay, I'll take that responsibility.
Okay, all
It's going
right.
to have a lot of
I
fun
like
today.
it. I like it.
We've got a star-studded cast
Oh,
of
I
guests
know.
today with
Oh, I
Ronnie
know.
and Bruce. Bruce out in the winter meetings, not the owners' meetings, the winter meetings. Looking forward to talking a little baseball later. Did you watch that Monday Night Football game?
We were talking about it a second ago. What? I look. First of all,
let's start first.
I hope Bruce has some talisman with him, some lucky charm of sorts. It's going to get the White Sox that first overall pick, because if they don't get it,
That's today. That's right.
The day goes down the tubes, Mr. David.
I'm going to keep you upbeat till then.
Send him some sort of a talisman or something.
I'm responsible for none of your good luck, bad luck after 10 o'clock, though.
No, you claimed that you had today covered.
I'll bring it home.
Okay.
I'll bring it home.
That's all we need.
Tune in later on CHSN
Secondly,
for the unveiling. All right.
What's going on with those Super Bowl participants from a year ago?
That's an interesting point you made.
Kansas City's pretty much out, right?
Usually we see the Super Bowl hangover effect or something that the champion has to deal with.
Yeah.
But we also, you remember, and it has been a little bit dispelled, but the runner-up curse.
Yeah, that was a thing.
That was a thing for a while.
Yeah, it was.
It turns out both teams stink this year so far.
Well, the Eagles, I get it.
Or lately.
The Bears broke their will. I understand.
I think
the
that's overstating it.
experience of playing the Bears.
Well, here's the difference
exposed
between
them.
the Chiefs and the Eagles. The Chiefs are very likely to miss the playoffs.
Right, and the Eagles are
the
in
Eagles
the
are in a
NFC
bad
East.
division,
Yeah.
the NFC least, and
Yes.
they will probably miss or they'll probably win the division.
Yeah.
Despite what happened last night in a turnover fest in LA.
Not to obsess on one particular item, but did you see that the New York Football Giants currently hold the #1 overall pick in the draft? Don't get me going on these drafts.
You love your prospects. You love your draft possibilities.
When you are a fan of certain teams, it's all you got.
Listen, at least today we're not going to cover whether the Bears should draft a left tackle or a defensive tackle, okay? We have plenty of time to worry about the Bears' draft needs.
Let's get Patrick Manley on the phone. That's his favorite subject.
Oh, gosh. It's December, and we can talk about playoff implications for the Bears' Sunday game against the Browns. We can talk about what last night the Eagles losing means in the big picture, because they will still win the division, but they look compromised, and Jalen Hurts looks rattled.
They look compromised is right. And then, hearing during the week that Nick Sirianni was going to do more work on offense, You kind of saw this one coming, quite frankly.
Nick Sirianni. Can you tell me this, Nick? Coach Sirianni?
He's the turnover specialist.
You've got the ball in overtime. You are driving. And I did stay up. I'm sorry. I watched the game and thought, here the Eagles come to answer the Chargers field goal. And they're rolling.
Yeah.
They decide to throw. There's still 3.5 minutes left to go in the game. They decide to throw on a day where Jalen Hurts isn't sharp, and he did not make a good pass. It was a nice defensive play. The deflection ends up in an interception. Ball game over. And in Philadelphia, they're likely talking this morning about many things. One of them, why didn't they just run the ball? Keep running. They were.
Can you imagine what that place is like today?
Oh my gosh!
Oh, that is a rough one.
It has to be a rough one. It has to be a difficult environment. It's great.
Yeah, no, you love it when Philly's in turmoil.
Yeah, I know. How about that game, though? Justin Herbert deserves credit for the pain threshold, the concentration. His numbers were not very good, but his presence alone inspired that team. Harbaugh loved it. He compared the joy he felt after that victory to the birth of his 7 children and the day he was married.
Incredible. You know, the other thing is that Herbert is eventually going to play or try out for the Colts. That's just what happens.
Well, yeah, not for another 15 years.
No, in about 20 years or so.
Right. Okay, Phillip Rivers, you bring it up. By the way, the Chargers beat the Eagles in overtime.
Yes.
So that was to close that loop. Phillip Rivers is going to try out today for the Indianapolis Colts. He is 44 years old.
That's wild.
He is on the ballot for the Hall of Fame, I believe. He's eligible for Hall of Fame consideration because he's been out 5 years.
Yes.
Now, he had a tremendous career. I don't know if Grandpa Phil is ready, though.
And I'm not joking. How many children does Phillip Rivers have?
I think he's double digits.
I think you're right.
I think he's got 10.
I mean, of course he wants to get back to work. He's been with those kids for 5 years.
He's got an entire huddle. They don't eat dinner at a table. They just huddle. And he calls the play. Then they disperse and they go sit down and eat. There's 11 people in the huddle.
That's unbelievable.
12 that count as wife.
That's right. There's
Who is a saint?
A lot of mouths to feed.
Well,
right?
13 if you count his grandchild.
That's incredible. So what do you think Chris Ballard is thinking? We're friend of the program.
Yeah, I think
respected general manager of the Colts.
I think they are stuck right now. They're in. The backup quarterback has a knee. Is that right?
Riley Leonard, former Notre Dame.
Yeah.
Kid.
Okay.
Boy, tough week for Notre Dame.
Yeah.
We'll get to that.
Well, somebody better prod them because they're turning blue from holding their breath.
Is Riley Leonard hurt, or is he just refusing to play?
No, I believe he's actually.
Okay.
Was that game supposed to be on the 4-letter network or ABC, so he's not playing?
This is Riley Leonard's Notre Dame boycott, his tribute to his alma mater. All right,
Jeremiah Love going to go to the Heisman ceremony. It is on ESPN.
Oh, that's interesting.
I'm sure he will.
I would just send like a big head, like on a stick.
All right, let's focus here. Phillip Rivers.
Yes.
What in the world are they thinking?
They're thinking that they can't get Andrew
Luck
to retire like everyone else.
How old is Cutler?
He's got.
How old is?
I think they're
Hoosier native Jay Cutler.
They are contemporaries. I would say Cutler's. Phillip Rivers is. He is
42.
Oh my God! What is today? What
today
day
is December 9th.
Phillip Rivers' birthday was yesterday. He turned 44.
Yep. Happy
yesterday.
birthday. I thought it was either his birthday or April Fool's because that seems like an implausible story.
Yeah.
How bad must the quarterback industry be?
I mean,
Phillip Rivers is getting a chance to lead the Colts, a playoff team, down the stretch here.
Are they going to call plays from 2020? That's his last season with
Shane Steichen was his quarterback's coach with the Chargers, so there is a familiarity. And look, he's still got the right arm. I'm sure he's got a really good arm.
He's been coaching high school football, so he's probably kept in shape as far as I'm sure he slings the ball around to practice, right?
I don't know what high school football coaches you've been hanging out with, but I just don't know if there's many NFL quarterbacks among them.
They're a lot different than the ones you and I had, okay? They're not wearing those like polyester shorts with the button where it's like past the navel and that kind of jazz and swirling a whistle around their finger and things like that. I don't think that's what's going on.
Wasn't the last high school coach return to the NFL guy, Josh McCown?
Josh McCown, when he returned, did very well. Ended up having like not just one
a renaissance
season, but actually did very well.
He had a
for
football
himself.
renaissance,
and he helped Cutler become a better man.
He did.
And thanks to the Google machine, we just found out that Philip Rivers has also been mentoring Riley Leonard.
Well, they are kind of similar. You can see it in terms of like their demeanor. Like Riley Leonard sounds like Philip Rivers.
They're Catholic.
Riley Leonard never can throw like Philip Rivers.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm like, wait a minute, what did I miss?
Yeah, that was the same thing. I was like, what?
In personality, demeanor.
They play quarterback?
They kind of look alike.
They
look similar.
That's their connection.
They kind of look alike.
They play for the Colts.
Are we sure he's not related?
I don't think so. But that is why. How old is Jay Cutler?
42.
So he's 2 years younger than him right now.
Kind of a year.
1 year.
Kind of a year.
Yeah.
I just believe
they did not like each other.
There's got to be, that's true. There's got to be other options out there. There's got to be other.
But is part of this because now you can have 3 quarterbacks on your roster? So because before it was only 2, right?
Well, he's
now
going
you
to
have 3.
try out for the practice squad, they said. And they can have a number of elevation, so they can tinker and maneuver
They're
with
not
the roster.
starting him this week, right?
No, they might not even sign him.
Right.
He's going through a tryout.
They want to make sure he's all in, too.
They want to make. And I think he wants to make sure that he's not going to embarrass himself.
From a business of football, though, like, are those quarterbacks that are on teams' practice squads
available?
Yes.
To everybody?
Yes.
Yeah. So because the Bears just got a linebacker.
They got linebacker poach,
right,
yes.
from the Ravens, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
But they cut him. So
he was out there for everyone to take.
Yes. But I mean, he was going to go to the practice squad, so they could have taken him off the practice squad. But they actually, he's their third leading tackler on special teams.
I got asked an interesting question last night in the light of this Philip Rivers news. Do you think that even for a hot second, anybody in the Colts complex said, "I wonder if Tom Brady's in shape"?
No, because he owns another team.
I would just love to see your reaction to that. I mean, would he try out in like the Raiders starter jacket?
Tom?
I mean,
Tom's got to be
48.
Is that all?
I think he's 48.
Oh,
so I'm just saying.
Seems a lot more
this
removed.
This is a sign of desperation.
Oh, it is a sign of desperation, but there is a connection between
Tom is
the
48.
head coach
Tom's 48.
and the quarterback. And I mean, the question isn't whether or not you could call a play that Philip Rivers could run. The question is whether he can play, what kind of condition he's in, what has he done.
The question
5
is even
years
more than
out?
that to me. It's like, if you happen to play the Texans at any point, could Philip Rivers get up after a sack?
Well, there you go.
Because those guys come after the quarterback,
That's right.
and that's in their division. I
That's
don't know
right.
if they play him down the stretch, but I wouldn't want to, because whether it's the Texans or anybody else, is Philip Rivers going to get up the first time that he's sacked?
That is insane.
And
It seriously
blindsided.
is. To guys that are 20 years younger than him are going to be hunting him down.
Crazy.
Last
It's
game. This is the Colts schedule. They've got the Seahawks, the 49ers, the
boy.
Jaguars, and the Texans.
Oh boy.
I mean,
Last
Boy.
game of the year,
Wow.
Philip Rivers.
But I mean, they've got repeat that schedule.
At the Seahawks.
Okay,
Tough one.
that's a
L.
division leader. That's the current number
host
one
the
overall.
49ers.
That's a team that is in the playoff hunt right now, probably in the
Those are
playoffs.
2 L's.
Host the Jaguars.
The Jags, believe it or not, are a division leader and
L.
probably are getting in the playoffs.
And then at the Texans.
And they can sack you
L.
6 times in a game.
Those poor Colts.
Wow.
Well, at least Indiana's got a football team to be proud of this month.
Why would he want to? Why would he want to?
Why would Philip Rivers want to?
Yes.
Competitor. You know, that guy, I mean, he's missed the trash
10
talking
kids.
probably.
Be a great story.
Yeah.
That'd be a great story. It'd
But
also be.
I don't mean to be Debbie Downer for the Colts, but that'd be a tough schedule to look at and say, you're going to win, you want to come back and play. Daunting. daunting. 4 playoff teams.
But Anthony Richardson's on the IR because he broke a bone in his eye socket when the rubber band during pregame broke and snapped him in the face.
It's a level of detail I'm not aware of.
I mean,
Wait,
what?
What rubber band? What
So
was
like a stretching rubber band, those really super elastic bands that
One of
guys
those
use.
blew
So-
up in his face?
Well, he put it supposedly was trying to put it around his foot, and I think he missed. And it snapped back and hit him underneath the eye, and it broke the orbital bone in his face.
That's some bad luck.
And that's why he's on IR.
He's had some bad luck.
It's like,
Yeah.
could you put some ice on that and get in the game, son?
And what is Riley Leonard's injury?
A knee.
He has a knee.
He's got a
yeah.
wonky knee.
Yeah, I heard he had.
I just can't believe there's not another quarterback option out there.
There's got to be.
There's got to be.
Yeah, there are.
But the Bears' third string quarterback is not an option. He's not available to them.
He's on the roster, actually, right?
Oh, he's technically not on the
He's
practice
not on the
squad.
practice
But that's
squad.
what I mean. So to David's point, I think the reason there's nobody available is because of this new rule with the quarterback where everybody's carrying 3.
But if they're on the practice squad,
But they're not on the practice
But
squad.
I don't think Case Keenum is on.
No,
the
I
practice
think I think the Bears have 3 on the 53.
I think everybody does because of that rule.
I don't think everybody does.
No?
I'm going to check it out. That's a good exercise. Practice squad quarterbacks in the NFL.
I'm sure there's like, I don't know, Josh Johnson, somebody that's been
On 18 teams?
Yes.
One of those guys?
Floating around.
But it's got to be about the fact that he knows the language, right?
And knows Shane
the play,
Steichen. And he played
can
for
pick
Chris Ballard.
He can pick it up.
Yeah.
That's because he
Oh,
could
that has to
probably
be.
play. He could probably play this week.
What is their record?
Colts?
Yeah, they've been going the wrong way. But where are they?
They're
at,
8-5.
right?
They're second in the AFC
They're 8-5.
South.
They're 8-5.
They're only one game worse than the Bears.
If you could win a game or two,
you're in.
You're in.
Yeah, but that schedule is going to make it difficult to win a game or two.
It's hard to win a game or two.
Yeah.
It's hid to win a game or two with.
All right, we've got a list. You want to run the list and see if they're better than anybody?
Quickly.
That okay?
Let's go. Let's have it.
Jeff Driscoll.
No.
Kyle Trask. He's down in Atlanta.
Yeah.
Mike White.
He started before.
Sean Clifford. Bailey Zappi. Will Greer.
Zappi has played before in the league.
Yes.
C.J. Beathard.
Oh yeah, that's he's a San Diego guy, right?
Malik Cunningham. Brett Rippin. Wasn't he with? He's
Yes,
Brett,
he
he's
was
with
Brett
the,
Rippin.
He's with the
Absolutely.
Colts, actually.
Brett Rippin. How old is Brett
How
Rippin?
is Brett Rippin? If he's in the mix, I'd start Brett Rippin.
Well, they
Good
might
family.
have to start him. They probably
Good
need
family.
somebody
Kyle
else.
McCord.
Yeah, he's a Syracuse
Trevor
kid.
Simeon.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, you're kidding.
Sam Hartman.
Oh, Sam Hartman. Sam Hartman and Riley Leonard, they had something in common.
Both played for Notre Dame.
They both played for the Crying Irish.
The Crying Irish. Look at you.
It's really interesting. Really, like, so now you're Mr. Hoosier. So you've ditched the Irish,
Yes.
and now you're calling him the crying Irish. David.
Yeah, he's
I
not
mean,
only ditched the Irish, he's dumped them. And he's all Hoosier all the time.
How do you look at yourself in the mirror? in the
Let me
morning?
clarify. I still have a ton of respect for Marcus Freeman and the program. I don't like the way they're behaving. I'm disappointed in their behavior this
Why
week.
not? Why don't you like the way they're behaving?
Secondly,
they didn't get what they wanted.
the fact that
Who are you imitating there?
You.
Oh,
the fact that Indiana has the #1 football team in America right now is remarkable.
interesting that
also-
you've hooked your wagon there, David.
I'd be very interested in taking anybody but. Like, I really don't think they're going to win the national title. I
didn't say they would.
I never said
and
you
I,
did.
and I don't even know if
I
I don't even know
said-
if they're going to win their first game.
I just said I would, if there was a wager that was paying well, I would be interested in betting against them.
I'm suspending and withholding any kind of analysis to their chances in the CFP. I'm just enjoying for a moment the fact that in a state known for basketball, where there's the name of the movie is Hoosiers because of the hoops, they have the #1 college football team in the country.
In a program that was once setting national records for losses, they are now the #1 team in the country. It's pretty
On
extraordinary.
a campus that wouldn't have recognized a good football team 5 years ago.
Right.
10 years ago.
Maybe 3 years ago.
Is Mendoza available for the Colts?
He's the best quarterback in the state.
Available in the draft.
He is the
That's
best
right.
quarterback in the state of Indiana right now. Yeah. Fernando Mendoza, Heisman finalist, as Dustin said. That's Saturday night.
Yeah. Can you believe that? Can you believe that the game on Saturday is Army-Navy? I'm not emotionally ready for that.
I know. It's a
I'm not
great tradition
emotionally
every year,
ready
though.
for us to be at the end of the football season. The kind of pre-bowl / college football
Well, it's because
playoffs.
this is one of those seasons that hasn't been drudgery.
Yeah.
There's
it's
not been
a
an
great
element of
season.
that in town because the Bears have been relevant and interesting. Ben Johnson says something every day or every week that
Right.
makes you say, "Oh, that's interesting."
He's
I loved
very
his
good.
message about the clock yesterday.
That was
We'll
great.
get to that in the pick six.
Oh, that was wonderful.
I loved that, the way that he turned it.
I agree.
But you're right. The season has gone fast because it's been fun. It's been a lot of fun. And the Heisman moment, I think, is going to be...
That's Saturday. That blows my mind.
It's going to be Mendoza, isn't it?
What? Today is December 9th?
Yeah.
Oh, we know who you'd be voting for if you had a vote.
Let's not overstate my Indiana football program.
He's an Indiana
devotion. I'm a proud Hoosier native. I think it's remarkable what he has done there in 2 years. Urban Meyer called it the greatest turnaround in college football history.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good.
So you have to respect
can't think
that.
Of a story like that.
Better than Gary Barnett getting the Northwestern
purple to
Wildcats
Pasadena?
to Pasadena.
And he came. No, I think it's bigger.
It's comparable.
He came from James Madison, right?
Yes.
Look at them.
I know.
They're actually in the play.
And their
this guy's
coach is going to UCLA.
Oh, he is.
Bob
That's the job
Chesney.
he took. Yeah, we knew he was going to go somewhere.
Yeah, so that
he's
program,
now in the Big Ten?
He's down in the Big Ten.
No, slow down. You got to compute that one for a second.
And they're
That's
21-point underdogs to Oregon. I mean, that's going to be a ratings.
Oh, I know
bonanza.
they are. I know
James
they
Madison?
Are.
JMU and Oregon.
Therein is the biggest problem with the CFP. You have teams like James Madison and Tulane involved.
And that's the game that's going against Bears-Packers on Saturday night, the 20th,
Oh, it's
by the
easy
way.
one to miss.
But honestly, if you look at just the size of the offensive lineman, I'm sure that is very difficult to try to pick James Madison to be able to win. To me, it's the line of scrimmage with teams like that.
That's what the biggest difference is.
No question. And that is shocking.
Trying to block
think about.
defensive lines in the Big Ten is
Yes.
just not real. I don't want to say it's unfair, but it's a mismatch.
It would seemingly be a mismatch.
Yeah.
I'll have to look at it. I haven't gone through it.
But I
don't
do
know
think
team
that
very well.
what Kurt Signetti has done is
Extraordinary.
phenomenal
Yeah.
and really deserves a ton of respect. Everything, all the things that people have said about the program and his job and his role in it. And I also like the fact that he turned down a chance to go to somewhere bigger, better,
how
and
old
richer.
is he?
He's in his 60s, I
I
believe.
mean, he's retirement aged.
Yeah.
I think he's like 65, isn't he? How old is Signetti, Dustino?
We'll find out
He's
here.
in the midst of a conversation.
Yeah, we don't want to.
We don't want to bother him.
Oh, okay.
You're no longer.
He's 64 years old.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
So you're going to start again after
No.
you've restarted and you've gotten your program to sort of a national perspective?
That's sensible, Mully. It has is a viewpoint with perspective. We don't always get those. But I think Kurt Signetti, symbolically, when he turns down Penn State to stay at Indiana, it says a lot.
But
it says a lot.
How about Matt Campbell bailing out Penn State? If they didn't hire him, that would say a lot.
Matt Campbell is probably, I don't know, say probably. I really like that hire. It's as impressive
it's a really good hire.
and as good as any hire in the cycle.
Considering where they were,
I'm
like,
surprised they
literally
didn't go
2
to him
weeks
sooner.
ago.
There seemed to be some sort of confusion over
crazy.
connecting with him early in the process.
He doesn't have an agent. He serves as his own representative.
And
so that may be part of the problem.
And something was lost in translation early on when they thought he wasn't interested based on a connection and intermediary.
Right.
Apparently, he didn't think they were interested. Then after the dust settled and everybody turned them down, he got back in the mix. Great choice.
He's a by all accounts, he's like a really really good guy, good person.
He's been on the program. Remember talking to him?
Of course. He's a great coach. I'm just saying, everyone you talk to about him, you'd never get any kind of, well, that guy.
He's got a great reputation in the business.
And to get a guy like that is pretty extraordinary.
They upgraded. Yeah.
Considering where they were and how, they supposedly, I believe James Franklin, the way they handled that situation, he was also a Jimmy Sexton client, and Jimmy controls a lot of college football. He's the agent to so many different college football head coaches. So that may have messed the pool up a little bit.
Good for Penn State. They landed on their feet, and one day maybe that program can be as good as Indiana's.
Wow.
Just saying.
Wild. It's pretty wild. Hey, the Indiana's ahead of them. No shadow of a doubt. They're behind the Big Ten right now. They're behind in the Big Ten, but I think they'll be okay. I think they got a
The
pretty
line
good coach.
starts in Bloomington. Everybody behind Signetti. It's the Sig 10.
Yeah, I think you're getting carried away a little bit.
Okay. I know I am.
A little bit. All right, we've got the Pick Six next. We'll get into all the stories of the day. You're listening to Mully and Haugh on The Score.
It's pretty simple. I win. Google me.
Rahimi, Harrison, Grody. Middays 10 a.m. till 2 on The Score.
The odds of the Bears winning 4 straight road games was low. Are we at a panic level of any kind after this? No, but I also think, well, the head coach did warn you that these things that he was concerned about, like, winning in spite of the passing game, not because of it necessarily. Certainly a lot of this stuff reared its ugly head in the first half.
Rahimi, Harrison, Grody. Middays 10 a.m. till 2 on Chicago's Sports Radio, 670 The Score. And live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment of the show is sponsored by Preflight Airport Parking.
Next time you fly out of Chicago O'Hare Airport, park with Preflight off-airport parking. Download the Preflight Parking app or visit preflightparking.com to book affordable garage parking 4 short miles from O'Hare Airport. Before your next flight, park with Preflight.
Pros don't just show up. They prove how it's done, with precision and without shortcuts. Makita tools are built the same way, with a dedication to lasting quality, trusted performance, and results that reward your effort year after year. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-894-3737. That's 800-894-3737.
Rasny Jewelers, Chicago's most trusted family-owned and operated jeweler for 75 years, with 3 generations behind the name. December is often the single most popular month to propose. Buying an engagement ring can feel intimidating, but Rasny makes it easy and stress-free. Rasny also has their signature engagement ring collection, Forever by Rasny, crafted to highlight exceptional quality and artistry. Each ring is meticulously designed in-house to reflect your vision. There's no middleman. The Rasny family sources diamonds directly from Africa, hand-selecting only the finest natural diamonds. Rasny Jewelers, 4 Chicago area locations: suburban Addison, Highland Park, Hinsdale, and Chicago on Oak Street. Always available at rasny.com.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on, like a close friend who never lies. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. This holiday season through December 21st, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Hi, guys. This is the Rocket Roger Clemens. You don't pitch in the majors for 24 years without feeling it later. Shoulders, elbows, knees. Trust me, pain doesn't retire when you do.
That's baseball legend Roger Clemens.
I tried the ice. I tried rest, PT, nothing really worked. When I heard about QC Kinetics, the concept sounded promising. Non-surgical regenerative treatments that help your body heal itself without surgery. Sign me up, just what I needed, real lasting relief.
Whether you're a former pro, a weekend golfer, or just want to walk around pain-free again, QC Kinetics uses cutting-edge technology and natural biologics to help restore and repair damaged tissue.
I trusted them with my joints. Now I'm back doing what I love.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 312-847-4347. That's 312-847-4347. 312-847-4347.
It's that time of year again, hockey season and cold weather. As a proud partner of the Chicago Blackhawks and Chicago's hometown tire, Atturo knows just what drivers need for this climate. Check out the new all-weather category of tires available from Atturo, offering year-round performance. All-weather tires are your safest bet for any season. Get your vehicle ready for winter with a new set of Atturo tires. Visit Atturo.com to find performance within reach at your local independent Atturo tire dealer.
Chicago's Sports Morning Show with Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
This is where Chicago comes to talk Bears football. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score!
Scoreboard update.
Score Update Studio brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com, because confidence should never cost a fortune. 4 interceptions thrown by Jalen Hurts, 5 turnovers by the Eagles. They still got to overtime against the Chargers, but it was the Chargers in the end winning in OT 21-19. Week 14 is in the books. Week 15 gets going on The Score this Thursday. Falcons at the Bucs. Our coverage beginning at 6:30. The Bears portion of Week 15 is here in Chicago at Soldier Field, a noon kick on Fox. The Browns are in town, and Shedeur Sanders will be the starting quarterback for the Browns the final 4 games. The Colts are looking for a quarterback, and they're bringing in former Colt quarterback 44-year-old Phillip Rivers for a tryout later today. The Bulls won't be back on the court until Friday in Charlotte against the Hornets. They've lost 7 in a row. The Blackhawks back on home ice Wednesday against the Rangers. The Heisman Trophy will be handed out on Saturday night in New York, and the 4 finalists have been announced. Indiana quarterback Fernando Mendoza, Vanderbilt quarterback Diego Pavia, Ohio State QB Julian Sayin, and Notre Dame running back Jeremiah Love are your finalists for the 2025 Heisman Trophy. MLB winter meetings underway in Orlando. The Cubs and White Sox have been speaking, and we'll hear from Bruce Levine at 7:25. This hour of the program brought to you by Jewel Osco.
It's Pick 6 with Mully and Haugh, where we debate the top 6 sports stories of the day and then open it up to you, the Chicago sports fan. Call us at 312-644-6767, or you can tweet your thoughts at Mully Haugh. Pick 6 with Mully and Haugh starts now.
Did you enjoy the clarity, the transparency that came from Ben Johnson yesterday as he discussed the Bears' final drive and clock management at the end of the game? He said the team made a decision to score a TD with under 30 seconds left. Johnson said he felt good about the offensive execution on the drive and the 3rd and 1 and the 4th and 1 plays that effectively ended the game.
With a quarterback playing as well as Jordan Love was playing in that game, you know, they had 8 possessions and 4 touchdowns, and he was finding receivers down the field and explosives and all that. The last thing we wanted to do, well, let me say this. The first thing we needed to do was score a touchdown, all right? But the last thing we wanted to do as well is give them enough time to respond because of how dangerous they had been on offense.
Did you enjoy that?
Yeah, I thought he did a phenomenal job, and he was very forthright, and he explained it simply. And I didn't understand all the consternation about what they were doing by taking their time trying to score. I understood exactly what was going on in real time. I didn't think there was any question that they were trying to drive down. You know, he said that he other than the 3rd and 1 and the 4th and 1 plays, that they did a good job on the drive. If they had gotten that 3rd and 1 and they had a new set of downs, yeah, no one would be complaining about it whatsoever. They weren't running out of time. They were trying to eat up time because he's absolutely right. They had 8 possessions and they scored 4 touchdowns. The likelihood of them being able to score another touchdown is, I would almost guarantee, the reason they'd have gone for 2 had they scored, because they wanted to just end the game. You give them, you get to overtime against them, they're assured of getting the ball. And the way they had gone about scoring big touchdowns against your team, the likelihood was that they would have done so.
Conventional wisdom: go for 2 on the road, play for the tie at home.
Yes, I think that was the way things were going to go, but. I did not have a problem with them deciding to run the ball and taking their time. They were looking. They had 3 timeouts while that was ongoing. Had they converted somehow, even the quarterback getting a yard or 2, had they managed to get the ball, they still had 2 timeouts after burning one of them, and it was Green Bay that took a late timeout because they were gassed, because they were really the whole power running game thing was working. So I didn't have a problem with that. I thought he did an excellent job of explaining it, and I didn't understand why people were confused by it. I thought they did a really good job. They just needed either to convert at 3rd and 1 or score on 4th and 1 or convert on 4th and 1, and there'd be no issue. They'd still have 20-something seconds left with 2 timeouts.
I get why they didn't want to give the ball back to the Packers. I understand that. But where I come somewhere in the middle of this whole argument about the clock management, and some people I thought went way over the top, but that's, again, what we do sometimes in sports talk radio, and that's fine. I look in the mirror. Did they focus too much on that aspect, not getting the ball back to the Packers, and in that thinking, did they lose maybe what they should have been doing on offense? If you look at the play call, because the way the Bears had been owning the line of scrimmage in the second half of that game, specifically on offense versus why not run the ball on the 4th and 1? I would have lived with them not getting it than having the pass intercepted in hindsight. Like, I would have lived with them leaning on that offensive line with the heavy package coming in and trying to push Kyle Monungai for 3 feet. And then you have the timeout. I'm just saying, I think that maybe the focus on not getting the Packers the ball back got in the way of them scoring a touchdown.
But at the 2-minute warning, you got the ball and you ran 3 straight running plays. And then the 4th was 4th and 1.
And I'd
you ran
run
a
it
play
again.
action pass. I don't know. You just got stuffed in the hole.
Try one more time.
I think this is difficult for people to grasp because the only thing wrong with that play was the execution of that play. You got guys like Orlovsky and even Kurt Warner, what was predictable. Maybe. But you know what, guys? It worked. They just didn't complete the pass. Cole Kmet was open.
Yes, he was.
The play worked. The clock management worked.
He also said that the DJ Moore option wasn't there.
It would have been a difficult play. He cleared that up.
He cleared all that up.
And his guy ended up making the interception.
Yeah.
All those explanations were valid. And I liked what Ben Johnson had to say yesterday. I thought he was very enlightening. And the biggest area where he provided clarity is that this wasn't mismanagement of the clock. Things were going by design. I think people are shocked because the Bears were milking the clock and manipulating it, and it was working. And maybe they're not used to that in Chicago. But Ben Johnson had exactly the scenario that they were orchestrating. And the Packers were going to get the ball back if the Bears had scored without much time at all to do anything. And that was the biggest driver in all of this. So I don't think they were casual. I don't think there was a lack of urgency. I think they were one step ahead, and the only thing missing was the accuracy on the ball to commit.
You just want just a headline question.
Browns coach Kevin Stefanski, he announced on Monday that Shedeur Sanders will start the rest of the season after his 300-plus yard passing effort in Sunday's loss. How might that affect Sunday's game against your Bears? Is it too early to care?
It's only Tuesday. Are we done looking back at the Packers yet? Shedeur Sanders getting the nod for the rest of the season created a little bit of a ripple around the NFL because Shedeur Sanders does that. Looking forward to talking to Mike Florio, getting his input and impression of that decision. Kevin Stefanski feeling some heat in Cleveland, I suppose, for his 2-point play when Shedeur was not on the field.
Right.
Tommy Rees, a guy that we know well, calling the plays for the Browns. Also, Tommy Rees, I think I mentioned this off the air yesterday, reportedly had interviewed for the Penn State job that we just talked about.
Wow.
And somebody who has respect in the industry. So Kevin Stefanski, Tommy Rees coming to Chicago. Shedeur Sanders is their guy. That is an invitation for Dennis Allen to mesmerize, confuse, and attack.
If North Carolina had not hired Bill Belichick, you know who gets that job?
Tommy Rees was in the mix there too. He will be a head coach one day, still a young man and a bright young coach. I don't know that's going to be enough. We'll continue to look at it. If the Browns win this game, I think it will be because their defense overwhelms the Bears' pass protection with Myles Garrett. I don't think it will be because Shedeur Sanders has a second straight 300-yard passing day. No disrespect meant. But the Bears have to find a way to confuse this rookie, to take the ball away from a rookie quarterback who will probably throw it to you and get back on track from a secondary perspective.
You, generally speaking, blitz a rookie where you don't do it with a veteran.
I don't think they should have done it as often as they did against Jordan Love, for instance. But against Shedeur Sanders, let her rip.
I don't think it's too early at all. Not even a little bit. I thought you guys did a great job yesterday saying on the heels of that loss, like, don't let that loss become 2 losses because you're so worried about Saturday, December the 20th. There is no gimme in this league. I'm more, like, confused about, and it's not us, it's not, like, it's, what's the news here? He just started 3 games in a row. He's going to start the next 4. I just don't see, like, the breaking news, and the 4-letter network's got a headline, and Fox has a headline, and the headline on the
news
what's the news?
From a Cleveland standpoint is they're not waiting for Dylan Gabriel to get back. He is now their starting quarterback. He played well enough in 3 games, 1 and 2 in those 3 games, that they're staying with him as their starter. That's the news.
I mean, my question is how a elite pass rusher like Myles Garrett, how a defense that he leads would allow 31 points to a Titans team that stinks out loud? I mean, I thought that if you have an elite pass rusher, that solves all problems. Apparently not.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting story just for that reason, because it means Shedeur Sanders has done well enough to end the season as the starter, which would, for a team like this that's going nowhere, that is not is already eliminated from the playoffs, etc. It just means that, is he their quarterback going forward? What will they do moving forward now? Is he the future starting quarterback as well as the current starting quarterback. It's interesting. It's an interesting story because of everything that happened with him, because of his apparent nonchalance throughout the interview process and lack of commitment, whatever way you want to term it, that forced teams to pass on him, and they did. I mean, he fell into, what was he, the 5th round? That's crazy. That was crazy given his performance, and now he's the only rookie quarterback that's gotten 300 yards, never mind who they're playing. And I think the very fact that it took him so long to get his opportunity and now he gets it for the rest of the season is interesting to a lot of people, just because, you know, there is this idea, whether true or not, and I don't know that the franchise feels this way, that they got a guy that should have been drafted higher, that he really, you know, they really did get a first-round draft pick quarterback. They just took him in the 5th round. So there's a segment of people who have observed him or fans of his father, whatever, that feel that way, and that's why it's an interesting story.
Deion will be here?
Oh, I think so for sure. Now that we know he's the starter, and, you know, did you see what he did?
Let's book him Friday.
He showed up in like a fur coat for the practices. I mean, I think that's hysterical. There's a lot of funny stuff going on.
I like Deion Sanders.
Colorado's not going bowling?
No.
That was a shot.
Not unless he finds more family
Unless
members.
Shador has some more eligibility.
I don't know if I answered your question or not.
That's Coach Dave Wanstead. 7 a.m., Coach Wanstead on Tuesday. How about Ben Johnson asking the same question about wide receiver DJ Moore's lack of contribution, despite the fact that Rome Odunze, he was out with a foot injury. Moore was targeted 3 times and he had 1 catch, and that resulted in -4 yards.
I don't know if there was anything with DJ. I thought he ran some pretty good routes over the course of the day, and we just couldn't give him the ball, which that was not the intent. You know, I thought going into the game we might have had more for him than any other player in the offense, and so was a little surprised at the end when I saw the stat sheet for 1 catch like he had.
So, what do you think's going on there with DJ Moore?
It's a really interesting question. If you actually had a game plan where you wanted to get him the ball and he was more involved than anyone else, how in the name of God did he not get the ball? How was he not more involved than anyone else? It's just it is a weird, I'm following what people are saying. I hear that, he's not a great route runner. He's cutting off his routes. He doesn't care. He doesn't get along with the quarterback. Look at his body language. I've heard all that stuff. I think he's a really good guy, and I think he's a really valuable player, and I do not understand why he is not a centerpiece of what they're getting done. So I found this dissatisfying. It wasn't really an answer. I don't even know that he was questioned about it. He kind of brought it up on his own a little, and I don't understand that. It just doesn't make there's no logic to it. And I think yesterday you said something, David, about how he doesn't seem to like his receiving class, that the core.
Ben Johnson?
As much as you might anticipate. And that with an offensive-minded first-year coach, that is a really interesting. You know, you don't know how much he's coaching the people that are here versus bringing in his own people and wanting to straighten everything out. So you never know what is going to happen. I know no one wants to talk about the draft, but I'm just saying. There could be a turnover of players. There could be different players coming in here. There could be different players that are available. You don't know.
It was just a
how
projection
they feel about it.
and just an observation.
Yeah.
And I think that is the one position area they would start first.
Made me think about that, to be honest with you, listening to this.
Well, in my opinion, there's definitely something going on between DJ Moore and Caleb Williams. And then the other interesting piece of audio, and if you'd like to listen to it later, we can. We don't have time right this second, obviously, is he tried to say that on the 4th and 1 that the ball was already in the air when DJ Moore was open. I rewatched that play about 25 times yesterday, and I don't think, and not in the all 22, but just, you know, on the old DVR, thanks to Uverse, I felt like he was open, and I thought there was an opportunity to get.
How many times
DJ
did you watch that play?
25 times.
Really?
And asked my wife. She was sick of me.
After the fifth time, did you think something was going to change?
I'm like, what do you think? And the reason, David, I watched it 25 times was because of the comment from Ben Johnson. Ben Johnson's comment that DJ wasn't available, basically, made me watch that play over and over and over and over and over again.
He leaked out late.
He did leak out late.
Okay, so I think
and
maybe...
he was the third option.
And I don't know. I didn't watch it 25 times.
He was the third option.
Yes.
I thought he was like the primary option this week.
No, the first. No.
Which one is
in
it, Ben?
that play,
the play that you watched, for it, 25 times.
The running back might have been the first option on that play.
Yes, he was. Swifty, but they all flooded the zone.
I'm aware.
Because it was so predictable, Dan Orlovsky. Thank you.
Mr. 12 times, 25 times, whatever.
So, I like this transparency from Ben Johnson because I think it, not only because it reinforced what I am seeing with his dissatisfaction overall with this receiving core, but it underscores just how the chemistry between Caleb Williams and DJ Moore remains a work in progress 2 years in. That's not good. That's why I think things will change. But that's just the NFL. That's the way it goes. I also wondered, which does Ben Johnson have more reticence for, or which is he less he's more frosty with, his receiving core or Kyler Gordon? Because the way he talked about Kyler Gordon yesterday, I don't really know the player. I'm not really, I'd like to know him more, but I don't really know what he's like. Oh my gosh, you're 13 games in. This guy's under contract.
Availability.
I know. And I share his reticence, if you will. But that was a revealing comment.
It was a very revealing comment on that. We should play that too. In fact, we should just play everything he said.
We're not done yet.
25 times.
Different question on a different topic.
Let's find out what Mike Florio thinks. What's your take on the Notre Dame AD Pete Bavacqua laying into the ACC and saying the school's relationship with the conference is permanently damaged over their pushing from Miami over the Fighting Irish?
Well, I would tell you, I mean, again, I have tremendous respect for Miami. You know, great team, great school. Their athletic director, Dan Radakovich, is a good friend. And all the teams in the ACC, great, wonderful universities. We have no gripes about any of the schools in the ACC. But we were mystified by the actions of the conference to attack, their biggest really business partner in football and a member of their conference in 24 of our other sports. And I would tell you, Dan, I wouldn't be honest with you if I didn't say that they have certainly done permanent damage to the relationship between the conference and Notre Dame.
Permanent damage. Pete Bavacqua on the Dan Patrick Show. What do you think? Does the AD have a legitimate beef here?
Well, I think a couple things. Pete Bavacqua, number one, is making quite the accusation at the ACC, Commissioner Jim Phillips. And I can tell you from talking to some people familiar with what went on in the room, yes, they did advocate for Miami and the ACC. No, they did not attack Notre Dame. And that's quite an accusation, and you better be able to back it up. Pete Bavacqua suffered from the fact that Notre Dame's independence was used against them. And he's not a college sports insider yet, despite being the athletic director at Notre Dame. He comes from a television background with golf and some other things in his background, and he's not one of these guys that's a former athletic director or college commissioner. That hurt Notre Dame. So I understand the frustration, because I also believe it is a travesty that Notre Dame got left out of being in a tournament that intends to be the 12 best teams in college football. But there's no excuse for what came next. The decision was petulant. We're repeating ourselves from yesterday. There's no excuse to me to opt out of a bowl game. Yes, your players didn't want to play. Your captain said they were out. You tell the players what's best for the program, and what's best for any college football program is to play college football. You want to be a national championship contender in 2026, you practice in December 2025. The missed practice time is the biggest thing.
Absolutely.
BYU Notre Dame, that would have been fantastic. This was a bad decision, an overreaction from Pete Bavacqua, even though he explained it well.
He's going to talk again today, Bavacqua, to a more assembled media, not just Dan Patrick. You know how TBS and TNT do a 24-hour marathon of A Christmas Story? Well, the four-letter network's ACC channel...
ACC doesn't control that network.
Did a 24-hour rewind of the Miami Notre Dame game from 12 weeks ago.
They
also,
don't
the
control
commissioner,
the network.
I'll finish the point. The commissioner of the whole thing, the chairman of this thing, said we encouraged all the voters to rewatch that game while the ACC network put that thing on rewind. There is a business relationship here. This is all about the Benjamins, baby. This is what's going on.
Between who and who?
Between Notre Dame, ESPN, the ACC. If the ACC had done the right thing and not had these obscure tiebreakers, Miami would have been playing against Virginia and could have made their case to be the representative of the ACC. The ACC had a voice in that room. Notre Dame did not.
Yeah, but whose fault is that? You know, if your background is in golfing and golf tournaments, whatever, why don't you have a tournament of all the athletic directors and you supply them with a beautiful course and new club? Everyone gets a new 9-iron or something, and then you invite them all and you become friends with them, and then you have voices in the room. The problem was, part of the problem here is that the athletic director doesn't have the connections that you need to make sure that someone's looking out for your program if you're not in the room. That's part of the problem. And then to identify and blame the ACC because that's where Miami came from, how would you feel if you played for Miami and your athletic director wasn't trying to get you into the college football playoff because you had already beaten a team that was listed ahead of you? I think that is part of the job. I think you got to represent the football playing teams that are in your conference. And if there's one that is only in every other sport, that's not the high revenue sport. So you got to do right by one of the schools that's looking to get out of your conference, quite frankly. I do not think that this is a legitimate beef to have. I think you're going after the wrong people. You should go after the entire college football. He should have been able to sit down and say something like, only 2 teams have ever not moved despite losing on the college champion. I think TCU a few years ago and Alabama this year. And if Notre Dame and Miami weren't next to each other, they wouldn't have been compared in the way they were, and the committee wouldn't have chosen the team that won the game over the other team.
I had a bigger problem with Alabama than Miami.
That was that the
Three-loss
very
Alabama.
fact that they jumped you. They played and they jumped you because they played in the Iron Bowl, a bad game against a not good Auburn team, and they jumped you. That's how this whole thing started.
Yes.
That's exactly how they got to this point. And frankly, in retrospect, it looks like the fix was in. They did that on purpose, and then they claimed, they lost to Georgia, but Georgia's a great team. No, we're not moving them down, and we're still got them ahead of Notre Dame. That once they took the buffer between the Irish and Miami, and why did that happen? That's the question here. It has nothing to do. We are in the conference in every other sport. They should be trying to back us up. Dude, it's on you. You got to do a better job. You got to know enough people. You got to have enough connections that even when you're not in the room, you're in the room.
Lean into the way that it works, the way the deals are made. Right now, they're just leaning into their elitism.
Yeah. It just comes across poorly. It does. It just comes across poorly. It is. And I do think they got totally jobbed, and it was a setup. Mm-hmm. So I don't blame them for being upset at all. But I just think that this was a very poor way of handling it. All right, we got to take a quick time out. You're listening to the Pick Six. We'll be right back. We've got so much good stuff. We'll keep at it. Mully and Haugh on The Score.
Bears analyst in the know. The Score is your destination all season long. Our starting lineup on offense includes Olin Crew, Jared Payton, Patrick Menem.
On defense, it's Matt Bowen and Anthony Herron. Plus, former Bears head coach giving us the big picture on offense and defense, Dave Wanstead. And all the inside info from Mark Grody, Brad Biggs, Dan Wiederer, Stacey Dales, and many more.
Unfiltered opinions from the unprecedented team of experts on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment of the show is sponsored by Jewel Osco.
Celebrate the holiday season with a full plate of great savings from Jewel Osco. Get everything from baking basics and household products to snack favorites, morning eye openers, savory entrees, and so much more.
As long as you're not driving right now, do me a favor, shut your eyes and just imagine this. A brand new finished basement your family can enjoy right now. And you don't pay a dime until 2028. Yep. With Matrix Basement Finishing, you know, the guys with the X, you can lock in your 2025 pricing and do that today. Enjoy your new dream basement for years before making a single payment, whether you're looking for a home gym, a game room, a theater, a man cave, a fan cave. Make your home bigger, better, and more fun. The place to be. The place to hang out without the wait. Go to matrixbasements.com today because your dream space shouldn't have to wait until 2028. Matrixbasements.com. You know, the guys with the X.
Comcast Business is celebrating the holidays by giving your business the $1,000 holiday bonus when you switch to a gig speed internet package. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 12. A new laptop for the office holiday hero. Or possibility number 108, smart speakers to deck those hallways. Or possibility number 192, new equipment for the new year. Or possibility number 555, Bluetooth holiday lights for office decor. Switch to Comcast Business, designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect, plus advanced cybersecurity, and now get the $1,000 holiday bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 12/14/25. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Requires qualifying gig package. Other restrictions apply.
No matter what kind of business you run, finding a bank that supports your success can make all the difference. I'm Jeff Boundy, president of Cornerstone National Bank and Trust Company. We're a bank that invests in relationships with our customers for the long haul. Customers like Marty Nixon from Norman Mechanical would agree.
I'm Marty Nixon from Norman Mechanical. We are a market-leading plumbing contractor operating throughout the Chicagoland area. We take pride in the quality of our work and value our relationships. I have known the team at Cornerstone for over 30 years and became a customer of Cornerstone when they opened their doors way back in 2000. Since then, Cornerstone has been a trusted relationship partner for all our banking needs. Cornerstone is a bank where we belong.
Thanks, Marty. If you're looking for a reliable banking relationship for years to come, give us a call at 847-654-3000.
Member FDIC. 670 The Score is home to your game day pregame coverage. Join us before each game for the latest inside information on your home team before they play the next game. The Insight on Football Fridays is brought to you in part by your local Ford dealers. Visit a store today.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. All right, folks, time to lower the boom on Notre Dame Athletic Director Pete Favacqua. Yesterday, he slammed the ACC for pushing Miami's successful college football playoff candidacy at the expense of the Fighting Irish, who are conference members in 24 non-football sports. It's high time Notre Dame manned up and fully joined a Power 4 conference, then win the conference championship game and earn a playoff berth as opposed to be given one. I'm Boomer Esiason.
You're listening to Mully and Haugh. Back in 60 seconds on The Score.
Are you paying too much for term life insurance? There's a tremendous price war among the major term life companies. Rates have dropped dramatically in the past 2 years. For example, a man age 45 non-tobacco user, $1 million of coverage is only $75 per month, level for the next 10 years. Or a man age 50 non-tobacco user can buy $500,000 of coverage for a monthly premium of only $110, guaranteed not to change for the next 20 years. That's right, level rates for 20 years. And if you're a smoker, we have great rates for you as well. At the Term Lifeline, we specialize in policies of $500,000 and above. So if you're looking for new or replacement term life insurance, call right now for a free quote.
800-676-1090. 800-676-1090. 800-676-1090. That's 800-676-1090.
Rates and availability may vary by state. Sample rate quotes are based on preferred non-tobacco underwriting exam required to qualify.
Paid for by Airtime Media.
This segment of the show brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com, because confidence should never cost a fortune.
Welcome back to Pick Six with Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score and the Odyssey and iHeartRadio app.
I don't know if that answered the question.
What do you make of the Bulls weekend, which began with a dreadful loss at home to the lowly Pacers, ended with a home blowout to the Warriors? No Steph Curry. How close are the Bulls to losing their grip on this season? How much confidence does the team have in Billy Donovan?
So I don't think there is any disconnect. It's, to me, the disconnect is when they care enough about each other in that locker room, that's when it will get done. You know, and I think that if you ask those guys, you know, like, hey, was blocking out a point of emphasis, was 50-50 Bulls a point of emphasis? I think they say, yeah, you know, and you said, well, you know, we got to do better. No, we don't need to do better. I need to care about that guy next to me more, and I need to do better. You know, we have to do better. That's just the way it is. And to me, that's what we have to do as a team to be a good team, is we're going to have to cover for each other, help each other, make the game easy for each other.
All right, your reaction to what you just heard there about Billy Donovan, about teammates needing to love each other.
Yeah, you know, I really like Billy Donovan. I wish the Bulls had a better team. I wish they had better players. I wish they had drafted the right guy. I wish that there were different players on this group, and I don't quite understand why they have. I know why. I know everything that's going wrong. I know they're turning the ball over. I know they can't play a lick of defense. I know they're not strong. I know they're getting knocked around, and I know they've got depth issues because of all these injuries, but I just don't know how to get it better. I really like Billy Donovan. I think he's a really good coach. I just think that whatever message they had, whatever way he was getting through with them, worked for the first 5 games. And you felt like a carryover from some of the fun stuff from last year. But watching them during this losing streak has been a chore. It has not been remotely enjoyable. It has gotten to a point now where you feel a sense of relief. You don't have to look at them until Friday. I'm not enjoying anything I'm seeing out of them. And I think all we're seeing, frankly, is problems right now. I don't think the coach is the problem. I think that the way you put the team together is the real problem.
I agree. This isn't a fire Billy Donovan and all of a sudden this team's going to get better. It's a great message. I don't think that message works in the NBA, that we're all going to play harder for one another and play harder for our buddy or play harder for our Bulls teammate because we're all wearing this, whatever jersey night they're having together. Is Vooch a leader? Is there a leader in that locker room outside of the head coach? Because unfortunately, I think head coaches' messages in the NBA falls on deaf ears. I mean, there is so much money in the NBA that they're not going to respect what the head coach has to say. And there's a texter from 847. I'm borrowing this from him, but I'm giving credit at the same time. Hashtag Tank for Boozer. Amen. I know that's just going to kill David. Hashtag Tank for Boozer, because Boozer came into the United Center on Thanksgiving night, had a game. I watched Michigan State Duke on Saturday before the conference championship games got going. I saw Carlos Boozer, who joined you guys in a really sharp Duke like baseball jersey. Hashtag Tank for Boozer. I'm on board.
Do the
Good
math.
job, 847.
Do the math. And get back to me when you do the math.
You're the math guy.
Yeah. You're okay. Exactly. So go
ahead. What? Go ahead. What do you mean exactly?
If you listen,
amplify on that, please.
Later. I'm answering the question. I'm keeping on the train on the tracks.
Hashtag Tank for Boozer.
When you listen to Billy Donovan, what he is saying essentially is unfortunate, but his version of the truth. He's questioning his team's heart. How hard are you going to play? How hard are you willing to play for your teammates? Are you willing to do the extra stuff because you love your teammate enough to sacrifice your body, your minutes, your whatever for him, for us, the team? He's calling out his team. Also, later in that same conversation, he talked about Jimmy Butler. He referenced stars. The Bulls don't have one. In that, he's calling out his general manager and his director of basketball operations. He's not doing it intentionally. I don't think Billy Donovan is calculated, and I don't think he's divisive. In any way, he's part of the solution. He's identifying the problem. Plural, the problems. They don't play hard enough, maybe that's on the coach. They don't have a roster good enough, that's on the front office. It's a collective mess right now. They are unwatchable.
Draft Derek Queen. Forget.
Every day that guy has a triple-double.
Shoulda, coulda, woulda.
Is a long day in Chicago.
A lot of guys like that in the league, buddy.
Don't tank for Boozer. Don't start that stuff, man.
This will be a pick six. There's your ball game.
I didn't start it. 847 did. It's a great idea. Kudos to him or her. What happened to the Blackhawks, who were outscored 13-1 in their last two losses in SoCal? Surprised they sent down D-Man, Sam Rinzel, and forward Colton Dock?
I am. Sam Rinzel, I thought, was on his way to being a difference-making defenseman, and he will be one day. Yep. Too inconsistent. Hawks let go of the rope. I don't know what happened in Southern California. I don't know if they were out too late or enjoyed the sunshine too much. Whatever. This was a team that beat the Kings, played the Vegas competitively, and they got outscored 13-1. It was like youth hockey. They couldn't pull the goalie fast enough. They come home. They got the Islanders tomorrow night. Let's hope they get back on track.
They got their teeth kicked in L.A. Absolutely kicked in. I saw a video clip from their head coach yesterday, and he was disgusted by the way they've played. Welcome back to Chicago.
You know, you hope that road trip is over and some of that poor play is also over, but they were awful. They weren't even competitive. I mean, they were losing, 13-1 over two games. They lost 6-0 and 7-1, whatever it was. Either way, they've faced all sorts of difficulties, but it is a really good kind of simple kind of team. I thought that Doc was also a guy that was playing pretty well. Obviously, we know they traded his brother, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I thought that he was going to be a real surprise. But Rinzel is the story here.
Yeah.
He was one of these guys, one of the great young players on the Blackhawks and one of these defensemen that was going to be part of the future. And all of a sudden he's being sent back down. That's not good. But that tells you where their problems are, quite frankly. And, they just are at a point where they're a young team, and you have to worry about not having enough sort of leadership from older players and getting everybody sort of on the same page. It's hard to grow up together in a league like the task is in front of the Blackhawks. So they have started really strong. They're still above 500, but they're kind of taking on some Bulls qualities here. It is not going well, and that's why you just hope the minute you get back to Chicago, this turns around. They play Wednesday.
Can't happen soon enough.
Yeah, I agree. All right, we got the extra point next. We're going to break down the North, and we'll do that next. Mully and Haugh on the Score.
Hey, what's up? Coming up at 10 with Rahimi, Harris, and Grody, we examine the fallout from the Bears' loss to the Packers. Score Football analyst Patrick Manley breaks down the game at 11. Our quarterback guru Tim Jenkins will give us his take on Caleb Williams' performance at 1, plus the latest from the winter meetings and more.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grody. Middays 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago's Sports Radio, 670 The Score. And live on the free Odyssey app.
Well, guys, the holidays are officially here, which means it's time to start thinking about gifts. Yes. And if you want to give something people will actually wear, Flag and Anthem has 2 pieces that are perfect for just about anyone on your list. The Chapin quilted shirt jacket and the Forest mid-top boot. Yes, the Chapin jacket is one of those gifts that gets a reaction. The second it's unwrapped, it's that perfect layer that you throw on in the morning when it's cold, grabbing coffee, heading to work, walking the dog, whatever the case. You end up wearing it all day because it looks that good. It's lightweight, warm, easy to layer, and comes in great colors. And if you really want to complete the outfit, the Forest mid-top boot, well, it is the move. Yes, you want to wear it because it's durable, comfortable, clean enough to wear with jeans or with chinos. It's that everyday boot that works for the office, weekends, holidays even, and you can go to any get-together you want. So whether you're shopping for family, friends, or even treating yourself this holiday season, the Chapin jacket and the Forest boot are 2 winners. You can't go wrong. But there's other stuff too. Just head on over to flagandanthem.com like I did yesterday. Shop their best sales of the season. Flag and Anthem, real clothes for real life.
This season, some gifts don't come wrapped in paper. They come wrapped in trust, commitment, and integrity. At Patrick, we believe in the joy of giving and a promise, especially during the holidays. That's why we created the Patrick Promise. Now through the season of giving, enjoy 0% APR financing for up to 60 months on select new 2025 models. Here at Patrick, we stand by our word, just like the traditions that bring us together.
Taking care of you every day. That's the Patrick Promise.
Nuts on Clark, it is Chicago's original popcorn, serving Chicago for over 45 years. Order holiday gifts for your friends, families, events, corporations from nutsonclark.com, a 3-generation woman-owned, family-run Chicago business.
Guys, you've heard of TRT, but you have no idea what testosterone can do for you. Once you start treatment, you'll wish you had done it sooner. All the guys I know go to Synergen X at Low T Center for TRT. The TRT test is free, not hundreds of dollars. The testosterone is pure, not compounded. Guys feel full of energy, not like they're still waiting for it to kick in. Get in now for your free TRT test. No appointment necessary before 10 a.m. or book ahead at fixmylowt.com. That's fixmylowt.com.
Adam is here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Inside Madison Square Garden, Florida and UConn clash are all the Rays slices. Both are terrific on the glass. Both are tremendous defensively. Both have a winner's pedigree in what should be a battle in the 60s. And with Boogie Flan's offensive game trending in a positive direction, give me Todd Golden's group plus 4.5 at a minus 110. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/play.
More and more Toyota customers are finding out the best way is right off the Edens Expressway at the all-new Toyota on Edens. During Toyotathon, get year-end savings on hundreds of new Toyotas. Plus, Toyota on Edens offers extended service hours, including Saturdays and Uber pickup and drop-off. And every Saturday, all Toyota oil changes are just $29.95. See why the best way is right off the Edens Expressway at Toyota on Edens or ToyotaOnEdens.com.
Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide, our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Set up this extra point. It's time for the Extra Point with Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
How do you handicap the NFC North after this weekend with the Packers and the Lions having impressive wins and the Bears losing? Who's the favorite looking at the schedules? The Lions facing the Rams next in L.A. Packers playing the Broncos in Denver.
Good question. Short on time, so I'll make it quick. I think the Packers are in the driver's seat because they have beaten the Lions twice, I believe. And they beat the Bears, and they have one more shot at the Bears. But this weekend, we could wake up Monday morning feeling a little different about this question because I do believe that the Packers could struggle in Denver against the Broncos. There might be a little bit of a letdown there. You don't want to underestimate Bo Nix, 5 letters, B-O-N-I-X. And you look at what is ahead for the Lions, going to the Rams, best team in the NFC. So the Bears could beat the Browns. Both those teams could lose. And then it's a very, very interesting final few weeks in the NFC North. Which is better, the NFC North or the NFC Best, the NFC West? I don't know. I think right now I'd lean toward the NFC West, but stay tuned.
Go Rams, go Broncos. Trouble is, Bo Nix, game manager.
I don't know about that.
Did you know that Bo Nix is actually the shortest name in NFL history?
I know you love that.
Because his name is actually on his birth certificate, Bo Nix.
Yes.
Like Ty Law.
It's not a nickname.
Exactly. Ty is a nickname, a shortening of a name. So his name would be significantly longer than the 5-character Bo Nix. I do love that one. I think it's so clever and fun. As a man named Mulligan, I could never have a short name.
Mully.
Even if I went, that's still 5 letters. Just saying. I envy Bo Nix.
Mully.
Still.
That's 4.
So you got me down to M-U-L?
Yes.
But my name is Mulligan.
I know, but
M-U-L-L. That's
it's
where
your
the
stage
Mully.
name. Your stage name.
Just call me Muggs, like they did in grammar
Muggs
school.
is 4.
Yeah.
One name.
There you go. Look, I think, I cannot believe I'm going to say this. I honestly think both the Lions and Packers lose this weekend, and the Bears control their fate. They got to take care. We're going to be talking about this question every week the rest of the way. But the Bears have the most favorable matchup. I think they win, they go back into first place, and both those other teams lose. That's the way I read this week in the NFL. And then we'll talk about what goes on the following week and whether or not, you're absolutely right about beating Detroit twice means the Packers are ahead of Detroit. It does not mean they're ahead of the Bears yet. So we'll see. We'll talk about that in another week. But this is a difficult schedule. You got to win 2 more games to get to 11 wins and make the playoffs, and that's all you should be concentrating on. Just win the next game, win the next game, win the next game, and then let the schedule take care of itself. Those teams have tough road games.
How about this scenario? What if the Lions beat the Rams?
Okay.
The Packers lose to the Broncos.
Now that tiebreaker matters.
And all of a sudden the Bears, if they beat the Browns, are back to being the number 1 seed if they jump ahead of the Seahawks.
Yeah, the Seahawks have to be.
Seahawks would have to lose.
Yeah, they'd have to lose. So. Yeah, the Bears were in a good spot, and then they are now in the 7th spot.
They still, to some degree, control their own destiny.
If they can win the division, which, again, you got to win games in the division, but no team has swept them.
This is really
only one team
shaping up where that final game
is going to matter.
Ben Johnson's old team, Ben Johnson's new team, Soldier Field.
Ben Johnson's revenge?
Well, I think that could be a great storyline. There's many more before that even happens.
There's many more.
Yeah.
And it's
great to have it
it's so
matter
much fun
this late in the season.
And again, take care of business. That's all you got to do. Worry only about you. Don't worry about what's going on in Denver or L.A. Just make sure that you take care of business and you still control your destiny. That's the way I'd look at it. All right, Mully and Haugh, we got Coach Wanstead with us. He will be in studio. We'll talk to Dave next on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
After the Bears lost to the Packers, Bears fans are reacting on the score.
Good morning, Steve.
I called to complain about some of the players in the Bears secondary. It's really cold outside. Arm tackles aren't going to do it.
Good morning, Jerry.
We went away from the run. We're the best running team. At the start of the game, we didn't do as much running.
Hey, Dan.
We got to beat these Browns, man, and if that defense doesn't tighten up, Shadur Sanders is going to pick them apart.
Keep it here as Bears fans continue to react on Sports Radio 670 The Score and live on the free Odyssey app.
It's David Haugh for FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 670 The Score. FanDuel is the number one sportsbook for same-game parlays. From points to rebounds to threes and assists, everybody loves a same-game parlay, and FanDuel is the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay or track every stat live, all in one easy-to-use app. And right now is the perfect time to join. Because right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So bet on the players that you love the way that you want. Head on over to FanDuel.com/score. Sign up today. FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 and older and present in Illinois. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2025. Last chance! Donate now for a 2025 tax deduction.
Hey Chicago, it's David Haugh from The Score here, and you know I'm all about staying connected no matter what, and nobody does it like Verizon. I'm talking about the best 5G in Chicago, and with Verizon, everything just works. Need to check traffic before your commute? Boom, instantly. Trying to snag that impossible dinner reservation? Consider it done. This isn't just fast, it's America's most reliable 5G network, keeping you connected to what matters most. And get this, right now, when you bring your own phone and switch to Verizon on Unlimited Welcome with AutoPay Plus, taxes and fees, you can get a single line for just $50 a month. You heard that right. The best 5G in Chicago for just $50 a month. So if you're ready to experience the difference with the best 5G network around, stop by your nearest Chicago Verizon store today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on Unlimited Welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score. Report dated 2H 2024. Your results may vary. Additional terms apply.
Breezy and cloudy today, not as cold with a high of 36.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have an easy holiday at Staples. Save on top tech and gaming gifts, shipping supplies and services to get your packages there safely, even custom cards and wrapping paper. Staples. That was easy.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers, believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Chicago's Sports Morning Show with Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My ride smells just right, just right, just right, just right. Y'all gotta try that Febreze car. Just right, just right, just right. La 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 la. With up to 40 days of consistent scent, all over Febreze car clips right on your vent. You know my car's my happy place. Keep that smile on my face when it smells just right, just right, just right. Yeah, breathe happy Febreze. La 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 la.
Wildfire Restaurants is celebrating 30 years. An iconic supper club serving a variety of food with something for everyone. Open for lunch, dinner, carry-out, private parties, and catering. 5 Chicago area locations. For reservations and to order online, visit wildfirerestaurant.com.
This is where Chicago comes to talk Bears football. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station. The Score! Scoreboard update.
Score update studio brought to you by AlmostFreeTeat.com, because confidence should never cost a fortune. Week 14 is in the books, and we got extra football last night out of Los Angeles, and it was the Chargers winning in overtime against the Eagles 22-19. The Eagles turning the ball over 5 times. Jalen Hurts threw 4 interceptions, including the ender to end the game for the Chargers to take the win. Bears will be part of Week 15 at home against the Browns. Shedeur Sanders will get the start. Week 15 of the season kicks off here on The Score on Thursday at 6:30. The Falcons will be at the Bucs. Later today, 44-year-old former Colts quarterback Phillip Rivers getting a tryout with the team again. They've got some issues at the quarterback position. The Bulls have lost 7 in a row. They're 9-14. They're back on the court Friday in Charlotte against the Hornets. The Blackhawks are 12-11-6. They're back on the United Center ice on Wednesday, hosting the Rangers. MLB winter meetings underway in Orlando. Cubs and White Sox talked yesterday. We've got Bruce Levine coming up after Coach Wannstedt at 7:25. The Hour brought to you by Cars for Kids.
Dave Wannstedt, Bears head coach for 6 seasons.
The Bears. The Bears.
Super Bowl champion.
How about them Cowboys? Yeah!
He has the greatest mustache you've ever seen.
Some say it's a symptom of manliness. Others a cause. The mustache.
When he hanging out with Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
Open up the door. It's Dave. Who? Dave. D-A-V-E.
Dustin, we're not going to waste airtime on that, okay? Next question. Next question. Next question.
Dave Wannstedt.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always a delight to have Coach Wannstedt come in studio. And Dave, good morning to you. How you doing?
I'm doing good, guys. Yeah, doing good. Just
quite a game.
Wow.
Quite a weekend.
Quite a weekend. Quite a game. I mean, you know, and the Bears, I mean, they went shoe to shoe with them, you know. I mean, I thought it was, you know, Thomas Hearns Hagler fight, you know, back in the day. Just slugging back and forth. The run games were a major part of both. And I said this last week on our show, and I know a lot of Green Bay people got offended, or people got offended. I made the comment about that I think we cannot let the big play. We can't let Green Bay come up with
what happened.
And that was the difference. We didn't have a play. We had one play over 20 yards until the last drive of the game.
But Dave, why do you think Dennis Allen was as aggressive as he was against Jordan Love after it was obvious Jordan Love was pretty hot?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's either lack of confidence in the guys rushing, or they saw something that they felt
they could exploit.
You know, I mean, one of the two. But when you the 1-0 blitz, the other one was that coverage that they run all the time where they drop Beyer down into the hole. He's got 2 or 3 interceptions off of that.
Yeah.
And
but then the corner's got to replace the void.
You got to be,
and that doesn't happen.
Center, you got to have a free safety. Risker's got to be in the middle of the field. He could have been a little tighter, I thought, to the receiver. And then Jalen Johnson, the corner's just got to get depth. You play from high to low, meaning as deep up to the shallow in that coverage. And, you got to kind of help the safety on the other one. It didn't happen. You know?
They had 8 drives, 4 were touchdowns. Their touchdowns were explosive down the field passes. So I think Ben Johnson used that explanation as to why they wanted to eat some clock and they wanted to score late. They didn't want to give him the ball back. What surprised me doing the post game is how many people felt the Bears had bad clock management at the end of the game. I thought exactly the opposite. They got right down the field. They were in position. They just failed on that 3rd and 1, and that threw them off. We talked about it a little bit yesterday. Wouldn't they have been better off running the 4th down play on 3rd down and then maybe coming back and trying that short yardage stuff on 4th and 1?
Well, you could have maybe reversed that. I liked the call. I really liked the play call. I mean, this is just my opinion. I think Caleb made up his mind what he was going to do with the ball as soon as he took the snap.
Yeah.
Because when you really look and give Green Bay some credit, Bear fans don't want to hear this, but I mean, they did a nice job of defending that play for the most part. But I like the thought of Ben Johnson saying, I'm going to have 4 options. We're going to have a guy deep, we're going to have an intermediate route in DJ, and we're going to have a shallow route in the back, and then there's the option of Caleb running for a yard.
Those are the kind of plays you like on short yardage situations.
Absolutely, David.
Run pass options.
And you're trusting your quarterback to make the best decision.
Would have been great on 3rd down.
Yeah.
For that reason.
Yeah, and so I mean, he came out. I just think that that he made up his mind because of the week before we ran a very similar play, and he threw the touchdown to Kmet. I think that's what and it was probably there if he makes a great throw.
From a coaching standpoint, obviously the tone coming out of that game is the Bears played the Packers down to the last play. The Bears announced that they are legitimate. They backed up the Eagles' effort with one just as good, not in a winning cause, but can you become complacent after a loss because of the way that you played and gained respectability and credibility and all those things? Because it wasn't a devastating loss.
Right.
But can you become complacent with the Browns team next? Or is that something that he'll have to guard against this week?
I think you can become confident after a loss. It's crazy. I wouldn't use the word complacent as much as I would use the word confident, that, hey, we ran the ball on those guys. We did this to those guys. We can go shoe to shoe with them and beat them. So rather than complacent, I think you can become confident after a loss. The one thing that I wanted to get out here this morning thinking about it walking up is, we got to give the Bears credit, the coaches and the players credit for halftime. I mean, Green Bay goes down there and scores in 38 seconds right before the half. Boom.
That was where the game was lost.
And most teams, past Bears teams, in the last few years, I think they come out. Green Bay gets the ball to start the second half. I mean, my thought process was, we're going to find out now. Is this going to be a game or is this going to be 34 to 10? You know what I mean? That it's over. You go in the locker room, everybody's hanging their heads. Woe is me. Green Bay comes out and puts another one on the board, and now you're playing serious catch-up. But the Bears came out and stopped them and went down and drove themselves.
Right, right.
So I thought whatever is going on at halftime, the Bears and the players are responding pretty darn good.
How about Ben Johnson responding to that question yesterday? Saying, I didn't change anything at halftime. I didn't make any adjustments.
Yeah.
And they just played at a higher level in the second half, even though schematically I don't think they changed much.
Yeah, well, I'm sure, maybe they didn't change the plays as much as get their mindset right. You know what I mean? Get them confident
Regroup.
again, and not no more. That's not woe is me. Forget about that play. We got a whole nother half. You know.
Yeah, we talk about this stuff all the time about special teams plays and how important it is to kick a field goal and then to attempt one of those dirty kickoffs. I think that's what was going on, and it's you bring them out to the 40 at the end. That was so.
I don't know.
I don't get that at all, and I don't know how hard it is, as cold as it was on that day, to kick a conventional field goal and then decide, well, wait, you see what this one is. I'm going to crack the ball. I mean, what are you doing? Just do the same thing again. You know, keep them back. Whatever. Kick it out of the end zone. You do not need to try to get too cute.
Yeah, the player's not going to do that on his own, I can tell you. So the coaches, you know, for some reason, Coach Hightower and special teams, or Ben, I mean, I don't know how what their order is as far as communication, but somebody made the decision that we want to try that, you know. But yeah, I agree with you. That was boy, that hurt. I what the hell is going on?
Yeah,
here, you know?
Dave. So you're Dennis Allen, and all week you have been preparing for Jordan Love and the Packer offense with Kyler Gordon at your disposal. You have two nickelbacks, and Gardner Johnson and Kyler Gordon. Kyler Gordon during warm-up somehow injures himself. He's out. How much did you think that affected the game plan?
I don't think as much as we would like to think. I really don't. I mean, Gordon's been hurt. He's been in and he's been out. No. I mean, is Gordon a heck of a player? Do we need him in there? Absolutely, yes. But I don't think that had a big influence or impact on the outcome of the game.
This segment with Coach Wanstead is sponsored by ChicagoRoofingContractors.org, providing all-weather protection for your business. Do they have the best offensive line in the league right now? It seems like the last 3 or 4 games they have dominated up front. Their combination blocks are second to none. It feels like they are running the football really well.
Yeah, I think that's probably the most confident area of the team right now is that offensive line in the running game, and it should be. It should be. Both backs are having success doing it. They're doing a nice job of of averaging number of carries, splitting them between the backs. I mean, we were 4.5 yards a carry in the game. And Green Bay knew at the end there that we were going to run it, and they had a tough time stopping it. They really did.
They were gassed by the end.
Yeah, and the other thing too, you watch these other games on TV. The biggest thing is, keep our fingers crossed. We are healthy at the offensive line. And you watch these games last night, and you got 3 starters out in the offensive line. I mean, can you imagine? We went through that in years past. I mean, so we are healthy. We got a group that's playing together, a new coach, new philosophy. These guys know that Ben, if he says we're going to run it, we will run it. It's not just lip service. So I think all those things contribute to, if you're an offensive lineman, it's exciting.
How would you evaluate Caleb Williams?
I thought Caleb, there's always a few drops, and, I don't know. I thought he played okay, I mean, when you're averaging almost as many yards running as you are passing, I always looked at that. And you guys heard me say it, I always thought that your run-pass combination had to be a minimum of 5.5 yards a carry. And I think I looked at it after a game, and we were like 4-something run and 4-something pass. Big plays. We got to get some chunks. Like I said, the Komet's 26-yard touchdown was the longest, or pass, I'm sorry, was the longest play we had until the last drive of the game.
Right.
Then we had 2 that game. So we got to come up with some chunk plays. To me, that's the thing that's missing. And Brady, and I would say this about Caleb. I mean, as magic man as he is, and get away from the rush. And Brady said it during the broadcast. He kind of alluded to, God, if you sit there one more second, those receivers come open, and that's easy for us to say, easy for Tom Brady to say. sitting in a chair, but what he's saying is truthful. And I remember back in the day, Troy Aikman, on the other hand, he was talking last night. You could sit in there too long. He would get hit in the mouth when he didn't have to.
Right.
He would wait, and the guy just never did get open. So the quarterback has to make a decision. At what point is it time to bail? And do I got to either get sacked or I got to get away, or the guy's not going to get open? And I think that's just a work in progress. I mean, I believe Caleb will get better at that. But you got to keep this in mind. And everyone's saying, why isn't DJ Moore? Is Caleb ignoring him? He's not. I mean, he's not ignoring him. What happens in my mind? Think about this now. When Caleb gets out of the pocket, which is a lot, and he's on the move to the right or to the left, all of a sudden you go as a quarterback from seeing sideline to sideline
to just
to now you're looking at half the field at the most, maybe a third, and now you're not going to have 5 receivers that are good options. You're probably going to have 1 or 2, and it just always seems like it's Komet and it was Odunze were to that side. Doesn't it though? I mean, how many times is DJ Moore is to the side he's rolling to?
But when you go into a game and Odunze is not there, and you've got a guy in DJ Moore who is your highest paid receiver,
right?
And Ben Johnson talked about this yesterday. Like he was kind of confounded as to why it happened. Said they had a ton of stuff in. He got 1 catch for minus 4 yards. I told David I thought they were trying to kill the guy.
And we give Ben Johnson
the ball in the line of scrimmage, and the other one. What are you doing?
We credit Ben Johnson.
It is funny.
The first 15 and the scripted, and we compliment him as a play caller. One would think that schematically he could find a way to get his best receiver the football.
Other than a quick screen, I heard Michael, and that's the new wave in the NFL. It has been for 5 years or at least. Michael Irvin was talking the other day, and he says, he said, I played a lot of years, he says, I've never caught the ball behind the line of scrimmage. He says, I'm still trying to learn that part of a game for a wide receiver. He says, I run deep ins and I run deep outs.
The only way they can get the ball to DJ Moore is they hand it off to him, and they run him up the middle of the field.
That's not his strength,
though.
No, that's not fair.
I don't understand why they're using him the way they're using him, honestly.
But when people were saying that, I started laughing to myself and thinking, okay, so Caleb's on the move a lot to the right or to the left, but it always seems like the guy. The 2 receivers that are there, DJ's never one of them. He's always on the other side of the field, away from where Caleb's, escaping.
What do you think about the way the Bears control their own destiny, but can't look past the Browns on Sunday?
Yeah, this is a trap game. Because
are there trap games? Are you allowed to lose a trap game in the NFL? I thought that was one of the rules. You can't get caught like that.
You can't, but here's what's happening in this town with the Green Bay Packers and the rivalry and the interest and the excitement and the division. It's not like we're playing the Rams in 2 weeks where nobody would really give it. I mean, we wouldn't worry about the Rams till it's the week of the Rams, right? Well,
because it's Green Bay.
Because it's Green Bay, and the games are so close and there's so much talk about it. If a guy goes into a grocery store right now on his way, stops and gets a coffee on his way to work this morning, you think they're going to ask him about Cleveland? No. They're going to talk about the Green Bay game, and that's So
I totally get that.
That's why we.
But from an NFL standpoint, like from the coaches, aren't no.
Ben will be this. This is Ben. Ben will be all over this. Trust me.
He has to be.
He will. But Ben and the staff are going to be all over it, and the leadership of the players will too. But it's still there. It's still there.
Do you think they could lose this game for that reason?
No, I don't. I mean, I think, rookie quarterback Sanders, and they don't have great receivers on the other side. This would be a good game where we can lock these guys down and come after them. I would expect Dennis Allen. If you want to blitz, this is a week to do it.
Dave, we only have a couple minutes left. Want you to weigh in on whether Notre Dame deserved to be in the college football playoff and what you thought of their decision to take their ball, go home, and skip a bowl game.
Dustin?
No. He asked you.
Oh,
We've heard from me.
okay.
We want to hear from you.
No, okay.
We don't want to waste the audience's time with my thoughts, Dave. We've already done that enough.
Okay. They didn't deserve to be ahead of Miami. I mean, everyone can talk about the head-to-head, but how about common opponents? Notre Dame, within a 4-week period, both teams played Pitt. Notre Dame beat Pitt by, I think it was 22, and Miami beat them by 31. So if you're looking at common opponents at the end of the year, you say, well, check that box for Miami. Would I have liked to see Notre Dame in? Yes. Did they deserve to be in ahead of Miami? No, in my opinion.
What about Alabama?
Alabama, I don't know. I mean,
that's the biggest problem, I think.
All of a sudden, you're going to get people backing out of these conference games.
3 losses.
I know.
We talk about head-to-head. 3 losses.
I agree with you. And Notre Dame, right now, Notre Dame, in my opinion, is a better team than Alabama.
I agree.
They are, but it's a conference game, and you're into that. Miami, I mean, how about Duke? Did you see Duke? You see that locker room after the game? They won the ACC, and those kids were jumping up and down, and someone said, not so fast. Right. I mean, let's see if we can get ourselves. As far as the bowl game with Notre Dame, and I was trying to add up. I've gone to, I think, almost every bowl game. Literally, guys, except the Cotton Bowl. I mean, you can start from the first Independence Bowl to Rose Bowls. I've been to all of them coaching. And when you go to a bowl game, the wives, the secretaries, the people that handle the academics, everybody goes. And
everyone connected
everybody
to the program.
Gets rewarded 2 or 3 days in a nice hotel, meals, banquet. There's swag bags for the players and people. And when you're Notre Dame, you could have picked. You could have said, I want to go to Orlando, and I want Disney passes for my crew for 2 days. What a nice week. Alumni, you think alumni? I mean, Pitt alumni aren't excited.
But it's the practice time, too, Dave,
and
as a coach.
And you get 15.
You get 15 practices.
I'm not even into the practice time. I'm just talking about
rewarding the people that aren't
and the players
rewarded.
And the players that'll never play again.
Yeah.
They get a chance to do it. I mean, I'm disappointed that they should have gone, in my opinion.
It helps build the program, as David's pointing out. You have so many practices, and you get to look at so many people. It's a couple weeks of work that you wouldn't get anyway.
There's so many good things I think that you come out. But when and you could have picked the game. Notre Dame could have said, we want to go to Orlando, and this is what we need to go, and they would have been there.
All right, Coach. Thank you so much.
All right, guys.
Thanks for being here, Dave.
We look forward to next week. You got a winner going.
Yeah. Well, we got to block Myles Garrett, right, and their pass rush. They're gonna.
It takes a village.
Yeah, it takes a village. You're exactly right.
Okay.
So.
That's Coach Wadstedt. You're listening to Mully and Haugh. We've got Bruce Levine from the owners' meetings next. He's going to have a great talisman to get the White Sox that #1 overall pick today. They have it coming, for God's sake. Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 6-7 The Score.
If you're commuting to work, turn on your smart speaker when you get to the office to hear the rest of the Mully and Haugh Show. And then coming up at 10, it's Rahimi Harrison-Grody on The Score.
This host wants to see Aaron Rodgers play, and the Bears beat the Steelers with Aaron Rodgers, period.
And I said it's okay if they lose, if they beat the tar out of Aaron Rodgers.
Whether you're working from home or the office, just tell your smart speaker to play 670 The Score for the best Chicago sports talk with Rahimi Harrison-Grody throughout your workday, right here on Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment is sponsored by Duke Mayonnaise.
This is the Duke's country song. It's a song about the best mayo. It has a yellow lid, and its full name is Duke's Mayonnaise. Get Duke's Mayo in store. It's got twang.
Estwing, unmatched tools for tough jobs and outdoor adventures. These USA-made axes, splitting tools, and machete are built to last, crafted and fully forged by American workers for over a century. Estwing delivers reliable gear for hunting, camping, and splitting firewood at your home. Experience the power and quality of American craftsmanship. Available at leading sporting goods and hardware retailers. Estwing, made in the USA for over 100 years. Learn more at estwing.com.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on, like a close friend who never lies. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. This holiday season through December 21st, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
There comes a time in many men's lives in which the thought of having another child is not an option. Do you want to maintain the romance without the risk? There's a permanent solution that can help you achieve just that. Consider a vasectomy.
Ooh, I don't know about that. I heard it could be painful.
Yeah, not only that, I heard it was expensive.
These statements may be true for many men, but not the men who choose vasectomy clinics of Chicago. First of all, our procedures are covered by most insurance plans and flex spending accounts. The best part is, with our experienced surgeons, the procedure only takes 30 minutes in the office. No needle, no scalpel, and no trip to the hospital. If you're certain your family is complete, do yourself a favor and call Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago today. Or visit us online at www.vasectomychicago.com and read the testimonials. Conveniently located in Tinley Park, Naperville, Arlington Heights, and downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower. Now with free valet parking. Call us today at 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4VAS.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
More and more Toyota customers are finding out the best way is right off the Edens Expressway at the all-new Toyota on Edens. During Toyotathon, get year-end savings on hundreds of new Toyotas. Plus, Toyota on Edens offers extended service hours, including Saturdays and Uber pickup and drop-off. And every Saturday, all Toyota oil changes are just $29.95. See why the best way is right off the Edens Expressway at Toyota on Edens or ToyotaOnEdens.com.
Introducing Remy Martin's This Is My City VSOP Limited Edition Collection, paying homage to the iconic sounds, style, and teams of our very own Chicago. The collection celebrates the city's influence on culture and features Remy Martin's renowned VSOP liquid. This limited edition bottle is available now, and you can learn more at RemyMartin.com. Remy Martin VSOP Cognac, 40% alcohol by volume, imported by Remy Cointreau, USA, New York, New York. Please drink responsibly.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Friday's World Cup draw resulted in a matchup of Egypt and Iran. After Seattle was named the host site more than 3 years ago, it designated the June 26th event as a Pride match to kick off the city's Pride weekend celebrations. One small catch, folks. As we all know, the LGBTQ plus community faces discrimination and harassment in Egypt, while homosexuality is punishable by death in Iran. I'm Boomer Esiason.
You're listening to Mully and Haugh. Back in 60 seconds on The Score.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results may vary.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-583-5795. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-583-5795. That's 800-583-5795.
$7.95. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Winterland at Gallagher Way is back this holiday season with festive fun for all ages. From November 23rd through December 31st, experience the Chris Kindle Market Wrigleyville. Ice skating, train rides, visit with Santa, and more. Admission to Winterland is free. Visit GallagherWay.com for more info.
Baseball. Bruce Levine.
It's great to talk some baseball.
Score Baseball Insider, covering the Cubs and White Sox for more than 30 years.
Bruce Levine is a news breaker.
Inside the Clubhouse co-host.
Great being with you, talking baseball.
Bruce Levine.
That's a really good question, Bruce.
See, Bruce asked the first hard question.
With Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always a delight to talk to our guy, Bruce Levine. He is at the owners' meetings, and he joins us now on the Atturo Tire Hotline. Atturo, your hometown tire, Atturo.com. Bruce, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. A slight correction. It's actually the winter meetings.
Oh, the winter meetings. Well, okay.
Right.
But this is where did you bring a talisman, Bruce? Do you have a lucky coin, or I don't know, did someone give you a shamrock? What do you need to make sure the White Sox get this first overall draft pick today?
I think just, Jerry Krause used to carry those 2 coins with him, right?
Right.
Didn't he have those?
Yes.
So I hope they've been bequeathed to the White Sox and his friend Jerry Reinsdorf, so they can get that. Yeah, the draft order is picked today, and the White Sox have a chance to be there after being 10th last year, even though having the worst record in Major League history. That's how the draft lottery works. Very strange, and we could spend a whole show talking about that, but I think it wouldn't be very exciting right now.
Bruce, yesterday Jed Hoyer spoke about what the Cubs intend to do this offseason. It sounded like they would be in on a lot of the starting pitching market, and I think Zach Gallen had a very interesting weekend. Got a kick out of your report on Marquee that Zach Gallen, who was a subject of a lot of speculation, Bob Nightingale said they were close on Saturday about a contract, while Zach Gallen was getting married. So that was quite the shock. Where are we in terms of the Cubs and the market and the free agent pitchers they might sign?
Yeah, I think Gallen had a more important contract to sign on Saturday with his wife going forward than he did with the Cubs or anybody else moving forward on that. Well, I mean, he is still someone that's primarily a subject for the Cubs without a question. And again, it's with Gallen, it's not a velocity guy. He's more of a touch and feel guy. He has some velocity, but he's more of a Greg Maddux type pitcher. Touch, feel. The good news is, when I asked Jed Hoyer yesterday, do you reach out to the players on the team and other players that have played for you when it's free agent time, and you try to find out, A, what type of individual you're dealing with? And these guys played with him before. And B, is he somebody that you feel is going to fit in with us here in Chicago? And he had that guy in Kelly, the catcher, who came up with Gallen in the St. Louis organization. They had a great history together. So with that in mind, those are the subtle little things that GMs and front offices look for when they're trying to put together teams and add free agents or make trades here. So Gallen is certainly still a fit here for the Cubs.
I get it. I understand the need for pitching, and we know they're going to go that route. I'm just wondering, what is their plan with getting another hitter, or how do they look at the possibility of adding more in terms of offense?
In Casey, do you trust or not? I mean, they have these young players. I mean, we've had Casey, with all due respect, jammed down our throats, right, for the last couple of years, and he had a really good year at AAA 2 years ago and last year. Came up, marginally showed okay until he hit the wall and literally had a concussion, couldn't play anymore. But I think at some point you have to call BS whether or not these young guys are true major league players in the future, and you're going to take a chance on them, or you're just they're just numbers and names for fans to dream on that aren't realistic prospects. So we went through it with Pete Crow Armstrong. You went through it with Shaw last year. You did it with Michael Bush after being traded over from the Dodgers. So why not Casey this year? Why not Ballesteros? Ballesteros was hitting fourth in big games at the end of the year for the Cubs. A 21-year-old guy who really doesn't have a position. He's kind of a catcher that's developing in that area. But one thing that Craig Counsell saw is that the guy's he can hit, and he can hit with power. So at some point you're gonna have to turn it over to them. They're thinking, why spend $30 million on an outfielder if you have something right there in your organization?
Bruce, Jed made a vehemently defended Matt Shaw and what he means to the Cubs. At the same time, there have been reports that they have been interested in maybe Eugenio Suarez and to a greater degree maybe Alex Bregman. Both those guys play third base. What do you think the latest is with their thoughts on third base?
Well, I still think they're interested in Bregman, but he did, talking to us reporters here at the winter meetings, he did go out of his way to say, we've heard reports about third baseman, and he went out of his way to tell us how they think Shaw is really on his way to being a top major league player, and that at the end of the year he felt he was as good a third baseman defensively as there was in the National League. So, that said, the hit tool was supposed to be the thing that was going to carry him into his major league career. We didn't see a ton of that last year. We saw him struggle at the beginning of the year, go back to the minors, come back, hit again, and then struggle again at the end of the year. So living with these young prospects that, they believe in, it's just a part of it. But, if you add Bregman to the lineup, it does have a little bit more championship, National League Central Championship ring than saying, well, we're going to continue with Shaw and we'll see about his player development.
How does the rest of the division look? I mean, it's extraordinary that Milwaukee keeps losing people and it doesn't seem to matter. I understand they've got still a couple of younger players that are on the way, but I at some point that has to hit a wall, doesn't it?
Yeah, and we keep hearing rumors about Freddie Peralta.
Yeah.
Their ace being traded again because he has 1 year left. He's going to be a free agent after this year. Milwaukee has done that with numerous star players over the last 2 or 3 years, traded them with a year left just to get something out of them and say, okay, we'll make do in our own market. We'll keep building with the young players that we get in these trades. So, Peralta is probably the best buy in baseball right now. An ace, maybe, what would you guys call him? Top 5, 7 pitchers in baseball right now?
Top 10.
At $8 million.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Incredible.
So, again, will Milwaukee move him for 2 or 3 guys of quality as they continue their trek of building throughout their organization with young guys?
Trade rumors surrounding Joe Ryan, Mackenzie Gore, all around MLB, as well as the pursuit of Tatsuya Imai, the guy the Cubs are in on as well from Japan. What's the latest with those three?
Yeah, the Imai, let's start from the other end. The Imai, the market, nobody seems to know for sure if that's 25 million times 4, 5, 6. Scott Boras he's the agent. He's going to be pushing it. He's going to use the Japanese market the way it's been over the last few years, exploding with superstars and saying, Imai is the next guy. Get in on this 25-year-old guy because he's going to be the next big deal for you. So it's a copycat league, and we know people like to jump on that. He's going to get probably a lot of money, more than people think out there. And the Cubs have certainly been interested in him, along with Gallen. But asking Hoyer yesterday in our meetings, are you confused by going trade or free agent to fill that number 5 spot. Because, as you mentioned, David, there's Gore out there. There's the 2 pitchers with Florida, with Cabrera being the other one. So with all that in mind, I think it is a little confusing as to whether you trade players to bring guys in or you use your money to do it. And he's kind of in the middle on that right now. He also told us, don't be surprised if the moves that we make are a week or 2 weeks down the line. We rarely get deals done like we did last year with Tucker early on, right after the winter meetings. So he warned us not to get too excited about the fact that we're here at the winter meetings and it might happen here.
I read something, maybe it was MLB.com, that said that pretty much the market won't get going until Schwarber is done, that he's the guy kind of holding it up for teams.
That's possible. I mean, we saw the shocking Pittsburgh Pirates offering them $100 million deals for 4 years. You think there's any way in the world Schwarber takes money from a team that's probably 3 Schwarbers away from being competitive and winning?
Probably not.
He's got to bring 2 guys with him, right?
Bruce, before we let you go, Mets still interested in Luis Robert Jr.?
I think they are, but don't ever forget the San Diego Padres. They're the one that was really knocking hard at the door, and they were the most disappointed as to how much Getz was asking for Robert last year. So watch A.J. Preller, watch the Padres. They still love Luis Robert. And David knows this, Mike. I just have been pushing hard for the White Sox to trade Luis Robert. Not because I don't like him. I like him a lot. I just don't like him for where the White Sox are at and where they're going. It's just like it's time for someone else to play center field. It's time for them to move on from Luis Robert getting hurt once, twice, 3 times in a season.
Right. It's hard to argue with that. It's bound to happen sooner than later, so I'm with you. Great stuff, Bruce. Thank you, buddy.
Thanks, Bruce.
All right, guys. Have a great day.
You too.
That is Bruce Levine. Great stuff. And again, if you don't know, the MLB draft lottery will be at 4:30 Chicago time today, and that is the White Sox with the leading 27% shot.
27.73.
At getting the number 1 pick, overall pick in the draft. And I mean, really, they've spent 3 years losing.
Mm-hmm.
It's high time they get an opportunity. I guess the kid, there's a shortstop out of UCLA that is generally considered the number 1 player available in the market. He's meant to be bound to be number 1 player taken. It'd be great.
Rock Chalowski?
The White Sox have not had a number 1 overall pick.
ROCH.
R-O-C-H. Rock Chalowski. But they haven't had the number 1 overall pick since Harold Baines. So
wow.
I think Harold may be attending on behalf of the White Sox.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Maybe he's got the lucky rabbit's foot.
Yeah, but the Cubs are picking 23rd, Mike Jordan. They're locked into the 23rd overall pick. Not that we care.
This is great.
They're not in the lottery.
MLB draft stuff.
Yeah, I'm trying to – no, I don't care about the draft. I care about where the White Sox are picking. It'd be great if you thought they were going to get a number 1 overall pick that was really good. I guess second – at about 22% is
Twins.
The Twins.
Mm-hmm.
So that's
Pirates third.
Pirates are third.
They're
16.
Draft somebody to bat in front of Schwarber.
Yeah. Is that it? Okay. Help. It'll be interesting. I like the Sox. You go to all that struggle to lose 100 games 3 years running. They should get something out of it. Just anything. So Rock Chalowski is your guy.
That's your guy.
You know what? The fact is, we will be having a conversation after the draft finally goes off if the Cubs have picked a better player at 23rd than Rock Chalowski. All right. We got a lot left. We got a lot to go over as Mully and Haugh on The Score.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grody. Always talking Chicago sports with you, the fan. Middays, 10 a.m. to 2.
Tony in Wonder Lake.
Today I had an opportunity to listen to you guys, and you're doing a fantastic job, of course.
Hi, Steve. You're on the score, and Rahimi, Harris, and Grody.
I love the show, guys. Keep doing what you're doing.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Hi, Danny. You're on the score.
Love the show, guys. You guys doing an amazing job.
Thank you.
Tune in to Rahimi, Harris, and Grody. Middays, 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
Listen up, guys. The holidays, they are officially here. It's shopping season. Means it's time to start thinking about gifts. And if you want to give something people will actually wear, Flag and Anthem, yes, has two pieces. Perfect for just about anybody on your list. A Chapin quilted shirt, jacket, and the Forest mid-top boot. The Chapin jacket, it's one of those gifts that gets a reaction the second it's unwrapped. The perfect layer you throw on in those mornings when it's too cold. You grab a coffee, you're heading to work, you're walking the dog, whatever the case. You can wear it all day. It looks that good. It's lightweight, warm, easy to layer, comes in great colors. And if you really want to complete the outfit, this is how you do it. You get the Forest mid-top boot. It's the move. Durable, comfortable, clean enough to wear with jeans or maybe just chinos. It's an everyday boot. It works for the office, weekends, holiday get-togethers, wherever you're going, whether you're shopping for family, friends, or even treating yourself this holiday season. Go to Flag and Anthem and get the Chapin jacket. Try the Forest boot. They're two winners. You can't go wrong. flagandanthem.com. Shop their best sales of the season. Flag and Anthem. Real clothes for real life.
Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11 provides quality value and service in all facets of the commercial, industrial, and institutional roofing and waterproofing industry, promoting skilled craftsmen and craftswomen through apprenticeship training. Local 11 members are trained in the application of the latest roofing and waterproofing techniques. They're at the forefront of design and installation of environmental friendly solar, green, and garden systems. To find a highly skilled roofing contractor today, go to ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
This segment of the show brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com, because confidence should never cost a fortune.
Guys, you've heard of TRT, but you have no idea what testosterone can do for you. Once you start treatment, you'll wish you had done it sooner. All the guys I know go to Synergen X at Low T Center for TRT. The TRT test is free, not hundreds of dollars. The testosterone is pure, not compounded. Guys feel full of energy, not like they're still waiting for it to kick in. Get in now for your free TRT test. No appointment necessary before 10 a.m. or book ahead at fixmylowt.com. That's fixmylowt.com.
Nuts on Clark, Chicago's original popcorn, serving Chicago for over 45 years. Order holiday gifts for your friends, your family, events, corporations from nutsonclark.com, a three-generation, woman-owned, family-run Chicago business.
This season, some gifts don't come wrapped in paper. They come wrapped in trust, commitment, and integrity. At Patrick, we believe in the joy of giving and a promise, especially during the holidays. That's why we created the Patrick Promise. Now, through the season of giving, enjoy 0% APR financing for up to 60 months on select new 2025 models. Here at Patrick, we stand by our word, just like the traditions that bring us together.
Taking care of you every day. That's the Patrick Promise.
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Chicago. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Paid non-attorney spokesperson. Paid for by Action Matters.
Attention victims of church clergy sexual abuse. If you were sexually abused at a church or a school by a member of the clergy, listen closely, as you may be entitled to financial compensation. Even if the abuse happened decades ago, your case could still qualify for compensation. If you suffered abuse from clergy members and those who knew about the abuse but failed to stop it, no matter how long ago it was, call our law firm's confidential clergy abuse helpline at 800-721-8353 to find out if you're eligible for a cash settlement. Our attorneys may be able to get you justice, closure, and substantial compensation while your case remains fully confidential. Receive the financial settlement you deserve and hold those responsible accountable. Call now to find out if your case qualifies for compensation. Don't wait. Call our law firm's 100% confidential clergy abuse helpline right now to seek justice and compensation. Call 800-721-8353. That's 800-721-8353. 800-721-8353.
Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
Guys, thanks for helping me carry my Christmas tree.
Zoe, this thing weighs a ton.
Drewski, lift with your legs, man.
Santa! Did you get my letter?
He's talking to you, Bridges.
I'm not.
Of course he did, right, Santa?
You know, my elf Drewski here, he handles the nice list.
An elf? I'm 6'3". What everyone wants is iPhone 17. And at T-Mobile, you can get it on them. That center stage front camera is amazing for group selfies. Right, Mrs. Claus?
I'm Mrs. Claus's much younger sister. And at T-Mobile, there's no trade-in needed when you switch, so you can keep your old phone.
Or give it as a gift.
And the best part, you can make the switch to T-Mobile from your phone in just 15 minutes.
Guys, my side of the tree is slipping.
Timber!
The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Switch in just 15 minutes and get iPhone 17 on us with no trade-in needed.
With 24 monthly bill credits for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Finance agreement, 256 gigs, $830. Eligible port in a new line, $100 plus a month plan with autopay plus taxes and fees required. Check out in 15 minutes or less per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
His exit velocities in the minors are really, really good, and in college they're really, really good. So when he hits the ball well, I mean, he's not hitting it soft. You know, there's plenty of 105s, 106s in there when he hits it hard. So there's no reason to think he won't develop power.
Provide third base kind of power at least.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of his power is the other way as well. So I think he'll have plenty of slug.
Okay.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. What do you cringe at that?
A little bit, because I think it's expecting Matt Shaw to be a power hitter. I'm not sure that he is. And he certainly isn't in the caliber of Alex Bregman or Eugenio Suarez. And I hope that their commitment to Matt Shaw doesn't preclude them from going after either free agent that would supplement and bolster their offense in a big way. In an impactful way. I love the idea that they develop a guy they drafted and he improved to be a plus defender, but he did not show enough at the plate to keep me from going after those guys.
Okay.
There's a big difference between rookie Matt Shaw at the plate and getting a guy like Alex Bregman. Come on, Mully. Right? That's why I just...
Yeah, I get it. I understand. Listen, that was tough stuff. He had a difficult first season. You know, everybody said the same thing. He hit at every level. Of course, he was going to be able to hit, and you know, unfortunately, you had that wacky batting stance that nobody could fix, and then he had to go back down and seemed to overcome it. Yeah, I mean,
had some peculiar things going on at the plate.
Right. So, you know, here's hoping that he does get back to the position you hoped he would eventually be
what
at.
you hope from a Cub perspective is they get a bat and a starting pitcher. And Zach Gallen, that would be fine. I thought it was hilarious that Bruce reported he was getting married during the whole hubbub on Saturday when Bob Nightingale and Jeff Passan and the national reports where the Cubs were in agreement and then they weren't. And all the while, Zach Gallen is getting married in the Caribbean, I believe.
Oh, that's nice.
So
the Caribbean's nice.
Whether Zach Gallen, Mackenzie Gore, you just plug in a top-of-the-rotation starter via free agency or trade. That's one priority. I also think that you need a bat. I do respect Owen Casey. Maybe they could get a bat to, if you get Bregman, fine. Owen Casey can still play right field. You need a bat.
Yeah, listen, you know, here's the thing, and I get it. Owen Casey had injuries at the end of the year, etc. But if they felt that he was the answer, he would have been playing earlier. He would have been up earlier, and you would have gotten more out of him. And you didn't. So you can't pretend like when Kyle Tucker got hurt that there was an answer there that you now just want to plug in and move on from. So I think they definitely need a bat in that lineup, and I don't think relying on Shaw to suddenly get significantly better or Casey to be the entity that he wasn't a year ago is the answer to what you're doing. I think you need to go out and get yourself a bat.
If the White Sox get the first overall pick in
Yes.
tonight's draft lottery,
Okay.
what will be your excitement level in the morning?
Oh, I'll be shot out of a cannon because I'm just looking at this 6'2", 202-pound junior from Chandler, Arizona.
He's a rock of a man.
He is. He apparently was the Big Ten Player of the Year in 2025.
So is Matt Shaw.
And he has been. He's won everything you can imagine. And he's significantly better than other players in the draft. Like they say that like he would be number 1 overall. There'd be a couple of slots, and then
He's a consensus number 1 overall pick.
That's correct. How do you say it?
Infielder. How do I say it?
Well, I think that
rock solid.
Okay, but
that's how I say it.
My point is he is projected to be like a really good major league ball player to the point that he is,
and let's face
a featured player.
These days,
Yeah.
you draft a guy in June,
Yeah,
the
you
fast
never know.
track is open.
Right, especially
you don't know when he would be here.
He's coming out of college, so he's 20. What?
He's 20 right now.
20 right now.
He's 20 right
So
now. Probably
a couple
21
years
by the
away.
time he is drafted. But Mully, who knows?
Mhm.
I mean, the path to the majors is accelerated these days.
Yeah, I agree with you.
From the
but-
draft to MLB.
And I think with the White Sox, it'd be more accelerated. I think that you feel good that they got a shortstop already, that he finally got up close to Montgomery, came up and outperformed, I think, what we expected from him, given some of the struggles he had in the minor leagues. But I think that just think about it. The more really good shortstops you get, that is an infield. Like you would take guys that are
Take them
playing
all.
one, but take.
They're all athletes.
It doesn't, yeah, and who can move
Put
to
him
a
in third,
different
put him in
spot.
center, put him in left, put him wherever.
Exactly correct.
Have bat will
And you
travel.
need-
If you're an
you need
athlete, you'll play.
players. Yeah, so we'll see.
Good stuff.
Yeah, it'd be really fun. And I am a rockhead. Thank you, Peoria Matt. It's true. I like
All
it.
kinds of nickname possibilities.
We've got our guy Brad Biggs
Biggs
is
time.
going to join us next. Biggs time on the Mully and Haugh Show, Chicago Sports Radio 6-7 is Score.
The Spiegel and Holmes Show. Afternoons 2 to 6 on The Score.
Man, that's got to leave a mark. It's got to leave a mark on Ben and a mark on Caleb, that moment. I think he was thinking a little bit too much, and I wonder if Ben thinks even he was thinking a little bit too much.
Well, they've got to let go of it quickly because now you're in a dogfight for the last playoff spot in the NFC. That becomes important. That's why I wanted them to win.
The Spiegel and Holmes Show. Afternoons 2 to 6 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
Rasny Jewelers has been Chicago's most trusted family-owned and operated jeweler for 75 years, with 3 generations behind the name. Whether you're marking a milestone or surprising someone you love, jewelry is the type of gift they'll treasure forever. Rasny Jewelers makes holiday gifting easier and absolutely stress-free. If you're not sure what to get everyone on your gift list, check out Refined by Rasny, an exclusive collection of modern diamond jewelry from Christine Rasny Porter, third-generation jeweler. It features innovative on-trend elements like mixed shapes, bezel set, east-west, and chic settings, think stacking rings, layering necklaces and pendants, diamond tennis bracelets and bangles and studs and huggy earrings, all fashion-forward pieces. What I love about Rasny is they offer transparent pricing every single day. There are no games, no inflated holiday sales, just the assurance that you selected the perfect piece of jewelry within your budget. Every collection is thoughtfully handpicked by the Rasny family. And at Rasny, it's never just about making a sale. It's about building a relationship. Their experts take the time to listen, to understand, and to make sure you choose something that truly matters. Rasny Jewelers, 4 Chicago area locations in suburban Edison, Highland Park, Hinsdale, and on Oak Street here in Chicago. It is always available at Rasny.com.
Finding health insurance can be so confusing. People need help. That's why I work for Get Covered Illinois.
We are the state's official health insurance marketplace.
And we're here to help. With thousands of brokers certified by the state and hundreds of trained insurance guides, what we call navigators, available in communities across Illinois.
All free.
At getcoveredillinois.gov, we're here to help.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2025.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-756-6399. 800-756-6399. 800-756-6399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Chicago's Sports Morning Show with Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
Great news, Nick. Legacy boxes are still in stock. With Christmas just around the corner, there's still time to buy the best Christmas gift ever. Legacy Box.
That's right, Adam. Order today and Legacy Box ships immediately. It'll arrive ready to wrap and place under the tree.
Gather the family together this Christmas and collect all your old VHS and camcorder tapes, slides, pictures, and film reels. Then you can binge on the good old days.
From fading over time to risks like fire and water damage, your memories aren't protected unless they're on a digital format. Legacy Box helps you replay those great moments from the past, from Christmas morning to your wedding day.
Legacy Box is the world's largest digitizer of home movies and photos. All the work is done right here in the USA, and over 1 million customers have trusted Legacy Box.
This Christmas is the time to digitize. Visit legacybox.com/value for exclusive holiday savings. That's legacybox.com/value for last-minute shopping. legacybox.com/value.
This is where Chicago comes to talk Bears football. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station. The Score! Scoreboard update.
Score Update Studio brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com, because confidence should never cost a fortune. Per the Four-Letter Network's Jeremy Fowler, 44-year-old Phillip Rivers' workout with the Colts took place yesterday night, and he threw the ball well. We'll see what's next. And then it was Adam Schefter responding, saying the workout has already happened. Talks ongoing. So that's the latest from the NFL quarterback room with the Colts. The Bears, they will have a day off today, and then they'll get ready to take part in Week 15 of the NFL. They'll host the Browns Sunday, a noon kick on Fox. The Bears are a 7-point favorite, the total 40.5. Per our friends over at Circus Sports, we've got Brad Biggs next to talk about the Bears on the Mully and Haugh Show. Week 14 is in the books. We had overtime in L.A., and the Eagles turned it over for a fifth time to end it. Chargers win 22-19 again in overtime. Bulls at the Hornets on Friday night. They've lost 7 in a row. Blackhawks back on home ice on Wednesday against the Rangers. They're 12-11-6. And the White Sox could have the overall number 1 pick in the MLB draft. They've got the best odds, 27.73% to land that pick. We'll officially know at 4:30 this afternoon. Score Update Studio brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com, because confidence should never cost a fortune.
Brad Biggs. Biggs time. Biggs. With Mully and Haugh. Biggs time. The Biggs Report with Brad Biggs. Biggs time. Biggsy. His name is Brad Biggs. Brad Biggs talks football with you.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Want to give everyone a shout out watching on CHSN. We appreciate your viewership and your listening to us, and we want to welcome in the football man of the Chicago Tribune. He is a longtime contributor to the station and a valued friend. It's Brad Biggs joining us on the Arturo Tire Hotline. Arturo, your hometown tire, Arturo.com. Biggsy!
Morning, Brad.
Morning, boys. What's going on?
Well, you're all over it. You're on top of it. It was interesting to hear from Ben Johnson yesterday. We talked a little bit about the number of people who were really kind of convinced that the Bears had poor clock management at the end of that game. I thought he was very transparent and very open. There was great clarity in just describing what his thinking was at the end of the game. When you get the ball back and you ask yourself, are you going to try to score on that particular drive? Do you want to turn the ball back over and then hope to be able to score at the end of the game? And his conclusion was that they were scoring touchdowns fairly handily, and you didn't want them to get the ball back at the end of the game. So the idea would be to score in the final 30 seconds, hold on to the ball. They did, other than not converting that the 3rd and 1. They got about half a yard on that play. And then the 4th and 1, I don't think they did a poor job of time management. I understood what they were doing in real time, and I didn't ever believe they were running out of time. They had 3 timeouts. They burned 1. They still had 2 left if they'd had to go with the conversion. If Caleb had run the ball or something, they still would have had time to get new downs and get the ball into the end zone a couple times.
Yeah, I don't have an issue with their clock management at the end of the game. If that's something that people are choosing to be critical of, they're ignoring the obvious, that there was an execution problem on the 3rd and 1 run and the 4th and 1 play, right? Like, you've got opportunities there that were not executed. They didn't run out of time. They did not run out of timeouts. And as we've seen with the dynamic kickoff rule this season, it's not as difficult for teams to make it exciting in the final 60, 30 seconds of a football game. It was a situation where had the Bears scored a touchdown, either tied the game with an extra point or potentially gone ahead with a 2-point conversion, the Packers can win it with a field goal. The Packers had hit the Bears with a handful of explosive passing plays throughout that game.
Yep.
I think you're just looking for something that's different to complain about if you're focused on the time management, which I thought they did correctly. Again, it don't ignore the obvious. It was an execution problem.
Yeah, the play was open. It worked. It just was not executed properly, Brad. You're exactly right. Ben Johnson also pretty adamant about the fact that as much as sometimes we want to look into what happens after halftime, oh, great adjustment, oh, great this or great that, he didn't make any, according to him. How do you explain the difference in play in the second half if, in fact, according to Ben Johnson, they made no halftime adjustments?
Well, I'm glad you brought that up. I think that's something that is really misidentified. Like, halftime adjustments are that's one of the great misnomers in football. there's 12 minutes, okay?
Right.
And that clock starts when I believe when like the last player's off the field, and then when it's kicked off. Like they do not have time to go in there and think tank football. Okay, guys, we're having trouble with this. Okay, hey, how about this? What do you think? And then relay it with the players. That's just a total aberration. Like, and people ask about it all the time. Well, you know, is he good at halftime adjustments? No, adjustments in football games happen live on the sideline while it's going on. Everybody's got a tablet. Like, this isn't some creation of that happens behind doors in the locker room. I mean, ask Olin. Like, it's got to be like the most misunderstood, or one of the most misunderstood things with football. Yeah, Jonah Jackson told me he thought the Packers had a little more juice to start the game than the Bears did, and he was kind of matter of fact in that. And hey, that's something that can happen to every team, and it's going to happen from time to time. Like, you know what? It's a big game for the other team too. They're fired up. He thought that.
I wonder where they got that motivation.
Yeah, well, I mean, he thought that they responded to it, and they answered it, and certainly they were able to get going with the ground game and really running the ball successfully with the game plan that Ben Johnson said they had all along.
This is a seriously important game because it's the next game. You're getting to the end of the year. It's the chance to win a 10th football game. The Browns come in here. They've now named Shedeur Sanders as their starter for the rest of the year. We know they've had a failed season. We know they've got a guy that looks poised to set a new record for sacks in a season in Myles Garrett. But I think that when you look at the entirety of this, Dave mentioned that this is sort of a trap game type thing. This is a kind of a bad spot. Now, you're also not allowed that in the NFL. You're not allowed to take an opponent not seriously. Everybody, you know, you look at what they did against the Packers. You've got to be careful about every game. But the Bears coming home after two of the biggest road games in a row that they've played and getting Cleveland in here, they should be ready for that game, and they should not be overconfident about it.
Yeah, I think Ben Johnson's done a good job of sort of resetting the locker room after some of the games that have gone the wrong way for the Bears, and I don't think that he'll struggle to get them back on point. Like, you listen to players, they're parroting the messaging that they're getting from the coaches. So I really don't see this as any type of trap for the Bears, even as bad as the Cleveland Browns are. Although, you know, Sanders had himself a whale of a ball game in a loss to the Tennessee Titans, but the Titans are, it's a really bad football team as well.
Brad, I wondered this a lot. I wanted to get your thoughts on it. I wonder how much does Ben Johnson like this wide receiver room? We heard from Olamide Zaccheaus yesterday, and he has been pretty solid. He had a nice touchdown reception. He's been targeted 57 times this year. You look at DJ Moore, he's been targeted 9 more times than Olamide Zaccheaus. And now Rome Odunze is out with a stress fracture. He's been up and down. Luther Burden, you never quite know what you're going to get from a rookie. Do you think this receiving room is meeting Ben Johnson's expectations, or what do you think about that?
Yeah, they've got a lot of guys to try to get the football to. So you look at it and you say, well, why aren't the numbers bigger? And I think they've talked about it in discussing or other topics, like where you can, okay, well, what did they say about this? And it sort of applies here that the passing game hasn't clicked with consistency. I think that's fair to say. And everybody plays a part in it. That's the receivers, that's the quarterback, that can be the protection. was the play call, dynamite in that situation? I think it all kind of plays into it. But when you have Odunze, Moore, Burton, Zacchaeus, you're talking about targets now for 4 guys. In the past, I think Bears teams in the past that we're accustomed to, you're looking at it and you only really care about the numbers of in terms of targets for 2 guys, right? Maybe in a few seasons there'd be a 3rd guy where you would have concern for. I'm talking strictly about wide receivers, not adding the tight end to the equation. Well, there's 4 of them now, and so there's just not as many to go around. But the passing game hasn't been hot for a stretch now. Caleb's been under 60% in 6 consecutive games, and that's only happened 3 other times in the NFL since the start of the 2014 season. So they need to be more consistent and more productive, and when they are, I think you'll see those wide receiver numbers bump up a little bit.
Brad, I'm curious if you heard much about Rome Odunze, the stress fracture. I know you told us he wasn't wearing an air cast, which is good news, but a stress fracture in your foot, at some point that comes down to a pain tolerance issue, if you can play with that. If, last I checked, you kind of need your feet to hold your weight when you plan on running. I'm just curious about anything with him. I know we're always waiting with bated breath for the injury list, but you indicated that maybe Kyler Gordon wasn't going to be around anytime soon. I'm just curious how the injuries, how we should read what they will look like in this game at Soldier Field on Sunday.
Yeah, like I said yesterday morning, I didn't see Odunze in a walking boot or anything. He wasn't on a scooter, so he's just walking around normally. And I would agree with you. I think it's probably a pain tolerance issue when you talk about running, and maybe even more so than that, cutting, getting in and out of breaks and things like that he's got to be able to do. The Gordon thing, that wasn't based on anything someone told me in terms of it's this serious of a groin injury or that. It's just simply like they cannot count on a player who had an original injury, and now you're at is it the 4th setback or the 3rd?
3rd different muscle.
Yeah, well, I said that it's a 3-pack. Like, he's got them all, and they're all connected.
What are they doing during pregame that he can pull a muscle?
Well, I mean, honestly,
he's got to warm up. I mean, he's got to like these guys, very athletic,
quick twitch,
finely tuned,
quick
tightly
twitch
wound.
guys. Yeah, I mean, it's easy for something to go wrong, but that's also why they're so dynamic athletically, why they can change direction and run, and it's just Johnson said, that they're going to take a real close look at this. He said he doesn't know a lot about the players.
He said it sounded like he didn't know who he was.
Right.
Well, how would he? How would he, Dave? He hasn't been out there.
They've been in the same building since January.
He's yet to introduce himself.
Hi, I'm Kyler.
Hi,
I'm your coach.
What Kyler likes to do at Holmes, not as important as how Kyler plays on the field. So that's how he really wants to get to know him, and he hasn't been able to stay on the field. And availability is not one of his abilities this season, and that's been a problem for him. And it's going to be an issue for him when the Packers come in less than 2 weeks, because that Packer with Christian Watson getting healthy, with Jaden Reed coming back after missing 10 or 11 weeks, like that passing offense that took a huge hit when Tucker Kraft was lost for the season is now rounding back into form for the Packers.
No question about that. We should say this segment with Brad Biggs is sponsored by Estwing Professional Tools, made in the USA for over 100 years. Estwing.com. What do you think when you look around the landscape of the NFC North, Brad? What do you feel? I mean, it's just a reality that the Packers have a a tough game in Denver. The Lions go out to the LA Rams, and the Bears are at home to Cleveland. They're in the preferential position in terms of this week. And then they've got, obviously, the home game on Saturday night, the following Saturday, against the Green Bay Packers. It feels like they can really make a statement moving forward over the next 2 weeks, but we don't know if this is going to come down to the last game of the season. We don't know how you're going to do out in San Francisco as a good team and tough to play there. What do you think when you look at can you define the importance of this week in relation to the final quarter of the season?
Well, I think the importance of this week is if the Bears somehow lay an egg, they could be in big trouble.
Yeah,
big trouble, right?
Yeah.
In terms of the division in this weekend, yeah, you've got a preferential situation. The other two teams are on the road. The Bears are at home. The Packers are going out to meet a Denver team that hasn't lost since September 21st, right? The Broncos have been on a heck of a run, although I think in some ways you can draw comparisons to the success that they've had in Denver with some of the stuff that the Bears have done, where you look at it and you're like, you still have questions about it. That a lot of very narrow wins for the Broncos, and they're constructed a little bit differently. I think the best part of this Bears roster is the offensive line. I think the best part of the Broncos is a very nasty defense. But believe it or not, I think the Packers are favored on the road at Denver. The Lions, with a tough draw, having to go to L.A. and play the Rams. And the Rams had the hiccup, right, 2 weeks ago when they lost at Carolina. They were a double-digit favorite, and, they rebounded by going to Arizona and just smashing the Cardinals to bits. So tough draw for a Lions team that played very well in beating Dallas on Thursday night, but suffered another significant injury with Brian Branch, the safety, going out for the remainder of the season. So
that's huge.
You like the situation the Bears are in schedule-wise this week, but you don't play the games on paper. They got to go out and handle business.
Great stuff, Brad.
Way to go, Bigsy.
Have a great day.
Have a great day, guys.
You too.
That is our guy, Brad Biggs.
He's right.
Football man of the Chicago
It looks really
Tribune.
good on paper. How about Phillip Rivers? Apparently, according to ESPN now and Albert Breer from SI, worked out last night. Now the Colts and Phillip Rivers are talking contract.
But he worked out last night, so he's going to need a week to recover. Hey, knock it off.
Reports where his arm was still pretty good. 44 years old.
He has been coaching his son, right?
Yeah.
His son's a quarterback, too.
Which son?
His son in high school senior, no?
I think probably one of his children. I think you'd have to specify.
Oh, he has 7 daughters and 3 sons.
Okay.
It's the eldest of the 3 sons.
Thank you. And he's in shape by coaching and throwing with him.
That's the implication.
Wow.
Yeah.
44 years old, maybe coming back to help the Colts make a late push for the postseason.
How old is Aaron Rodgers?
42.
So
Flacco's 40.
Yeah. So now you've got another 40-year-old plus NFL quarterback.
But he hasn't played in 5 years.
No, well, that's the difference.
That's a big difference.
Yeah,
but on the other hand, his body's pretty fresh.
Yeah, the arm is fresh. But as you said,
now if he gets hurt in warm-ups, I would understand it.
Wow. Yeah.
If Kyler Gordon getting hurt in warm-ups, wonder what's going on here.
Kyler Gordon, you feel bad about what's happened for multiple reasons, not the least of which the multiple injuries he suffered throughout the course of this year. But I think he played 14 games minimum every other season. He's never played more than 14, but he hasn't missed a lot of games.
He hasn't played enough under Ben Johnson for Ben Johnson to really know him.
Yeah,
Think about that.
Yeah, okay. All right, it says a lot. We got our guy Jared Payton next. It's Mully and Haugh at Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Hey, you ever think about listening to the Score's Mully and Haugh on your smart speaker at home?
It's super easy. Just ask your smart speaker to play 670 The Score and listen to us and all your favorite Score shows live.
The Score's Mully and Haugh show, mornings 5:30 to 10 a.m. Listen on your smart speaker and enjoy the show.
It's David Haugh for Trajan Wealth. It's the fourth quarter and the game's on the line. That's how retirement can feel when you're getting close and you cannot afford to make mistakes, not this late in the game. Trajan Wealth knows the pressure. They know the playbook. Trajan Wealth, TRAJAN Wealth.com. Their fiduciary advisors have decades of experience helping families protect and grow their wealth. Whether you're 25 years from retirement or 2, Trajan Wealth designs personalized strategies so you don't run out of money before the clock runs out on you. Here's the best part. Consultations are complimentary. Offices are right here in the Chicagoland area, or you can meet with them virtually. Call 630-320-2100. That's 630-320-2100. Or head on over to TrajanWealth.com, TRAJAN Wealth.com. That's TRAJAN Wealth.com. One more time, TRAJAN Wealth.com. It's your game and your future. Trajan Wealth helps you control the clock and win. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
At Patrick, we believe in the joy of giving and a promise. Enjoy 0% APR financing for up to 60 months on select 2025 models.
Taking care of you every day. That's the Patrick Promise.
This segment of the show brought to you by NutsOnClark.com. Nuts on Clark, Chicagoland's original popcorn, serving Chicago for over 45 years. Order holiday gifts for your friends, families, events, and corporations from NutsOnClark.com. A 3-generation woman-owned, family-run Chicago business.
Save big on everything, now at Menards. When updating your home with a fresh coat of paint, be sure to use Frog Tape Advanced. It's a premium multi-surface tape with a thin, strong paper backing, allowing you to tape around contours without tearing. Get a 45-yard roll on sale for $8.99. Good through December 14th. View our entire selection of paint and accessories today on Menards.com. Plus our weekly flyer for more great deals happening now.
Warm season's greetings to you all from Menards.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on, like a close friend who never lies. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. This holiday season through December 21st, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Today's birthday shout-out goes to Al Bubba Baker. The 69-year-old former All-Pro defensive end says he's cheering for Cleveland's Myles Garrett to break his unofficial single-season record of 23 sacks set back in 1978 before sacks became an official NFL stat. Baker also said you'd think the Browns are 15-2 with how many sacks he has. Too bad he can't play quarterback. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Guys, you've heard of TRT, but you have no idea what testosterone can do for you. Once you start treatment, you'll wish you had done it sooner. All the guys I know go to Synergen X at Low T Center for TRT. The TRT test is free, not hundreds of dollars. The testosterone is pure, not compounded. Guys feel full of energy, not like they're still waiting for it to kick in. Get in now for your free TRT test. No appointment necessary before 10 a.m. or book ahead at fixmylowt.com. That's fixmylowt.com.
You're listening to Mully and Haugh. Back in 60 seconds on The Score.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com, because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, E-T-H-O-S, ethos.com/play.
Jarrett Payton, the son of sweetness.
One man, one career, one team for 200.
Walter Payton, 13 seasons for these. Deanna.
Who are the Chicago Bears?
The Bears, yes.
Sports anchor for WGN, former running back great.
Payton again, already 2 touchdowns. There it is. There's the touchdown. The Jarrett Payton Show today.
Jarrett Payton with Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score. Always fun to talk to Jarrett Payton. And Jarrett, watching you give away the Walter Payton Man of the Year award to DJ Moore.
Cool
that
moment.
Was super cool.
Yeah.
Great stuff. And Jarrett joins us now on the Atturo Tire Hotline. Atturo, your hometown tire, Atturo.com. Did he tell you why the Bears were trying to get him killed instead of getting him the ball?
Mully and Haugh, good morning, guys. No, he did not, but what a cool moment to be there alongside his family and to let him know that he's the nominee for the Bears for the Walter Payton Man of the Year award. I feel like studies are going to be done. I just told Dustin, I think at the end of this season, of how he wasn't more incorporated into this offense. I mean, it's just, I don't know, mind-boggling a little bit just going into Sunday's game, and with Rome being out, I just thought that it would
totally agree.
He would have such a bigger role. And I understand that it's hard to be able to spread the football around with all the guys, and the way that this offense is, it kind of dictates on just kind of who's hot and trying to distribute the ball all over the place. But I mean, 3 to 4 catches for him in that game.
He had 1 catch from -4 yards.
Let's hope that next
possible?
year he's not another team's nominee.
Oh boy.
I mean, the other team's nominee. That dude was throwing off his back foot and explosive plays, and after the interception, I was thinking, holy cow, maybe this is what we were talking about, David, last week, where you don't know which Jordan Love you're going to get, and maybe this is the beginning where he's throws the interception and day goes like awry. Well, didn't happen. I mean, the back end of that defense was having trouble. The miscommunication on the back end was not there, and they exploited that. But to see the Bears have the issues that they had in the first half, and to come out in the second half and especially figure out the ground game and run the football. And as much as I kind of dissect of what Ben Johnson is doing and that play with DJ, like all that stuff, I give him a lot of credit for sticking with the run, even though it wasn't working like he was hoping it would in the first half, that he was sticking with it, and they found a way as that Packers defense got a little tired in the second half. They pounded the rock and did exactly what we've seen them do, what we saw them do the week before against Philly.
Because of the way they ran the ball, how much did you expect them to continue that on 4th and 1? They didn't. I liked the play call. I thought it was, yes, the one that worked against Philadelphia. Maybe it was a tad predictable, but he was open. But, Jared, I think there's a point of view that could be defended. Just run the ball. You just need a yard.
You know how I feel, Dave. I mean, I was thinking about it. 4th and 1, what do? You hand it off to one of your running backs if that's the case. Listen, you went out and you invested in your offensive line, especially on the interior, and it's those moments where you put it on their shoulders and on their back, saying we got to get a yard. Like we got to hit a yard to keep this thing going. Let's figure it out. Let's tee up on them. We've been doing it all game. Like some type of little speech to talk to your offensive line, saying, "Listen, I believe in you." And it just, I don't know. I go back to just thinking about the time when Ben was in Detroit with Dan Campbell and how much he gambled and how much he put on. When he believed in his guys. When we'd be watching and be like, "What are they doing? It's just punt the ball." But he's like, "No, I'm going to put it on my guys." And the confidence that exudes and produces inside of a locker room, inside of a huddle, when you create a play, you make a play like that. I thought, like, yo, it's big boy football. Like, this is what it's all about. Like, go get a yard. And extend this thing. You got timeouts in your pocket as well. David, I agree with you. When you look at the play and we keep dissecting the play over and over again, because it's everywhere. It's on TV. We aired it last night on GN Sports and WGN, and then on social you see it. I mean, if Keyshawn Nixon goes with DJ and goes with him, like running with him, man, Cole Kmet is wide open. You know what I mean? I mean, he's catching the ball by himself in the back of the end zone, and next thing you know, he's probably putting his hands up, dropping the ball, turning to the crowd, and then hitting a home run like he normally does. So it's that is we can dissect the game and break down that play and what should have happened, what could have happened. The Packers were all out of sorts. I mean, 3 guys around DeAndre Swift, and Nixon just peeled off a little bit and got back in coverage and ended up making the game-ending play for the Packers to leave out of there with a win. So I've watched the DJ part so many times, seeing if you can get him the ball. The way we see it from the tape and the copy that we're seeing it from the angle, he looks wide open. On the field, when dudes are running at you and that other angle, that's hard to see. I'm not on the field. Caleb's on the field, and it's very tough. Even though I think that when you're rolling to your left, and we've seen him do that before, throwing rolling to the left side, that was a tough pass. And maybe when he let it go, he was probably like wanting that ball to come back. But once it's released, it's not. But when you look at the real estate that's on the other side, where by the pylon, I mean, that maybe that's where the ball should go on that play if you see it. But I think Nixon dropping back in there, kind of sometimes you get lost in the shuffle and can't see certain things. And lo and behold, that's what happened with that interception.
Yeah, a couple of people have texted in saying they were surprised Kmet didn't move toward the ball. I don't think that was the problem. I think he literally thought he was going to be wide open. Exactly.
And he really did. He was thought this was going to be cupcake, and they designed it, and we got you. It was going to be a I got you moment. We did this last week, and here we go again. I think that's why, because he kind of slowed down a little bit. It wasn't running towards the pylon, because that's not where the ball was supposed to be going.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was listen, we talked about it ad nauseum, but the idea that they proved they belonged in the game. I know that's a very, distant type of, yes, but they had gone into Philly and beat a really good team, and, who knows what happened to Philly after that. But they go into Green Bay, not an easy place to play. They look like they're run out of the game. That the awful touchdown at the end of the first half, you just didn't know what to expect or how bad it could get. They came out, they stopped them in the second half. They got a 3 and out, and then they got the ball, and next thing you know, they're dominating possession. They're running. They're doing all the things that you dream about, and they tied that game at one point. You felt like they deserved to be in that ball game, and oftentimes they've been chasing that team, and it's just been frustrating to watch.
Yeah, I mean, it was frustrating in that first half because you had so many high expectations going into the game, and just coming in on a win streak and what you did in Philly, and so you didn't want to get blown out, right? And there's no moral victories, but it does show that when it comes to this division, like we're here. Like it's not a time anymore where you could just push off the Bears and be like, we got this win this week. No, you better buckle up your chin straps and get ready to go. Like, I think the hardest part as fans in watching this thing is like, what are the struggles? And I think Ben talked about it yesterday of just getting Caleb going early on in games. Like he seemed so juiced up on some of those throws early on in the game where they were skying just a little bit. Like how do you get him to kind of get more in a rhythm early on in the game? And Pat Tomasulo asked me that yesterday morning on the morning show, and I had no words because I don't get it. I don't understand. I don't understand where these struggles are offensively for them. But for Ben, this is his job. This is what he is the guru. He has to figure this thing out. And I just wonder, does it frustrate him? Is he frustrated at the moment of staying up even more hours of the night trying to figure out how to, get his offense going early on, because it's a different ball game if you can establish the run. And that's why I think I give a lot of credit to him, because I've seen offensive coordinators, offensive-minded guys, once you're down 2 scores, you want to start throwing your way out of it. And he was like, we're gonna.
He's patient with the run. Exactly.
Yeah,
these offensive guys usually abandon it immediately to throw more.
Yeah, I've seen it. I've been a part of it where I'm like, bro, what are we? I'm in the game plan still. Like, hand the rock off. This is what the game is. This is what the game is built on. And to see that he doesn't get, because that was my biggest issue. And I hate going back to old coaches, but to Matt Nagy was like, once that happened, there was no way he was going back to it. And so the consistency and the willingness to stick with it, because it's your bread and butter, and you have trust in your offensive line and your running backs. Gives me a lot of confidence moving forward. And for Caleb, Caleb's still a work in progress, man. I think the only thing is man, you see the flashes. Like I feel like we talk about that all the time. I hear you guys talk about it. There are flashes where certain throws, the throw to Zacchaeus, the one to Cole on the sidelines, like, you talk about highlight reels that we're going to be watching over time, like that. Some of those throws are just nasty. I just want to see more of the consistency. If he can find a way to be more consistent, man, he's got the opportunity to be special. It's going to be on him and Ben to kind of figure this thing out with everything from his feet to some of his mechanics. And if they can figure that out, and he's got an opportunity long term to be special.
Agree with that, Jarrett. Great stuff this morning. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks, Jarrett.
Hey, and I might not talk to you guys next Tuesday because the Colts just called me and they dusted off my highlight film from high school. I want to get a workout in.
Just don't get hurt in warm-ups.
You're the best. That's hysterical. This segment with Jarrett Payton is sponsored by the all-new Toyota on Edens in Northbrook. Visit Toyota on Edens.com.
I made light of getting hurt in warm-ups because Kyler Gordon did and hurt the Bears. And Phillip Rivers, I said he could get hurt in warm-ups. You know what the ironic thing is, as Chris Emma pointed out to me in a text? Anthony Richardson is injured for the Colts.
Because of a warm-up
After
issue.
Getting injured in warm-ups.
He snapped a Band-Aid.
What's going on in these pregame warm-ups?
Into his orbital bone?
Yes. Out for the season.
Wow.
Scary stuff.
That sounds like a made-up injury. It's like, you know, what I mean, I think a lot of people suspect he may have mouthed off to me.
You would take care of him.
And I'd give him the old rubber band, man. Why I oughta. I'll give you the old John Sullivan.
You were talking about boxing yesterday, your prolific boxing career.
I didn't talk about my prolific boxing. Listen, I've been beat up by the best of them, buddy, okay? You don't intimidate me
that way.
thinking you're going to kick my rear end.
You want to take a shot at the champ.
That's happened already.
I'm ready.
I never said that.
I think you said that.
No, I think you heard that. Because you've been eyeballing me sideways. Bring it on. You wouldn't be the first. All right.
We're going to
312.
Put the gloves on during the break.
I'll injure myself.
We're going to hear from Ben Johnson what he said about Kyler Gordon. We've been talking about it.
Yeah, we should hear that.
We need to hear it.
I agree. Mully and Haugh on the score.
Remy Martin, VSOP, wants to get you into 670 The Score's exclusive Football After Dark event at Moretti's in Edison Park on December 16th with Noah Sewell.
Come on out to Garfield's Beverage Warehouse at 4601 North Harlem in Norridge from 5:30 to 7 p.m. on Thursday to join me, Layla Rahimi, and register for your chance to win a pair of passes to Football After Dark with Noah Sewell at Moretti's in Edison Park on December 16th. All brought to you by Remy Martin, VSOP. This is my city.
This segment of the show brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com, because confidence, it should never cost a fortune.
The cost of healthcare coverage is rising this year. That's why we're here to help.
At getcoveredillinois.gov, you can get financial help with the cost of your premium.
Most of our customers get that help at getcoveredillinois.gov.
Hey, Chicago, Wild Fork is helping you fight inflationary food prices. This is the place to go. Affordable. Enjoy organic 85% ground beef for $5.60 a pound when you buy two. New York pork chops for $2.98 a pound. Brazilian beef ribeye steaks for $8.98 a pound. Salmon fillets, $5.99 a pound. My favorite, Argentina red shrimp at $5.99 a pound. Visit a location today or get it delivered. And for new customers, they're offering free 3 months, absolutely free delivery. Shop Wild Fork. Shop smart, spend less.
Bank of America is a nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Chicago. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CODE to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Okay, only 10 more presents to wrap. You're almost at the finish line. But first... There, the last one. Enjoy a Coca-Cola for a pause that refreshes.
There comes a time in many men's lives in which the thought of having another child is not an option. Do you want to maintain the romance without the risk? There's a permanent solution that can help you achieve just that. consider a vasectomy.
Ooh, I don't know about that. I heard it could be painful.
Yeah, not only that, I heard it was expensive.
These statements may be true for many men, but not the men who choose Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. First of all, our procedures are covered by most insurance plans and flex spending accounts. The best part is, with our experienced surgeons, the procedure only takes 30 minutes in the office. No needle, no scalpel, and no trip to the hospital. If you're certain your family is complete, do yourself a favor and call Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago today. Or visit us online at www.vasectomychicago.com and read the testimonials. Conveniently located in Tinley Park, Naperville, Arlington Heights, and downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower. Now with free valet parking. Call us today at 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4VAS.
Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
If you've been diagnosed with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis, this is what it sounds like to be 1,000,000 miles away. Imagine being 1,000,000 miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy. With Tremfya, clearer skin is possible. In clinical trials, at least 70% of patients saw at least 90% clearer skin at 16 weeks. Results may vary. Tremfya is also indicated for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Call 1-800-526-7736 or visit tremfya.com.
Where does your patience level rest when you have a player that's in and out as frequently as he's been since you got here?
Well, it's disappointing. You know, I wish I had a better feel for the individual, but with him being out as much as he has, I haven't really get to see him on the field and competing and get to know him like I'd like to at this point yet. And so I do know that the biggest predictor of a soft tissue injury is having a previous one, and he's kind of in this rut right now that we're not able to get out of. And so we're going to exhaust all of our resources in and outside of the building to make sure that we're addressing it and doing what we can to get him back and healthy again.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. That is the voice of Ben Johnson, and he is asked specifically there about Kyler Gordon. And if I heard his answer succinctly, I believe the answer was who?
I think it was who? Who? Oh, him? The dancer?
That's so mean.
The ballet guy?
He's the martial artist.
He's the guy that signed a 3-year extension last offseason.
Everybody was kung fu fighting.
He was guaranteed $31 million.
That man was fast as lightning.
This is just the reality of the NFL.
In fact, it was a little bit
when you're injured, you're invisible.
Moved with expert time.
And even when you are
stop.
That's okay. I'm enjoying it. I feel bad for Kyler Gordon. I think he's a great organizational guy. I think he's a buy-in guy. I think he's a chess piece for Dennis Allen, who he name-checked on day one.
Day one. That's the guy he was.
But I also think this, Mully. I mean, what's going on that has forced him or caused him to have one soft tissue injury after another?
Well, I mean, honestly,
he's played in 117 snaps this year.
Yeah, the problem is he's always been this quick twitch athlete that has had a hard time with these soft tissue injuries. This is not breaking news. And as you mentioned, he did dance ballet and he did perform martial arts, and he's a really good player when he's healthy. But he hasn't even played. I think the most he's ever played in a season is 14 games. But
he played 15. He's had some durability.
Until this year, he has not missed that many games.
True.
Or that many snaps, as you talk about.
He played 15 games last year.
Yes.
13 and 14. He was drafted, as you know, with Jaquan Brisker. He came into the league. They came into the league together.
Yeah.
And this year, if you had told me at the beginning of the season of those two, which one was going to miss double-digit games and which one was going to be durable,
you would have thought.
I would have thought Brisker was going to be the guy missing the games.
Because he was out for a long time last year with concussion. He's had 3 different stints with concussion, and you feel like one hit could impact his career
no doubt about
much
it.
more. But he's been able to play, and it is super frustrating to see a guy like Kyler Gordon when the defensive coordinator name checks him as a guy he's looking forward to coach. He's got ideas.
But that was a long
head.
time ago, so that's why I don't subscribe to the theory that Kyler Gordon going out during pregames really affected or changed the outcome.
Well, it cost them a special teams player.
That's as much as anything.
So they needed a roster
Clay
spot.
Harbor had a really interesting stat on Big Pro Football Show last night on CHSN. Jordan Love was 7 out of 7 to slot receivers.
Right.
That's a problem. But that's on C.J. Gardner-Johnson, who would have been there either way, right?
Well,
he's your nickel back.
C.J. Gardner-Johnson had an interception in that game. Other than that, he struggled quite a bit in that game.
Mightily.
He didn't have a great game at all.
Did not.
But again, when you're against a quarterback that is as hot as Jordan Love was, and that Ben Johnson kind of described that pretty well yesterday.
That's why they didn't want to give him the ball back.
Exactly why.
Because they couldn't stop him.
He had 8 possessions and he scored 4 touchdowns.
Maybe Kyler Gordon makes a difference there, maybe not. They had been spending most of the season without him and excelling with takeaways, and they didn't have him against the Packers in the biggest game of the year. I don't know that had they had him, they would have won that game. But nonetheless, I don't think – what's your confidence level in him coming back?
Very low.
Very low.
I mean, I don't believe that's going to happen. He pulled a groin muscle on Sunday. Mm-hmm. So I would say that's, is there a chance he could be back for the finale against – I don't know. Against the Lions here, I don't know. But I don't see him being able to play this week or even next week.
Very tough to count on somebody who's been this unreliable this year.
Yep.
Seems like a lost season for Kyler Gordon.
It feels like a lost season. But, again, you know how I am. Cannot wait to see that injury list.
I don't know what you're more excited about.
On Wednesday.
The White Sox finding out if they have the number 1 overall pick or the injury report.
See, now you're trying to curse the Sox into not getting the first overall pick.
It has no effect on that.
Oh, it does.
No, it doesn't.
It does. It's directly, it's almost as if you are raising up your voice to the Pope. Don't pray for the first overall pick, Your Holiness.
If they get the number 1 overall pick, I know who a lot of people will be crediting.
Well, I mean, it would indicate their luck has changed, and he's their lucky fan. All right, we're going to be right back. We're going to talk to Mike Florio. We can get into the Shedeur Sanders story and some of the other elements going on around this game that the Bears will be playing on Sunday. Mike Florio joins us next. It's Mully and Haugh on The Score.
Everybody was kung fu fighting. Those kids were fast as lightning.
Chicago versus Green Bay at Soldier Field on December 20th is going to be the biggest game in the football universe.
Looking, throwing, it is intercepted, and the Packers will win.
Green Bay, Chicago, I think that's awesome to have this rivalry alive and well right now.
And on Friday the 19th, the Score is crossing the Wisconsin border to host the return of the Brat Bowl.
We'll be back at the world-famous Brat Stop in Kenosha, where the Score will clash with radio hosts from The Fan in Milwaukee.
And you're invited to join us. First, from 10 to 2, it's Rahimi, Harris, and Grody. Then, from 2 to 6, it'll be the Spiegel and Holmes show.
Save the date and join us Friday, December 19th. The trash talk will be flowing at the Brat Stop in Kenosha for the Brat Bowl.
Brought to you by Kenosha Subaru. For all you do, Kenosha Subaru.
Pain has a way of stealing the moments that matter most, especially during the holidays. It's not just your knees, your back, your shoulders. It's time with family and friends. But 2026 could end all that. They could change when your body remembers how to heal. It just needs a little help finding the way back. And Dr. Ashley Caravelli and her team at QC Kinetics here in Chicago believe relief doesn't have to come from surgery or pain pills. They use your body's own natural healing abilities to repair and restore what's been lost, helping you move and live and feel like yourself again. It's your body's comeback story, powered by the very cells that built you in the first place. No surgery, no pain pills, no long recovery. It's time to take that first step, literally, to walk and hike and dance and enjoy the holidays without pain. Life without pain. You can live that way without any kind of hesitation. With QC Kinetics, healing is within reach. It's easy with weekend appointments. Schedule your free consultation, and now's a great time to use your HSA and FSA for treatments. Call 312-847-4347. That's 312-847-4347. QC Kinetics, 312-847-4347.
Helzberg gifts checked off the list. Now, time for wrapping. Earrings for Mom. A gold bracelet to match the rings Danielle wears every day. And for Dad, a new watch, because we all know he needs one. All right, this is going to be a good one.
Our favorite things for your favorite people. Shop in store at Helzberg.com for up to 50% off.
Introducing Remy Martin's This Is My City VSOP limited edition collection, paying homage to the iconic sounds, style, and teams of our very own Chicago. The collection celebrates the city's influence on culture and features Remy Martin's renowned VSOP liquid. This limited edition bottle is available now, and you can learn more at RemyMartin.com. Remy Martin VSOP Cognac, 40% alcohol by volume, imported by Remy Cointreau, USA, New York, New York. Please drink responsibly.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2025.
For all the planned.
Okay, it's on my calendar. See you then.
And the unplanned. For your healthiest days.
Woo! Nice catch!
And the days when you need us most.
Oh, let's get you back in bed.
It's time to enroll in or switch healthcare coverage. And Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois is here to support you throughout all of life's ups and downs, with member benefits like preventive care, plus access to leading doctors, hospitals, and specialists, all within a reliable network that gives you confidence for every part of your wellness journey. So no matter where life takes you, go with a trusted plan that'll help take care of what matters. Open enrollment ends soon. Visit needcoverageil.com or call 800-605-7000 to sign up for health coverage today.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-756-6399. 800-756-6399. 800-756-6399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Winterland at Gallagher Way is back this holiday season with festive fun for all ages. From November 23rd through December 31st, experience the Chris Kindle Mark at Wrigleyville. Ice skating, train rides, visit with Santa, and more. Admission to Winterland is free. Visit GallagherWay.com for more info.
Chicago's Sports Morning Show with Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
This is the story of the one.
As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Are you like everybody else in the world who has no idea what to get everyone for the holidays? Well, you're in luck. We got you. Hands-free Skechers slip-ins. Because with hands-free Skechers slip-ins, you just step into them and they're on. There's no bending down, no touching, no fuss. Plus, Skechers slip-ins come in everyone's favorite styles and colors. And you can get slip-ins everywhere stylish footwear is sold, including a Skechers store. Or if you're too busy to shop in person, just get them online at Skechers.com, Amazon, and more.
This is where Chicago comes to talk Bears football. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station. The Score! Scoreboard update.
Score Update Studio brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com, because confidence should never cost a fortune. Day off for your Bears. They are still the 7th seed in the NFC overall. They've got a chance to improve. Next Sunday, they're hosting the Browns. A noon kick on Fox. Bears open -7, total 40.5. Week 14 of the NFL is in the books, and we got extra football overtime in L.A. The Eagles turning the ball over for a 5th time. 4 interceptions from Jalen Hurts seals the deal. Chargers win 22-19. With Week 15 kicks off right here on The Score. On Thursday, it's the Falcons at the Bucks. Our coverage beginning at 6:30. Wednesday at the United Center, the 12-11-6 Blackhawks host the Rangers. And then on Friday, it's your 9-14 Bulls on the road against the Hornets. Don't forget the winter meetings underway in Orlando, and your White Sox could land the overall number 1 pick in the MLB draft. We'll know for sure at 4:30. They've got the odds on to get that pick, 27.73%. The Hour is sponsored by AlmostFreeTeeth.com, affordable implants, life-changing smiles. And our segment with Mike Florio, brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Save on those dental implants. Do that today.
Mike Florio, ProFootballTalk.com, NBC Sports, Twitter.com/ProFootballTalk.
Day by day, we get better and better. So we can't beat me. Won't beat me.
NFL insider Mike Florio with Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always a delight to get an opportunity to talk to our guy, Mike Florio. We always enjoy it, and he joins us now on the Atturo Tire Hotline. Atturo, your hometown tire, Atturo.com. Michael, good morning. How are you, sir?
Good. You know, I figured out that the thumbs up, it brings up the fireworks. I don't know why that's the algorithm, but it is. Good morning.
Good morning. Good to know.
I'm curious, Mike, as you look around the NFL, what does it say to you? What does it mean that Shedeur Sanders will now start the rest of the season for the Cleveland Browns? Does this mean that they're shifting moving forward to him as their full-time starter beyond this year? Does it mean he's just getting a look and he's done well enough throwing for 300 yards last week in a loss that he'll remain in the gig? Is it an apology for not using him on the 2-point conversions? What do you make of it?
Well, the Browns have been obsessed with analytics for the past 10 years, and it's as simple as this. These next 4 games are data points preceding the decisions that need to be made in the offseason. Starting with, what do we do with our 2 first-round draft picks, ours and Jacksonville's? What do we do? There's been a belief that at least one of those 2 first-round picks will be used on a quarterback. Well, if you have a guy that maybe could compete to be the starter next year in Shedeur Sanders, maybe you can hold one of those first-round picks and use them on a different player. Find a new Myles Garrett who doesn't have many great years left in his prime, although can't imagine a much better prime year than what we're seeing from Myles Garrett, especially on a team that's rarely ahead in the fourth quarter, allowing a guy to go after the quarterback on a regular basis. So I think this is about, we've seen enough of Dylan Gabriel. Let's see what we can see of Shedeur Sanders and watch the week in and week out progress and make an informed decision as to whether or not he should be given a chance to compete for the starting job next year. They still have Deshaun Watson, who will be on the team next year. I know that was one of the Sunday Splash reports that he's going to be on the team. Look, he was always going to be on the team next year because, number one, he's got $46 million fully guaranteed, and number two, they've structured the cap charges that if they would cut him, it would be an astronomical number they'd have to take. So Watson, Shedeur, and then whoever else they add, Dylan Gabriel, I assume will still be there. But there could be a way to decide that they don't need to use a first-round pick on a quarterback. I think that's what part of this is. And they've had this strange ambivalence to Shedeur Sanders. I don't know why. Maybe they're just finally realizing, you know what? We got a guy who's playing and who's moving the ball. And they don't need much of an offense in Cleveland. I mean, the 29 points any other week would have been enough to win the game. What's amazing is the defense let them down. This is enough. And let's see what he can do. And then we make good decisions going into 2026.
What does it say about the state of quarterback depth in the NFL that the Colts have to turn to a 44-year-old who hasn't played in 5 years as a potential solution to get them some help down the stretch?
Well, there aren't enough good quarterbacks to go around. There aren't enough bad quarterbacks to go around. And anytime expansion is introduced into the conversation, we need to remember this, that a guy who hasn't played in nearly 5 years is getting a workout with the Colts, and reportedly the ball is in his court if he wants to join the practice squad and potentially end up playing in lieu of Brett Rippon. So there just aren't many options out there. And look, I think the Colts have blame here because when Daniel Jones is the starter, you know he's had injuries in the past. You have to have a good backup. When Anthony Richardson has a freak accident in the locker room where he fractures an orbital bone because an exercise band snapped, you can't make that up. But that happened week 6. They had 22 days to make a trade before the window closed. It's on them for saying, we're good with Daniel Jones being backed up by former Notre Dame quarterback and 6th-round draft pick Riley Leonard as we have this playoff run in our sights. So they could have tried to make a trade. They didn't. And now, you know, there are other names being bandied about, guys currently on rosters like a Russell Wilson. If he would ask for a release, would that be a possibility? Derek Carr's name has been bandied about. Both of those guys would have to be released. Saints have Carr on the reserve retired list. You release a guy at this stage of the season, he's got to pass through waivers. There's no guarantee you're going to get that guy. So they know Rivers. Rivers has been there. They're comfortable with him. But man, I mean, it's almost 5 years since he last played. It's a fascinating exercise to see what a guy literally off the couch will do after an extended stretch of not playing or practicing NFL football.
So, Mike, we just saw the Bears lose at Green Bay. It was a pretty decent game, good football game, came down to the end. They had a look at it at the end, and you know, who knows? They score the tying touchdown. Maybe they go for 2. That would have been a fun conversation to have following the game. I'm just wondering, when you now see the Packers heading to Denver, which could be a Super Bowl, a potential Super Bowl matchup, when you see Detroit heading to the Rams, which could be an NFC title game matchup, and you got the Bears playing Cleveland. Who do you think has the upper hand in the division? Where will this thing break down over the final 4 games of the year, in your opinion?
Well, who knows, and that's what makes it fun. But look, even though the Bears lost, I think they went a long way toward proving to themselves and everyone else that they can compete with the best teams. The knock had been all of those wins, most of those wins were against less than teams. You get into a game against one of the better teams, you're not going to come back late and win the game, and we saw that play out on Sunday. By the way, a former head coach who is a big Ben Johnson fan texted me out of the blue Sunday night about the play call that resulted in the game-deciding interception, and it is a great point. rolling left to make that throw. There aren't many guys that can make that throw. And it speaks to the faith Ben Johnson has in Caleb Williams that he let him try, but he ultimately wasn't able to make that throw.
But he made it a week earlier against the Eagles in the play of the game against Cole Kmet.
Right,
same play, same motion.
I know, but the game. I mean, you got the game right. This is it. Got to have it this moment. It's a tough throw to make, and he proved he can make it. But it's a tough spot to put the guy in. And look, they came out of it, I think, or they should have come out of it with confidence that they can go forward and reclaim the division. It's just amazing how bunched up everything is. You go from the 1 seed to the 7 seed in one afternoon, but that's the way this season has gone. I think the Bears will be fine. I don't know that they win the division, but they're going to have a chance to go toe-to-toe with someone when the postseason rolls around. I mean, even though they're currently the 7th seed, I would be very surprised if they don't make it. But look, there's four more games. It's a big chunk of the season still to play, and these outcomes are going to resonate into January, and there will be good teams out there, teams that could be good enough to run the table, that are going to get left out of the playoff conversation.
And no doubt about it, Mike. I think when you look at the Lions down the stretch, they're going to be hurt badly. The loss of Brian Branch is huge, and you wonder how they're going to be able to play defensively. They seem to always have bad injuries at the wrong time to their defense, and this one is going to hurt. They play the Bears, as everybody knows, last game of the season. That could be winner goes in, loser goes home.
Absolutely. And look, the performance last Thursday night from the Lions offense was very encouraging. Dan Campbell had been not great as the play caller. And it's a very simple approach, I think, if you are calling the plays for the Detroit offense. It's get the ball to Jahmyr Gibbs as often as you can. You're going to be okay far more often than not if you trust this guy, because if you don't tackle him early, he's gone. He's got a skill set that most NFL players can't match. And it's amazing because he's not real big and he's not real thick, but he's a blur when he gets past that first wall of defenders. So I think that part's encouraging for the Lions. But, you know, I always think about what Dan Campbell said after they blew the 17-point lead in the second half of the NFC Championship 2 years ago in San Francisco. He was very candid, very raw, very blunt. He told the reporters, I just told the guys this may be our only shot. And you know what? In hindsight, it may have been their only shot. The team's already dramatically different than it was 2 years ago. If they don't get there this year, who knows what kind of changes they're going to make going into next year. And that may have been that opportunity, that 3-score lead. And remember, they passed on the field goal and went for it on 4th and short.
Oh, yeah.
And that started the snowball that allowed the 49ers to beat them. That may have been, in hindsight, when it's all said and done, their only shot to do something they've never done, which is get to the Super Bowl.
Who do you believe is the best team in the league right now, Mike? Who's top of your ratings?
Well, at the top of my ratings is the New England Patriots, but that doesn't mean that I would pick them against the Rams if they were playing on a neutral site. The power rankings are not predictors. They're not standings. They're a snapshot of where things stand right now. And I weave in just kind of the old school AP, UPI, college football poll. You know, you got to lose to fall. And even if there's a team below you that is better, if your record is better, then you still have, it's just part of the fun because they decided on the field. The power rankings don't mean anything because it gets to, unlike college football, which is hopelessly broken in many ways, it gets decided on the field. The team that I'm most intrigued by right now, and the team that is quietly feeling like a team of destiny, and this may surprise you, it's the Seattle Seahawks. Look at what they did to the Falcons. I mean, right. the teams that are most equipped to make a run in the postseason, watch what those teams do late. And, hey, the Patriots last week against the Giants mashed the gas pedal. The Seahawks against the Falcons on Sunday mashed the gas pedal. And there's a huge game coming up next Thursday night in Seattle, Rams-Seahawks. That may determine the 1 seed. That's probably going to determine the NFC West Championship. And the Seahawks, to me, are feeling like a team that could maybe lock down the 1 seed. You got 2 games at home, and you make the quick trip down to Santa Clara for Super Bowl 60.
Mike, for some reason, I'm endlessly fascinated by the Steeler franchise. I respect their consistency, the fact they've only had 3 coaches. Now they have Aaron Rodgers, who had a really strong game on Sunday. He looks like he's playing at a higher level. They're back in first place. Mike Tomlin, all the speculation around his future. And yet, the other day, this has nothing to do with anything. I couldn't believe it when Terry Bradshaw said he had never met Mike Tomlin. That's yet another thing about the Steeler franchise. I'm like, really? How could one of the best players in team history never met one of the best coaches they've ever had?
Well, I think Terry Bradshaw has chosen to be largely estranged from the Steelers ever since he retired. He had a very strained relationship with Chuck Noll during his time there. He's been very open about that. And I think a lot of years passed before he had anything to do with the Steelers. So that part of it doesn't really surprise me. And when you're in the Fox studio every weekend during football season and your primary games are NFC games, it's not like they're going to be present at the AFC Championship game in Pittsburgh, right? So you're rarely going to see the Steelers. And unless the Steelers are in a Super Bowl that's a Fox Super Bowl and Terry Bradshaw's handing out the trophy to Mike Tomlin, I can understand why the paths wouldn't cross, because I don't feel like it's a warm and fuzzy relationship between Bradshaw and the Steelers all these years later.
You mentioned the broken college football system. What was your take on the whole Notre Dame thing and the Miami thing and really Alabama, a big part of that as well?
The whole idea of having a committee that decides who's going to make it, they need to have a more objective system. The problem is it's impossible to make it objective because there's too many teams. There was an idea floated within the past couple of years about creating a super league. Even then, there's too many teams to really get to a point where we can do like we have in the NFL. And the NFL system isn't perfect. There's too much of the schedule every year that's based on this weird rotation because we want every team to play every other team every 4 years at a minimum. And we want fans who have season tickets to see every team in the league every 8 years. There isn't enough balance in the schedule, but at least we have 17 games, 2 against every team, in the division. It feels more fair when it's time to figure out who gets playoff spots. And I think that's the problem. It's just unwieldy. And the stewards of college football, like whatever they can get wrong, they do get wrong. And all of this chaos that's happening in college football, it all traces back to mismanagement of the entire sport. They chase money, they don't chase credibility. And, I fully support Notre Dame's decision not to go to the bowl game. The bowl games have become irrelevant now that they have a playoff system, especially since, before the transfer portal became what it is now, there was real value in having those extra 3 or 4 weeks of practice because you're laying the foundation for your next season. It's practice in advance of your spring practice. Now, how much of the team is going to turn over from this season to next season? It doesn't make as much sense to take full advantage of those weeks of practice. And how much money do you really make from a bowl game? Who's really making the profit from the bowl games? So I like it because look, we've known this for years. There's too many bowl games. It's just ESPN programming. Like, do we really need to see 6-6 versus 7-5? And now we're going to see some 5-7 teams because the Iowa State and Kansas State backed out of bowls in the Big 12, and the bowl system is just a joke. Yeah. And there are many things about college football to me that are a joke, starting with the fact that you can hire someone else's head coach before their season is ended.
That's a bad problem. Yeah, they have a ton of flaws. Yeah. Tell that to Northwestern. David Braun couldn't be happier to play in Detroit against Central Michigan on December 26th.
Yeah, and that's part of it too. Like, where is your program? Do we get a boost from this? Does it help us in any way? And it's a business decision. Everybody's making business decisions. College football, they try to fool us with this idea that it's the big raccoon coats they used to wear and boola boola, boola boola, all that stuff from the 20s. Like, it's a $1 billion business now. And they're even more guilty than the NFL of trying to make something that is inherently a business seem like it's not a business. It's all a business. And people are making business decisions. And the only good news is the players are now participating in the business decisions.
Great stuff, Mike. Always appreciate talking to you.
Thanks,
really
Mike.
Appreciate it.
Hey, guys. Have a good week.
You too.
That segment with Mike Florio brought to you by TimberTech Decking and Railing, #1 in premium decking. Order free samples at timbertech.com. Bula Bula, my friend.
Bula Bula.
We have a texter who asks a very funny question. Does Terry Bradshaw know Kyler Gordon?
I don't get that.
Yeah, Terry Bradshaw doesn't know Mike Tomlin.
I know.
We heard from the Bears head coach, Ben Johnson, saying
he doesn't know Kyler Gordon. So transitive property.
Someone's So I just thought it was amusing.
It's combining two stories. Yeah.
And someone wants to know if the Colts. Why don't the Colts trade for?
Can't trade.
There's no the trade deadline long gone.
I find it fascinating that some quarterbacks may be trying to get released to get to Indianapolis.
To get an opportunity to play, to reset their career in order to be more popular next year. Who knows?
Maybe.
All right, we've got a lot to cover. 312-644-6767. It's Mully and Haugh on the Score.
Cubs fans, baseball's hot stove is heating up at this week's winter meetings. Will the Cubs add any power to the lineup?
If you bring Bregman in here, what you care about is what the team needs to win.
Will they find a top-of-the-rotation starter?
So the Cubs are well known as a great landing place for a Japanese player. The Cubs love Imai. His stuff plays well.
We're following all the major storylines and any breaking news right here on Chicago's official radio home of the Cubs, Sports Radio 670 The Score, and live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
Calling all hockey fans. Yes, all hockey fans. Come meet Hall of Famer Jeremy Roenick December 13th, Saturday, courtesy of the Chicago Sports Network. Visit shop.chsn.com for details, offer terms, and to purchase your ticket, which includes a full year of access to streaming CHSN. Offer limited to new all-access annual subscribers while supplies last.
The best bulls in the world have come to town. For bull riders, 8 seconds can make them a champion or nothing. Moto Casino PBR Chicago bucks into the United Center December 19th and 20th. Tickets at pbr.com/tickets or Ticketmaster.
This segment of the show is brought to you by NutsOnClark.com. Nuts on Clark, Chicago's original popcorn. Been serving Chicago for over 45 years. Order holiday gifts for your friends, families, events, and corporations from NutsOnClark.com, a 3-generation, woman-owned, family-run Chicago business.
Save big on everything for your next project when you shop at Menards. Refresh your home today with window images, blinds, and shades. We have everything you need for updating your window treatments. We carry vinyl, aluminum, and faux wood blinds, cellular shades, and more. Plus, you can get them trimmed to width in-store for free. Also, be sure to check out the weekly flyer on Menards.com for all our great deals happening this week.
Hey Chicago, it's David Haugh here with some big news. Verizon, America's best 5G network, wants you to bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill and they'll give you a better deal. If you think Verizon is expensive, well, think again. Not only does Verizon let you lock in your low price for 3 years, everyone in the family can mix and match their plans with my plan. And they let everyone get the same great phone deals when they trade in an eligible phone in any condition on my plan. That means new and existing customers. There's more reasons to save, more reasons to switch. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to your local Chicago Verizon store, and they will give you a better deal. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score report dated first half 2025. Your results may vary. Must provide a postpaid consumer mobile bill dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. 3-year price lock applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms apply to promotional offers. See www.verizon.com/switch-to-Verizon/.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 630-320-2100. That's 630-320-2100.
Annuities, non-advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
What's up? It's Draymond Green. I'm back for my 14th NBA season, and my podcast, The Draymond Green Show, is back too. This season, I'm breaking down games, reacting to the biggest NBA stories, and sitting down with teammates, rivals, and culture shapers. And trust me, I'm not holding back, on the court or on the mic. 2 new episodes every week. New segments, big conversations, real basketball talk for the real hoop heads. Listen to and follow The Draymond Green Show wherever you get your podcasts. We're back, we're better, let's get it.
Makita knows that pros never settle, and neither do we. With Makita, you get tools that perform at the highest level, on every job, without compromise. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly engineered to deliver precision, job after job. When your work calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. So I wasn't all that surprised that Jeff Kent was voted into Cooperstown. His numbers at second base are the best ever. However, I am disappointed Dale Murphy, Fernando Valenzuela, and Gary Sheffield weren't also voted in. Obviously, the steroid issue remains very much an impediment for some players. Barry Bonds may be the greatest player ever, and Roger Clemens has those 7 Cy Youngs, and yet they were not voted in. I'm Boomer Esiason.
You're listening to Mully and Haugh. Back in 60 seconds on The Score.
If you've been diagnosed with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis, this is what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Imagine being a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy. With Tremfya, clearer skin is possible. In clinical trials, at least 70% of patients saw at least 90% clearer skin at 16 weeks. Results may vary. Tremfya is also indicated for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Call 1-800-526-7736 or visit Tremfya.com.
DJ comes open kind of late in that. I'm just curious what type of realistic option he is for Caleb in that moment.
Yeah, I didn't see him as being the answer in that time. I think he came open more after the ball was released from Caleb. That Nixon was man-to-man with DJ and was trailing him, and ended up falling off and making a play on Cole there. So it was a good play by Nixon, and yet I still don't think if we get the spacing right and all that and a good ball that he's going to be able to cover both of those players like that.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670, The Score. Another interesting cut from Ben Johnson yesterday, talking about specifically the final play of the game, Caleb rolling to his left and throwing the ball eventually to Cole Kmet. And on that play, we talked about the idea that DJ Moore had kind of leaked out at one point, was wide open in the middle of the field. The problem was that was already an ongoing play, and Caleb had kind of already started to release the ball, according to Ben Johnson.
Dustin watched that play 25 times, and all 25 times. When he rolled to the left, Cole Kmet was almost open. I don't want to say immediately, but you can see why he was almost intent from the first roll step in that direction to throw him the ball.
It's weird, though, that you watched it 25 times, and offered no insight whatsoever into any of that stuff.
Well, I think...
how did you not see anything that was different than what we saw?
Familiar as well? Was it not necessarily like a cute enough play? Like they've used that play before.
They used it a week earlier, and I'm going to repeat what I said. It worked against the Eagles, and he was open against the Packers. Did not execute it. Bad throw. But the play design, even though the Packers took a timeout, even though it appeared they were ready for it, he was open, and there were 3 options. And when you have a run-pass option on 4th down, that's what you want. I don't think the flaw was not in the design. The flaw was in the execution. And I think that had he gotten a little cuter,
oh man, here it comes.
It would have been easy to say, "Oh, Bears get too cute."
I didn't think it was overly cute, that play.
No,
I thought there were multiple options.
I think it was a solid play.
I agree.
A bootleg.
Ben is acting like there weren't multiple options, like there was only one option.
3 options.
There were 3 options.
3 options. Yes, I think he was clarifying.
And
DeAndre Swift in the flat, they covered, flooded the zone.
Yeah.
Caleb Williams holding the ball, running for the first down. He probably could have done that.
He may have been able to, but it seemed as if the linebacker was coming up. It looked like it might not have worked. I don't think it was a certainty. He didn't have the normal amount of room you would have between the sideline and the linebacker. So
you're right.
I was worried about that not
But in
working.
his head, I think that he was thinking of the week earlier. Komet was open. He turned his hips.
Komet was
and
open.
He put it where he needed to put it.
The ball was thrown too low.
Nixon, the cornerback, had DJ Moore. DJ Moore got caught up in the mess, in the traffic, and so Nixon was able to float. He read the ball well. He read the play. He did read the play, but for a split second, if Caleb Williams throws that a tad bit earlier and a little bit more air underneath it, touchdown.
What did you see on, say, the 15th watch of it that wasn't there for the 20th?
Here's what's interesting to me. Okay,
I'm just trying to understand.
You're asking Dustin, I know.
He made a point of saying he didn't watch the all 22.
He's pretending to answer the phone.
He's not going to watch the all 22.
He's pretending to be on the phone.
Doug's on 355. I can either continue to screen it or answer you guys.
I thought you were pretending to be on the phone.
Yeah, I thought it was
he
all
might be a
made
Packer
up.
fan, so I'll just let him sit there and rock.
Thank you. That'd be good. We don't need those guys.
Why the 25? I mean, what was the
Because I'm trying to figure out what I'm missing. Because I still...
So you didn't see
There weren't 3 options. Because Caleb probably evades the first defender and probably gets stuffed by the second defender.
Dustin,
Same with Swift.
Ben Johnson's saying, in theory, there are 3 options. The way the play is designed, there's 3 options.
But that's fine. But he acts like you said what the 3 options were. Well, the 4th option was the option that I thought made the most sense. That was DJ Moore, which goes back to the theme from earlier in the show. Yeah. What's the problem with the Bears and DJ Moore not getting the ball? He said at one point that it was a priority to get DJ involved. Then when the play looked obvious where you could have gotten DJ involved, no, you're not seeing it right. The ball was in the air when DJ was open.
He was the 4th option.
Can you, you must have the play in your mind. Could you write it out for us?
Whiteboard it like Coach wants to do?
Please.
But whiteboard
for
it.
our Twitch audience.
Whiteboard it at least 25 times.
We need let's get Alex Kuhn in here. Let's get Alex Kuhn in here to hold the whiteboard, and then I will draw it up.
Here's one thing also. I want to move on for a second. Okay. Same related to this play, because I don't want to leave it, because I know we're only on about the 21st rendition of
it feels
him watching
like
the play.
Did either of you watch it a second time?
Oh, my gosh.
Of course.
Okay.
Are you questioning now?
Well, I'm just saying. I mean, God forbid. I mean, you're upset that I'm not Googling stuff fast enough in the first segment of the show, and now you're giving me crud because I've watched something 25 times that we're going to talk about on the air. I'm sorry. What's the appropriate number? After 5, I should stop?
Dustin,
after 5? What's the over-under on appropriateness?
Out of curiosity. 4. Yeah, out of curiosity. You said you watched it 25 times, and then you said you still didn't understand it.
You still don't understand how Ben Johnson. No, you don't. You guys don't listen. You get caught on the. You get caught on the 25 part.
I heard you.
The point is, Ben Johnson said that DJ Moore was not an option. The ball was in the air by the time DJ Moore came open. I didn't see it that way. That's why I kept. What made me watch it
was that
25
like
times was
or
Ben Johnson's
time?
comment.
When did you not see it that way?
24 of the 25 times I didn't see it that way.
That's good. Do you think that? Okay.
What's the proper number? How many times should you watch it when it gets too much?
Less than that.
More than 5. I think that it's a little.
What do you learn?
Excessive,
right?
I think I can grasp this play in 5 watches.
Yeah, I'm honestly.
You didn't even remember that DJ was an option.
Oh no, I did.
Yeah,
you just didn't decide to go to 4 because 3 was enough.
3 was enough.
Yes.
Yeah, 3 was the intent. The fourth was
more
misleading.
air on that pass. How about a little zip on that pass? Maybe Caleb has found too much touch. I thought it should have been a little bit more zip.
Don't know if you watched Jordan Love 25 times, but that guy had some touch. That's what it looks like when you have the right touch. Just put it right where you need it to be. Boom. Touchdown. Touchdown. And then the Bears
need to send a receiver long enough down the field.
And then the Bears.
How has this deteriorated while he's talking and you're going like this?
I'm making that
for the Twitch audience.
That's where the ball should have gone. That is the path, the arc, like a good free throw.
You made the noise too.
Okay.
You did a whoosh.
So here's the thing.
Should we get Boog involved? Like, what was the velocity? What should the velocity, the velo be?
No,
the velo
I'm not
be
taking that
on that pass?
I'm not taking the bait.
How many degrees? How many degrees in the air?
Not taking that bait.
No.
So had they scored, I think we all know that he would have gone for 2. Right? They would have gone for 2, and everybody would have respected that and applauded that. Way to go, coach. Here's the thing: would a tie have benefited the Bears?
If it ended in a tie? Yeah, of course it would have.
I mean, that's the
They'd
thing.
Be a half
would
game.
you? I guess could you justify playing for a tie in that situation?
No.
Even though we're all like, "Yo, go for it."
No, I think the reality of the end of that game was the Bears got the ball. They had momentum. They were marching down the field. If they had made that 3rd and 1 or called a different play, whatever way you want to look at it, I honestly believe if they'd run the ball again on 3rd and 1 or on 4th and 1, I felt like they got half a yard on 3rd and 1, and they might have been able to knock it over. I would have probably done something like that. Then they would have, a new set of downs, and they'd have 2 timeouts, and I think you could kill the ball, and they'd have enough time to take a couple plays into the end zone. It could have been kind of fun. But I think going for it is the answer, just because you're on the road.
I think going for it was the answer too.
Yeah.
But I just wonder if there would be some coaches out there who would be content with a tie under those circumstances.
And I'm almost positive Ben Johnson's not one of them. He wants to beat the guy twice a year.
Yeah.
I don't think he wants to draw with him.
Well, he still can beat the guy twice this year. Once in 2 weeks and once in the playoffs.
Oh, look at that. Well, there we go.
Still possible.
Yeah.
Come on, Dustin, get points for that.
Yeah.
It's still possible. He could beat Matt LaFleur twice in 1 year.
Could, yeah. Then your prediction would be wrong.
Oh, wow.
Packer boy.
You're right. It would be wrong.
How would you sleep?
Well played.
How do you look at yourself in the mirror in the morning?
Yeah, I asked for that. I deserve that one. Last night, though, speaking of overtime, what's wrong with Jalen Hurts? I wanted to get to Florio. We ran out of time. I forgot to ask him that. This Eagles offense is broken. And A.J. Brown, he dropped, I think there were 2 passes last night. One was the first pass of the game. He dropped 2 passes that I think they're probably talking about in Philly this morning.
I'm sure they are. I mean, listen, what's wrong with Philly? What's wrong with Philly is what we saw with the Bears playing them, is that the offense didn't do enough to bail them out when the defense was having a tough day. And I think that they've had problems on offense since losing their coordinator to a head coaching job. And I think that the problem may have been last night that Sirianni was involved more in the offense than he's been. I just don't know. He might be as mediocre a Super Bowl winning coach as I have ever seen.
I couldn't agree more.
I mean, I know that sounds
last night
like
I was
an
thinking
awful
that the
thing
whole
to
time.
say.
Like, this guy has a ring.
It's so ridiculous.
And I am not. It's a lot to handle success. It's difficult in a market like that.
Yes,
but I don't think it helps to have a coach who contributes to kind of the drama.
Well, this guy, when the Bears played there, he was as interested in yelling at fans. Like, I don't get that one at all.
Yeah.
I mean, I get it. No one wants to hear criticism. No one wants your own fans booing at you. No one wants to be subjected to ridicule. But it's kind of what you accept when you take the gig. that people who they show up and they pay their money, they're allowed to boo you. They're allowed to say some nasty stuff to you. You got to just comfort yourself in knowing that you've had success and that you are making a good living, and you're not going to go. You can't be rabbit ears about it. You got to pretend like it doesn't bother you, it doesn't hurt you, whatever it takes. But this idea that guy is always kind of barking at people,
always barking,
weird.
How
just strange.
How about
to me.
that play that included 3 turnovers?
That was unbelievable. But that's
Here
been,
it is.
Yeah.
In the shotgun formation, Hurts looks over the defense, shotgun snap, 5-man rush, blitzes on pass. It's intercepted up the middle at the 20. Coming to the near side, 25. Then the players hit. The ball's yard free. Hurts picked it up. He loses the ball. The ball's rolling near sideline. Recovered at the 45. It looks like as they try to untangle the bodies, the Chargers have gotten the ball. Stopping the drive by Philadelphia.
Kevin Harlan's so
Kevin
good.
is the best.
He is so good.
He is absolutely world class.
You got a great sense of that play from the excitement in his voice and the description.
No doubt. Yeah.
Perfect.
You could listen to him for a living if you could get that job. He's excellent. He does just.
I could listen to that play 25 times.
Yeah. 25?
Yeah.
Would you learn more?
I could.
He does paint a picture, but I don't know. At some point, at some point when you're just watching it over and over and over again, you wonder what's missing.
Hurts picked off, intercepted, and now the ball's out, and Hurts ends up with the ball in his hands. He fumbles. Chargers ball.
That was the ESPN version.
I enjoyed the ESPN broadcast because I'm a big Troy Aikman guy, and I like the way that he handled so much last night. It was just matter of fact. Just even on the A.J. Brown drop, it was just a thing. You're an NFL receiver. You need to catch that ball. He wasn't like there was no build-up. There was no dramatic pause. It was just matter of fact.
All right, we've got Marshall, Layla, and I believe Mark Rohde.
The great Mark Rohde is here.
Mark Rohde, by the way, we gotta get him. We gotta tap into that secret.
Rohde as Larrabee.
Oh my God!
I couldn't stop laughing yesterday.
Oh my God,
he was awesome.
So funny. All right, we'll be right back. Mully and Haugh on the score.
Let's do it, baby.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grody. Middays 10 a.m. till 2 on The Score.
The odds of the Bears winning 4 straight road games was low. Are we at a panic level of any kind after this? No, but I also think, well, the head coach did warn you that these things that he was concerned about, like, winning in spite of the passing game, not because of it necessarily. Certainly a lot of this stuff reared its ugly head in the first half.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grody. Middays 10 a.m. till 2 on Chicago's Sports Radio, 670 The Score. And live on the free Odyssey app.
Unlike Mr. Pibb, in a classroom of sodas, most stay quiet. They take notes on sweetness. They whisper about bubbles. One in the front row keeps bragging about its doctorate. Then there's Mr. Pibb, in the back, feet on the desk, sweet cherry for a second, then a bold outburst. The kind of flavor that gets attention. Some sodas raise their hand. Mr. Pibb runs the room.
Bold kick of cherry.
Hey, yo, Mr. Pibb.
This season, some gifts don't come wrapped in paper. They come wrapped in trust, commitment, and integrity. At Patrick, we believe in the joy of giving and a promise, especially during the holidays. That's why we created the Patrick Promise. Now, through the season of giving, enjoy 0% APR financing for up to 60 months on select new 2025 models. Here at Patrick, we stand by our word, just like the traditions that bring us together.
Taking care of you every day. That's the Patrick Promise.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-932-5858. That's 800-932-5858. 800-932-5858.
Doug. Here we have the Limu Emu in its natural habitat, helping people customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Fascinating. It's accompanied by his natural ally, Doug.
Limu? Is that guy with the binoculars watching us?
Cut the camera. They see us.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Hey, Chicago, Wild Fork is helping you fight inflationary food prices. Enjoy organic 85% ground beef for $5.60 a pound when you buy two. New York pork chops for $2.98 a pound. Or Brazilian beef ribeye steaks for $8.98 a pound. A pound of salmon fillets, $5.99 a pound. Argentina red shrimp at $5.99 a pound. Refuse to pay inflated prices. Now offering 3 months of free delivery to new customers. Visit wildforkfood.com.
When you've thrown over 4,000 innings like I have, you know joint pain isn't a maybe, it's a guarantee. For you, was it climbing ladders or too much heavy lifting? Hey, we're all in the same boat. But surgery, that was never my answer.
Baseball legend Roger Clemens knows there's a better way. That's QC Kinetics regenerative treatments that help your body heal itself. No scalpels, no fake fixes, just real relief.
What I love about QC Kinetics, these are the most respected medical pros in the country that specialize in non-surgical therapies to get you moving again.
Don't mask the pain, fix it. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation.
I trusted QC Kinetics. You should too.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 312-847-4347. That's 312-847-4347. 312-847-4347.
Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
Allstate's new home insurance is now better than ever. We're making getting the right home insurance that's right for you super easy with our improved online quoting tool. It explains how each coverage option works for you without the headache. Yep, you can start protecting your home in a matter of minutes. So check Allstate first for home insurance that's better than ever. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Coverage subject to terms, qualifications, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Presenting a Gain Flings love story. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus this morning when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. Alas, I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
Now we're in a transition a little bit. Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. We, of course, broadcast live from the Score's Hyundai Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. Want to thank them. Want to thank Jacob Stutz for getting us up and twitching in the morning. And thanks to everyone for calling, texting, emailing.
Most of all, thank you for listening on this Tuesday, December 9th.
Yeah, we had a ton of fun, and thanks to our executive producer, he is Mr. Dustin William Rhodes.
How about a corner three? Yes! There's the first career triple-double of many.
That young man's going to be a star, man.
Hashtag tank for Boozer.
Don't tank for Boozer. Don't start that stuff, man.
Hashtag tank for Boozer.
Yeah, that was a bad moment.
We had quite a day today, didn't we?
I forgot about that part.
And
Thank
tweeted
you.
out 25 times.
Yeah, Dustin has said that 25 times and still doesn't know what he's saying. Thank you to Brandon Fryer for his hard work.
Oh, well, been a lot of teams, and this is definitely maybe the best feeling. Just a wonderful feeling of winning and thrill of victory. It's certainly in the discussion. I put in the discussion the birth of my 7 children, my marriage, in the conversation.
Jim Harbaugh.
He won a national championship.
Yeah,
He won an
him.
NFC championship. But that last night was as special as a victory as he's felt.
That's saying a lot.
Saying a lot.
Marshall Harris is here. I see him. You're right there, buddy. How are you?
Were you guys okay with Derek Queen? Like, are you like, where are y'all right now?
No, that hurts.
That was rough.
Layla Rahimi, Layla!
Yeah, you guys sprayed to all fields this morning. I loved it. We got the football talk in there. We got the college football. We got the basketball. We got baseball. I just want to know, was the 847 who said tank for Boozer also Dustin's number?
No, he's not. He's not 847, I don't think.
But I'm sure that he supplanted that.
I don't mind that idea either. Like, I was very into the show this morning.
And Mark What a delight. What a special
privilege.
time in all our lives.
What a day it is here. It's been a great Mully and Haugh show. I'd imagine that Dustin Rhodes is still dealing with the disappointment of the Notre Dame. I feel like I haven't heard enough from Dustin on Notre Dame not getting in.
I don't know.
Yeah, no,
We've talked about it quite a bit.
I'm sure.
Need to get up a little earlier.
Yeah, you're right. The alarm clock has been going off a little bit later.
They want to get in. Join a conference. It's real easy.
Join the conference. They're already in.
It's really simple.
Legitimizes the conference, too.
We've had that talk for 20 years now. Or longer than that, right, Haugh? I mean, the Notre Dame joining a conference in football talk.
Oh,
going on
goodness
for
sakes. I can remember late in the 1990s, I think I went to London when they did, considering moving to the Big Ten. There was a big meeting. It was a great trip. And they said no.
I was just going to say, respectfully, their biggest business partner, the ACC, is not Notre Dame. It's ESPN. Check the cash. Check the check.
Follow the money.
The whole unfair to push Miami if we're a partner of sorts in the ACC. That whole storyline is comical to me.
Hilarious.
Just, I mean, really, that Pete Bavacca ought to start drinking more vodka and
Pete Bavacca.
His name is
Bavacqua.
Pete Bavacqua. Wasn't there a baseball Bavacqua?
Yeah, there was a Pete.
Yeah.
Or no, there was a Kurt.
There was a Kurt. Kurt the catcher. Was he a
player.
catcher? Was he a catcher?
Yeah.
That sounds like a catcher name.
I think it might have been a catcher.
Dumb response.
I don't know. Mark, I'd like to thank you for yesterday
Bavacqua.
providing the biggest laugh of the day. I could not stop laughing.
You're Wayne Larrivee.
You were definitely
He's the size of 2 houses. Look at this guy. It's the size of a multiplex. Andrew Billings. My God.
That's perfect. I mean, it's just how do you go from there?
It's a character. I just realized, like crazy Wayne Larrivee, just going off on
it's
stuff.
It's just the arrogant way that you say it.
Yes,
though.
yes.
Like just like sound like
more arrogance from David Haugh.
You sound like the kid on it was Bart who wanted more asbestos on The Simpsons when he was running for class president. I want more asbestos.
Gordy, have you been working on
More
that since?
asbestos. I love it. I soak it in. Touchdown, Green Bay.
You've been working on that since '85, haven't you?
Pretty much. Pretty much.
Yeah.
I mean, there was for a junior high age hearing Wayne Larrivee literally waking up, because when you're that age, you get up at like 11:30 or so, unless we had to get up to go to church. But like hearing Wayne Larrivee in the pregame show, it was always the Fridge Perry. This guy is a house. George Cumby.
That got me. The George Cumby reference.
He's half a man. George Cumby compared to the Fridge.
Oh, broke character.
Yeah, I did. I broke. I think my voice is gonna die if I continue to do it.
He couldn't do it later in the show yesterday.
Of course not.
I had to ice my throat yesterday.
Larynx,
Yeah, I did. It's
That's
that and Tom
awesome.
Tunney just killed me. It's like 3 days after doing Tunney. It's like then I could talk again.
You're Tom Tunney when you.
I see you.
Yeah, he would just scream as Tom Tunney, which was fall down funny, but also
Tom Tunney, Harrison Ford, and Wayne Larrivee walked into a bar.
Oh my God! You switched the set. You're fat as hell.
Oh my goodness.
I'll work on it.
Body shaming Wayne Larrabee.
Yeah, body shaming Wayne Larrabee.
Yeah.
But I feel like I feel empowered to do this because my body is a shame at the moment. So once I get in shape, I can't make these jokes anymore. But right now, I feel like I'm one of you. I'm living a certain lifestyle, and I like it.
You do you, Mark.
I will do me.
do
No,
you.
no, no shame here. I am enjoying my dinners.
Awesome. Awesome.
Bears. We got a lot today, don't we, Layla? We got a heck of a show.
We do. We want to talk about just this. We're going to start with about the Bears starting. Does that make sense? So the Bears need to start faster, so we're going to start our show in that spirit. We're also going to talk about it. The clock management at the end of the game has gotten more discussion than any of us thought it would get, so we're going to talk about that. Additionally, the availability of Kyler Gordon and how there's a lot of money on the Bears' defensive payroll that isn't always producing as much as the money would dictate. So I'm going to examine that. Patrick Manley is at 11 o'clock.
Oh,
We're going to ask the question, who do you fear in the NFC as we go around the NFL at 11:25? Melissa and Austin from US 99 have a favor to ask of us and you, the listeners. So we will have them on at 11:45. 5 on it is at noon. We are very excited to have Courtney Turner. Her husband is Justin Turner. She hosts the Holding Court podcast. It is very popular. She is a massive Bears fan. She is from the region. We are very excited to have her in studio. Our quarterback guru, Tim Jenkins, is at 1 o'clock.
He's rotund! Rotund, I tell you!
Tim is not. Tim is pretty wiry.
Yeah, he's pretty tight.
FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 670 The Score. Hey, it's Spiegs. FanDuel's the #1 sportsbook for same-game parlays. From points and rebounds to threes and assists, FanDuel is the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay, where you can track every stat live all in one easy-to-use app. And right now is the perfect time to join because new customers, you get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. That's $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So bet on the players you love. Bet on them the way you want. Head to FanDuel.com/Matt to sign up today. That's FanDuel.com/Matt. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 plus and present in Illinois. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Introducing Remy Martin's This Is My City VSOP Limited Edition Collection, paying homage to the iconic sounds, style, and teams of our very own Chicago. The collection celebrates the city's influence on culture and features Remy Martin's renowned VSOP liquid. This limited edition bottle is available now, and you can learn more at RemyMartin.com. Remy Martin VSOP Cognac, 40% alcohol by volume, imported by Remy Cointreau, USA, New York, New York. Please drink responsibly.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today. Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2025.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends, near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs, with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
On the days when you're thriving,
Come on, everyone. You're almost there.
the nights when you need us most,
Mom, I don't feel good.
and every moment in between. As a Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois member, we are committed to helping you stay covered at each stage of life. Whatever challenges may come your way, our mission is to be here for you and your family so you can feel confident as the new year approaches. Visit StandByYouIllinois.com to see the steps you'll need to take to renew your coverage. And with nearly 90 years of experience, you can expect personalized guidance throughout the process, helping you stay covered into 2026 and beyond. We thank you for trusting us on your health and wellness journey. through it all. Visit StandByYouIllinois.com or call 866-575-2583 to renew your coverage today.
For 75 years, one Chicago family has helped families across generations celebrate the season with something meaningful and remembered.
I'm constantly meeting people that my dad or my grandparents have taken care of over the years, and it's so special to hear those stories so many generations in between.
It's one thing to have a name over a door that has existed for 75 years, but to be owned and operated by the same family for 75 years is something that is very powerful and unique.
This season, discover gifts chosen by a family that thoughtfully selects every collection for its craftsmanship, quality, and lasting value. Whether it's an engagement, anniversary, or holiday gift, there's always something special at Rasney's. 3 generations, one Chicago family. 75 years of celebrating moments that matter most. Rasney Jewelers, Suburban Addison, Highland Park, Hinsdale, and Chicago Oak Street. And always at Rasney.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-830-4914. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-830-4914. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-830-4914. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-830-4914. That's 800-830-4914.
Bulls fans, Chuck Swirsky here. Join Bill Weddington and me for all the high-flying action of every Bulls game on 670 The Score and the Fitzgerald Equipment Bulls Radio Network powered by Heli Forklifts.
Bulls win! What a ball game!
See red, Chicago.
This is where Chicago comes to talk Bears football. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score!
This hour is sponsored by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Affordable implants, life-changing smiles.
The views and opinions of Layla Rahimi, Marshall Harris, and Mark Grody should not be taken too seriously, especially when they give advice. Do not take Marshall's analogies literally, especially when it comes to Russell Dorsey. The sports thoughts of Rahimi, Harris, and Grody may change at any time. It's just sports. Okay, thanks, bye.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grody, 10-2 on 670 The...
On the note of Big Bill being big, on the Packers Radio Network, play-by-play announcer Wayne Larrivee said that Andrew Billings is as big as a house. And then, later on in the second quarter, he got bigger in Wayne Larrivee's mind. He said he's bigger than a house. So in Wayne Larrivee's mind, Andrew Billings just kept getting bigger and bigger.
Oh my God!
Well, and
he's an apartment complex. This guy. Touchdown Packers!
Now if they could just take it and shove it up you know where.
Is that your Wayne Larrivee?
Kinda. You just growl. That's it.
More arrogance by Matt Nagy.
Wait, if you did that at practice, do you think it would have an effect?
If I did it on the sidelines.
Look at Billings! He's got to be 2 tons!
He would run after you.
He would be kindly asked to leave, Mr. Mark Grody.
Oh, hey. George. I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to leave.
So when Wayne Larrivee's just had it and he's letting it rip, this is the alternate ego.
That's
Wayne
it.
Larrivee.
Right. Everything he says is just screamed with a growl.
He's down. He can't even get up because he's a house. In my life, I've never seen somebody that big.
Layla Rahimi, Marshall Harris, Mark Grody. Middays 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Would you like to tell us, Wayne Larrivee, what studios we're broadcasting from right now?
I don't have it in front of me, so I can't do it.
It's the Hyundai Score Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. Now, do you know that? Would you
What
like
did you
to
think
try?
she was
Hyundai
asking
Score
for?
Studios.
You knew that.
Yeah, I guess I did. I just don't have the exact
okay.
wording
I
right
can't do
in
that.
front of me at the moment, and I think that's enough Wayne for now.
Why?
Maybe Wayne will come back.
Are you scared of Wayne? If you're
later.
scared, just tell
I'm
me.
not scared of Wayne. Like, I don't think I said anything out of pocket. He may not like it, but that's okay.
The alternate personality trait may be a little offensive.
Well, I guess, but that's all right. That's okay. He has disparaged the Bears and he called Matt Nagy arrogant one time.
Was he
Was he
wrong?
not? Was he wrong?
More arrogant. Oh God, I said I wasn't going to do it again.
But was he wrong? Because if you look back at it, I kind of think he had a point at the time.
Because he was running trick plays?
No, it wasn't the trick plays. I think he ran trick plays because that was the only way he could get into the end zone at the time. The wheels started to fall off that offense, as you recall, in 2018.
Yeah,
in
but
December.
I don't
in
know
December.
at the time. I don't know what the arrogant part was. Like, I think that Wayne Larrivee just resented the fact that Matt Nagy was a ballsy coach at the time. Let's not. It did not work out for Matt Nagy, but it was a very successful season.
I mean, I just remember that in December, I sat here in this very Score studio and was talking to Lawrence about how I was concerned that they seemingly needed to have all these trick plays in order to get into the end zone.
Yeah, I mean, that became the theme and it became unsustainable, but I don't know that at that time. And by the way, Wayne, the Bears did clinch against his precious Packers at Soldier Field that year. That was absolutely delightful.
Well, that didn't happen this past time. This is Rahimi Harris and Grody on 670 The Score. That is the voice of Mark Grody. Marshall Harris just sneezed, and I think I'm like right behind you. Every time I change rooms, I sneeze.
I sneezed 3 times though. I got you with the trifecta.
You guys okay?
That's
You were
a biblical
sneezing.
sneeze.
You're sneezing. Do I
Well,
need to go
I
to
have
another
a-
studio?
I
or
have
what?
a dust allergy, so anytime I move rooms, it's like, hey, you're going to sneeze about this.
So we're not dusting enough around here? Is
No,
that the
that's
problem?
not it. I'm
Ray,
just
we got a
sensitive.
duster. We got like a little feather duster here. Layla's getting dusted.
No.
I'll go get some more bear glove and a feather duster, Grody.
Bear Glove is the deodorant that Mark Grody wears because bears.
Every day I
And-
open up my cabinet and there's 2 bear claws staring right at me.
And because thanks to Tim in Oak Forest, you got another gift of Bear Glove deodorant.
Thank you again, Tim. I mean, really, it was the most practical thing I've received in the year 2025. Extra deodorant. Who doesn't need it? You're always
Seriously?
you're gonna run
That
out.
was the best gift?
I would say so. No. I mean, I'm wearing one of the great gifts actually right now, my Illinois State hoodie. So I would consider that to have been a great gift. Thank you, Marshall. I'm not gonna lie, that sick thermos you got me is a very great gift as well.
I didn't even realize
stole
you had the
somebody's
hoodie
mug
on.
again yesterday.
What's that?
You stole somebody's mug again yesterday.
I forgot.
Here's Mark Grody gesticulating wildly yesterday, shaking around a mug that had an L on it. And I'm
Yeah.
like, there's no L in your
L
name.
for Layla. L
It's
for
not
Lawrence.
mine. It is not mine.
So you usually get mad because I was overwearing the ISU hoodie, as you correctly said. Yeah, I needed a new hoodie. It's very comfortable. It's a well-purchased.
I think you wore it like 4 times in 1 week, and I was like, "Hey, Mark,
yeah,
hey, let's lay off the hoodie."
it.
So I've been very tempted to wear it in the last 2 weeks, but I have not worn it in the last 2 weeks.
Let's set the max at once per week.
I can do once a week.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Think about it's about the number of washes. You know, after a certain number of washes, and what I would recommend is that you do not put that in the dryer. Let that hang dry.
Okay.
Those are the 2 pieces of advice I'll give you.
Dry flat is also good.
Yeah, just to keep from fading and shrinkage. Is that
the fade? Is
the fade is the real thing. Okay,
and the wear and tear.
I am laughing to myself because we wanted to talk about the Bears needing to start the games better. And we have started the show leisurely, just like the Bears. I
have.
present to you some stats.
There we
because
go.
Ben Johnson
Let's
brought it up yesterday.
Get sportsy, Layla. Let's go. Let's start the show.
Can't have too much fun. We gotta
Rahimi
get back to
Harris
the
and
sports.
Grody on the score. Here's Layla Rahimi.
On the score!
The score!
Okay, so let's remember that time I was like, hey, I think that a sign of success for the Bears under new head coach Ben Johnson, and this is going back to September when it wasn't 4 degrees outside forever. I was like, hey, you know what would be a really good sign that you guys are on board with this and that you're producing at a good clip and that the offense is functioning better is when you score a touchdown on your opening drive. That was something that I think was a hallmark of what the Detroit offense, when it's working well, does. I feel like that's definitely an indication of how Ben Johnson wants to come out as an offensive play caller. Money in the bank when you get that first 7 once you get the ball. Here's what's happened in the last 6 games. 3 and out against Green Bay to open the game on the opening drive. Turned it over on downs in Philly to start the game. Punted in Pittsburgh. Ended their drive with a punt against the Minnesota Vikings. Turned it over on downs against the Giants. You have to go back to the Cincinnati game and that Swiss cheese defense.
Swiss hole.
That's not a thing. So the Swiss cheese defense of the Cincinnati Bengals, who are still, by the way, mad about Titans producing against them. Sorry about that. But you have to go back to that game where they scored a touchdown.
Right. It's been a while.
That's 5 games that they haven't done anything on their opening drive.
And you know what? I would implore anyone, and I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I will look them up before the show is over, what Caleb Williams' total passing is on those drives of the last 6 games. I can tell you this, it ain't good. It ain't good. I think Caleb Williams has been given a degree of layups. It's not quite layup line-esque, but he's given plays to get himself in rhythm early on in games, and he's simply missing a lot of the times on the first couple of drives. The dialed-in Caleb Williams that we saw making outstanding and extraordinary plays late in games in the second half, but more so in the fourth quarter of games, that guy just has not been there on first drives, first couple of drives, first quarters, let's be honest, for over half the season now. It just hasn't been there. That has to improve with this level of competition. You can't always be playing from behind and playing catch up.
I do wonder what's going on because, to your point about Caleb Williams, he was 0 for his first 5, and it is a pattern, even going back to last year. And he was good earlier this year. I know Layla just rattled off a lot of the bad starts, but it seemed like...
And then I made up a term.
Yes, you did. And that's what she said.
Somebody had to do it.
Yeah.
I was thinking about getting...
I tried to avoid... I was being really good over here, and then you had to bring it up again, Layla.
Well, because I like making fun of myself when something happens. Like, it's... that's what we do.
Yeah, I was trying hard to just let it go.
Yeah, that's
Swiss
what she said.
It was never going to be let go. You know that. You're looking at me. You're trying to bait me. No, Mark. You take that one. I'm not. You were like, Marshall, say it.
But also, why do I think it's like a hot chocolate that disappoints you? It's like
Swiss hot chocolate with that little lady in the blue dress.
Swiss Miss.
Right, but instead,
that's Swiss Miss.
Instead, you're like excited to get hot chocolate, but it's just an empty packet.
Oh, man. Is that her name? Is she Swiss Miss?
It's Swiss Miss Hot Chocolate.
I never really thought of it that way. But I know it's Swiss Miss, but is the lady on the package, is she Swiss Miss? Or is she Miss Swiss?
She's
Swiss
the representation.
Miss.
She's Swiss Miss?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'm just wondering.
But it's called Swiss Miss Chocolate. What
I
did you
just
think
never
her name
really
was?
I know. I never put 2 and 2 together on that one.
I'm just going to keep doing some research here.
But anyway, yes, Kate, I wonder what's going, because honestly, watching the game in real time the other day, sitting on my couch, watching the game, and watching how Caleb came out, sailing a couple of balls on the first drive, the one to Burden, and then I guess he was targeting DJ Moore on the one that he sailed down the middle. And I couldn't, and I guess I was my adrenaline was up, my nerves were sort of there. I had I can't lose the Bears-Packers feeling I get whenever the Bears play the Packers, and I think Bears fans listening know exactly what I'm talking about. It's like part hope, it's part anxiety, there's a lot of adrenaline going, it's a lot of puffing your chest out and thinking that this is the day that the Bears are going to be better. So I was feeling all that, and then I see Caleb go out there, and I feel like there is an adrenaline issue going on with Caleb Williams. As much as he insists that he is calm and he doesn't feel nerves or any of that stuff, because it is simple stuff a lot of times that he's being asked to do early, the simple plays which just aren't there early. Or is he just one of these guys who's got to work up a lather? He's got to start sweating a little bit before he can get good. good. I don't know what it is, but there's something there that prohibits Caleb from just coming out and being the Caleb that throws the elite pass to Cole Kmet, that throws the crazy 28-yarder to Burden, that makes the Devin Duvernay play down the sideline. Like, it's all there. Like, I just wish there was a little bit more early on for Caleb.
We got some breaking news.
Show me what you got.
I like breaking news.
It's going to be disappointing.
Oh.
Breaking news on the score is brought to you by Wildfire. Join Wildfire Restaurants as they celebrate 30 years of serving delicious food and creating memories. Remember that time the Pirates offered Kyle Schwarber something?
Good
Yes.
God.
Yeah, that was just a joke, apparently. The Slugger, Kyle Schwarber, and the Philadelphia Phillies, this according to Jeff Passan, are finalizing a 5-year, $150 million contract. Sources tell ESPN. The National League MVP runner-up, one of the best home run hitters and clubhouse leaders in baseball. Wouldn't you like to have him? He's returning to Philadelphia.
I'm okay with that.
And
I'm all right with that.
ends Kyle Schwarber's free agent period.
Yeah, like, I'm not mad. I'm not mad the Cubs did. Like, if it had dragged on and Kyle had been free over the next couple of weeks and the Cubs, we weren't hearing the Cubs offering numbers, but the idea of him going back to Philly makes sense. He's had a hell of a ride there. Why wouldn't he go back to Philly?
Do you think the Cubs would even be willing to pay him more than $30 million a year over 5 years?
No.
It's a below $200 million contract, so theoretically, yes.
They've told us that they're basically not going to do anything like
Their
that.
offense is really good. They were 5th in the baseball in total runs last year.
Yeah,
The totality of it and
the
all?
totality of it all. Don't worry about the splits. Don't worry about the first half, second half splits.
And the fact that Kyle Tucker is not going to be a Cub.
It's an interesting question, for the Cubs to identify. Are the Cubs more what they were in the second half of the season with the bats, or are they more? And you could even put it at one person. PCA.
Yeah, well, the league adjusted to him.
Well, right, but I still don't know what PCA is. Do you?
I know he's a guy who swings at too many sliders that are low.
I have an answer to your question.
Yeah, please.
The Cubs are definitely more what they were in the second half of the season than the first half of the season, which was only strengthened in that idea by what happened in the playoffs with their offense.
So PCA is not MVP candidate caliber.
Not yet. I mean, he's got to adjust to the adjustment the league.
But he was an MVP in the first 70 games of the season?
I don't know that he was an MVP. I think he was on elite level. He was all-star level.
Top 5?
He's all-star level. He's one of the best 3 outfilders in baseball
what he was doing
in the National League.
Seiya Suzuki ain't what he was in the first half of the season last year because he was great. He was great.
Played better with the offensive protection from Kyle Tucker in the lineup.
Bush? What's Bush?
No,
better.
Bush is.
Better.
I think Bush is the most known commodity that you have offensively as far as power goes.
You trust that he's
Nico
a 30
Warner
home
is
run
probably
guy?
the most consistently thing that you can depend on day one.
Yeah.
But as far as power goes, like somebody who has some bop, Michael Bush and his approach to the plate and the fact that they actually let him hit lefties.
But you
in the
don't
back
trust
half of the
Seiya or PCA to be that guy. Those guys.
I
Or
think
you don't know
their
yet.
second half is probably more indicative of what their performance might be
Interesting.
in the first half
Okay.
of next year. Now that adjustments have been made, and now that Kyle Tucker's no longer in that lineup.
I'll be honest, I can't call it on PCA. I just can't. I want to believe that what he did in the first half is the realness and that he's actually a power hitter. But
what did you see after the All-Star break to lead you to believe that
Well,
that's
here's-
possible?
Well, no, it was
my
terrible. I'm
issue.
just saying. That means I don't know what PCA is. Does anybody know what PCA
Here's my
is?
issue is the Cubs have made the call. The Cubs are telling you that they're fine with the offense that they've got in the field. They didn't even offer Kyle Schwarber. They weren't even one of the teams that was named in the mix. So I think the Cubs are telling you that they've made the call on Pete Crow Armstrong.
The real question is, did they offer Kyle Tucker? That's the real question.
And that's an answer I don't know that we're gonna get. This is Rahimi Harrison Grody on 670 The Score. In the spirit of the Bears, we will do better on our second try. I think we need to continue the discussion about this because if you look at the amount of plays, it stands to reason that there is a concern here when it comes to being able to start games better, and especially in light of that Green Bay game, what that looks like and how it's affected the team negatively. If they even score on the first drive, we're probably talking about a different result based on the rest of the game. This is 670 The Score. We are Rahimi Harrison Grody. We broadcast live from the Score's Hyundai Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. You heard that breaking news. It's brought to you by Wildfire. Join Wildfire Restaurants as they celebrate 30 years of serving delicious food and creating memories. Our producers are Ray Diaz, Robbie Triano. Brandon Fryer helps us out as well. You can join us on Twitch, twitch.tv/ScoreNorth. Chicago 670 The Score. They are having a lot of fun with my misspeak, as you should, Twitch Mom. Connor O'Donnell, Jacob Stutz, and Max Curtis are manning our video. They also manage our social media as well. And you can call us and text us, 312-644-6767. That is the way a lot of people are getting a hold of us right now. Please have fun with the jokes we have on this show. And we'll have fun with sports coming up next. Let's talk some more about just the idea of the Bears needing to start better and how that's affected them, especially in this last game against Green Bay, and what's ahead of them coming up against Cleveland. That's all next.
Swiss. Hole.
When it comes to Bears analyst in the know, the Score is...
Hey, Chicago, it's David Haugh from The Score here, and you know I'm all about staying connected no matter what, and nobody does it like Verizon. I'm talking about the best 5G in Chicago, and with Verizon, everything just works. Need to check traffic before your commute? Boom, instantly. Trying to snag that impossible dinner reservation? Consider it done. This isn't just fast, it's America's most reliable 5G network, keeping you connected to what matters most. And get this, right now, when you bring your own phone and switch to Verizon on Unlimited Welcome with AutoPay Plus, taxes and fees, you can get a single line for just $50 a month. You heard that right. The best 5G in Chicago for just $50 a month. So if you're ready to experience the difference with the best 5G network around, stop by your nearest Chicago Verizon store today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on Unlimited Welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speed. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score. Report dated 2H 2024. Your results may vary. Additional terms apply.
This segment is sponsored by Bet365. When it comes to sports books, Bet365 has it all. Download the app today and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be located in Illinois.
This is for all of my listeners who are struggling with hair loss. I'm sure you've tried the lotions, pills, creams, and potions. With so many options and doctors out there, who are you going to trust? What's really going to grow your hair back? The Advanced FUE from Advanced Hair is an incredible breakthrough. Receding hairline, thinning hair, bald spots. Advanced Hair offers a simple, quick, one-day treatment that begins regrowing your own natural hair the very next day. And get this, Advanced Hair even guarantees your new hair will grow. It works for men and women across all ages, and Advanced Hair comes highly guaranteed to everyone. For your free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts, call 872-217-HAIR. And don't forget to ask about that guarantee. That's 872-217-HAIR. Or for the incredible before and afters, visit advancedhair.com.
What's good, y'all? It's Von Miller, Super Bowl MVP, Sack Master, and now your host of Free Range. This is where NFL meets real talk. Every week, I'm bringing you inside the game, from locker room stories to league-wide headlines. You want football IQ, locker room insight, and real conversations with the people shaping the league? Welcome to Free Range with Von Miller, where nothing is off limits and every down counts. New episodes every Wednesday. Listen and follow Free Range with me, Von Miller, wherever you get your podcast.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
At Patrick, we believe in the joy of giving and a promise. Enjoy 0% APR financing for up to 60 months on select 2025 models.
Taking care of you every day. That's the Patrick promise.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Tyler Shuck is no fluke. He's proving he belongs in the NFL. Super Bowl champion Mark Schlereth pegged him as the best rookie quarterback from the class, and that was before he led the Saints to an upset win in Tampa. After Sunday, Tyrann Mathieu was calling for New Orleans to, quote, give him the keys. In the pounding rain, Shuck delivered 2 rushing touchdowns, converted clutch third downs to seal the win, and now the second-round quarterback is proving he's tough, mobile, and poised under pressure. I'm Maggie Gray.
More Rahimi, Harris, and Grody. Back in 60 seconds on 670 The Score.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Allstate's new home insurance is now better than ever. We're making getting the right home insurance that's right for you super easy with our improved online quoting tool. It explains how each coverage option works for you without the headache. Yep, you can start protecting your home in a matter of minutes. So check Allstate first for home insurance that's better than ever. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Coverage subject to terms, qualifications, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Listen to Rahimi, Harris, and Grody on the Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
And it all comes down to this 4th and 1 on the fake. Williams looking, throwing, it is intercepted! Keyshawn Nixon and the Packers will win it!
That was Kevin Burkhardt on Fox Sports. This is Rahimi, Harris, and Grody on 670 The Score. And kind of like what the Bears have done in their last several games, we didn't start right out of the gates. We had to get the Wayne Larrivee out of the way. We find out Kyle Schwarber's signing with the Phillies again. So all of that said, it's true. The Bears have not started well in their last several games. Now, it was an 11-play drive against Philly that was turned over on downs. That was an overturned call. But they go 3 and out against Green Bay, as we saw to begin that game. The first half numbers were bad. They only had 71 yards total as a team at the half. That's terrible. 3 and out, downs against Pittsburgh, 3 plays, punt. Against Minnesota, 3 plays to start the game, punt. Against the Giants, turnover on downs, that was 6 plays. You have to go back to Cincinnati in order to get to that touchdown on the first drive of a game, which they absolutely needed in order to beat the Bengals, if you'll recall. That was a shootout. So it's something that I think, Mark, appropriately kind of got your attention. You talked about Caleb Williams' calm attitude, and we see that calm presence at the podium. In times like this, I do wonder how that translates to games. How much do you have to fire yourself up, or do you have to do something different to go out there and be more methodical? Like, is it an urgency issue? Does it translate that way?
Maybe he needs to do some sprints right before he goes out there just to get lathered up and feel like he's more in the flow, because he just doesn't look right early on, like somebody, like to the point where, and I don't believe this to be true, but I've seen it, and you guys probably have too, people using the word, he's got like the yips when it comes to those simple, rudimentary throws. A lot of what Ben Johnson is game planning early on, I don't think it is that, but it's gotten to the point, it feels like, going back to last year and a lot of this year, as you pointed out at the beginning, there's just something not right early on, and I'm just guessing right now, and we've asked him about this before, and he's not really given, only Caleb probably knows at this point what is going on early and why he comes to life and the urgency is real in the third and fourth quarters.
I think one of the things that we have to admit and acknowledge is that things just aren't as good when he is straight up on time, on schedule, in the pocket, as opposed to when he is in a moving pocket, off platform, when he's doing his own thing. He's just more comfortable doing his own thing. It's a realization that I had to come to terms with watching that game on Sunday and understanding when he was making the ridiculous, outstanding, extraordinary throws, it wasn't him in the pocket doing that. It was him out here rolling to his right. It's him even going back to the Cole Kmet touchdown against Philadelphia. That's him rolling to his left, a throw that a lot of quarterbacks can't make.
Yeah.
Flipping his hips and then hitting Cole Kmet in stride for the back-breaking touchdown. I want to go over these stats with you because you talked about the last 6 games. Okay, this is every first drive for Caleb Williams when the Bears have the ball we'll start with the Cincinnati game and go forward to present day.
So we're starting on November 2nd.
So against the Bengals, he was 3 for 5 on that drive. It ended in a touchdown, but when did they not score a touchdown against the Bengals in that game? And a game that was ridiculous from start to finish. Against the Giants, he was 3 for 5. Remember, they got off to a better start, and then Jackson Dart leads the Giants back. And then against the Vikings, 0 for 2. Against the Steelers, 0 for 1. Against the Eagles, 3 for 5. He actually did look good on that first drive, or better, I guess. And then Cal Monungai's first down run on 4th and 1. They thought they got it. It got overturned off after a challenge. And then, of course, against the Packers, 0 for 2. Here's the startling part. He's 45% on first drives, 9 of 20 over the last 6 games. That's not good. That's not passable. That's bad. It is a failing grade and by a large margin. It is very far from 70%. But on the first quarter in each of those 6 games, if you add it up, he's 18 for 42. 43%.
Okay, but just let's go back to when we go back to the individual drives themselves, not even the first quarter, the individual drives.
No, I'm saying usually in every game where it's first quarter stats, it's all of them are 2 except for 1 against the Giants where they had 3 drives. So it's just the first drive and the second drive when we talk about first quarter. That's why I went ahead and zoomed out a little bit. 45% on first drives, 9 for 20. 43% on first quarter, which was 18 for 42.
So 9 for 20 on first drives.
Yes, over the last 6 games. Now, I will say this. In the Cincinnati game, he had the touchdown on the first drive. That's the only one. And then he also had another touchdown on the first play of the second quarter in that game. So that's extrapolated out a little bit. So they were driving in the Cincinnati game, and he had Olamide Zaccheaus catches a touchdown pass on the first play of the second quarter. So that's not like a failed drive, right?
Yeah.
But the other, the more recent stuff outside of that Philadelphia game, it's been just flat out bad. Bad against the Vikings and the Steelers when you don't complete a pass on your first drive. That's bad.
I use the term procrastination offense.
So good. It's an appropriate term.
And it's not necessarily bad in defense of a procrastinator being Layla, but I do think that you see it come back to bite you in these games. And we've seen that. They ran out of time to do what they wanted to do in this game, and it's because they started so poorly. I said this before, and I said this to you. The Bulls had a stretch where they kept getting down by 20 and they would come back, but you can only do that so many times against so many different opponents. You can't do it against the upper echelons of your league.
Wow.
And unfortunately, it happened in this game.
Yeah, and while, look, we did our blame pie yesterday. You guys know where I'm coming from. It was the explosive plays that killed the Bears in that game. 60% of my blame went to the defense. It wasn't a Caleb blew the game, even despite the play at the end. But you saw, this is a great example of you're not going to get away with these poor starts or the procrastinated offense against, and this is what we worried about. You're not, you can get away with that kind of stuff.
Against Cleveland, against
Vegas, against some of the lesser teams that the Bears have beaten this year, against a legit good team like Green Bay. That will be part of the formula as to why you lost the game, of the myriad things we could look at and say that could have been better for the Bears where they might have beaten Green Bay the other day.
So our friend Herb Howard was on it. He talked to Ben Johnson yesterday in his Zoom availability. Let's listen to the discussion that was, I think, started around halftime adjustments or what we thought we saw, and then went into this part of it.
What, if any, adjustments did you make offensively from the first half to the second half when you were able to really get going in the second half, but obviously not able to get going in the first?
Did I make?
Yes, sir.
Not one.
Okay.
I stuck to the game plan, and we ended up doing a better job executing, and guys played hard, and we made some plays.
To that point, is this a game you can look at as you go down the stretch here and you're playing other teams that have legitimate aspirations of playing in the last game of the season to say, we got to find a way to start faster. It's cool that you can come back. You've shown that time and time again all season, but is there an emphasis on how you have to start faster, especially with the games down the stretch?
When you play good teams on the road, every little thing matters. All the details matter. We start off on offense with 2 penalties in the first 2 drives, and we don't overcome them. And so every little thing matters. And, we just didn't start well enough. I think to your point, you got to play and you got to utilize all 60 minutes of your brand of football. And we dug ourselves into a hole, and it certainly wasn't where we want to start that game.
Was it a Swiss hole that they dug themselves into?
Well, I'm glad that
From Star Wars?
Yeah.
I'm glad that Ben Johnson
Combine them all.
pointed out the penalties thing, because the 2 penalties. You know how many penalties the Bears had on Sunday? They had 4 penalties for 17 yards, and 2 of them came on. Now, you just heard Ben Johnson talk. Why would you say
0
that?
or 4?
Darnell Wright, that penalty, I'm not excusing him. He had the penalty that made it 3rd and 15 on the first drive. So, yes, he needs to go into the concoction.
So the point Ben Johnson's making there is we've gotten way better at penalties, because there's only 4 penalties for 17 yards, but 2 of them come on the first 2 drives, and that's what set them back and set the offense back.
No doubt. And he just said it. What I said, you can't, and he threw the road factor in. You can't get away with that stuff against good teams on the road.
In Santa Clara?
And isn't it beautiful that throughout the season, he knows these things. He admits these things. He doesn't dodge these things, and this is what he is telling his team
and
now.
that's why I got so frustrated, because he wasn't giving away any secrets when he said we're winning in spite of our passing game, not because of it. Did the first half not reiterate exactly what he told us? And then he's getting dragged by, I don't know, the 7 people who get offended by everything on the internet. And it's like, no, if he wants to say that, he's allowed. The quarterback is also responsible. You know who knows that? Caleb Williams. He knows that he's responsible for that. He's an adult. He's acted like an adult in every way. So I don't think that he's going to try to get out of any responsibility.
Well, yeah.
And I feel like if you ask Caleb Williams about the first half, he'll say the same thing. What I worry about is the concept of, we've got this, when the NFL will make sure you don't always got this.
Yeah, 0 for 5 on his first 5 attempts is one thing. But when you look at the halftime, it's just galling, really. 6 of 14. So after the 0-5 start, he was 6 of 9. But if you're 6 of 9 for only 32 yards, that goes kind of back to the accuracy within the accuracy in terms of ball placement and allowing you to have a free runner. That's one thing Jordan Love, literally, he was excellent at, is giving his guys the ball in a position where they could go make something happen. See Christian Watson.
Oh yes, the slant.
See Christian Watson on the slant.
And I agree with 630 about Caleb Williams on our text line, conscientiously not taking any risks. He's risk averse. Typically, that's a good thing. Except your offensive coordinator and your head coach want you to do a little bit more.
Flinging it down the middle wasn't a risk.
Can I push back on 219? Sounds like Marshall is describing Justin Fields. We could have just kept him for this. Justin Fields can't make the throws that Caleb Williams made to get them back tied in this game.
In this segment, we have now had somebody say that they should have kept Justin Fields, and somebody else said, how long until somebody suggests using Bajan as an opener? So we have hit the bingo card, everybody. We got everybody in.
Also, I have no problem with him throwing the football away on certain rollouts where he doesn't have the guy, because 630 says that's not it, Marshall. It's because he's conscientiously not taking any risks. If you notice on any throw he misses, he purposely misses away from the defender, and that is also why he doesn't want to take deep shots even when he has time in the pocket. I think he is smartly taking care of the football, of course, leading up to that last play of the game.
Our segment on Rahimi Harrison Grody is brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Save on dental implants today. And if you would like to complain about football to me in person, you can. We actually had a really good crowd the last time we did this in Oak Forest, so we'll do it again. Come out to Garfield's Beverage Warehouse in Norridge this Thursday from 5:30 to 7. I will be there, and you can register for your chance to win a pair of passes to attend Football After Dark with Noah Sewell at Moretti's in Edison Park this time on December 16th. It is all brought to you by Remy Martin VSOP. This is my city. It's a really fun event. Football After Dark went so well with Nashawn Wright. We really enjoyed the conversation. I can't wait to talk to Noah Sewell. Apparently his brother doesn't like eggnog, so I got to ask him about that now too. But it was really fun to talk to everybody and just hang and chat over at the last time we did this with Remy Martin. So Garfield's Beverage Warehouse in Norwich is where it's at this time. We were at Captain Jack's last time.
Hey, Layla, it's that time of the program where someone brings up the B word or the TB acronym. I'm not talking about Tom Brady. 708, if Craig Counsell was the head coach, he'd have an opener. A completely different texter, 847, says, how long until somebody suggests using Bajent as an opener?
Yes.
Yeah, I read that. That's when I said we hit the bingo card. I just read that out loud.
That would be advanced football if they started using an opener for the opening series in football in general. My God.
773, thank you. I'm going to tell him to shut his whistle.
I
can't do it. Okay, Ben Johnson also touched on something that, as reporters, all of our ears perked. It was the way he talks about Kyler Gordon, which doesn't sound great. So we're going to discuss that next, along with how much money is not making money for the Bears right now on defense. That's on 670 The Score.
We are Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio, your laptop, your mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 670 The Score. We're live and we're local. 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Chicago. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2025.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
I was in a wreck. I need a check.
I was in a wreck. I need a check.
I was in a wreck. I need a check.
We've been serving Illinois for over a decade. After a wreck, you make one call, that's all, to Lerner and Rowe. 708-222-2222. That's 222-2222.
Call 222-2222. Jonathan Rouse, Managing Attorney, 114 East Cermak, Chicago. Some work may be performed by or referred to other attorneys.
It's Blackhawks and Bulls season on Chicago Sports Network. Visit chsn.com/radio to sign up for your 7-day free trial of our all-access plan. Over 300 live games per year. Chicago Sports Network, your home stream advantage.
Unwrap huge savings from an exclusive lineup of top brands during Jewel Osco's holiday sale. Get great buys on everything from morning eye-openers and holiday entrees to beverages, baking favorites, household items, and more. Plus, with holiday crunch time in full swing, you'll love the savings on Lay's Classic Chips. These popular snack selections are perfect for holiday celebrations, game day get-togethers, and more. Get Lay's and so many other favorites during Jewel Osco's holiday sale.
There comes a time in many men's lives in which the thought of having another child is not an option. Do you want to maintain the romance without the risk? There's a permanent solution that can help you achieve just that. consider a vasectomy.
Ooh, I don't know about that. I heard it could be painful.
Yeah, not only that, I heard it was expensive.
These statements may be true for many men, but not the men who choose vasectomy clinics of Chicago. First of all, our procedures are covered by most insurance plans and flex spending accounts. The best part is, with our experienced surgeons, the procedure only takes 30 minutes in the office. No needle, no scalpel, and no trip to the hospital. If you're certain your family is complete, do yourself a favor and call Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago today. Or visit us online at www.vasectomychicago.com and read the testimonials. Conveniently located in Tinley Park, Naperville, Arlington Heights, and downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower. Now with free valet parking. Call us today at 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4VAS.
We'll be right back with Rahimi, Harris, and Grody on 670 The Score.
Great news, Nick. Legacy boxes are still in stock. With Christmas just around the corner, there's still time to buy the best Christmas gift ever. Legacy Box.
That's right, Adam. Order today and Legacy Box ships immediately. It'll arrive ready to wrap and place under the tree.
Gather the family together this Christmas and collect all your old VHS and camcorder tapes, slides, pictures, and film reels. Then you can binge on the good old days.
From fading over time to risks like fire and water damage, your memories aren't protected unless they're on a digital format. Legacy Box helps you replay those great moments from the past, from Christmas morning to your wedding day.
Legacy Box is the world's largest digitizer of home movies and photos. All the work is done right here in the USA, and over 1 million customers have trusted Legacy Box.
This Christmas is the time to digitize. Visit legacybox.com/value for exclusive holiday savings. That's legacybox.com/value for last-minute shopping. legacybox.com/value.
The Rahimi, Harris, and Grody Show. Middays 10 to 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
This is Rahimi, Harris, and Grody on 670 The Score. And we talked about the idea of starting faster for the Bears and what that means, because they haven't really done it as much as they would have liked in their last 5 games. Now we shift the focus a little bit, because when Ben Johnson spoke yesterday, always a must listen to hear him on a Monday or a day after a game, he talked about the setback that the defense has faced. And it's happened multiple times where, say, somebody thought they were ready to come back, like a TJ Edwards. Unfortunately, they end up going back out. Same thing happened with Jalen Johnson. And perhaps the same thing happened with Kyler Gordon, who got injured in his pregame warm-ups on Sunday. Ben Johnson was asked about his patient level regarding Kyler Gordon.
Where does your patience level rest when you have a player that's in and out as frequently as he's been since you got here?
Well, it's disappointing. You know, I wish I had a better feel for the individual, but with him being out as much as he has, I haven't really get to see him on the field and competing and get to know him like I'd like to at this point yet. And so I do know that the biggest predictor of a soft tissue injury is having a previous one, and he's kind of in this rut right now that we're not able to get out of. And so we're going to exhaust all of our resources in and outside of the building to make sure that we're addressing it and doing what we can to get him back and healthy again.
That, and when you add it to what Ben Johnson has said about Kyler Gordon previously, when he was asked about Kyler Gordon, and he said, well, it feels like I don't know him. It was something along those lines. I'm paraphrasing. That does not give me an indication that this individual is on perhaps the best footing right now with the team.
This whole season has been about getting a guy from point A to point B as far as development goes and working with a new offense and new defense. We have come a long way since Dennis Allen name-dropped Kyler Gordon at his introductory press conference. The problem is you're going the wrong way when you talk about Kyler Gordon and what Dennis Allen had in his mind and his plans and his vision for how he would use this X factor on his defense, to now not having him available, thinking you were finally going to have him in a big game against the Packers, and then he gets scratched in pregame warmups. And this is my realization. Kyler Gordon's not playing again this season. I think we can all comfortably come to that conclusion based on the fact that there's only a month left. He's had several injuries, and the biggest thing that Ben Johnson said yesterday was the biggest predictor of a soft tissue injury is having a previous one. And guess what? He's in a spin cycle right now of soft tissue injuries.
Well, and I'll say this, I don't know that the the team has a problem with him or there's an issue with the team. What there is right now is just disappointment. And from what I've learned from covering football, covering the Bears on a daily basis for 8 years, head coaches are all very similar in this way, not just the tone that you were from Ben Johnson. If you're an injured player, you can't help us. You're out of sight, out of mind. Come talk to me when you're healthy. Let's get to know each other when you're healthy and you are making plays on the field. A lot of coaches in the NFL are like that. I think Bill Parcells was kind of the first to make those type of thoughts public. Like, you can't do anything for me. So I think that that's what's going on. And I do understand the mutual disappointment that is going on right now. The Bears just paid this man. Kyler Gordon, I can tell you from the many times that I've talked to him in the locker room, is down in the dumps about this. So it's just a bad situation. One other thing I'll add is Jalen Johnson, who also just got paid, and he's having kind of a lost season himself. But he did bring that up. He when we talked to him at the beginning of the season, he did make a point of saying the Bears can't be happy about this. And I'm paraphrasing. They just paid me, and this is going down. So I will say that in Jalen Johnson's case, he is very conscious of the fact that he is expected to do something. Kyler Gordon has been injured too much in his career.
No, I'm glad you brought that up, Mark, because that is part of this, is that there's a lot of discussion around Jalen Johnson joking with Seth Rollins in the offseason about needing to sign a new contract after all these other corners got paid. And that's the exact opposite. You know, what you just said is the exact opposite. They know when they're paid a lot of money, they know they've got to produce.
Right.
And that is something that I've heard many players talk about. Jalen Johnson, at least, is in the second year of that extension. You know, we saw what he did last season. That money was earned and well spent. And he has more of a resume than Kyler Gordon did, to the point where Jalen Johnson got extended. Kyler Gordon signed a 3-year, $40 million extension. So this is the first year of that extension. You got 2 more after this. When you start to add it up, it's a lot of money on the field that isn't on the field when you consider that Jalen Johnson was injured for so long. When you consider Kyler Gordon, TJ Edwards had issues with injury following an extension. I'm not regretting the TJ Edwards extension, by the way. And then there's also Dayo Odeyingbo.
And when you said
and that's the most speculative money of them all. Everybody who talks about trying to upgrade on the defensive line, they can't. They have financially put themselves in a position where they can't spend any money on the D-line. What you're looking at is what it is.
And you can argue with Dayo Odeyingbo, even if he was healthy, the questions, as you said, speculative, would still be there. Was this money worth it for Dayo Odeyingbo when he's out there healthy? Him not even being out there, that's a whole different can of worms, if you will.
What I wonder about, though, is if Jalen Johnson and Kyler Gordon have both put more pressure on themselves to get back faster.
Sure.
Because the secondary is doing so well.
Of course. Well, no, I think because the team is doing well, they want to get back out there. So I would say yes, and I like it. I like that they've that they're trying this. You know what I mean? Like they're giving it a shot.
But that's where
they probably would not have
if the medical staff has to impart.
Well, I have to believe that the Bears medical staff is not letting these we'll see what happens. I doubt that that's what's going on. I am not going to go to the place of blaming the Bears medical staff.
No. I think you can be structurally sound in terms of you are healed, but the way you work your way back from an injury has a lot to do with whether or not you re-injure yourself.
Well, yeah, and that risk exists, and I agree. They probably have pushed it. I like that they've tried it. You know what I mean? Like, I don't have a problem with that they're pushing it and giving it a shot in this winning season that the doctors might be giving them the benefit of the doubt. Yeah, give it a try. What's the problem? What's the harm?
Well, here's the harm.
The harm is that Jalen Johnson, the harm was that, for example, Jalen Johnson looked a step slow in Green Bay, but maybe that's because he's relearning the offense.
But wouldn't you rather have taken that chance?
Number 2 is that Kyler Gordon was injured in pregame warm-ups. And whether or not they want to admit it, that was a game plan that included Kyler Gordon for Sunday.
Sure.
You know what I would rather do? Spend 5 days game planning knowing I'm not going to have him because he's not okay.
Which they have done most of the season successfully. I mean, C.J. Gardner-Johnson did not have a good game on that day. But I don't you're right, Jalen Johnson might have on the overall, and I think this is what you're indicating, that he might have hurt the team. I don't regret it, though, is what I'm saying. Is like, of course, I want to give it a try. And if it doesn't work, it doesn't work, and we'll see you next season. But in a season in which the Bears are expected now to be a playoff team, I do want my star defensive secondary members giving it a shot.
I just don't think it's quite that binary, because I think if you hold him out another week, maybe for the second Green Bay game, and he's ready for then, I don't know.
But I think
I'm not in that training room.
They probably already did that. They probably waited until this point when there were games along the way. They were like, well, maybe this game, maybe this.
Games of serious consequence.
Yeah, I think not even that. I think that they did their due diligence. They waited as long as they could, and they're like, we're either going to try this or we're not going to try this. And maybe it's a fail. Maybe we won't see Jalen Johnson or Kyler Gordon the rest of the year. I don't regret it, though.
Hindsight's 20/20. But if the difference was waiting a week or two to have a fully healthy Kyler Gordon, it wasn't bad as it was. I was willing to wait.
But then you're saying that you don't believe that the doctors were true and that they messed up.
No.
Okay.
I think when you've been injured, you get asked, how do you feel?
Mm-hmm.
And they go off of that a lot, because there's stuff that you just can't pick up through a machine.
Sure. But maybe a little pain, but structurally they're not going to let them go out there if they feel like
I didn't want them out there in pain. Like, if you're taking the time to get surgery and you're coming back from that, I want you to be fully healthy. And I understand what you're saying about try, don't try. Yeah. But what I would argue is you still had time. You still had time to let it fully be, we are 100%.
Did you?
Yes.
What time did you have?
You had 2 or 3 more weeks.
We're in the urgent part of the season. This is the most critical part of the year.
Said, they've been working with these defensive backs that they've already been getting the job done. Bring them back fully healthy, or don't bring them back at all. I think that's when you try, is when you are fully healthy, when you are good to go.
We have more coming up here on Rahimi Harrison Grody on 670 The Score. We'll bring in Patrick Manley next, the longest tenured Bear. Ask him about what he thinks about the game against Green Bay and how they're moving forward to Cleveland. So we'll do all of that next here on the show.
The Spiegel and Holmes Show. Afternoons 2 to 6 on The Score.
Man, that's got to leave a mark. It's got to leave a mark on Ben and a mark on Caleb, that moment. I think he was thinking a little bit too much, and I wonder if Ben thinks even he was thinking a little bit too much.
Well, they've got to let go of it quickly, because now you're in a dogfight for the last playoff spot in the NFC. That becomes important. That's why I wanted them to win.
The Spiegel and Holmes Show. Afternoons 2 to 6 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hi, it's Layla Rahimi for FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 670 The Score. FanDuel is the #1 sportsbook for same-game parlays. From points and rebounds to threes and assists, FanDuel is the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay or track every stat live, all in one easy-to-use app. And right now is the perfect time to join, because new customers get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So bet on the players you love the way you want. Head to FanDuel.com/Layla, Leila, to sign up today. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 and up in President, Illinois. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Becoming a truck driver doesn't have to be complicated. At Schneider, we make it easy to get your commercial driver's license and start your new career. With our CDL apprenticeship training, you'll get paid to become a truck driver in just 5 to 6 weeks and have a Schneider driving job waiting for you when you've completed the program. Plus, during training, Schneider will provide transportation, lodging, and meals at no cost to you. Ready to get your career on the road? Learn more and apply today at SchneiderJobs.com. That's SchneiderJobs.com.
At Odyssey, we believe in creating a diverse and inclusive workforce. We also value the power of community and encourage local organizations to help us in referring qualified applicants to our stations. If you're a community organization interested in receiving our vacancy information, simply email equalemployment@odyssey.com. You'll be notified of all our open positions. That's equalemployment@odyssey.com. And for all our listeners, please visit odysseyinc.com/careers for a list of job openings at all Odyssey radio stations.
For all the planned. Okay, it's on my calendar. See you then. And the unplanned. For your healthiest days.
Woo! Nice catch.
and the days when you need us most.
Oh, let's get you back in bed.
It's time to enroll in or switch healthcare coverage. And Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois is here to support you throughout all of life's ups and downs, with member benefits like preventive care, plus access to leading doctors, hospitals, and specialists, all within a reliable network that gives you confidence for every part of your wellness journey. So no matter where life takes you, go with a trusted plan that'll help take care of what matters. Open enrollment ends soon. Visit needcoverageil.com or call 800-605-7000 to sign up for health coverage today.
This holiday, more couples than ever are getting engaged, and Rasny Jewelers makes choosing the perfect ring personal, easy, and meaningful.
At Rasny Jewelers, it's the same family for 75 years. That's a powerful statement that few can make.
When you come into our stores, we'll sit down and talk about exactly what you're looking for. We'll start by exploring different diamonds, looking at different shapes, seeing what looks good, and then we'll design the perfect ring from there.
Whether you already have a vision in mind or you're starting from the very beginning, we guide you through the process step by step.
We have rings that are ready to go, and you can walk out the door and you can propose to your loved one right away.
Visiting Rasny Jewelers, you're going to get that wow factor from beginning to end, covering all the details necessary to make Christmas morning unbelievable.
So this holiday, trust Chicago's family-owned jeweler, Rasny Jewelers, suburban Addison, Highland Park, Hinsdale, Chicago Oak Street, and Rasny.com.
You're listening to Rahimi Harrison Grody. Back in 60 seconds on The Score.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Breezy and cloudy today, not as cold though, a high of 36.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have an easy holiday at Staples. Save on top tech and gaming gifts, shipping supplies and services to get your packages there safely, even custom cards and wrapping paper. Staples. That was easy.
This is where Chicago comes to talk Bears football. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score!
This hour is sponsored by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Affordable implants, life-changing smiles.
Just in, Patrick Manelli.
Patrick Manelli, the longest tenured player in Chicago Bears history.
I just want to thank the Bears organization for an incredible 16 years.
Score Football pre- and post-game show co-host.
I think he's getting better, man. You always get asked, right? I'm sure you guys do. Are you a believer in Caleb Williams? And I'm not there yet is my answer, but I start believing more and more in him. And I'm even saying that after that last play of the game. I'm upset it didn't happen. But going into the final few, I'm like, all right, we have 3 timeouts. We're going to tie the game or win the game here and go for 2. I just believe that it's unfortunate it didn't happen. All right, now, Caleb, it's your time to prove me right again or prove me wrong again. Go out there this next time you get a chance to do that. Win the game or tie the game.
He even has a signature beer.
Long Snapper IPA. The can, the artwork's me long snapping a ball on top of an El Camino. I have an El Camino, so the artwork's great. The beer's great.
Patrick Manelli with Rahimi Harrison Grody on The Score.
We love talking to Patrick Manelli every Tuesday, and we do so via The Circa Resort and Casino Hotline, circalasvegas.com. Patrick Manley, the longest tenured Bear. He's also a long snapper. And the Patrick Manley Award is coming up. Join fellow football fans at the annual Patrick Manley Award Dinner, featuring an inspirational panel honoring the top long snappers in college football. It is the award that bears his name for a reason. The dinner and the ceremony take place on Saturday, December 13th. It all benefits Bernie's Book Bank. Visit berniesbookbank.org for more details. Hey, Patrick, how are you?
I'm good, guys. A little different talking after a loss, but here we are. I mean, we're still in the positive mode, and I joked in the pre- and the post-game show that Mully started talking about draft picks, and I said, stop it, man. I am not talking about a blank
I heard that.
Let's talk about a loss. Let's talk about the Cleveland Browns coming up next or whatever, but do not talk about a draft pick to me in a position.
I was listening, and Mully was setting it up real good. He's going into the preamble, and you're just like, Mully, look, I'm just going to stop you right here. I'm not going to answer that question about the draft because you're right, dude. It's like at this time every year, most times in the last 20 years or so, you're right. We're vying for draft picks and trying to make, as talk show hosts and analysts, to make losing interesting. Losing is not interesting, Patrick.
No, it's not. I mean, it's fun now. We're actually going to talk about clock management. Can Caleb make the throw? Hidden yardage, all that kind of stuff, and why you win and lose games instead of talking about all that. So let's break down the game and what we see in the Bears.
Actually, you just listed off all the topics we were probably going to talk to you about. I love it when people produce their own show. So which one of those would you like to start with, Patrick?
The final play. I think everybody wants to talk about that. I had no problem with it. You can talk about clock management with that as well. I thought it was brilliant. I think he left it with, 20-something seconds left to go in the game. If you score there, we're talking about how great of a job Ben Johnson's doing with clock management. And then does he go for two and all that kind of stuff? We'll never know. I'm sure he'll hold that to the vest. I'm not sure if he's talked about that. But I had no problem with it. But I thought, guys, the most important part of that whole situation at the end of the game was he let Caleb make the play. He put it in his hands. He could have maybe just said, all right, guys, we're going to hand it off up front. We've got 2 timeouts left, and let's just run for the first down and go from there. He made a decision. He gave it to Caleb. He said, listen, you have the option to run or throw it or whatever, whoever you want to throw it to. And I love that. To me, that was a key moment between Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams, that it's his time to go out there and make a statement play. And unfortunately, he didn't. But I think that's what we're going to see in the future is Ben Johnson saying, all right, Caleb, here you go. Here's the keys. Go make the play.
And Patrick, I completely agree with you on everything you just said. And I think it's important because they've had this conversation. I'm sorry, we've had this conversation, everyone has about, is it about winning or is it about Caleb's development? It's like, it's about both. What are you talking about? Because my whole thing since the start of the season is I don't care how much you want to win. You're not going to win it all without Caleb Williams playing at a higher level and showing improvement, which clearly he needs to do. And I think what you just said about that last play and having the option to run or pass and obviously pick the read, that is a step in his development, whether he succeeds or whether he fails.
No, I agreed. So, all right, he failed, right? But that's a rep. And you get better by reps. And that is a game time, big time rep, right? You're going against your rival, end of a game, not an end of a half thing. It's one where, kind of makes or breaks your career. And this is only his second year, and hopefully he learns from this. And what I expect is, Marshall, the next time this situation comes up, Ben Johnson calls his number again, and he succeeds. And then that tells me, like you heard in the opening there, am I sold on Caleb yet? No, I'm not. But if you start making these plays, the city of Chicago is going to be sold. I'm going to be sold. You guys are going to be sold. We'll win more games. So I'm just excited that he handed it to him in that situation, said, young man, go make the play. It's unfortunate he didn't, but I like the fact that he did.
All right, so jump in on the discussion that we were having earlier to essentially begin the show, and that is the poor starts.
The Wayne Larrivee thing?
Not Wayne Larrivee! No!
What are you talking about?
He's fat!
Why
I promised I wasn't going to go Wayne again, but
Nobody's
there was.
I don't want you to lose your voice.
It's Wayne's World.
Mitch, I might need Friday off. Where was it? Oh, yeah. The slow.
Don't pull a Kyler Gordon. Don't pull a Kyler Gordon.
No.
Oh, wow.
Sorry.
We want to ask you about that too. Add it to your list.
I know. We'll get to that. Sorry. Go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, no, as Layla called it, Layla has coined the phrase the procrastination offense because it does get good.
I'm going down for this one.
Their paper, just like Layla's papers in college, they may have been turned in late, but it was good work.
My papers were never turned on late.
Oh, but
no,
you did procrastinate.
I had a 3.95 grade point.
Well,
But you could have had a 4.0.
But in my daily tasks, I had an 89 in media law, an 89, and I apparently got the highest grade in the class. That's not important.
Look at the
big
grades on Layla.
No, you know
and
what?
Look
though?
where it got you now.
Exactly.
She's sitting first chair at 50,000 watt radio station.
They hate me though, and I'm unqualified for this job. But I will say this. I do procrastinate in my daily tasks, as you guys know. I procrastinate going to bed. I procrastinate waking up. I procrastinate putting makeup on. Yes, I do procrastinate every day.
That's just being human, Layla. That's what we do.
But the problem is these guys are not human, and we expect them to not procrastinate in the offensive game plan. You can't just eke out 71 yards at the half. Mark,
I know. I'm going to give you coach speak on this one, and it's just do the simple better.
Isn't that what we've been saying the whole season, though?
No, lose normal was the battle cry.
It's the beginning. Don't jump off sides, Colson Loveland. Unfortunately, that's a holding penalty. That's in the middle of a play to get to 3rd and 15 in the first 2 drives. But just do the simple better. Get started by not making the little mistakes, and that's just get the game rolling that way. That's what I would like to see, and I also feel that way with Caleb. Do the simple better on 3rd and 5. Don't miss those little kind of layup shots. I think I heard you guys talking about missing some of the easy throws, and that to me is just do the simple better for Caleb as well. You really can't put that in this last game. I thought that was too, just the 3rd and 15s because of the penalties. But overall, when they start slow, it's them just not executing the little things, and that's coach speak. But they got to get everything right.
But is it faulting at this rate? Like there's a reasonable expectation of fault, and then there's 71 yards as a team at the half.
Yeah, that's just, I can't put my finger on that one. That was discouraging. Let's talk about the positives, how they came out in the second half and fixed that. But yeah, if they come out and they put up points obviously earlier, it changes the narrative of the game, puts them in a different situation, but they can't do that. Ben Johnson, when he always talks too, right? He always seems like he solves the problem. And he was talking about the passing game getting better, need to execute better. He didn't get it better this last game. So they know it needs to get better. I just don't have the answer for that. But my simple coach speak of not coaching them up is what you would do as a bad coach is tell them do the simple better.
This segment with Patrick Manley, the long snapper for the Chicago Bears, brought to you by almostfreeteeth.com. Save on dental implants today. I take issue with that offense mainly because of things like the defense finally getting an interception early in the game, and they've got the ball 1st and 10 at the 36-yard line of Green Bay, no points. That to me is the difference between winning against regular teams and winning against the best teams in the conference. But when you look around right now, Patrick, do you feel like the North is a thing that's still on the table? Do you feel like the number 1 seed is still on the table?
I do. With this run game and who they are, I think they can. The key is those turnovers too, Marshall, if they can continue getting those. But again, they're going against one of the top 3 or 4 defenses in the NFL. So that's tough going with this offense who is not elite yet. We have an elite running game, but we're not an elite offense. But I do think there is a chance. You take care of Cleveland, you get back on the winning side of things, and then you take care of Green Bay when they come back here to Chicago. You never know. But I do think they're good enough to do it. I think they proved it in that game against Green Bay. I think what we watched on Sunday was a playoff game. Those are 2 playoff caliber teams. And I think the Bears are good enough, and I think they can win this division.
It's Rahimi Harrison-Grody on the score. This segment with Patrick Manley is sponsored by Loyola Medicine. When things are at their worst, we are at our best. Patrick, I got a couple of things for you. First of all, what did you see, and what was your reaction on that botched kick in the second quarter by Cairo Santos?
It looked like he was going for that dirty kick, where you kind of carry it to the 20-yard line and hit it on the ground. And in my opinion, in that situation, that's not when you do it. The weather is difficult. You just kind of let a player do what's easy, and you just take what the situation is giving you, if that makes sense. Don't try that dirty kick there. I understand maybe in practice he's done it at Hallis Hall and the weather and all that kind of stuff, but make it easier on the player. And what happened there, two guys that gave up a touchdown after that one.
Yeah.
They got the ball at the 40-yard line. They gave up a touchdown. Another one that's upsetting to me and hidden dirty bad yards for special teams is the touchback by Torrey Taylor. They had a touchback that went to the 20-yard line, right? I'm expecting him, I think it was a 60-yard kick into the end zone. They get the ball on the 20-yard line. They go and score a touchdown. If you want to be an elite punter in that situation, games like this late in the year where it's, tough weather and all that kind of stuff, get the ball within the 10-yard line. That's your job. You're a fourth-round pick to do that. Getting first downs in this league is hard. That's an extra first down, an extra 10 yards, but they let them start at the 20-yard line. And they went and scored a touchdown on that one as well. So if I'm in the special teams meeting, I'm taking the Aaron Grody, and I'm Richard Hightower, I'm talking about that to the guys. I'm saying, listen, this is where we're not doing our job. Okay, did we execute the snap, punt, kick, and all that stuff, and fine. But these are the hidden yardage. This is what happened afterwards. We need to take care of our job.
The other thing real quick was, and you mentioned that the botch kick led to the Bo Melton bomb. What did you think about some of the breakdowns on defense, the explosive plays, which eventually did end the Bears in this game?
That's elite quarterbacking to me and Jordan Love, recognizing what's going on. The one to C.J. Gardner-Johnson, the one where they signaled to him and they kind of, called the play. They saw what was going on. That they rolled up and they were blitzing and they were bringing it. To me, that's Jordan Love, and that's where I want Caleb to get. That's a quarterback taking over at the line of scrimmage and recognizing, the Kevin Byard's on him or whoever's covering him. It's a mismatch, and that's just Jordan Love taking advantage of what was given him. And Dennis Allen's going to live and die by the blitz, and we know that. And he's been successful a lot of times with it, but that was Jordan Love beating him a couple times on those calls.
We're talking to Patrick Manley, the longest tenured Bear, former long snapper, has long snapper IPA, and part of our pre- and post-game coverage here on 670 The Score. And Patrick, you talked about what you perceived to be halftime adjustments. Well, yesterday, Ben Johnson was asked, what offensive adjustments did you make at halftime? That was the question. And he said none. So when you hear him say that, and I said it sure looked like there was some discussion at the half. As a former player, what do you make of that, and what goes on? I feel like there's enough time to at least say to somebody, hey, you're doing X, Y, and Z during this game. Don't do that, or something like that goes on at the half.
What I kind of saw was just his mentality changed. I don't think his formations and all that kind of stuff changed. I think it was more of they came out and actually threw the ball and did a little more play action to start the second half and then got to the run game. So, you practice all week and you put that game plan in all week and you got formations and all that stuff and you're scouting Jeff Hafley. I don't think he changed any of that. I just think he went down on his call sheet and called different plays and different orders and different ideas in different situations. That's what I thought. And when you're asking about adjustments, it's not him, adjusting schemes and things like that. I think it's just him adjusting his call sheet to what he needed to do at that moment. And it obviously worked in the second half to get started throwing the ball. They're making the easy throws for Caleb and loosening up the defense and then running the ball down their throat successfully.
You called it elite quarterbacking. I don't know that that's going to drop off between now and December 20th when they play here in Chicago. I don't believe Kyler Gordon's going to be playing. I don't even know if Jalen Johnson's going to be at full strength by then. Yeah. How do they deal with this elite team speed in addition to the elite quarterbacking when they can't seem to get pressure without calling blitzes? I mean, what's the answer here?
I don't know, Marshall, and I think that's Dennis Allen's job to figure out. It'll be interesting to see if his game plan looks anything like it did on Sunday. Do you come out there and play as much man and blitz as much as you do? I don't know. That's going to be the interesting thing, too, as coaches. You've got 2 weeks, 14 days to put 2 game plans together for the team. And I don't have an answer for that one. I'm sure Dennis Allen and his crew right now, they're worried about Cleveland. But in the back of their mind, he's probably talking to his younger assistants down the line saying, we got to figure out a game plan for this. Start scouting that game a little bit harder and get me ready for 2 weeks because whatever they did didn't work. They only gave up 28 points, but they got beat on those big plays, and that killed them.
They had an 18% pressure rate on their blitzes.
Yeah, that's not good. I mean, that's the problem, Layla. I feel bad for Dennis Allen. If Montez Sweat was an elite pass rusher, or if they had an elite pass rusher, this defense would look a whole lot different. And if you want to go talk about draft, that's what you got to draft, right? You got to get somebody for him to get to the quarterback. And I don't know if you can get a Micah Parsons, but a Micah Parsons-like player that, the game has to be schemed around him, and then you can worry about pressures differently throughout the game instead of dialing up these exotic blitzes all game.
I'm turning Spiegel's page way too soon because Spiegel apparently decides when to turn the page.
We ain't got to wait
He
till
says
tomorrow.
Wednesday.
Yeah, we ain't got to wait till tomorrow.
No, Mark,
Patrick
I
ain't coming
guarantee
on
you
with us.
the Bears are doing it right now. They have to. The coaches have to do that because they know they got him in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
You have to turn it quickly. If I'm a coach and I'm bringing the guys in on Monday and Tuesday, I'm watching very little of that film just to wash it out of there because it's coming back quickly, right? It's coming back next Sunday night, next Monday when they start ready for the next game. I'm turning the page. So I think you're turning the page right there.
I'm turning the page, buddy.
Make that happen.
Yeah.
Right
Oh, no,
now.
he just turned too many pages.
I just turned a
He just turned two. We're
Don't turn
looking
it to the
ahead.
Packers. Just turn it to Cleveland.
But I do want to ask you about the fact that Bears game is on a Saturday night in the holiday season at 7 p.m. in the great, big, beautiful city of Chicago.
The tailgating alone.
I mean, it's going to be...
The bars, your friends.
It's going to be
your
so
family.
friends. Hey, Pat, have you played in a Saturday night game in the city? I
can't
remember.
recall a Saturday night. I know Sundays and Mondays, and the crowd was different, obviously.
Yes, drunk.
But it's going to be that atmosphere is going to be amazing.
Oh,
and it's
yes.
it's too bad we lost. It would have been more fun to win, but I think just that revenge game too, that revenge feel as a Packers fan is going to be pretty good.
There's going to be some distracted people at holiday parties.
There's
Somebody's
going to be some
scheduled a
arrests.
holiday
There's
party.
going to be a lot of
Some
stuff.
arrests.
The holiday parties for sure.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of people going to the old style jail, I think, at some point in time.
Is T-Box that day too? If T-Box is that day, just pray for the police, man.
Hey, Pat, I just thought of a horrible potential memory for you and for me.
Potential memory?
What was did you guys play a New Year's Eve game on a Saturday night where I think, do you know what I'm talking about? Rex Grossman had a terrible game.
Yes, we did.
Do you remember that? Like, I wish I could think of more
but not
details.
really. Those are some you just wash away. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was a New Year's. Yes, it was.
It might have been a Saturday. Sorry to bring that up, but it went through my head, and stream of consciousness got the best of me. I am sorry, Patrick.
Well, let's hope for a better outcome next Saturday.
Amen, brother. Amen.
Thankfully for the world, T-Box is this Saturday, so
T-Box.
at least the Saturday night Bears game isn't combining with the bar crawl, the Big Ten grads.
The big T-Box in the Swiss hole.
The 12 bars of Christmas or whatever they call it. I've heard of it.
And they're not interrupting the Manley Award, thank God.
No.
Thank
Bears
God.
knew how to schedule it right. Yeah,
Nice planning
Or the
out of
Heisman.
you.
Yes.
There it is. That's Patrick Manley. We always love talking to him. Before Chicago takes on Cleveland, tune in Sunday from 9 until noon, 9 a.m., for your local Ford dealers pregame show right here on 670 The Score. And that is where you will find Patrick Manley, along with Olin Kreutz and Mully, getting you set for the game. Then immediately following the game, they have instant reaction on the postgame show presented by TimberTech Decking and Railing and Atturo Tire. Yes. All of it can be heard on the Score and the Odyssey app. Patrick Manley, thanks as always.
Thanks, Patrick.
Bye, Snappy.
Oh,
Snappy.
wow.
Oh, yeah,
wait
now
till
that
he was
he's
off
gone.
the line. Yeah, you aren't doing that.
I see what you did there. Coming up, we should do this more often, so we're gonna. Let's go around the NFL. And the topic today and around the NFL is, after the Bears lost to the Packers, who do you fear in the NFC? Who do you respect? What the hell was that game last night? We'll discuss it all next on Rahimi Harrison-Grody on 670 The Score.
We're still not done breaking down Bears Packers. That's why we got our pros on today. Matt Forte is going to join us at 3 o'clock to tell us what he saw. And at 4 o'clock, Matt Bowen will join us. He's gone through the tape. He's going to let us know what his opinion is on what the Bears did. Moral victory or not. Spiegel and Holmes, 2 to 6 on The Score.
And always live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment is sponsored by Bet365. When it comes to sportsbooks, Bet365 has it all. Download the app today and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be located in Illinois.
The holidays, they're almost here. Family, food, and chaos in the kitchen. But what if you could keep the fun without the frenzy? Matrix Basements Finishing can help you create the perfect downstairs getaway, a cozy family room, game space, or kids hangout, so everyone is happy and out from underfoot while you prepare the feast. Make this holiday season even easier for everyone. Go to matrixbasements.com today to learn how you can give your family the space they deserve. That's matrixbasements.com.
And Doug.
There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game.
Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug.
Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down.
Hey!
Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Hey Chicago, it's David Haugh here with some big news. Verizon, America's best 5G network, wants you to bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill and they'll give you a better deal. If you think Verizon is expensive, well, think again. Not only does Verizon let you lock in your low price for 3 years, everyone in the family can mix and match their plans with my plan. And they let everyone get the same great phone deals when they trade in an eligible phone in any condition on my plan. That means new and existing customers. There's more reasons to save, more reasons to switch. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to your local Chicago Verizon store, and they will give you a better deal. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score report dated first half 2025. Your results may vary. Must provide a postpaid consumer mobile bill dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. 3-year price lock applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms apply to promotional offers. See www.verizon.com/switch-2-Verizon/.
For so many, it's happening. Your hair is thinning. Your crown's disappearing. Hair loss can feel like identity theft. Well, there's good news. It's an incredible yet simple one-day treatment that starts regrowing your own natural hair the very next day. And it's guaranteed to grow for life. It is the Advanced FUE from Advanced Hair. We've all seen the pills and lotions that come with monthly subscriptions. They may sometimes help retain what you have, but they will never regrow hair that's completely missing. From Advanced Hair's state-of-the-art facilities to their world-class physicians, it's not maybe your hair will regrow. It's guaranteed that your new hair will grow. You decide how much, how thick, and where. For your free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts, call 872-217-HAIR. That's 872-217-HAIR. Or go to advancedhair.com. Once again, that's advancedhair.com.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
At Patrick, we believe in the joy of giving and a promise. Enjoy 0% APR financing for up to 60 months on select 2025 models.
Taking care of you every day. That's the Patrick Promise.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. After all the opinions and his draft day slide to the 5th round, Shedeur Sanders is proving there is a place for him in the NFL. The rookie just earned the Browns' starting job for the rest of the season after a 364-yard, 3-touchdown breakout performance against Tennessee. He's Cleveland's 3rd starter this year, but easily its most promising, showing poise, fight, and growth every week. I'm Maggie Gray.
Rahimi Harrison-Grody will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-922-1284. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-922-1284. 800-922-1284. 800-922-1284.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results vary. Consult with your tax professional prior to enrollment.
Rahimi Harrison-Grody, middays 10 till 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Here they go, 3rd and 1. They fake the tush push. It's a snap to Hurts. They give it out to Barkley, running on the far side, 50, sideline 40, cheek to the 30, 20, 10, 5, touchdown! Saquon Barkley, like a rocket, 52-yard touchdown run. And the Eagles come up with a huge play and get their first lead tonight to start the fourth quarter. Wow!
And then you know what I hear? Come on, Marshall! Kevin Harlan on the call. Westwood won. We love to hear it. And that game was strange last night. Bizarre. At one point, I'm pretty sure it was indeed drunk.
How bizarre.
And it also was a very likely game to have a 19 in it. The Chargers beat the Philadelphia Eagles 22-19. That at SoFi on Monday night. And this, you know, a lot of people say it's time for America's favorite game or America's favorite segment or America's favorite topic. But I'm pretty sure this is America's favorite topic. It's time to go around the NFL. Who doesn't love doing that? So this is Around the NFL and Rahimi Harrison Grody, and we have a topic in the topic, which is, after the Bears lost to the Packers, who do you fear in the NFC? Who scares you the most in ye NFC?
Let's start with who does not scare us. How about that?
Is it the team that scored only 19 points yesterday?
That would be the team.
Hell of a run by Saquon, though, let's be honest.
Eagles. The Eagles are getting less scary as the weeks go by. Their quarterback... How do you get 2 turnovers on one play? The first time that's happened in recorded NFL history.
Well, because you tempt fates by saying to the gods, I don't turn the ball over. And the gods are like, yes, you do. Smote.
He threw an interception. The player who intercepted the ball fumbled it. He picked it up, and then he fumbled. That's what happened to Jalen Hurts on the way to a 5-turnover game. I know people who lost their fantasy matchups last night because he had less fantasy points than Daniel Jones, who was, of course, carried off the field with a torn Achilles.
Life comes at you fast.
I won my week because of Jalen Hurts.
Are you serious?
Because you're going up against him?
Yeah, he only needed 6 points, and I was going into it with a 6% chance of winning, and then by the fourth quarter, 98% chance.
And let's just call this game what it was. Not quarterbacky. Like Justin Herbert had a 59.6 rating in this game. 12 of 26 for 139, a touchdown and an interception. And then Jalen Hurts had a paltry 31.2, 21 of 40, 240 yards, but 0 TDs and 4 INTs. So, yeah. That was quite the game. So you don't fear the Eagles. Mark, do you fear the Eagles?
No, I don't. And it's a little bit disappointing because, and I don't know if this has gone through other people's heads, is it denting the meaning of what the Bears did to the Eagles last week? Because the Eagles seem to be a team that is kind of on the fall.
You can't let you know what you sound like right now?
What?
You sound like that guy who talks about how he broke up with his girlfriend feeling good, and then she got with a guy who was clearly out of shape, didn't have a job. You're like, wait a minute, was I dating someone who wasn't even attractive? I mean, what? That's what you sound like right now, and I'm not going to let it stand.
Marky Downer? Does it sound like?
Do I sound like a Debbie
Downer?
A downer when you address the mic.
I mean,
you're like, oh.
I know.
You know that it's not all about appearance, right?
Because I don't want.
Have you dated men?
No, but for women, it's not all about.
We're way more visual.
Yeah, we're way more visually stimulated. Way more. But as far as
why I don't
we're
date
shallow.
his friend.
We're shallow.
No, we're not shallow.
Little bit.
Visuals matter. Aesthetics matter.
Right, just natural.
In that same category with the Eagles are, of course, the team below them, although only 1.5 games back, the Dallas Cowboys, who could be in the playoff mix. And I would submit to you the entire NFC South. I would submit to you the entire NFC South I am not afraid of.
Every year, there's always a division that nobody wants to win. And again, it is the NFC South. The Rams scare me. Is that better?
Yeah.
My preseason Super Bowl pick is looking pretty good.
Also, my preseason Super Bowl pick.
Yeah,
so by that definition,
how did we do that? We didn't even talk about it.
No, we didn't.
I picked the Rams and Bills, and he too picked the Rams and Bills.
Well, you're looking good. Is anybody going to ever love Seattle for what? Is there any fear?
I love Seattle.
I got some respect and
Seattle.
fear for Seattle.
Seattle's out here quietly with a 10-3 record.
Double-digit wins,
I
man.
fear Seattle, and I hearken back to Mark Grody's fear, and I'm going to lean into that. I fear a trip to Santa Clara, so therefore I fear the San Francisco 49ers.
Yeah, I don't feel good. But, again, different year. And my guess is
they're
that
9-4.
when the Bears do... Yeah, no, they're very good. When the Bears do play San Francisco against the 49ers in Santa Clara, my guess is they will guard the tight ends. My guess. That's just my thought process. I'm breaking it down.
George Kittle, who was like at 2% healthy, was like, yeah, I'll play the Bears. And then he got like 1 billion yards and some touchdowns and stuff.
It was some of the worst defense of game planning I've ever seen from the Bears. Maybe I shouldn't say that because I was here for Mel Tucker. But yeah, that was pretty bad. But yeah, San Francisco to be feared as well. 9-4. Yeah.
Also, like, credit to Jackson Smith and Jigba. Also, like, quietly just doing his thing.
Is he still leading the NFL in receiving yards?
Yes.
That's great. Good for
Man,
him.
they're killing it out there. Sam Darnold, 20 of 30 in that 37-9 win over the Falcons. 249 yards, 3 touchdowns, 1 interception, a sexy 117 rating. Like, they're just doing the thing up there. I don't even know what happens all the way up there in that corner, but they're great.
What's going on up there?
The meatloaf.
So to be clear, I just want to make sure, in summary of this portion of the conversation.
They're 6-1 on the road.
The meatloaf. We fear 3/4 of the NFC West, none of the NFC South, none of the NFC East. And then
the NFC East fears itself.
Do you fear the Packers? That's the last portion.
Of course.
All right.
Yeah.
So there's 4 teams that are feared in the NFC.
We're already looking forward to the game on Saturday night, knowing that the outcome might just have the same results for fans. Like, either they win and people are drunk, or they lose and people are drunk.
Gang, I don't know if people have lost track of what Washington is doing right now, but folks, they are 3-10, have lost 8 in a row. It's pretty amazing what's going on with that franchise this year.
Why bring Jaden Daniels back, by the way? Like, why not just let him...
Do you know who started that losing streak?
That's such a good nugget. The Bears.
How the turntables.
Seriously, this
so
all
I said this at the time, like 3 weeks later, I said, what if the Bears started a Commanders 10-game losing streak? Would that be justice?
No, because like the Commanders weren't really the problem there. The problem was the Bears. Then you're just hurting people because you got hurt.
Well,
and hurt people hurt people.
I'm saying, what's wrong with that? You don't want to hurt who hurt you? You don't have a little petty in you?
I just am like, did I win the head-to-head matchup?
I think so.
Obviously. But like, I don't take it out on innocent people. There's no need for that.
Are the Commanders innocent?
No, but I don't need to send them into a 10-game losing streak.
Remember when Jaden Daniels was smiling the whole game?
I mean, I thought Jaden Daniels was really good last year. I don't want you to lose to everybody.
No, but I'm just saying that the Jaden Daniels, Caleb Williams conversation
was heavy last year.
It was a much worded conversation.
I think it was just because, number one, you knew that the Bears in their current situation last year wouldn't be able to develop Jaden Daniels or Caleb Williams. They couldn't develop any quarterback.
Yeah, Carl
we saw
was
what
right.
happened.
Carl was right.
Carl Williams was 100% right.
Carl?
Yeah, that's Caleb's dad.
Yeah. I see Carl every once in a while outside of the Bears locker room.
Tell him we said that at the time he was right.
Please tell me.
I have not had a good talk with Carl yet.
I would love if you would engage him in conversation.
Oh, no, if I had time, because it's the worst time. We're waiting to get into the locker room.
I think it's the best time because you've got time.
That's true, but no, I did see him one time, and he smiled. Like, I was walking towards him. He smiles at me because I did give him a fist pump. I was walking toward. This was a case where I didn't. I was after the locker room. I needed to get upstairs. I see Carl, and I go towards him, getting ready to give him a fist pump, and he just smiles at me, and I smile back, fist pump, and that's it. It made me wonder if we have a thing.
That's why you open your mouth and speak.
Because I'm giving Carl a lot of credit.
Maybe he's got to ease into it.
Yeah, like from day one when he had not necessarily the stuff in the book,
but the concerns.
But last year I was like, when he had the meeting with Ryan Poles and say, why is it going to be different for my son? I don't know. Maybe Carl heard me being very complimentary because
I have no problem with anything Carl Williams has done during this entire.
He's a good Carl.
Lifeline of the story.
Yeah. No, same, and maybe I'm just making this in my head, but. We smiled at each other, and I do wonder if that's the reason.
Okay, back to your, do you smile at girls and think they're smiling at you, but really they're smiling at somebody behind you?
Oh, no, I'm usually pretty in tune with that. Yeah.
I smile at everybody.
That's a lie. That's a lie.
No, I mean, usually, like, when I'm out and about and stuff, yeah. Now, if somebody tells me to smile, do you think I'm smiling?
No one's telling you to smile. Like, as far
I've been told to smile.
No, I mean, like, and you're just walking down the street, no one's like, They tell you to smile if it's a social situation where they feel you need to be smiling because we're supposed to all be having fun.
Yeah, no, I told you about the time where I
Yeah.
was like helping work an event for my friend. I worked the door and this guy
A
was like,
social
you
event.
need to smile. And I was like, you need to shut up.
You need to smile more.
The
He
guy
wasn't
liked her.
invited to that event.
Poor guy liked her.
No, he didn't.
Poor
he
fella
was
never had
I'll
a
tell you
chance
later.
apparently.
No, I'll tell you later what
Shoot or
that
shoot.
was.
Hey,
That-
but
no, that was not shooting. That was a guy trying to flex and fail.
am I allowed to mention the AFC in
Of
this
course you are.
conversation?
Yeah, is there
I mean,
somebody?
they're
I believe
there.
Kansas City is 6-7 right now.
Yes.
You know what? Yes, because last year we saw the warning signs of this.
Even after the Super Bowl,
and then
people
we were
were
like,
already
but
talking
they got
about it.
back to the Super Bowl.
You're right, Layla. It was maximum effort for them last year to do what they did, wasn't it?
It's weird because the eye test matched the suspicion, which also contradicted the result. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So, like, that's what I feel like was happening. We all knew that they weren't the same as what we knew them to be, and they were likely running on some sort of combination of fumes and just who was available at certain positions because the quarterback contract money was what it was.
And then-
so all of that said, like, now we're seeing the actual decline of the Chiefs. And you
Yeah.
know what the sad part is everybody who like was tired of the Chiefs and all this and that, and they hated them, they like didn't care. I don't even know if they're appreciating what's going on. The fact that there is actual parity now in the AFC when there wasn't for years.
Well,
I just want to point out, you said 6-7. I just want to tell you who the 7 losses were to.
Okay.
The Chargers, the Eagles,
Eagles.
the Jaguars, the Bills, the
Jaguars.
Broncos, the Cowboys, and the Texans. Like, those are all teams that
Fair.
are
That's
either at 500 or above 500. Although, are the Cowboys?
That is a
at 500? Are
good
they-
excuse for
Well, they've
them.
got that tie.
The 5-5-1.
And really quick, I know we got a break, but I
Okay.
did mention
Dallas is 6-6-1.
Yeah, they're at 500.
I did mention last week, keep an eye on the Colts and for the normalization to begin.
Well,
and they have now, they are 8-5. They've lost 3 in a row. And guess who they play at Seattle this week? I said, keep an eye on that team. They are falling away.
Yeah, that's why I picked the Jaguars to win the division a month ago.
You are on it,
Not
sir.
the Jaguars, sorry, the Texans.
That's
the
another
Jaguars
one.
look pretty good.
The Jags are 9-4.
They're third
but
place
yeah.
in the AFC right
Houston
now.
8-5. They've won 5 in a row. Jacksonville's won 4 in a row, and the Colts are going bye-bye, Tyler Warren. Bye-bye.
Well, Philip
that
Rivers is going to
CJ
lead them
Stroud
back to
is-
glory.
He's doing pretty well.
Scroodsy.
Grandpa Phil is going to lead them back to glory.
Yeah, we
Oh,
gotta get
man.
to that's a preview of our 5 on it because the olds are having a moment, and I think that I, as an old, should appreciate this moment.
Say
So
the
we'll talk
middle
about
age.
that.
What does that make me if you're an old?
Yeah,
Don't talk about that. That's not
middle
important.
I'm an oldie.
Men don't really age the same. Let's just call
You're
it
a
what
Goldie,
it is.
not an oldie.
I'm a silver fox.
Okay.
Yo,
You said that. You said
Mark
that.
Grody,
Yes, I did.
312
You said that.
644
I've regretted it ever
6767.
We're accepting
been-
all ages.
You've been feeling yourself ever since I
Guys,
said that.
I am.
Also,
yeah.
to
You're
whoever-
hot though, Marshall. That's why.
Do you realize like somebody gave out our number, the score text line, the score phone number to a realtor, and we get those realtor
Yeah,
texts?
yeah.
I swear, if one of you gives 312-644-6767 as a number at a bar to somebody, I'm going to be very disappointed, but somewhat entertained in you.
As for my hair, by
Text
the way,
bar, though, would they?
No,
Got
they'd
it.
be like, hey, this is so-and-so. I met you at X place. Like, how's it going? And then we get the text instead, and I'll be like, I'm sorry. You have a radio station.
text from the tree. Haircut looks sick. Robbie Triano, ladies and gentlemen.
Hi, Robbie.
What's up, Robbie?
Next time, yeah, what up, Robbie? Next time someone asks for my number, I'm going to give them the text line.
One time I know...
What? You can afford to do that? See, this is why you are hot. You could just give fake numbers to girls.
I'm
Man.
not
I definitely have witnessed people giving out Mike Jones's number.
Back to Layla's comment,
Yes.
it's not about looks.
Yes.
I come in with the personality.
Right, little charisma.
Did
right.
you just...
I'm
no,
the funny
you
one.
can't
Trust
do that
me.
after you said all that mess earlier
What mess?
about how you're like, and then she dated some other guys not attractive. And it's like, oh,
Yeah, but
she's
like
right.
you said, it's different for women, so yeah.
yes, your double standard is reeking supreme right now.
Yes, as it should.
Man, I see why they call this America's favorite segment. This was a blast.
That was
we got
fun.
to do this again
Good
sometime.
call, Layla. Good call.
We will. And also, we have a reminder for you. Next Friday, December 19th, join the score at the world-famous Brat Stop in Kenosha for the return of the Brat Bowl.
I'll be there.
Round 2 of Chicago and Green Bay. I can't wait for you to see it. You need to experience the Brat Stop.
I'm gonna get a company rig for us. I'm driving, guys, but
Hell
I'm
yeah.
gonna see if I can get us one of the rigs.
I'll live stream the hashtag content.
Yes.
Our show will be broadcasting live from 10 to 2, followed by Spiegel and Holmes from 2 to 6 that afternoon. We'll be joined by special guests and hosts from the Fan in Milwaukee. We got to find that Rami Makloff. The shows gear up for a huge game the next day, as we know. That's December 19th, Friday. from 10 to 6, the Broad Stop in Kenosha. It is all brought to you by Kenosha Subaru. For all you do, Kenosha Subaru. We had a great time last time, so come hang. Next, we get to come hang with the US 99 Morning Show. Melissa McGurran and Austin Huff join us. They have a request of us and a request of you, the listener. You'll want to get in on it next.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grody. Always talking Chicago sports with you, the fan. Middays, 10 a.m. to 2.
Tony in Wonder Lake.
Today I had an opportunity to listen to you guys, and you're doing a fantastic job, of course.
Hi, Steve. You're on the score, and Rahimi, Harris, and Grody.
I love the show, guys. Keep doing what you're doing.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Hi, Danny. You're on the score.
Love the show, guys. You guys doing an amazing job.
Thank you.
Tune in to Rahimi, Harris, and Grody. Middays, 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
I'm Chelsea Messenger, helping you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Play of the day in college basketball is Columbia, laying 4.5 points on the road at Stony Brook. Columbia comes in with a 9-1 record, with their lone loss coming to UConn. The Lions have the more trustworthy offense here, ranking in the top 30 of effective field goal percentage and top 10 in offensive rebounding, which should give them plenty of second chance look. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app. Please gamble responsibly.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Ring in the holiday season with a full plate of great deals during Jewel Osco's big sale. Whether you're packing up some holiday snacks, picking up pizzas, or planning for a festive dinner, you'll love the low prices on popular products. Plus, get a sweet deal on Pepperidge Farm Chessmen or Milano cookies. These classic favorites are the perfect way to celebrate the holidays with family or friends. Get Pepperidge Farm cookies and so much more right inside your local Jewel Osco store.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable Scent Boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppable beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness, so you can smell unstoppable.
Calling all hockey fans, come meet Hall of Famer Jeremy Roenick on December 13th, courtesy of Chicago Sports Network. Visit shop.chsn.com for details, offer terms, and to purchase your ticket, which includes a full year of access to streaming CHSN. Offer limited to new all-access annual subscribers while supplies last.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate
your car today.
Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2025.
Pain has a way of stealing the moments that matter most, especially during the holidays. It's not just your knees, your back, or your shoulder. It's time with family and friends. But 2026, that could all change when your body remembers how to heal. Dr. Ashley Caravelli and her team at QC Kinetics here in Chicago believe relief doesn't have to come from surgery or pain pills. They use your body's own natural healing abilities to repair and restore what's been lost. It's your body's comeback story, powered by the very cells that built you in the first place. It's time to take that first step, literally, to walk and dance and enjoy the holidays without pain. With QC Kinetics, healing is within reach, easy with weekend appointments. Schedule your free consultation. Now's a great time to use your HSA and FSA for treatments. Call 312-847-4347. That's 312-847-4347. QC Kinetics, 312-847-4347.
More Rahimi, Harris, and Grody. Back in 60 seconds on 670 The Score.
Guys, thanks for helping me carry my Christmas tree.
Zoe, this thing weighs a ton.
Drewski, lift with your legs, man.
Santa! Did you get my letter?
He's talking to you, Bridges.
I'm not.
Of course he did, right, Santa?
You know, my elf Drewski here, he handles the nice list.
An elf? I'm 6'3". What everyone wants is iPhone 17. And at T-Mobile, you can get it on them. That center stage front camera is amazing for group selfies. Right, Mrs. Claus?
I'm Mrs. Claus's much younger sister. And at T-Mobile, there's no trade-in needed when you switch, so you can keep your old phone.
Or give it as a gift.
And the best part? You can make the switch to T-Mobile from your phone in just 15 minutes.
Guys, my side of the tree is slipping.
Timber!
The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Switch in just 15 minutes and get iPhone 17 on us with no trade-in needed.
With 24 monthly bill credits for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Finance agreement 256 gigs, $830. Eligible port in a new line. $100 plus a month plan with autopay plus taxes and fees required. Check out in 15 minutes or less per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
We're talking to play-by-play man Kevin Harlan. You're the best when it comes to play-by-play of life.
We're sending Marshall Harris to D.C. to run on the field.
Come on, Marshall. Bring it home, baby. We're ready for you.
The Rahimi, Harris, and Grody Show. Middays 10 to 2 on 670 The Score.
Yeah, that's right, Tyler Buterbaugh. Let's get some country music in here because our friends from US 99 have joined our studio just in time. We've got the Odyssey holiday party today, and Melissa and Austin from US 99's morning show are here. Welcome, guys.
Thank you for having us.
Let's get Austin's mic on over there, guys.
Here we go.
There it
There
is.
we go. Thank you. The only way we got, I got Melissa to come downstairs to be in the studios because I told her we're going to be breaking down Ben Johnson being shirtless. Are we going to?
My non-sports girlfriends were like, hey, who's this Bears coach?
Well,
are you one of them now?
Sure. I mean, he's not hard on the eyes, that's for sure.
I mean, as a heterosexual male, he's hot. Like, let's be honest.
He is.
He's a good-looking man. Looks good with his shirt off. So it's all.
We call it
just chiseled enough
big
to make you
dilf
feel
energy.
uncomfortable. Like I wouldn't take my shirt off around him in a pool.
Oh yeah, Marshall's in our update studio here. We didn't have enough mics. Marshall,
yeah.
can you repeat that one more time for the
So we
class?
call it big DE, big dilf energy.
Yeah,
Well,
yes,
he's got that going on too.
Yeah. Without question.
Ben Johnson, regardless of whatever orientation one may be, we as a collective appreciate you.
Welcome to the Score, though. It's good to see Austin.
you
You've been
guys.
down here. Melissa, welcome to
Thank
your
you.
first trip to the Score.
I know. I've never been in here. I
Yes.
mean, this is kind of exciting. Maybe I think I'm marking this off on my bucket list.
Yeah.
The synergy is overwhelming, right?
Yeah.
So I'll be honest with
Melissa, you always remember your first.
This is true.
Yeah.
I've learned that a couple of times.
And it's for charity at that.
And
How
it
do
is
you
for
like
charity. Yes, I guess that's a good segue into why we are here.
that? Yes, tell us what you guys are doing. I always love it when US 99 team asks Score listeners to help team up in their charity efforts because the Score listeners will back you up.
Yeah.
They did a wonderful thing helping out getting puppy dogs for veterans.
That's right,
That was
yeah.
a wonderful effort. So now we're looking forward to what you have to tell us next.
Yeah,
it's big stuff.
We had a lot of people come in. Just real quick, with our vet dogs promotion that we did in May during Military Appreciation Month. We had so many people get in and donate and say and put in the memo line Score listener, like I heard you on the Score, like, so thank you to Score listeners for coming up big.
What would we do without you guys?
Right.
Honestly.
This week is our annual St. Jude Radiothon that we are very excited for, kicking off on Thursday.
Yeah, it'll be 2 days, Thursday and Friday. We do this every year about this time. It is giving season. We all know that. And so we'll be starting first thing in the morning and running all day, actually, raising money for the kids at St. Jude. So if anybody would like to even donate early, you can. But we'll be there. And if anybody wants to pop on over to US 99 and take a minute, even the Score listeners, to pop in for a minute and listen to a story and donate for the holidays, because, a lot of people do. They do that as tradition to donate during this time of the year.
I've got the number here. You can text the word GIVE to 312-946 312-946-4995. That is the number, 312-946-4995.
Yeah, and to bring the sports world into it, we have a big rivalry every year with our friends from WYCD in Detroit, who you know, Josh, Rachel, and Grunwald is their morning show there, and
we got a Grunwald, huh?
They do have a Grunwald, and let me tell you, he is a Grunwald. And we get we every year we try and face off against them to try and beat them. And there's a big Detroit-Chicago rivalry.
Sure.
And they talk a lot of trash. And so I really don't want to lose to Detroit this year.
Wait, I was going to say, we lost last year.
What?
Yeah. So now we
Okay.
really need people to step up so that we
Score
don't lose this year.
heads, unite.
Yes.
What's that number again, Layla? Give it again now.
Text the word give, 312-946-4995, 312-946-4995. Text the word give and donate today. This is important to know. Families never receive a bill from St. Jude for treatment, travel, housing, or food, so they can just focus on helping their child live. Rip up the bill to remind your listeners, that's us, that their Partners in Hope pledge helps make this dream a reality for the St. Jude family. So when you donate, you're just helping people be able to live their lives a little bit better and have one less thing to worry about while they go through this time.
I think a lot of people don't know, too, that St. Jude passes all their information on. So all the research that they do, they pass it on to doctors everywhere, hospitals everywhere. And so they treat kids from all over the United States, but people don't know that they treat kids from all over the world.
Yeah, right here at Lurie's, name a children's hospital, and St. Jude will share their research with them. So you're not just helping the kids at St. Jude, you're helping kids nationwide. And it could be, like I always view it as like insurance. I got 2 little girls at home, and I view it as when I give to St. Jude as insurance. I hope I never have to see that money. But in case my kids ever fall to an illness or anything like that, then I know that the money that I help donate to St. Jude will help go to find a cure for my kids.
And to that end, it's important to point out, too, and I've done some stuff at Lurie's, and it's moving. Like, I have a hard time talking about it, but families never receive a bill from St. Jude's for treatment, travel, housing, or food. So that's the why of why they need them for kids.
Which is also highly unusual. It's like one of the only places that does that, which makes it so important. And the message that they try to send home is that gives the chance for the family to 100% focus on healing their child, which I love that message.
Yeah.
So once again, just in case you need to know, and I'm sorry we are running out of time, but this is a very important cause to us at the Score. That's why we wanted to have you guys on.
Got to beat Detroit.
Let's go.
Beat Detroit.
How long are you guys on? What are we doing 24 hours?
Thursday and Friday.
Okay.
December 11th and 12th.
All right.
So what time does it start?
It will start with us at 6 o'clock in the morning. Yeah.
And then it will go all the way through until 6 a.m.
Yeah, it will go up through Scotty K Robin Holly deep into the evening. Yeah.
And so they'll be running information overnight. You can still donate overnight to the same text number that you just threw out, where you can text give. And so it'll be a full 48 hours. Austin and I specifically will be on from 6 to 11.
Yeah, and Melissa has a lot of singles saved up that she was going to put in the waistband of a shirtless Ben Johnson, but that she is going to donate.
That
she
is
already
no
said
longer important.
She is going to donate that money.
Priorities, right?
Hey,
Priorities.
Whatever it takes, Melissa, whatever it takes. If it's Ben Johnson that gets people going, let's go.
Honestly, that is a reason to want to beat Detroit because we took their coach.
Yeah, right.
So.
Exactly.
Yeah, right. That's how that goes.
And if you donate enough, maybe he'll take his pants off. I don't know.
See, this is
we don't know.
We can't keep offering up Ben Johnson for charity like this. There's got to be some consent here.
I feel like Ben would
once
do it.
again,
Chicago's hungry. Here we go.
Talk about a wiener circle. Am I right?
If you want to get a head start, the best time is always while you're thinking about it, which is right now. So text the word give, 312-946-4995 to St. Jude, so families can have a little bit of an easier time during a very, very difficult one. Melissa and Austin, we look forward to hearing the Radiothon. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
Thank you all so much. Really appreciate it.
Marshall, Layla,
Thank you guys.
Grody, thank you guys.
Appreciate y'all.
We really do appreciate
Our pleasure.
You guys are the best.
As far as that other energy is concerned that Marshall just mentioned, well, we've got a question that regards that and 5 on it, which is next.
Mark Grody, part of the Rahimi Harrison Grody Show on The Score.
As a person who knew he wanted to work at The Score, probably about the 5th or 6th time I checked in, doing my monthly check-in. You guys got anything? And Ron Gleason said, as a matter of fact, I do. Can you do updates on Sunday? I was like, oh, bleep. I was so nervous. The Score is a part of me. My work is a part of me. It's an honor to work at The Score.
Mark Grody, lifelong Chicago sports fan and longtime Score guy, talking Chicago sports every day, 10 a.m. to 2 on the Rahimi Harrison Grody Show, right here on Sports Radio 670 The Score and live on the free Odyssey app.
Truck drivers, wherever you want to take your driving career in 2026, Schneider has an opportunity for you. Our huge selection of driving jobs means you can get the home time that suits your schedule. Choose from daily, weekly, monthly, or sometime in between. Plus, Schneider drivers can choose from dedicated, intermodal, dry van, and tanker options. Don't wait to upgrade your career before the new year. Search jobs and apply now at SchneiderJobs.com. That's SchneiderJobs.com.
Introducing Remy Martin's This Is My City VSOP limited edition collection, paying homage to the iconic sounds, style, and teams of our very own Chicago. The collection celebrates the city's influence on culture and features Remy Martin's renowned VSOP liquid. This limited edition bottle is available now, and you can learn more at RemyMartin.com. Remy Martin VSOP Cognac, 40% alcohol by volume, imported by Remy Cointreau, USA, New York, New York. Please drink responsibly.
This holiday season, Rasny Jewelers is proud to offer something extraordinary. Origin by De Beers Group, a natural diamond experience built on transparency, traceability, and purpose.
Natural diamonds build schools. Natural diamonds builds hospitals. It builds the infrastructure that is needed in these countries to take them to their next level of economic benefits.
With Origin Diamonds, you can follow your diamond story from the moment it's discovered to the moment it becomes a part of your life. Along with Rasny's 75-year legacy, they hand-select each diamond, ensuring beauty, responsibility, and value.
At Rasny's, we are transparent. Whether you're making a diamond purchase in January or you're making it in May or a week before Christmas, it's the best possible price every day in the store.
This holiday, give a diamond with meaning. Discover Origin Diamonds at Rasny Jewelers, suburban Addison, Highland Park, Hinsdale, Chicago, Oak Street, and Rasny.com.
On the days when you're thriving.
Come on, everyone. You're almost there.
The nights when you need us most.
Mom, I don't feel good.
And every moment in between. As a Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois member, we are committed to helping you stay covered at each stage of life. Whatever challenges may come your way, our mission is to be here for you and your family so you can feel confident as the new year approaches. Visit StandByYouIllinois.com to see the steps you'll need to take to renew your coverage. And with nearly 90 years of experience, you can expect personalized guidance throughout the process, helping you stay covered into 2026 and beyond. We thank you for trusting us on your health and wellness journey through it all. Visit StandByYouIllinois.com or call 866-575-2583 to renew your coverage today.
The holidays are fast approaching. We just talked about the game on the 20th against the Packers. Well, you know, it's 5 days after that. Are you looking for the perfect gift for the family member or friend who seems to have everything? Well, here's a great idea. How about giving them the best steak and seafood on the planet this year with a gift from Second City Prime Steak and Seafood? They are based right here in Chicagoland. It is a small business, and they source only the top 2% of USDA prime steak for their customers. Now, that's not the same steak you would necessarily find in a warehouse club or a grocery chain. This is different. Owners Chris and Susie scour the globe and source that top 2%. They also source filet mignon, Japanese Wagyu, Australian Wagyu, bone-in ribeye, porterhouse, New York strip. Plus, you'll find domestic Colorado lamb, Spanish Iberico pork, wild game, and the best wild seafood. The scallops are fantastic. Salmon this time of year, excellent as well, and it all freezes and keeps incredibly well. Steaks from Second City Prime make great gifts for friends, family, and clients. This holiday season, enjoy some of the best steaks on the planet. Order some today, have a mouth-watering meal tomorrow. Orders of $200 or more ship free, and orders placed before 5 p.m. Monday through Friday ship the same day. Visit secondcityprime.com. That's second, the word, SECOND, cityprime.com.
Winterland at Gallagher Way is back this holiday season with festive fun for all ages. From November 23rd through December 31st, experience the Chris Kindle Market Wrigleyville, ice skating, train rides, visit with Santa, and more. Admission to Winterland is free. Visit GallagherWay.com for more info.
We'll be right back with Rahimi, Harris, and Grody on 670 The Score.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
This is where Chicago comes to talk Bears football. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score!
It's time for 5 on. Layla Rahimi and Marshall Harris with Mark Grody bring you 5 topics on their minds today on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Number 1.
The Bears fell 4 spots and now hold the number 9 spot in Fox Sports writer Bucky Brooks' top 10 rankings. The Packers, the only other NFC North team in Brooks' top 10, climbed 1 spot to the number 5 spot. Do you agree with the Bears' placement? What are your thoughts on the rankings at large? So I'm going to run them down for you here. All right. Number 10, we've got the Texans. Number 9, as I said, the Bears. Number 8, the 49ers. Number 7, the Bills. Number 6, the Jags. 5, those Packers, as I mentioned. Number 4, the Rams. Number 3, the Seahawks. Number 2, the Pats. Number 1, according to Bucky Brooks, the Denver Broncos. Your thoughts on all of it and where the Bears have fallen?
Okay, so the Bears in this list fell the most spots. They fell 4 spots, as Ray mentioned, to number 9. Here's the thing, though. This is the top NFL rankings. This isn't just AFC. And when you look at the group, it's hard to argue against who is ahead. Except for perhaps the Packers, but the Packers beat the Bears head-to-head. Ray is giving us the printout appropriately. It is not in color. We reserve that just for the playoffs, so we can see it here. I'll hold it up. But the thing about this is, to me, is that Green Bay, do they need to propel all the way to number 5? Does he now think that the Green Bay Packers are the best team in the NFC North?
They only went up 1 spot.
I will say the Bears shot up the rankings after beating Philadelphia. So that's how.
Hey, you know who's not in this top 10?
You were totally into the Philadelphia being a mirage thing. I think you're there.
No, I'm not there. I don't want to live there. I really don't.
So do you have a problem with it?
I don't. But the point is, like, previously the Bears were the number 1 team in the NFC North according to his rankings. So now it's the Packers being far and away the number 1 team in the North. I'm not willing to say that either one of these teams is going to be the best in the North yet. I'm still trying to figure it out.
No, I think this is all very appropriate. The Packers moved up 1 spot because the Bears fell 4 spots. You can make easy arguments that the Niners, the Bills, and the Jaguars are better than the Bears.
I'm not arguing that. I'm arguing the difference between the Bears and the Packers after 1 week.
It's 1 spot.
It's 1 spot for the Packers. It's 4 for the Bears.
No, it's 1 spot between them. Like, there's no other NFC teams between them in the North. That's what I'm saying. It's not like they fell below the Lions. They're the Niners, the Bills, and the Jaguars.
I don't necessarily think that the Packers are number 5, and I didn't necessarily agree with his Packers rankings last week.
Okay, so where would you put the Packers?
I would probably put them after the Bills, number 1. So that would probably place them better than the 49ers, and then, according to this, 2 spots better than the Bears. Packers and Bears to me are probably next to each other.
Okay, that's fine.
I was getting there. So to finish your thought about it.
I have no problem with these rankings whatsoever. The Bears lost. The Packers are the best team in the NFC North. They beat the Bears head to head, and it's not even like Miami, Notre Dame, they beat them back in week 0 or week 1. They beat them last week. This is a very accurate reflection of probably where everything should be. I do take qualms with the top of these rankings, but that's not Bears related. That's just I don't think the Broncos and the Patriots are better than the Seahawks.
I kind of love the power rankings this year because of the way the NFL is right now. And teams are starting to separate themselves just a little bit. We were talking about what Jacksonville is doing and what Indianapolis is not doing right now. But I love how one game, one win changes the complete trajectory of these power rankings because there hasn't been a team that has stood up, or even a couple teams have been like, we're dominant. There's really good teams, and Denver is one of them. But even Denver has its flaws, and people look at Denver and say, yeah, look at some of the wins that they've had this year. Like, they're talking about that in Denver as well. My only thing is I might move the Bears. I might flip-flop the Bears in San Francisco.
Number 2.
Yeah. How many teams will make the playoffs in the NFC and the NFC West and NFC North? I wrote, but that's correct. Yeah, NFC North and okay. Sorry.
Can we all agree that only one team is going to make it out of the NFC South, and it's whoever decides to win the thing?
Yeah, I'm there.
Okay. That said, I think that there's only one team who probably goes out of the East. So then it becomes, is it going to be 3 out of the West and 1 out of the North, or is it going to be 2 and 2? I think it's going to be 2 and 2 because you still have to play each other.
Wait. You're saying, run that back one more time. You think 2 out of which divisions?
Out of the North and out of the South, right? In the NFC.
No, out of the North and the West.
Oh, the North and the West.
Here's the problem with that. If it's
this is going great.
No. Listen, if it's 2 out of the North and 2 out of the West, and then there's 2 division champs, that's only 6 teams. You're saying an NFC East or an NFC South team is going to make it?
Yeah.
Oh, which one?
No. Oh, you're saying that I'm saying 2, 2, and 2? No.
You're saying 2, 2.
Yeah.
Those are the North and the East. That's what you just said.
No.
And then there's a division champ and a division champ. Who's the 7th team?
2 out of the West, 2 out of the East, 2 out of the North.
Ray, scrap this question.
So 2 out of the North, 2 out of the East. That's 4 teams. 3 spots left. Division champ. You're saying that third team has to either be a NFC South team or an NFC East team. I want to know who that team is.
That's my wild card. Is that the only way I'm seeing 2 teams out of the East is, does the tiebreaker come in as the tie? Like, do the Cowboys get in via some sort of pattern here?
6-1, those Cowboys.
Yeah. So that's where I have the issue. Like, my baseline is it's going to be at least 2 out of the West, at least 2 out of the North. 3 out of the North might be impossible.
No, it's 3 out of the North. It's 3 out of the 3 out of the North. Just 3 out of the North. Sorry.
Okay.
So it's been a while. It's been a while since we've had to do this.
It's Rams Seahawks most likely out of the West.
Okay.
So then and it's top 2 out of the North. So then that third one is, do you think that it's going to be the West or the North? Is really
that has
the
the extra team in it. Like San Francisco out of the West in theory because they're third.
Or
right
the
now.
Packers, Bears, or Lions, whichever team doesn't make it out of those 3.
Ooh, Detroit. Which way are they going? Triano's been lurking today, by the way, guys. I saw him on the Twitch, and he's texted me today. So I don't know, man. Lions at 8-5, just coming off a loss. Are they going to sink? Are they going to sink to Minnesota?
I'll say this: San Francisco still has to play at the Colts, the Bears, and the Seahawks. Along with the Titans. Titans, I just give them the Titans win.
Right.
So if the Bears go to San Francisco, I think that will be an NFC North team, the third team.
If the Bears beat San Francisco?
Yeah, because you just said go to.
Oh, yeah. You gotta say and win. Sorry,
yeah.
Go to and
win.
It's
all good. We did the distinction.
We need a literal whiteboard here to draw this
out.
No.
We're good.
So if it comes down, so here's the thing. You're basically saying that is going to be the battle for the third team out of a respective division going to the playoffs. That either the Niners win and they go, or the Bears win and they go.
Well, Bears win.
As the magical third team.
I say Bears win and they go along with the Packers and the Lions.
I'm just glad we have the same opinion about the NFC South. Why is it like this?
Somebody could go on a run. The problem with the NFC South is those teams still have to play each other. That's the issue. And
what you just said is we have to watch that football. That's what I just heard you say.
The Panthers and there's 4 games left for both the Bucs and the Panthers. 2 of those games are against each other.
Well, that'll be interesting.
Both Tampa Bay and Carolina 7-6.
I don't think Carolina makes the playoffs. I don't think they're there
They don't feel like a playoff team.
They did just lose to the Saints at home.
Obviously they're better.
Oh, the Buccaneers did that. Yeah, that was a clunker. How do you only score 20 points against the Saints like that at home?
Because you're not that good.
Ugh.
Number 3.
Is this the year of the over 40-year-old quarterback?
I ask this question because, frankly, you know what? Sometimes people are for the kids, and sometimes other people are for the adults. And I appreciate a 40-year-old quarterback who's still in the league because it makes me feel a little younger. Joe Flacco, do the thing. Aaron Rodgers, I know you're trying to beat Tom Brady when it comes to age and longevity, so you're out there.
How dare you?
But the wild card is, what year is it when I saw the message from Ray that Phillip Rivers was practicing and trying out with the Colts? Well, we have some more news. They have signed Phillip Rivers at 44 years old.
To the practice squad.
But still.
You know, you're right.
Did you think this was going to happen?
Once last night, and once I saw, there are other quarterbacks hurt, Riley Leonard, they got to sign him. It's a matter of, does Phillip Rivers want to do this?
Do you know how many doors this opens for the rest of the quarterbacks younger than Phillip Rivers, but say around Joe Flacco's age?
Let me tell you about the door it temporarily closes for Phillip Rivers, who was a semifinalist this year for the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Now he's got to wait 5 more years from whenever he decides to stop playing football again.
I don't think he cares, does he?
No, it's funny. Like, this guy could have been a finalist. He could have even been elected to the Hall of Fame this year. That's a closed door now.
It's interesting to me, honestly. Like, he's got a family that's huge.
He's got a grandkid.
So
he's a grandfather playing
grandpappy out here.
So does this mean like the kids are all like, "Do it, Dad," and the wife has got to be saying the same thing? Because it seems like kind of weird. Like, you're gonna leave your like that big of a family. So the kids must be into Dad. I'm wondering if the kids are what has inspired Dad to. Because why would he do it? Why?
To have some quiet time, like Joe Flacco discussed whenever he
Maybe
said he
that's
was
it.
going to restaurants, sitting there by himself enjoying silence.
All those kids.
Other than that, what is it for you guys with kids? Bathroom time? Is that it? Like, is that where you collect your thoughts?
7 daughters, 3 sons, and the youngest was born in late 2023, and he has a grandkid, and so the grandkid and the aunt, uncle, whichever, I don't know the gender of the youngest kid, are basically the same age.
That's crazy, man. Yeah, those kids don't pay for themselves, so maybe he's just coming back for a couple paychecks.
That's the thing I always laugh at when people are like, "Oh, she's probably not coming back after she had a baby," and I'm like, a third member of the family who can't earn any money and cost money, and you think that person isn't going back to their job? Interesting argument. Good for Phillip Rivers.
Number 4.
This is 5 on it on 670. The Score with Layla Rahimi, Marshall Harris, and Mark Grody. Slugger Kyle Schwarber and the Phillies have reportedly finalized a 5-year, $150 million contract. Should the Cubs have been in on the Schwarber sweepstakes?
Yes! I don't understand this whole "we're cool with our offense" vibe out of Jed Hoyer. What are you cool with? Kyle Tucker isn't coming back. How many people are you hoping to, quote, come online, end quote? And this was brought up on the Twitch chat. Shout out to the mob. But they did the whole awkward dance with third base thing last year. They wanted Alex Bregman. They didn't get him. Detroit was the second team that was the runner-up to the Red Sox. And so then Matt Shaw became the next plan. And then Jed Hoyer's all out here being like, "No, we're cool with Matt Shaw." Okay, great, but where's the offense coming from consistently on this team, namely slug? Where is it coming from? The sky? Your heart? I'm not quite sure. The friends you made along the way?
Get ready for a whole lot of Moises Ballesteros playing DH.
Let's go.
That's the reality we're
Wayne
looking at.
Larrabee has chimed in to the discussion.
He is a big boy.
That is something.
This guy's huge.
Is that not where we are right now? A little Moises Ballesteros, maybe a utility infielder, maybe a little Owen Casey mixed in. Kevin Alcantara.
Can I get a little Alcantara?
So that's what
Absolutely.
we think is replacing Kyle
my
Tucker,
God.
who is what for his career in war?
Is that not enticing to you?
I will say this.
Does that not please you?
Because
What?
and I wanna just agree and bash the Cubs, but it's pretty early in the offseason still. And
Edwin Diaz just signed with the Dodgers.
That's a problem.
It's over. It's over.
My
I feel like
thought,
they needed another reliever.
My thought process here is, as it pertains specifically to Kyle Schwarber was going to go back to Philadelphia no matter what. If maybe the Cubs had offered him $300 million, which I think we could all sit here and say that probably would not have been a smart financial decision.
Not have been a wise
for
investment.
the Cubs. I don't think so. So to go, he was always going to link back up with Philly. So I can't. Just as it pertains to Schwarber, I am not mad that the Cubs didn't get Schwarber.
Should they have offered him more money than the Philadelphia Phillies offered, though?
I mean, what, like just do a bidding game, like 175?
5 for
and then
165.
Philly, like where would it end? You don't think Philly would have matched that?
Yo, make your opponent suffer. Hey, they don't seem to have any problem with rolling the dice. Look at Shota Imanaga still on the team for $22 million.
That's
Gave
a problem.
him a raise.
Yeah, like, I'm not saying the Cubs don't need a guy. Like, and I am on that. Like, you can't just roll back the same offense. And you need to get somebody in there.
No,
but
you're right.
I understand, like, Kyle Schwarber was going to go back to Philadelphia.
You're right. They can't roll back the same offense because Kyle Tucker's not walking on to that, you know?
Absolutely. No, I don't. This is not an argument about whether or not the Cubs need offense. It's an argument over whether or not Schwarber was ever going to go anywhere else but Philly.
They need offense, and they should have considered it.
Number 5.
What's a better or worse first date? Ice skating or bowling?
I submitted this question because I started thinking about the holiday party. I was like, ice skating, that'd be a nice date. Would it be a nice...
Marshall, are you bringing a first date to the holiday party?
No, I was just thinking about ice skating and first dates. Like, I'm romantical. I like to...
I can see it.
I like to, show my vulnerability and my soft side. Like,
he's
first date.
Yeah, I like to listen.
Wow, this is why things aren't working out, man.
No, the quickest way to a genuine connection is shared vulnerability. So I like ice skating because you're gonna fall down and bust your ass.
True.
And she's gonna see you and I'll be like, hey, if you have a problem with me falling down, if that gives you the ick, then we're probably not meant to be because I probably fall down off the ice also.
You know what? This is an excellent question for our next guest coming in studio, Courtney Turner.
Oh, yeah. That is a good, yeah.
Her husband is Justin Turner. Courtney Turner, though, has a vast experience of podcasts. So
what would you say, Layla?
I like the idea of both because, number one, like too many times dates revolve around drinks these days. Like, oh, let's get a drink. But you don't necessarily want to do that. I enjoy bowling, even though I'm guaranteed to break a nail and it's going to take me like 4 months to grow it back. Bowling is fun, and Diversity Bowl this time of year is quite the social scene. So, So now you've said that So now you've made a comp to somebody. Your friend's worried about breaking up with somebody, and then they date somebody else who looks a certain way, and that somehow devalues that person in their eyes. And now you're saying that they have to be physically fit. If that's your main priority, then go ahead and physical challenge like Double Dare all of your first dates.
I like
and let
Double
me know
Dare.
how that goes.
That was an excellent show. Family Double Dare was even better.
Hey, baby, what do you lift? Yeah.
Just get to the brass tacks here.
I think bowling dates are great because you're doing something and it eliminates the potential for. There's always something to talk about when you're bowling. Like you could just talk about the bowling, and then you could get to know each other in the process. So I think that's an excellent first date.
Be on follow you around with a camera on a first date and just get all of it.
It's also just fun to throw something heavy, Yeah. Like I don't care where the ball goes after that. Whatever.
I did date a girl who grew up figure skating, and then we went right over here.
She was physically fit,
and she's like twirling around and like doing all the tricks and jumping, and I looked like a baby reindeer on the ice. You know what I mean? Like I'm falling around.
Was that a first date?
No, it was not a first date.
Okay.
But it was early, and I was just like, oh man, this is embarrassing because I just
didn't you know at that point she was a figure skater?
I kind of knew, but I didn't. Yeah.
You set yourself up.
I guess so, but it was like I was very impressed with her. Like it was a thing of beauty to see her skating. But I was like, I got to get these skates off because it's not working out for me. Just wasn't.
I think, what's your next first date? Like hurdles? Are you just going to do like the 110 hurdles? Like
no,
what's
I think those are.
I
think
go
active
with a 4x1?
dates are better. I love a good walk. Get some coffee, ice cream, whatever.
And then he just sort of trips.
I love a walk to just things out.
See,
let me show you my vulnerability. Oh, I just tripped.
Someone who's not willing to go for a walk.
There's a difference between going out with somebody to do something and then also having a physical challenge where you're testing their fitness
Bowling
level
is not
subtly.
a physical challenge.
That's what it delves into. It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia territory.
Bowling is not a physical challenge.
How about a good
Bowling is
walk-
just an active thing to do.
A good walk on the lake
That's
in
active.
the proper weather.
If you don't
is
like
a
being
beautiful
active,
thing.
we're probably not
Yeah.
going to work out. I like being active.
And then he's like, hey, I have these ankle and wrist weights for you. How many arm circles can you do while walking down the
How many
lake?
steps have you had today?
I've got
by the way?
bachelor's.
Do you want to mix in some lunges?
Yeah.
Next thing you know, you're doing the presidential fitness test. Boom.
They're bringing that back,
What?
Yeah. They try to bring eugenics back too. Let me know how that goes.
Those are two very different things you just brought up.
Are they?
Wow. What?
Coming up next. I do want to know Courtney Turner's answer to this question about the
Yes,
first date.
as
I
do
think
I.
she's entertaining. She is a sports fan. She is from the region, and I'm pretty sure I can get her to admit that she was a Sox fan now that her husband might not play for the Cubs anymore. Courtney Turner joining us next, and we got to find out about her fantasy football team. And if you don't know the name of that, she'll tell us. All coming up next here on Rahimi Harrison Grody on The Score.
Hey, you ever think about listening to the Score's Rahimi Harrison Grody show on your smart speaker at home?
It's another great way to get us and all your favorite Score shows. Just ask your smart speaker to play 670 The Score and listen live.
The Score's Rahimi Harrison Grody show, middays 10 a.m. to 2. Listen on your smart speaker today.
Imagine this, a brand new finished basement your family can enjoy right now, and you don't pay a dime until 2028 with Matrix Basement Finishing. Lock in your 2025 pricing today and enjoy your dream basement years before you even make that first payment. Whether it's a home theater, a gym, game room, make your home bigger, better, and more fun without waiting. Your dream space shouldn't have to wait until 2028. MatrixBasements.com. You know, the guys with the X.
Comcast Business is celebrating the holidays by giving your business the $1,000 holiday bonus when you switch to a gig speed internet package. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 12, a new laptop for the office holiday hero. Or possibility number 108, smart speakers to deck those hallways. Or possibility advanced cybersecurity, and now get the $1,000 holiday bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 12/14/25. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Requires qualifying gig package. Other restrictions apply.
This is for all of my listeners who are struggling with hair loss. I'm sure you've tried the lotions, pills, creams, and potions. With so many options and doctors out there, who are you going to trust? What's really going to grow your hair back? The Advanced FUE from Advanced Hair is an incredible breakthrough. Receding hairline, thinning hair, bald spots. Advanced Hair offers a simple, quick, one-day treatment that begins regrowing your own natural hair the very next day. And get this, Advanced Hair even guarantees your new hair will grow. It works for men and women across all ages, and Advanced Hair comes highly guaranteed to everyone. For your free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts, call 872-217-HAIR. And don't forget to ask about that guarantee. That's 872-217-HAIR. Or for the incredible before and afters, visit advancedhair.com.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
670 The Score is home to your game day pregame coverage. Join us before each game for the latest inside scoop on your home team before they take on their next opponent. Football Fridays is brought to you in part by your local Ford dealers. Visit a store today.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Notre Dame is on the warpath. After the College Football Playoff Committee left the Irish out, they immediately turned down their bowl game offer. Yesterday, the Notre Dame AD lashed out at the ACC for supporting Miami. You get the feeling if they could actually play a game right now, they'd be a house on fire. Unfortunately, for the many Notre Dame fans, we'll have to wait till next year to see the Irish respond on the field. I'm Andrew Perloff.
You're listening to Rahimi Harrison Grody. Back in 60 seconds on The Score.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
O'Reilly. Check engine, ABS, or maintenance light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. The service is free and provides a report with solutions verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we could recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Rahimi Harrison Grody. Middays 10 a.m. to 2 on 670 The Score.
With the house divided and
big week.
We have bears and dolphin stuff all over the house, and she's ran a fantasy football league for like 15 years now. She loves it. She's so into it, and if I told you the name of her fantasy football league, I think that number would go up.
Go ahead, give it to us. I got more bears here in my bag. I can give some more out.
The name of our fantasy football league for as long as I've been in it is Put Your Ditka in My Bucket.
That is Justin Turner. We had a great time talking to him, and we now understand why he was so well-versed on Bears preseason football. It's thanks to his wife, Courtney Turner. She's on Instagram at Court_with_A with a K. So you get it, Court with a K. You just have to have the little spaces in between the words. She's the host of the Holding Court podcast, the co-founder of the Justin Turner Foundation. And you joined us on your anniversary.
What?
Where else would I be, honestly?
Wait, today is your anniversary. Happy anniversary, first of all.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Is he
8
good
years.
with that?
8 years? You said,
I mean, what would we be doing
I don't know.
right
I
now?
feel like you'd be off to some warmer place doing better things. I don't know.
Yeah, well, we got married in Cabo, so we actually did our courthouse marriage on the 27th. So we said we're going to move in a little bit. So when the dust settles, we'll do like a proper celebration. But we're kicking it off here. No better place.
Guys, Courtney Turner is celebrating her anniversary. You get like 4 days off in the off season if you're playing baseball, as we have learned. Mark used to be the Cubs sideline reporter. We've both been sideline reporters for teams, so we know that schedule. I can't believe you're here on your anniversary, but congratulations to you and Justin. 8 years is awesome. That's
Thank
great.
you. What is it, like the 7-year itch? We made it past that, so we're still here. We got it.
And you've turned him into a Bears fan. Can you safely say that?
I mean, he's a Dolphins fan, and they're doing surprisingly well right now. I feel like they're on a little run. I don't want to jinx it, but I think he enjoys rooting for the Bears, I will say. And I think that everyone does. I think it's one of those seasons where no one's really mad at the Bears' success right now, right? I think they're a very likable team. So he's on board.
He said, I listened to the podcast. I loved his analysis of the Bears. No a-holes is what he said. They don't have that type of player, and he seems to like Ben Johnson, like everybody likes Ben Johnson.
I agree. Yeah, as far as we know, no a-holes. So I think that's an accurate
I can probably
assessment.
corroborate. I'm in the Bears locker room a lot, and I have not, as Matt Nagy, you remember Matt Nagy?
Yes.
He used to refer to them as turds. That's what he said. He said, we have a turd-free team. Now, I don't know if that actually was the case for the Bears in 2018, that there may have been some, but I appreciate that Justin supports your Bearsness. He doesn't seem to push back against it, or maybe he does. I don't know.
I appreciate it. I really really do. It makes Sundays more fun for sure to have him on our side.
I want to know your reaction to watching that game on Sunday, understanding how big it was and how long it's been since there's been a game that big in the regular season, and what you thought of the way it ended.
Well, if you saw my story on Instagram, I posted my Apple Watch heart rate just sitting on the couch, and I think it was 135 or something. It's not normal. I'll admit it's not normal, but it was a lot of fun. I think it lived up to the hype. Obviously, it didn't go the Bears' way, but they'll get another chance in a couple weeks. The ending of these games, they're really just taking years off all of our lives, I think. There was a lot of debate on the last play, and I've thought about it a lot.
What did you think about the last play?
I feel like he could have just ran for the first down.
That's one of the
and
options.
I don't know. I watched it
say.
back, and Justin said there was a guy right there, and I don't know. It's one of those I don't know.
Well, that's
who knows. There's so many scenarios, and I actually think it was a play earlier in the game. I think it was the Jacobs one where it was like 3rd down, and I think that was kind of like the game changer.
Where he went by 4 Bears defenders.
Yeah, and ran for like 21 yards, whatever it was.
Exactly,
yeah.
21 yards.
21 yards. You got
And
it.
honestly, I had him on my fantasy team, which is a whole issue in itself right there. I will fully admit I usually don't draft Packers, and I thought about pulling him out, but I was playing for a bye week, and yeah. So as much as I was like, I didn't love that, I was like, okay, I get a nice little consolation prize of 3.1 points or whatever it was.
Yeah, that was Mark's least favorite play in the game. That was the one that offended Mark the most. Was the Josh? It was 3rd and 1. Josh Jacobs, 21-yard one, and you're right. Like there were 3 of the best Bears around him. Jalen Johnson was in the neighborhood. Montez Sweat was in the neighborhood, and even C.D. Gardner-Johnson, who's come on, was also in the neighborhood. Like I expected one of those guys to be able to stop him.
I think you always look at the last play. I feel like that happens in baseball too. If a closer gives up a run and they lose, you don't look back at other things throughout the game. There's always that focus on the last play. But should it come down to the last play, it obviously makes it more exciting. But being in that situation where there's so much riding on the very last play, I feel like, I don't know.
Are you a bigger football fan than you are a baseball fan?
I know way more about baseball.
Okay.
Yeah.
What is that? Because
it's one of those things where I really should take a break from sports, and the way that the schedule works out, I really don't get a break. About a month there when spring training starts. But no, I enjoy it. I think I enjoy, obviously this has been a fun season, but I enjoy the fantasy football aspect of it because I think it's fun to be invested in most of the games on the weekend.
Did you come up with the league name?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was a long time ago. I think it's 13 years now, 14 years. It was when Justin and I first met. So, yeah, 13 years ago.
That's really strong. I mean, yeah.
The strongest.
Yeah. I have 2 leagues. I do one with a bunch of different baseball wives, and then I have my friends' league. But...
Oh my God, how many Bears does she get for naming her? So I do a scale, just a life scale of 1 to 10. Instead, I give out Bears. Like you get 1 to 10 Bears.
Okay.
The fact that you have named your podcast "Put Your Ditka in My Butt Kiss," that's 9 Bears right there. Now the only reason is you're not getting
the league name. Yeah,
the only reason the league name. I'm sorry. Yeah.
I should have a podcast called that, but you never know.
We'll get to the
little
podcast.
Foreshadowing.
Yeah, the only reason you lose a Bear is because you put a Packer on your fantasy team. I can't just let that go.
And then I ended up.
Falls, right?
I understand. I don't play fantasy, so I can't get too into it. But I got to take a sticker away from you.
Yeah, I agree. I would take all of them away from me. And then I ended up losing by 3 points, and everything was riding on a Ladd McConkey performance, and there was just not. Wasn't there.
But you had to watch the game last night too.
Yeah.
Oh, that was a roller coaster of crazy, that game.
Oh, it was wild.
Yeah.
It was like a sack interception fest. It was wild. It was getting whiplash going back and forth. It was. I think Jalen Hurts ended up with 0.4 fantasy points.
I'm going to make you into our like stereotypical prototype Bears fan and be like, the way you reacted to the end of the game and how exciting it was and your heart rate and everything else, but you're okay with it. Is that simply because you play the Packers again at Soldier Field in 2 weeks? Would you feel differently if it was like the last time that they were going to see the Packers?
Yeah, I think that there's still a lot of football left.
Right.
And it's wild. I mean, baseball, they play 162. One game is nothing. Football, there's so much. It stands for so much more. So it is a lot more nerve-wracking for sure, but I don't know. We can't get too high or too low.
Wow.
As fans, we've been through it. And, like, I don't know. I just think we got to stay the course.
That's
right?
Courtney Turner.
You don't want to get rattled.
Courtney Turner is from Northwest Indiana. She is from the region. Her husband is Justin Turner. And based on Justin Turner's resounding assessment of his football life with you, his fandom life, we wanted to have her on. So that's who we're talking to right now. And Rahimi Harrison-Grody on 670 The Score. Her podcast is called Holding Court.
Is 162 games too long, by the way, in baseball? Do you get exhausted by that? Does Justin get exhausted by that?
I love it.
Yeah?
I'm all for it.
You
yeah.
live the baseball lifestyle.
I think it's tough when you go into playoffs and it seems so abbreviated.
Oh, yeah. And then then it's spring
but then
training before
football,
you know
it's one game. So it's, I don't know.
Truth.
It's tough. I'm glad the wild card is 3 games now, I will say. Because
agreed.
Yeah.
Like, why are we playing 162 games just to play one?
The Dodgers, I think when we were there, only played in 1 wild card game, and then they had a game 163 one year to win the division or not, and that's just cruel. It's messed up.
Well, and I mean, that's something you experience. You're in with this. For people who don't know what it's like to be married to somebody who plays 162 games at the least. Justin Turner's been a part of a lot of playoff teams. You guys are in this together.
Yeah.
What is that life like? And then moving that to just one game, deciding the fate when you know that everything else has led up to it. How would you describe that to people who don't know?
It's our whole world, and I'm all in on it. And I think I made that decision early on in our relationship that, where he goes, I was going to go and I was going to travel and I was going to be a part of it. And so I think I feel it. And I think he says that I probably feel a lot of the losses worse than him. I think he does a better job at turning the page and all that. But I think when it's just our whole routine, our whole schedule, and now having a son and bringing him along for the ride and the level of, that adds a layer of difficulty in travel and all of that. I don't know. It means a lot. I just want him to have success. So I think I just take it so much more personally than just a fan watching the games. I think for us, it's just way more personal because of all we put into it.
Do you know where he's going to play?
I don't know.
Is he playing?
Yes, 100%.
Good.
He's so well rested after this year, after his new role.
That's
yeah, we'll see.
Okay.
Any takers?
I mean, we just talked about Phillip Rivers signing with the team for 44 years old. So I mean, Justin's got at least a couple good years in him left.
I love that. They just announced that, right? That he signed to the
today,
practice squad.
Just a couple hours ago.
I love it. When I see the over 40s getting it done. I mean, how many kids does he have though?
10.
9. He was waiting for that call. He's been sitting by the phone. He's like, wait, a change of pace and getting away from this. Not getting away, but his kids get to experience it now. No,
He's a grandfather. He's a literal grandfather. He has a grandchild.
Really? Courtney, I love that.
Courtney, I think the kids might have been also, yeah, Dad,
no,
play football.
I love that.
Yeah.
I have some friends where their husbands have retired and they get opportunities to play in, the alumni games, or I think they do those. I don't know. They did a game this year somewhere, but
a Legends game.
One of those, and their kids get to kind of see Dad back in his element. So I'm all for it. I think it's cool.
Well, that's very cool. We've seen pictures of Courtney and her family and Justin Turner at games. She posts on Instagram at Court with a K. We are coming back with more from Courtney Turner, a noted Bears fan, and yes, White Sox fan. So we got to get to that
Love to hear
too,
it.
because that's coming up next here on Rahimi Harrison-Grody on 670 The Score.
Remy Martin, VSOP, wants to get you into 670 The Score's exclusive Football After Dark event at Moretti's in Edison Park on December 16th with Noah Sewell.
Come on out to Garfield's Beverage Warehouse at 4601 North Harlem in Norridge from 5:30 to 7 p.m. on Thursday to join me, Layla Rahimi, and register for your chance to win a pair of passes to Football After Dark with Noah Sewell at Moretti's in Edison Park on December 16th. All brought to you by Remy Martin, VSOP. This is my city.
Every soda next to Mr. Pibb got something to say. The classics reminisce about the glory days. The doctor's giving a dissertation. The prebiotic bubbles giving TED Talks. Then there's Mr. Pibb. Sweet cherry up front, bold fizz on the follow. No pitch, no promises, just bold cherry bringing the flavor. Some sodas talk big. Mr. Pibb backs it up.
Bull kick up cherry. Hey, yo, Mr. Pibb.
I was in a wreck. I need a check.
I was in a wreck. I need a check.
I was in a wreck. I need a check.
I'm attorney Kevin Rowe. Getting rear-ended once is bad enough. Don't let the insurance company hit you again with a lowball offer. Call an experienced attorney who knows how to fight and win. Call Lerner and Rowe today. 708-222-2222.
Call 222-2222. Jonathan Doss, managing attorney, 114 East Cermak, Chicago. Some work may be performed by or referred to other attorneys.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
The best bulls in the world have come to town. The bulls and their riders, those 8 seconds go by in a heartbeat. 8 seconds to become a champion, or nothing. This is America, and this is PBR. Moto Casino PBR Chicago bucks into the United Center December 19th and 20th. Tickets at pbr.com/tickets or Ticketmaster.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2025.
Paid non-attorney spokesperson. Paid for by Action Matters.
Attention victims of church clergy sexual abuse. If you were sexually abused at a church or a school by a member of the clergy, listen closely, as you may be entitled to financial compensation. Even if the abuse happened decades ago, your case could still qualify for compensation. If you suffered abuse from clergy members and those who knew about the abuse but failed to stop it, no matter how long ago it was, call our law firm's confidential clergy abuse helpline at 800-721-8353 to find out if you're eligible for a cash settlement. Our attorneys may be able to get you justice, closure, and substantial compensation while your case remains fully confidential. Receive the financial settlement you deserve and hold those responsible accountable. Call now to find out if your case qualifies for compensation. Don't wait. Call our law firm's 100% confidential clergy abuse helpline right now to seek justice and compensation. Call 800-721-8353. That's 800-721-8353. 800-721-8353.
Finding health insurance can be so confusing. That's why we are here to help.
With thousands of insurance brokers to help you find the best health plan for your budget.
All free.
At getcoveredillinois.gov. Here to help.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grody will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
Hi, I'm Chef Franklin Becker. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business? Ah.
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more, so you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Layla Rahimi, Marshall Harris, Mark Grote. Middays 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
We are the Hangout Show on 670 The Score, and we get to hang out with Courtney Turner today. Massive Bears fan. Yeah, she's a Sox fan. Her husband is Justin Turner, who played for the Cubs this past season. And Justin is the one who told us about the vast football fandom and knowledge of Courtney Turner. She hosts the Court with a K, or she's on Instagram at Court with a K. She hosts the Holding Court podcast, and we were happy to have her in studio. And that was a battle cry for a lot of our listeners, was loving that you're from Northwest Indiana, you're from the region, you're a White Sox fan, and you had to also then cheer for the Cubs because your husband played for the team. So how does that go? What do you do?
Yeah, I grew up a White Sox fan. My dad worked in the steel mills, and they always had family days at White Sox games. So it was more affordable, I will say. Used to be able to, I think, bring like a Pepsi can and it'd give you a ticket. It was very simple to go to games. So that was more in the budget growing up. So it was interesting when that was an option for him to sign here, but I knew that the Cubs had a really great reputation. They were going to be a fun team. So I will never make any decisions for him career-wise in that sense. He'll sometimes, he'll obviously ask me for advice or what I think, but at the end of the day, it's his career. So I said, if you're ready to go there, I'll do it. It took me a while. Friends were catching on. I was wearing just stuff that said Chicago on it. And they're like, come on, where's the logo? And then I think, a couple weeks in, I put a hat on
slowly
for
but
opening
surely
day or something. I'm like, okay.
How did it feel when you put the hat on?
I'm Justin's biggest fan. So I think that's kind of what I had to cling to in the beginning. I made a joke that once the check cleared after he signed, it made it a lot easier to put the hat on. But that's
fair. That's very fair.
So you didn't get seduced by Cubsdom? I mean, the whole thing, the whole Wrigley vibe, everything that is the Cubs.
It was wonderful.
Yeah.
And it was great. And I think Wrigley, especially having a son, that experience going on the field, they do such a good job with families and taking care of us and making sure our experience is top notch. And he fell in love with Clark, the mascot. And so I will always have a soft spot for the Cubs and Wrigley. And I always came here as when it was an away team. I always came to Wrigley. That was the trip I didn't miss every year. It was always such a blast. It just came down to the cheaper tickets growing up, I think. So
I love I remember the Pepsi can era.
Right? I didn't make that up, right?
No,
so we'd take
didn't.
the South Shore up and we'd bring 2 cans, and it was either a buy one, get one, or I think Six Flags did the same promo.
Yeah.
So I love a coupon. So that's how it started, and had some fun in 2005, and then
that was a lot of fun,
Justin and I met in 2012. I need to probably, when I return back to White Sox fandom, I need to earn my stripes again because I'm skipping over a lot of tough years
Well, they
right
got
now.
the Pope now. You understand that. The
Yeah.
Pope is a fan of the White Sox, so it might be very difficult to get back in. I'm not allowed near there because I did Cubs pregame for too long, so I'm not allowed.
That was a wild day finding out everyone was, he's a Cubs fan, and then his brother, who loves the media now, happened to say, by the way, he's actually a Sox fan.
Yeah.
So
We suspect that he may have called into the White Sox postgame show when we used to broadcast the games here at the Score.
Oh, I believe it.
Yeah.
Also, you're already getting recruited. 630. Justin Turner needs to sign with the White Sox. This is from our text line. He would be the perfect ad to the list on All Stars as well. So there you go.
Hey, that would be great. And we can
You're
stay.
open to it.
I'm open to anything.
I
think
love it.
we would have a blast anywhere, and I know Justin would have a blast anywhere, and I think he still has so much to offer. So
He does.
Would that help give you more time to help organize your high school reunion? I understand that's been a big process for you.
What's going on
Yeah,
there?
we actually had a reunion a couple weeks ago, and it was really nice. I made Justin drive me over to Northwest Indiana and drop me off, and then
He didn't come with you?
No, so that was a whole thing. I feel like it wouldn't be fun for him because it would be
Wouldn't
fun
it be
for
fun
him.
for your
Listen, he loves
classmates to,
to.
like-
Don't you want to show off
Yeah, show off
your
look
baseball
what I
player
did, Molly.
husband?
There are plenty of things that are about Justin in my life.
Oh, okay.
No, and he came and he helped set up a little bit, and then we had some shoops, which if anyone's from Northwest Indiana, they'll appreciate that shout out. But we had dinner, and then we went over, and he dropped me off, and then he came back to Chicago, and then I had a sleepover after with some of my friends from high school, so it was like old times. But
That's amazing.
I don't know. There were only 3 or 4 people brought their husbands. And I think it's because maybe they dated someone from our high school and they wanted to kind of show that, I moved on and here I am. And I don't know. I didn't want to.
What number, like how many years?
I don't, I'll let you guess, but too many.
Can't answer that question, Marshall.
Didn't know they still did 5-year reunions in this day.
Yeah, it was my 5-year reunion.
Okay, 5-year reunion.
Facebook and stuff.
Class of 2020. It was a really hard graduation year. We didn't get to have prom or anything. It was so tough.
I did want to ask you about the podcast and stuff. I heard what you said. Okay,
Homecoming was terrible.
Yeah, we missed out on so much.
The podcast Holding Court, again, it's with a K.
That's
because
right.
Courtney is with a K.
Indiana Courtney.
You've had some interesting guests. Mallory Swanson, Danielle Fishel, everybody, Topanga, everybody's crush from a certain generation.
Yeah.
What has that been like having guests and having those people on, and what have you learned from that experience for you?
I think I get a little imposter syndrome with the podcast still after 5 years. I still get a lot of anxiety and nervousness doing it. So when I get guests that are important, I feel like I'm in a little shock.
How'd you book Danielle Fishel?
Okay, we not met, but we were on her and her husband's podcast during COVID. They had started one, and we have a connection through CHLA. Justin and I do a lot of volunteer work through our foundation with CHLA, and she actually had a child that went to CHLA. So we kind of bonded over our love for Children's Hospital of Los Angeles, and then I wanted to have her return the favor to come on my podcast. So when she was on Dancing with the Stars, I thought it was perfect timing to have her come on, and she was great. She crushes it. She was a good interview.
All right, get on to the dating question, Marshall.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, we're running out of time.
Better first date, bowling or ice skating?
Or neither. Or bad. That's a bad first date. I don't know.
This is how we got devolved into the whole conversation.
I
about
like bowling.
physicals. Okay, bowling? Okay.
Yeah, because I think it's a fun little flirty competition, but there's still some time for chatting and dialogue. But if it's not going well, the bowling is a good distraction. I think the ice skating could be too holding hands, weird if it's not a good, I don't know.
Tells you that the movie Serendipity, with Kate Beckinsale. It was made when you were 2, because that was your...
Yes.
That was your
5-year
Class of 2020, baby.
I'm into this.
Class of 2020.
On a bowling date, there's always something to talk. Like you're doing an activity, so it never like you don't need those awkward...
Get the cosmic bowling going.
Plus, Mark Grody can help you with your form. He's a really good bowler.
Yeah, that's
Are
right.
you?
Right. Every once in a while, I'll go out there and I'll mess around and get a 170.
I was in my high school intramural bowling league. I was terrible.
Actually, that's fantastic.
Yeah. No,
was that
okay
co-ed
to be
or was
terrible.
that
yeah, it was co-ed. I was
Okay.
terrible, but it was fun.
You and I, by the way, line up on. I was hilarious listening to you talk about shopping. Like you don't really like shopping, and you get a certain feeling when you're shopping. I call it the store sweat or the mall sweat, where you're going into these stores and you're really not liking what you're doing, and you got your coat on and everything, and then there's just like there's a very distinct sweat that starts to occur when I'm shopping. Share with us your shopping.
I hate shopping.
Yes.
I don't know why. I think I get overwhelmed, and I go into it thinking, okay, I need to get this. I have to shop just specifically for events or things. I can't just do the back to school shopping, like the go and get a bunch of random outfits. And Justin says, why don't you just buy a few wedding, guest dresses or a few things that you're going to maybe need if we have something for the foundation? I can't shop in advance because I hate it. So it's a very...
So you're week of?
Day of.
Oh,
whoa, living dangerously.
Isn't that rolling the dice?
It is, but it works out. And I'm missing Forever 21 because that used to be my spot to just run in there and get something. New Year's Eve, he was rushing me over to South Lake Mall in Indiana, and we're just trying to find a last minute outfit. And
what are you guys doing?
That
for
is
New
a
Year's
team.
Eve?
It was the
that
best.
is a team right there. If
he
he's
is
taking you
always
to Forever 21.
my chauffeur, unfortunately, because he knows that that's the
I
only
like
way
these
I'll get
defined
stuff
roles.
done.
Yeah, I like it. You guys have figured it out.
Yeah.
That's how you get 8 years down the road.
That's right.
Yeah, happy anniversary to Courtney Turner and
Thank
Justin.
you.
On this day, they got married 8 years ago.
As a sophomore in high school.
It's amazing how that happened.
My parents signed off on it. Yeah.
Forever 21.
Yes,
I do love
literally.
Forever 21. I'm very sad they're closing a lot of their stores.
They closed all of them, but they're online. but that doesn't help me.
No, you can't try it
you
on.
need a day off.
Sizing
No,
is
I
all
need to
over the place.
Instacart or DoorDash
Rent
an
the
outfit
runway
now.
might be the way because it comes to you.
That's true.
Yeah,
That's very
just
true.
a suggestion.
Just so you know, the people love you. Just looking at the Twitch line and our text line, they're very. She seems like a really nice woman.
Oh,
a lot
I
of
love
stuff
that.
going on,
Thank
so,
you.
And if you want more from Courtney, you can listen to her podcast, Holding Court. That's Court with a K. That is also
stuff.
her Instagram, Court with a K. And of course, we want to talk about the Justin Turner Foundation. If people want to get in on it, if they want to help, I know you guys run it. Justin talked about that as well. You know, if anybody's interested, what do you want them to know?
Yeah, so we started it in 2016, and our two main beneficiaries are homeless veterans and then children battling the unthinkable. So we do a lot of work with Children's Hospital LA, and then we actually have a veterans home at the Dream Center in Los Angeles. And then we kind of pivot when things come up. You know, LA had the fires last year. We had a food line through COVID to help people out that were struggling through that. So we kind of keep it open and kind of jump in when there's a need. But we just hosted our 9th annual Justin Turner Golf Classic, which thanks to the one terrible weather day in LA, guys only got to play 9, unfortunately, but it was still a great success. They can go to justinturnerfoundation.com and check it out, and we'll keep you posted on all of our fundraisers that we have.
So that is Bears fan, fantasy football beast,
White Sox
podcaster,
fan.
and yes,
Bears.
White Sox fan, Courtney Turner. Welcome back. We thank you for coming in today. This has been a lot of fun.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Courtney Turner. And again, you can follow her Holding Court podcast if you want to listen to more. Coming up next here on Rahimi Harris and Grody, our quarterback guru, Tim Jenkins. A lot of you have already watched the tape. I see you chiming in. So let's examine it together with our guy next.
Chicago versus Green Bay at Soldier Field on December 20th is going to be the biggest game in the football universe.
Looking, throwing, it is intercepted, and the Packers will win it.
Green Bay, Chicago, I think that's awesome to have this rivalry alive and well right now.
And on Friday the 19th, the Score is crossing the Wisconsin border to host the return of the Brat Bowl.
We'll be back at the world-famous Brat Stop in Kenosha, where the Score will clash with radio hosts from The Fan in Milwaukee.
And you're invited to join us. First, from 10 to 2, it's Rahimi, Harris, and Grody. Then, from 2 to 6, it'll be the Spiegel and Holmes show.
Save the date and join us Friday, December 19th. The trash talk will be flowing at the Brat Stop in Kenosha for the Brat Bowl.
Brought to you by Kenosha Subaru. For all you do, Kenosha Subaru.
Becoming a truck driver doesn't have to be complicated. At Schneider, we make it easy to get your commercial driver's license and start your new career. With our CDL apprenticeship training, you'll get paid to become a truck driver in just 5 to 6 weeks and have a Schneider driving job waiting for you when you've completed the program. Plus, during training, Schneider will provide transportation, lodging, and meals at no cost to you. Ready to get your career on the road? Learn more and apply today at SchneiderJobs.com. That's SchneiderJobs.com.
Introducing Remy Martin's This Is My City VSOP Limited Edition Collection, paying homage to the iconic sounds, style, and teams of our very own Chicago. The collection celebrates the city's influence on culture and features Remy Martin's renowned VSOP liquid. This limited edition bottle is available now, and you can learn more at RemyMartin.com. Remy Martin VSOP Cognac, 40% alcohol by volume, imported by Remy Cointreau, USA, New York, New York. Please drink responsibly.
Hey, it's Layla Rahimi for FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 670 The Score. FanDuel is the #1 sportsbook for same-game parlays. From points and rebounds to threes and assists, FanDuel is the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay or track every stat live, all in one very easy-to-use app. And right now is the perfect time to join because new customers get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Now, that's what I call a return on investment. So bet on the players you love the way you want. Head to FanDuel.com/Layla, Leila, to sign up today. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 and up and present in Illinois. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit is required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Rasny Jewelers has been Chicago's most trusted family-owned and operated jeweler for 75 years, with 3 generations behind the name. If you're not sure what to get everyone on your gift list, check out Refined by Rasny, an exclusive collection of modern diamond jewelry from Christine Rasny Porter, 3rd-generation jeweler. Features innovative, on-trend elements like mixed-shape bezel set, east, west, and chic settings. Think stacking rings, layering necklaces and pendants, diamond tennis bracelets and bangles, studs and huggy earrings, all fashion-forward pieces. Rasny Jewelers, 4 Chicago area locations, suburban Edison, Highland Park, Hinsdale, and on Oak Street in Chicago. It's always available at rasny.com.
There comes a time in many men's lives in which the thought of having another child is not an option. Do you want to maintain the romance without the risk? There's a permanent solution that can help you achieve just that. Consider a vasectomy.
Ooh, I don't know about that. I heard it could be painful.
Yeah, not only that, I heard it was expensive.
These statements may be true for many men, but not the men who choose vasectomy clinics of Chicago. First of all, our procedures are covered by most insurance plans and flex spending accounts. The best part is, with our experienced surgeons, the procedure only takes 30 minutes in the office. No needle, no scalpel, and no trip to the hospital. If you're certain your family is complete, do yourself a favor and call Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago today. Or visit us online at www.vasectomychicago.com and read the testimonials. Conveniently located in Tinley Park, Naperville, Arlington Heights, and downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower. Now with free valet parking. Call us today at 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4VAS.
More Rahimi, Harrison, Grody. Back in 60 seconds on 670 The Score.
Nugget Bills, Nuggets all the way.
Hi, I'm Kylie.
I'm John.
And I'm Garrison.
And a little thing we love about the 30-count Chick-fil-A nuggets
is sharing them when we cut down the Christmas tree.
We will pack the car with gifts. And of course, we go and pick up our family's favorite nuggets.
Every nugget is tasty times quadrillion.
And we get all the sides.
Yeah, the ooey gooey mac and cheese is a big hit.
Share the nuggets, share the joy. Order the 30-count Chick-fil-A nuggets on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Pros don't just show up. They prove how it's done. With precision and without shortcuts. Makita tools are built the same way, with a dedication to lasting quality, trusted performance, and results that reward your effort year after year. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Bulls fans, Chuck Swirsky here. Join Bill Weddington and me for all the high-flying action of every Bulls game on 670 The Score and the Fitzgerald Equipment Bulls Radio Network, powered by Heli Forklifts.
Bulls win! What a ball game! See red, Chicago. This is where Chicago comes to talk Bears football. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score, broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago, and Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score!
This hour is brought to you by Jewel Osco.
Tim Jenkins.
I've got people real mad at me in Chicago that how dare you? There's a radio guy up there, Mike North. He was real mad.
Founder and CEO of Jenkins Elite.
I'm Tim Jenkins, and welcome to All Things QB, where I watch every single clip and break down the most important ones today.
Breaking down the positives and negatives.
You've seen progressions that align with the quarterback's eye. I hope that's what we get more of, but I hope we continue to see some of these concepts and the way we build things are better for the quarterback versus just looks good on paper.
Tim Jenkins with Rahimi and Harris with Mark Grody on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Let's jump into the film.
Let's do just that with our quarterback guru, Tim Jenkins. He joins us via the Circa Sports Illinois hotline. Download the Circa app today. And here we are getting all these texts, Tim, and messages from people who said they watched your breakdown. It's out on YouTube. He is at T Jenkins Elite on X. And I also remember your tweet during the first half of the game against the Packers. You were not happy, Tim. So what was your assessment of the game as a whole and what you saw?
Yeah, I think it was probably what everybody's assessment is, which is really about as unclean as I think our offense could have been in the first half. I think the Packers are doing this to people, and it's interesting because the Packers are, they get hot and cold with this pass rush. But a couple weeks ago, I watched the Vikings game, and the one that J.J. McCarthy was, right, he was terrible, and everybody was roasting him on the national media. But if you really look at that tape, a lot of it, there's some similarities in terms of the way they got after the passer. Like they were getting after J.J., and then this week, they were getting after Caleb. They were getting after our run game a little bit. We moved the launch point a ton. We had a ton of boots. We had a ton of movement. We tried to hit him with screen a bunch. I think Bennett did a really good job of doing the best you can to slow down this pass rush. unfortunately, it starts with early down and distance success, because if we're not moving in the right direction on first and second down and we're not in a third and manageable, this blitz package is a beast. Like the amount of times they walk Micah Parsons around, or they'll twist, like the Mike will head all the way to the right, and then they'll twist the end all the way around, and the end just so happens to be number one. Like they get to you creative ways, and it's really hard to pass some of these things off up front. Like it takes a ton of communication, a ton of time in a system, which obviously we don't have right now. With all of that being said, I think the amount of miscues that we saw that are actually addressable this week in practice, there were a ton of those. So for me, I feel really positive going into this week, because I think we have addressable miscues that can lead to more success. Obviously not this weekend, but as we go play them next weekend.
Tim, it's interesting to hear you talk about this. We talked about how they've really struggled early in games. Caleb Williams has anyway, in terms of being a 45% completion guy in his first series in the last 6 games. Are you seeing something on the tape besides just his footwork's not good enough in terms of why he's not able to complete more of these passes and comes out to these cold starts in these last few games?
Yeah, it's such a good point, and it's interesting because like this week, I think 2 of his worst plays that we had were kind of very early in the game on that first series. He missed, he throws the out on what might have been the opening play, and he sails it, right? And it's like the progression, he should have gotten back inside to the stick concept where he would have been fine, and the guy's wide open. Then we get the third down where he gets hit, somehow stays up, gets out of the pocket, gets the first down. Well, hey, we get it called back, and then we have a wide open dig that he sails, right? And to me, he's got a weight issue right now in terms of his weight distribution. When he goes to throw, he gets it all on his front leg. He kind of locks it out. That leads to a sail. That's addressable in more of the offseason, I would say, than truly like getting ready for the playoffs. But no, it just seems like, and then it seems like we had a bunch of throwaways. I mean, how many times do you feel like you saw them in boot? He's extending the play, nobody's there, and then he throws it, into the second row. So that's what's hard for me is it's hard because a lot of people will be like, oh, he was terrible. Hey, here was his completion percentage, which completion percentage, when you look at large data, you could say, okay, hey, this is trending the wrong direction or the right direction. However, when you look at it in the context of the game, it's like the guy starts 0 of 5. He missed 2 throws, and then you have, 2 or 3 throwaways. Well, you're starting 0 of 5, but really you could say he started 0 of 2 because, would you rather have him take 3 sacks and protect his completion percentage? No, right? You want him to get rid of the football. So that's hard. But I do think after that, after the early, hey, we miss on the out route, we miss on the in cut, I thought he started to play better. I do think like we had to, I don't want to say we were vanilla, but we had to be simple to a degree in terms of you can only move the launch point so many ways. You can only run so many of these, Ben's really great and super creative in these long play action, straight drop. That's a dangerous game, I think, to get in against the Packers where they can get these negative plays. And at the end of the day, we got to be honest. I think we didn't play great on offense in the first half. I thought we played horrific in the first half. I thought we started to get it going in the second half. All of those things considered, we had an opportunity to tie this game, and if they go for 2, potentially win it or take this thing to overtime on the road in Lambeau in December. I do think the context is important, and there's 4 or 5 plays that I could point to that I think shift this whole game if they clean up little things. So to me, it's like I don't think I'm in as much of a panic as I think some people are looking at this loss. With all that being said, the Browns all of a sudden look like a more competitive football team than they've looked like. So I do think this finishing stretch is a gauntlet.
There were some terrific throws as usual to kind of sift through for Caleb as well. And I mean, I guess I'm going to give you the choice. Like, what was his best pass of the day, do you think, Tim? Because I'm looking at a bunch. I think I know what my favorite one was, but I want to hear yours and I want to see if they match up.
Yeah, you're dead on, Mark. But here's the thing is like, it's funny because I do those long form breakdowns, right? But I got to do the shorts, for America, right? The 30-second. So I got to try to find shorts every week. And it's like Caleb, I can just like pick. I have 7 choices on shorts that are incredible throws. And then I go break down all these other quarterbacks, and it's like I maybe get one good one a week. So yeah, I think the easy ones would be, you could easily say, oh, hey man, I love the I love the scramble to commit, right? That's easy. Or hey, I love that insane one.
Low hanging fruit. That was mine. Yep.
Yeah. My favorite one is the one that I don't get how it gets ruled an incompletion, but it's the one to Loveland.
Yeah.
Like he's playing on time to a deep over on Samurai, which everybody knows is my favorite concept. You got the deep over with the stick-a-day post, and he's just on time, on rhythm, bangs that thing. It ends up as an incompletion, but to me, him playing fast, him playing efficient, him climbing the pocket and delivering on the deep over, that's, to me, we can translate that to long-term success even in the playoffs as we go make a run. So that's, I think, the one that I was most excited about. Now, Loveland has to hold on to it, but that, to me, was just a big-time throw that window looks wide open watching Caleb throw it. If you take, 3 miles per hour off that football, that thing's an interception. But because of his high-end arm ability, he can drive it in. He takes it from his chin to Loveland's chest. I thought that was a big-time throw. The other ones, of course, are just like freak of nature, insane throws. But that, I think, was my favorite because you guys know me, I'm a nerd about, hey, let's get to our back foot, climb, and let it rip.
No, I think that's a good point. And Tim, I want to get into a little bit more as we talk to our film guru, quarterbacks coach, Tim Jenkins here, and Rahimi Harris and Grody on The Score. When you talk about the footwork, what we had seen previously, and you had pointed out with Caleb Williams, is there's no other word for it for me because I took dance. It's a chasse, where you're up on your toes and you kind of click your heels together. The weight is more balanced between each foot. And now you're saying that the plant foot is too locked, and that because it's his front foot, I'm assuming that would be his left then, that you're seeing him overthrow. How you said it's an off-season thing. Well, how many throws like that do you think occurred in, say, the game we just saw against Green Bay?
I think, you see it when he sails the ball. I'd tell you see 3 to 4 of them each week. Now, he's also, the thing is he also has enough arm talent where he can make biomechanic. You're not always going to be in a perfect biomechanic position in football. That's what I do love about quarterback play, right? Is you got to have like high-end pitching mechanics, right? High-end pitching biomechanics, but you have to do it with people trying to hit you. There's a big debate. Everybody's like, what's harder to teach, pitchers or quarterbacks? And I would say, hey, pitchers, if the third base coach could hit you, but he can't, right? He's stuck out there. So it's, of course, playing quarterback because sometimes you're just in a compromised position. I'd say you get 3 to 4 every week. I think 2 of them come to bite him in the tail. And that's just, he's got to get it corrected. The easiest fix, like if you were working with a young guy, is to keep the back foot on the ground, right? Keep the back foot on the ground, rotate, because it's really hard. I mean, just while you guys are sitting, try to lock out your front, like try to put both your feet on the ground, try to lock out your left knee and then turn your right. Like that's like you can't do that biomechanically. Like, so to me, it's always easier to just keep that back foot engaged. Simultaneously, these elite throwers, these guys that can rotate, like they don't have to do that. Aaron Rodgers does a great job of both his feet are actually off the ground when he's throwing, right? But I do think there's a lot of little fixes he could make this offseason that will clean all this up. Because ultimately, we just need him to be able to hit his layups. We need him to be able to hit the big in cut instead of sail that one and then complete the one to commit, right? Like we need him to hit both of those. He's talented enough to hit both of those. So that's where I think we see it flare up is you'll see 2 or 3 of those where the ball's just, he either dirts it or sails it. And it just, it comes out of his hand funky. You can tell in the broadcast, like the ball takes off on him. That's just bad sequencing. And it's because, hey, if your weight gets off course, you're going to fire your back hip and you're going to get to arm extension, not in the correct sequence. And the thing's going to take off on you. And it's going to look like, man, this doesn't look like the normal Caleb Williams. And that's all it is. It's a simple fix, but it is one that you have to hammer throughout an off season. It'd be really hard to change, going into week 15 of the NFL season.
We're talking with Tim Jenkins, founder and CEO of Jenkins Elite. Reminder, you can watch Tim's full Caleb Williams breakdown on his YouTube channel at All Things QB. Tim, it's become like this consensus this week where we all kind of settle into this idea that the things that Caleb Williams needs to fix overall are going to have to be addressed in the offseason. So my question to you is, based on what you've seen now, because we've got a pretty big body of work now with the 13 games that he's played this season, what do you think he can improve between now and the end of the regular season as this team gears up for a potential playoff push?
Yeah, and so we can talk Caleb too. I think just generally this offense, there were 2 or 3 just straight up miscues. One was up front. We had where our center, our left guard, and our left tackle all chased the mic, and 2 guys wrapped around free. So just general communication up front, which is way harder than I'm making it sound, right? Like when I say the mic takes them, it means like the mic is picking guys up and like hitting people, right? It's like, it's not, hey, it's, we're just chasing the wrong people. So that needs to get cleaned up. There were some other blocking assignments outside. I actually think we got to take a second because 14 did a way better job being aggressive in the blocking game. So it's like I had gotten really mad at him early. He's cleaning that up. So he's whatever we want to say about what he was doing, highly coachable guy. He's getting after it in the running in the screen game. But we had other screen miscues. In terms of Caleb specifically, I think what's gonna have to happen for him is I do think how do I want to frame this? Our ability to work from progression 1 to 2 to 3, we have to get better with our eye discipline. Ben Johnson kind of hinted at it this week when people were asking him about the last play, and he goes, man, if we'd have gotten there earlier, right? And if you watch that play on the breakdown, it's interesting because there's like 4 possible positive outcomes on that play that are all happening simultaneously. And it just so happens that Caleb gets to Kmet late, whereas if you're going to peak the home run, you need to peak the home run early. Instead, he peaks him second, and then all of a sudden it's an interception. Whereas if Caleb would have peaked him right away, it's a touchdown. If instead he just takes Swift in the flat, he's got it. If he works to his rear view and DJ, he's got it. And I also think if Caleb decides, hey, you know what, I want to run this one, I also think he gets the first down. So there's all these things where it's like, man, we had a positive outcome. Instead, and it happens in a split second, right? Hey, I'm a little bit late to Kmet. He still looks open. I throw it, but the corner and safety can redirect. Guess what? Interception. If we can get his eye discipline just a little bit better, and it's not specific to one situation. It's not like, hey, in pure progressions, he needs to get from 2 to 3 quicker. It's just general eye discipline. If we can get his eyes in the right spot, more consistency. Like let's say his eyes are in the right spot 80% of the time. If we can get to 85%, that 5% in terms of us winning and losing these games down the stretch and playoff games is going to completely tip the scales in our favor. Whereas if he stays at 80%, we're still going to be that team that at the very end has a chance, which is what everybody really wants. But I do think all of a sudden the Bears could be favored in some of these matchups if we can improve his eye discipline, because it's going to generate more big plays. It's going to be, hey, we're going to have more positive things in the run game because his eyes are in the right spot and he's killing us to a different play. So if we can just improve his eye discipline a little bit, which it has been steadily getting better, but if that can make a little bit more of a jump down the stretch, I do think the Bears are going to have a chance to be really explosive come playoff time.
It's a good question by Marshall and a great answer there by Tim. The last thing that I have for you mentioned how the Bears were in position to potentially win the game at the very end. And aside from the debate, and you're welcome to interject on the debate on which option Caleb should have chosen to either get the first down or go for the touchdown, which he ultimately did. But what did you see on the pass to Kmet? What should Caleb have done in that spot? Just a matter of not put enough heat on the ball. What is your breakdown of the final play?
Yeah. That's 100% it. You nailed it right there. If you're going to get there late, you have to put more pace on the football and put it more towards the back pylon. Unfortunately, getting to it late creates a 50-50 ball to a degree because you have to make a high degree difficulty throw and then Kmet has to make a high degree of difficulty catch. If he starts there, right? If he gets coached up, hey, on boot, peek the corner right away versus check Swift and then the corner. And listen, I don't know what Ben's coaching him. For all I know, Ben did coach him, hey, peek Kmet right away, or he called it in, right? Hey, peek Kmet right away and then get to Swift. And Caleb just didn't get it done. So that would be where I'd say, hey, I'd love to see his eyes go there first. If he gets there late, he's got to make a high degree difficulty throw. What I do want to point to on that last drive is the 3rd and 1 call was as perfect of a look as you can get. And our left tackle just does not cut off their backside guy who's in what we would call a 4-eye. A 4 is where the guy's head up on the tackle. A 4-eye is he's inside shade. If we can cut him off, which is an extremely difficult block, and then just grab onto him a little bit, just a little bit of a hold. We're not saying tug, but just, grab his shoulder pad a little bit. We get the first down, and we're not even talking about this because I think they go finish the drive. Instead, that guy makes a tremendous play. We don't make the cutoff block, or we don't sustain it, I should say. And then all of a sudden he makes a big time play, and now we're in 4th and 1, and okay, hey, we're throwing it. Which, to me, I think if there's anything to take away from this whole thing, is there's a piece of me that thinks, man, we maybe should have ran it on 4th and 1. But the fact that Ben Johnson is sitting there going, no, we are great in the run game, but I'm putting the ball in 18's hands, I think that says a lot more in the scope of where this team is development-wise and what Ben thinks of Caleb than anything. So, yeah, did we make the play? No. Do I think there's a lot of positives around it? I do.
That is Tim Jenkins. We always love talking to him. That was great stuff. If you want to see more, go to his YouTube channel. It's All Things QB. Tim, thanks as always for the time and for joining us on Twitch today.
Thanks. Y'all are the best.
Thanks,
Tim. Tim Jenkins, he was on with us on Twitch. Chicago 670, the score is our address on Twitch. Mob always enjoys talking to him about football as well. And coming up next, we got to shift gears back to baseball because the winter meetings are underway and there have already been some big free agent signings and the Cubs aren't part of them. And I think Jed Hoyer might have let us know about what he thinks about this team's offense. And I think we should chat about it. I think it's something we need to address.
We will discuss, not necessarily in a sober and
you're drunk again?
Safe tone.
Okay.
Yeah.
Drunk again.
My heart rate is already raising.
Oh,
All
that's
right.
not Aquafina. That's that vodka. Is that what's going on in there?
Why are you trying to put me on blast right now?
Well, you just said you're not
I'm
sober.
going to the holiday party after this. I'm trying to do a little pregame on the clock.
Oh, yeah. Are we going, Layla?
I didn't RSVP.
It doesn't matter.
It
doesn't matter.
It said please RSVP by December 2nd.
I say please do things all the time. It
So
doesn't
we can
happen.
still go, you
Yes,
think? Okay,
yes.
I'm going now.
All right. While we suss that out, we get to complain about the Cubs next. You're joining us, whether or not you like it.
Cubs fans, baseball's hot stove is heating up at this week's winter meetings. Will the Cubs add any power to the lineup?
If you bring Bregman in here, what you care about is what the team needs to win.
Will they find a top-of-the-rotation starter?
So the Cubs are well known as a great landing place for a Japanese player. The Cubs love Imai. His stuff plays well.
We're following all the major storylines and any breaking news right here on Chicago's official radio home of the Cubs, Sports Radio 670 The Score, and live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
Save big on everything for your next project now at Menards. Upgrade your bathroom today with our great selection of bath fans. Browen's Roomside series provides powerful ventilation with a quiet performance. They're available in a white or matte black finish. Get a Browen Roomside series bath fan today. On sale for $139.99. Good through December 14th. View our entire selection of Browen bath fans on Menards.com. Plus, check out our weekly flyer for other great deals happening this week.
Kohl's Customer Appreciation Event is here, right in time for the gift exchange. Even though everyone pretends gifting isn't a competition, it kinda is. At Kohl's, save on gifts everyone will fight over. From sweaters and flannels to air fryers, toaster ovens, and more. Because deep down, the gift exchange isn't just about giving. It's also about winning. Shop Kohl's and save on top gifts now. Select styles, some exclusions apply. Offers end December 14th. See store or Kohls.com for details.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who never lies. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. This holiday season through December 21st, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. stock exchange.
But there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. Private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today, 630-320-2100. That's 630-320-2100.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
At Target, great memories start with great prices. Get gingerbread house kits for just $12, plus all the Wonder Shop baking must-haves. Gather the whole fam, grab some gingerbread kits, and start building sweet moments together. Then keep the joy rolling, baking up tasty treats with Wonder Shop that'll make the season a blast. Make unforgettable memories with incredible prices on gingerbread kits and Wonder Shop baking essentials. And step into the holidays, only at Target. Restrictions apply.
670 The Score is home to your game day pregame coverage. Join us before each game for the latest inside information on your home team before they play the next game. The Insight on Football Fridays is brought to you in part by your local Ford dealers. Visit
21 in a game since October. They better figure out something soon because their chances of repeating as champions are fading fast. I'm Andrew Perloff.
We'll be right back with Rahimi, Harris, and Grody on 670 The Score.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Joe?
I started a woodworking business. I was able to build beautiful furniture, but had no handle on the business side of things, so quickly fell behind in my taxes. 1 year of being behind in taxes quickly turned into 5 years. I ended up owing almost $37,000.
Then Joe found tax relief advocates.
I would hear ads for tax relief advocates. One day it just clicked. This is my exact situation that I'm in. So I wrote down the number and called from the car when I got home that day. TRA saved me 99% of what I owed the IRS, and that brought a huge sense of relief.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Joe did and call TRA for a consultation.
I'm really happy that I made that call, and I finally felt like I could breathe again.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-513-5321. 800-513-5321. That's 800-513-5321.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results may vary.
Layla Rahimi, Marshall Harris, Mark Grody. Middays 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
This is sort of the beginning of the real off season in a lot of ways, and so like as a result, people are more, kind of more willing to exchange ideas, be creative, and work late, and sort of be in the same place. So I think that interesting things always happen. There's always ideas or things that come up here that haven't before, which is one of the nice things about the winter meetings. So I think that's kind of how it is already, and I expect it to continue.
Jed said that like yesterday at the winter meetings. Is that true? You know what happened after that? Kyle Schwarber re-signed with the Phillies, and the Dodgers are going to pay Edwin Diaz $23 million a year to close for them because they need every reliever who's ever played in the history of the game. I'm already mad. Well, this is Rahimi, Harris, and Grody on 670 The Score. The winter meetings are underway in scenic Orlando, Florida.
Is that different from here? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, but you know what? The flip side to this is that Florida is a peninsula, and it gets really windy, and I hate the wind on the hair.
It doesn't get windy here?
Not the same. Not the same. As weird as that may sound, like the wind is not as consistent as it is in Florida in the spring.
I will take the Florida wind over the Chicago winter winds.
Not me. I will live here every day.
And you know what? The crazy thing about the Dodgers is it's not necessarily that they need all the relievers, but they are going to say, hey, if there's a reliever out there that might stop us later, we'll just make sure they're on our team instead.
They have become the Mr. Steal Your Girl. Like, if there is a reliever that you have thought about, like even just thought about, you remember last year it was like, oh yeah, these relievers are available. No, they're not. Bottoms up.
Protect your relievers, everybody. Cubs, hold on to Daniel Palencia. Don't let anybody touch Porter Hodge or Ethan Roberts.
Is it bad that the first thought that came to my head when the news came up about Edwin Diaz, 3 years, $69 million to the Dodgers is, I wonder what the Cubs would have offered Edwin Diaz if they were interested in him.
It'll be interesting, though. Like, you look at the Cubs bullpen. They Brad Keller's a free agent. Kitty is gone. We know Kittredge.
Kel Pomflex, yeah.
Yeah. Drew Pomerantz, the Big Easy. He's gone, free agent, right? I mean, they could come back. Who knows? Your guy, Thielbar. Thielbar's a free agent.
Well, that's a big one, in my opinion.
Caleb
Thielbar is a big one.
The other Caleb, as I like to call him.
The other Caleb, yeah. But, like by far.
Also has arm strength.
He's way back in the Caleb line.
Very, very strong.
But we didn't really know much about those guys last year, so you figure you kind of trust what they're doing with the bullpen.
Or it's a roll of the dice, Grody, and you're saying you can rehab guys, and you're hoping that you can build a whole living room with furniture that you picked up from this thrift store and that thrift store, and that you
like
found
Ben Brown and Porter Hodge and Ethan Roberts.
Well, Ben Brown is their guy. He's a drafted homegrown guy.
Yeah, he would not be a thrift mart purchase. You're right.
No, Ben Brown was a whole investment.
It's a whole investment.
Do you trust your internal woodworking to create the couch that you need, the kitchen table, and the end tables that you need? That's where we're at right now.
You can't just watch a video on YouTube and think you've got this.
Well, people believe they can, though. That's why YouTube does so well.
But here's the problem: is that that's it. When you don't have enough money, you're trying to find creative ways to get what you need, and I think we're already seeing that. We just mentioned the money is already talking at the winter meetings. And I thought that Kyle Tucker was going to set the market. But guess what? Kyle Schwarber's 50-plus home runs did instead.
56.
Bingo. Yeah, thank you. I don't want to. That's
don't shortchange that.
60% way to 60. That 56 home runs.
55 plus.
Yeah, 56 home runs talks. And you exactly saw what happened. He's already off the market. Even the Pirates managed to get him an offer.
I know the Pirates are like, what if?
But
maybe he wants to come here?
Hey,
No,
I appreciate the Pirates being like shoot mentality.
Yeah.
I don't think that's the case with the Cubs and their approach to offense. Listen to what was said about Matt Shaw. This is Jed Hoyer when he was asked about his third baseman, for example.
I've been surprised by the number of media reports that, that kind of link us to, to different guys, and like there's zero lack of confidence in Matt. Actually, I would say the opposite. I think that when you look at his overall second half numbers and kind of what he did in the minor leagues, and I just think that those struggles are to be expected at the beginning. The outliers are the ones that don't have that. So I thought what he did on defense last year was amazing. I think that from not learning a new position, but definitely an opposition he's the most familiar with, and I thought it was like gold glove quality defense by the end of the year. So I actually thought there was a lot of huge positives last year, and if you sort of told me at the beginning of the year this was going to be the totality of his season, I would have been like, yeah, good. I think that we're in a good place.
Okay, I understand that that's how he feels. I think the reason people are asking that is because last year at this time, it appeared that Alex Bregman was the apple of their eye and that Shaw would be brought up in his stead. And then Shaw ends up going back down to the minors and then coming back. Does that take away from his second half of the season? No. But is it enough offense right now as a whole to figure out what's going on here? No.
He was a little more apple-y to the eye of the Red Sox, and you could say even the Detroit Tigers, because they offered more than what the Cubs offered to get Alex Bregman. I in theory, and this is the problem, right? In theory, if Matt Shaw produces like he did in the minor leagues offensively, they're going to be okay from that particular perspective.
If Eloy Jimenez produced like he did in the minor leagues, he'd still be on the White Sox.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Well, I don't know if he'd still be on the White Sox, but he would still be in the major leagues. How about that?
Batting .370.
What I'm saying is, when you look at the Cubs, what you don't want this to revert back to is, I hope they outplay the expectations from an individual and then a team level of the backs of their baseball cards. We need them to outperform in order for us to succeed. Because if they do that, that's what got them in trouble 2 years ago. Last year, they just went out and got Kyle Tucker, who went out and put up a 4.6 WAR. You tell me where that 4.6 is coming from next season. that Kyle Tucker provided. If you can tell me where that's coming from, if you're telling me that whoever DHs or whoever plays right field is going to bring that, and then Matt Shaw is going to make up the difference with his improved play, okay, maybe. But it's hard for me to imagine that happening.
Yeah, I go back to the fact that that's it. How are you planning on replacing Kyle Tucker, who is likely to get $400 million? How are you replacing his offense?
I think in part, similar to the way they went into last season, they were hoping for, depending on players like to get the PCA bump to the guys that you have for them to rise up, which brings me to Matt Shaw. Well, of course, Bregman is the known, if you will. There it is. That's what the known means. We know exactly what Alex Bregman is, and we know that he's very good, and we know that he'd be excellent with the Cubs and be a terrific third baseman. You don't have to think about it. But Matt Shaw is a 24-year-old first-round pick in Major League Baseball who had a wildly up and down season. There was a period of time, Marshall, I think you remember this, where I did dub Matt Shaw the new PCA when he got really hot, red hot, and obviously I was joking about that. But I guess that's my way to say that I haven't given up on Matt Shaw as a baseball player. Like it's upgradable right now. Nobody knows what Matt Shaw is going to be in baseball, and he does have some serious skills. The bat, the hit tool, and the glove tool are good for him. Is he going to be a great third baseman? I have no idea. But the idea that he's nothing, I think that's kind of silly.
No, I think it has more to do with the fact that you can have Matt Shaw at third base, but that means that you have to produce offensively elsewhere. We know.
But you're assuming he will not be good then. You're assuming that he is what he is?
No, I'm saying to replace Kyle Tucker.
Oh, Kyle Tucker's numbers.
Yeah, you have to be good offensively elsewhere. So, what Dansby Swanson is, right? He's seventh in the lineup. We've accepted that.
The ups and downs of Dansby.
Nico Horner had one of the most consistent seasons we've seen in a long time. We know Seiya Suzuki needs help when it comes to protection in the lineup. Pete Crow Armstrong, once the league made an adjustment to him, we have yet to see what's going to happen and how he adjusts to that. That leaves your first baseman, which we think is going to be Michael Busch because it makes sense. I'm tired of seeing him platoon. So that leaves DH, right? Ian Happ is in left field. I'm sorry, I think that goes without saying at this point. So, that said, that's where I thought maybe, I don't know, get your bopper, like a Kyle Schwarber type.
There's room. Do you guys officially think the Cubs are not going to do it? They're not going to surprise us with a bopper?
When you fix all these positions, when you've decided, this is who's fixed here, this is who's fixed here, where is everybody else going? When you say you want to improve pitching and Shota Imanaga accepts your qualifying offer that you extend, there's only so many spots here. So who's making an exponential improvement for you at the place you have left?
Really, the only place when you really look at it and bear down on it to find out where can you figure things out, it's right field /DH /third base. That's the only, unless they trade somebody away. That's really the only, because let's be honest, catcher outperformed its position and what you thought they were going to do last year.
Yeah, do you think Carson Kelly's going to do that again?
Yeah, Reese McGuire, that's what you're depending on. It's not just somebody outperforming, it's some of those guys just doing what they did last year again. That's the issue here.
I think the Cubs are smart enough to know that Carson Kelly's not going to do what he did last year, and they probably will come into the season, they'll put their team together assuming he will be what he has been for his entire career previous to this season. I mean, right, that's a smart thing to do.
Okay, I think the smart thing also to do is maybe not give Shota Imanaga the money that you gave him and allocate that towards either
it's done, though. There's nothing we can do about it. But now we got to talk about moving forward.
That's because you gave them credit,
Yeah.
Mark, for being smart. I was like, how smart do you really think they are? Because I wouldn't have done that.
Wait, I said they were smart? How?
You said I think the Cubs are smart enough to realize that.
Oh, yeah.
And I was like, I don't want to give them this baseline of intelligence that, they might not deserve, frankly.
I don't know if it's that. I think they took a risk. I think they thought that somebody else would pick up Shota Imanaga and they'd look slick and get the qualifying offer.
Right. I think we all thought that.
And instead, he got a raise.
I call it a ruse. You call it a raise, I call it a ruse.
I think that's well said.
The whole thing
well
was a
stated
ruse.
by you, Mr. Grody.
Thank you. I love
saying
ruse.
Do we even think they're going to sign somebody who would be expected to hit 30 home runs in a season?
Well, Michael Busch did last year, so it's not like you can't find those guys, right? I mean,
and they traded for him.
Yeah.
But still, define creativity and define the production that you're willing to have or willing to go after.
Yeah, see, that's the part that sucks is we all have to be really creative. If we're going to think along with the Cubs right now, I guess we have to be creative in our thinking and look who's available and might be open to trade.
All right, I'll start scouting AAA around and see who's out there that's blocked that maybe they can go make a trade for.
Or just look at the bad teams or the teams that you project to be bad going to the season, see who's on their roster, see what pitcher is there, see what slugger is there, and that's probably what the Cubs might be thinking.
Or a team that, has made a lot of moves to trade away people, like the Diamondbacks have. Where they're likely to lose Zach Gallen. They traded away Naylor. They traded away Suarez. And now you're wondering, is Ketel Marte next?
Bring me Ketel Marte.
Dude, that guy hitting leadoff? You feel better?
They should be.
What position does he play again? Okay. I'm just saying you can move some guys around.
DCA.
Or maybe move somebody. Yeah.
But you've locked yourself into these positions.
Yeah.
So that's what makes it hard. Coming up next, I don't know what you call this. The game last night between the Eagles and the Chargers was quixotic, confusing, confounding, an NFL game. Jim Harbaugh chose some interesting eyewear. And then there was what Jalen Hurts did. Courtney Turner, our friend who was here in studio earlier, referred to it. So let's examine. It wasn't a double doink, but it kind of felt that way. That's next.
When it comes to Bears analysts in the know, the Score is your destination all season long. Our starting lineup on offense includes Olin Crew, Jared Payton, Patrick Manning.
On defense, it's Matt Bowen and Anthony Herron. Plus, former Bears head coach giving us the big picture on offense and defense, Dave Wanstead. And all the inside info from Mark Crody, Brad Biggs, Dan Wiederer, Stacey Dales, and many more.
Unfiltered opinions from the unprecedented team of experts on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Our cousin Danny died at 4 years old from sudden unexpected death and epilepsy or SUDEP. In his loving memory, we started the Danny Did Foundation to protect people living with epilepsy. We help families find the care they need, including seizure alerting devices. If someone you love is impacted by epilepsy, Danny Did can help. Visit DannyDid.org to fill the gaps in your epilepsy care. Because when others can't, Danny can. When others won't, Danny will. And when others don't, Danny does.
Officer, can I get your perspective as a man of the law?
You know I'm a mall cop, right?
You see this Hyundai Santa Fe? I only paid for it.
Whoa.
Right? I'm not in trouble, am I?
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid models. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today. Offer ends January 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
See website for details. Bills Happen is not a lender and does not make credit decisions. Not available in all states.
Hey, bills happen! So when you need extra cash fast, go to billshappen.com. Have you been turned down? Are your credit cards maxed out? Do you have bad credit? Go to billshappen.com. All you need is a job and a checking account. You could find a lender and get up to $5,000 cash as early as tomorrow at billshappen.com. Billshappen.com is the smart way to get a personal lender now. So if you need extra money for car repairs, medical bills, family emergencies, whatever you need cash for, go to billshappen.com and you can get the money you need as soon as the next day, up to $5,000. At billshappen.com, our process is safe, secure, and all online. No one to deal with in person, and Bills Happen does not charge you any fees to use our service. It's easy. When you need a lender, just remember, when bills happen, go to billshappen.com. Billshappen.com for the cash you need now. Billshappen.com.
Listen up. You want the IRS off your ASS? Do you owe the IRS over $10,000? Do you have unfiled tax returns? Do you owe payroll taxes? Has the IRS garnished your paycheck or taken money out of your bank account yet? They will if you ignore them long enough. Look, deal with the IRS on your own, and there's a good chance that you're going to feel like you've just been run over by a freight train. I'm Patrick Noon, founder and owner of PJN Tax Solutions Group. We are a local tax resolution firm located right here in St. Charles, Illinois. Don't call some 1-800 number 10 states away. We're here in St. Charles, Illinois. Call me now at 630-415-5296. I've helped hundreds of taxpayers resolve their tax issues with the IRS, and I can help you too. Call me now at 630-415-5296 for your free 1-hour, no-obligation consultation. Or check us out online at pjntaxsolutions.com. Either way, remember, Call us when you want the IRS off your ASS.
Paid non-attorney spokesperson. Paid for by Action Matters.
Attention victims of church clergy sexual abuse. If you were sexually abused at a church or a school by a member of the clergy, listen closely, as you may be entitled to financial compensation. Even if the abuse happened decades ago, your case could still qualify for compensation. If you suffered abuse from clergy members and those who knew about the abuse but failed to stop it, no matter how long ago it was, call our law firm's confidential clergy abuse helpline at 800-721-8353 to find out if you're eligible for a cash settlement. Our attorneys may be able to get you justice, closure, and substantial compensation while your case remains fully confidential. Receive the financial settlement you deserve and hold those responsible accountable. Call now to find out if your case qualifies for compensation. Don't wait. Call our law firm's 100% confidential clergy abuse helpline right now to seek justice and compensation. Call 800-721-8353. That's 800-721-8353. 800-721-8353.
You're listening to Rahimi Harrison Grody. Back in 60 seconds on The Score.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
This December, Window Nation puts an end to your window problems. You'll save big, too, with 50% off all window styles. Plus, you could get 0 interest for 5 years.
Hurry, the sale ends soon, so schedule your free estimate right now at windownation.com.
Listen to Rahimi Harrison Grody on the Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
Hurts. Picked off. Intercepted, and now the ball's out, and Hurts ends up with the ball in his hands. He fumbles. Chargers ball. Troy Dye ends up on the ball.
That is courtesy of ESPN. What a game that was last night. And the double turnover, like we've seen some things on Rahimi Harrison Grody. We've lived to tell the tale of the butt fumble, the double doink, various other atrocities in NFL football that have been committed or just happened.
I love when you say butt fumble.
I don't know that I love when she says butt fumble, but I understand why she says butt fumble. Immaculate reception, is that same?
The catch. Yeah, there's a bunch of things that happen in football when the ball is funny shaped.
Oblong?
Yes.
Is that what it is?
And then
bounce in funny ways.
I did laugh because Jalen Hurts is like, I don't turn the ball over. And then the football gods are like, you do now.
You're darn tootin'.
Tough scene.
Mm-hmm.
Life came at him fast. So
life isn't what you thought it would be.
As we mentioned, 22-19, Chargers beating the Eagles, and Jalen Hurts committed 4 turnovers, a double turnover.
5 turnovers.
Yes. Oh, yeah, 4 interceptions. Yeah, and then the double turnover. I'm sorry. We shorted him.
The double turnover.
4 plays with a turnover.
There it is.
With at least one turnover. 4 plays with at least one turnover.
Because if you look at the box, I go by the box score in the official synopsis. But somebody who didn't was WIP host Tom Kelly. And frankly, I've been wanting to hear a little bit of WIP now ever since they lost to the Cowboys before the Bears game. It was a simmer that reached a boil that has now reached the house is on fire.
The quarterback has been the problem for the last 5 weeks, and I am tired of hearing the excuses. I'm tired of hearing about, he plays the best and biggest games. He won a Super Bowl last year. I don't care about that right now. I care about this season. And the bottom line is the quarterback has sucked for the last 5 games, and you cannot win in spite of your quarterback. And this is the thing. Like, people get, why aren't you throwing the ball across the middle? Why aren't you running different routes? Well, maybe we have our answer now. And I am just so tired of of these blinders that people have put on for the last 5 weeks. And it's not to excuse A.J. Brown. A.J. Brown sucked tonight, too. I mean, the drop passes were ridiculous. But the Kevin Patullo stuff and the play calling and everybody trying to find every other reason for why this offense isn't working. The quarterback stinks right now.
Yep.
I don't know what else to say. It's beyond obvious. I hope everybody realizes it. If you still don't believe that's true, you're living in denial.
And you thought we yelled.
I know, Tom. And everything Tom said right there is spot on, and he's not wrong.
A.J. Brown had 100 yards receiving.
But how many targets and how many catches did he have?
13 and 6.
Yeah, that's under half, right? That he caught
I mean,
the targets.
that's still not terrible.
Yeah, I think objectively, if we were sitting here after a loss like the loss that the Eagles suffered to the Chargers and the Bears had been on the losing end, and you looked down and saw Rome Odunze had 13 targets and 6 catches, you would have questions.
I mean, the Bears don't run enough offensive plays to have that. Dallas Goedert had 10 targets.
They had an extra period of play over time.
I know, but still.
So what I'm saying is that's hilarious objectively. It's also understandable objectively. And this goes back to what I was saying about, hey, we just want to be decent. We just want to be good. We just want to have our team be a playoff team. No. It never ends. And this is the latest example, Mark. I think I told you this before the season started. It will never end. Let the Bears go win a Super Bowl this year. Guess what? If they're not running it back, people are flipping out just like that.
Oh, you mean like me asking the Cubs to sign Kyle Schwarber after they won the World Series?
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. It will never be enough, and it is the insatiable hunger that feeds us all as sports fans.
Well,
and I would argue this.
Yeah.
Success actually feeds your irrational wants as a fan more than failure does, or mediocrity, or any. Like when you're actually good, like the conversations I've had with people who are fans from New England, like Boston Celtics / Patriots / Bruins / Red Sox fans, are crazy. It's like the Steelers conversation. We're like, oh, I was like, bro, you don't even know what a losing season's like. And they're just, yes.
It is amazing. And God, I hope the Bears could get back to that. Because their sustained success, the Eagles, has been going on for 2 decades, right? Am I wrong?
You're not wrong.
2 decades.
Eagles, 2 decades?
Eagles, 2 decades.
I would say 10 solid years. Like after they got rid of Chip Kelly, I would say.
Well, what about Donovan McNabb?
That's just a patch.
Yeah,
Chip Kelly was,
fair.
what, 2 years? That's just a very small drop.
They were good every year
Andy
with McNabb,
Reid,
right?
You're in conference championship games.
Yes, he was their Bill Cowher.
Yeah, I guess I look at it, for the Eagles, I look at it simply as pre and post Super Bowl because that's how they feel about it. But you're right.
But for the better part of 20 years.
And frankly, I've mentioned this a million times. It's been 30 since the Cowboys were in an NFC championship.
It's crazy. Yeah.
So, like, when you consider that, it does make the Eagles, quote, problems, end quote, look silly.
But the part that he said that was absolutely spot on is like, I don't care that we won the Super Bowl last year and that he was the Super Bowl MVP. I just want to talk about what's been going on lately. What have you done for me lately?
The entitlement is heavy.
Is it entitled?
But it's okay. Like I always tell Cubs fans, greed is good. Entitlement in sports is good. You should expect your team to be good every year.
I would push back that it's even worthy of being called entitlement. There's just a certain level of expectation. The standard is the standard.
Yeah.
We expect to win. We expect to be contenders this time every year.
I love it.
December rolls around. We should be on the short list of teams who can win the Super Bowl.
So the media the Philadelphia media probably does the best job of any city in America in holding their team accountable and not letting them get too high, because that is something, man. It really is.
If you think that we yell, and if you don't like how we talk...
Oh, we just heard Sal there, whoever he was.
Tom
Kelly.
Go turn on
Kelly?
Go turn on WIP. Go turn on WFAN. You let me know how that goes for you.
I just say A.J. Brown probably summed up best last year when he realized after winning the Super Bowl, it was kind of like, oh, that was nice, but the actual joy from winning it was very short-lived.
When's the draft?
Think about how many times they've reached the Super Bowl under Nick Sirianni.
Twice.
Right.
They won one of them.
In a short time span.
And they kind of want to get rid of him.
Kind of.
Like, that's the beauty of it,
I'd
man.
say more than kind of.
Okay. Yeah, I am not as in touch.
Never satisfied.
It's never enough.
And that's okay. And my point
That's
is,
life.
that's okay, but it's also the reality that we're all living in. And if you think that other cities are going crazy for not one, no, that's the same way you would be if you were in their footsteps, following those footsteps, those footprints, if you will.
773. Can someone send a Tom clip to Jed Hoyer? I'm pretty sure it should be delivered by Dave Dombrowski. We have more coming up next. It is time to talk to Spiegel and Holmes here on The Score.
We are Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio, your laptop, your mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 670 The Score. We're live and we're local. 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
More and more Toyota customers are finding out the best way is right off the Edens Expressway at the all-new Toyota on Edens. During Toyotathon, get year-end savings on hundreds of new Toyotas. Plus, Toyota on Edens offers extended service hours, including Saturdays and Uber pickup and drop-off. And every Saturday, all Toyota oil changes are just $29.95. See why the best way is right off the Edens Expressway at Toyota on Edens or ToyotaOnEdens.com.
Okay, only 10 more presents to wrap. You're almost at the finish line. But first... There, the last one. Enjoy a Coca-Cola for a pause that refreshes.
It's David Haugh for FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 670 The Score. FanDuel is the #1 sportsbook for same-game parlays. From points and rebounds to threes and assists, FanDuel is the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay or track every stat live, all in one easy-to-use app. Right now, that's the perfect time to join. Yes, right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. That's $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. What a chance. Bet on the players you love the way you want. Head over to FanDuel.com/score to sign up today. That's FanDuel.com/SCORE. FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 and older and present in Illinois. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Rasny Jewelers, Chicago's most trusted family-owned and operated jeweler for 75 years, with 3 generations behind the name. December is often the single most popular month to propose. Buying an engagement ring can feel intimidating, but Rasny makes it easy and stress-free. Rasny also has their signature engagement ring collection, Forever by Rasny, crafted to highlight exceptional quality and artistry. Each ring is meticulously designed in-house to reflect your vision. There's no middleman. The Rasny family sources diamonds directly from Africa, hand-selecting only the finest natural diamonds. Rasny Jewelers, 4 Chicago area locations: suburban Addison, Highland Park, Hinsdale, and Chicago on Oak Street. Always available at Rasny.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2025. Last chance! Donate now for a 2025 tax deduction.
Hosting a watch party or a holiday shindig? Let Portillo's take the stress off the plate. From craveable Italian beef and burgers to fresh salads and chocolate cake, Portillo's will help you catch up with your crew. Order now at portillos.com/catering.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grody will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
Oh, no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
My debit card.
their debit card.
Where'd I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound, that's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
This is where Chicago comes to talk Bears football. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station. The Score!
It's Ben Johnson that gets people going. Let's go.
Honestly, that is a reason to want to beat Detroit because we took their coach.
Yeah, right.
So,
Exactly.
Yeah, right. How that goes.
And if you donate enough, maybe he'll take his pants off. I don't know.
Man, that wacky Austin and Melissa from the US 99 Morning Show, they are up to no good. We do want to remind you they are up to some good, though, because if you want to get started by helping us beat Detroit, our sister station there, you can donate right now. Text GIVE, G-I-V-E, to 312-946-4995 and donate today to St. Jude. That is our drive. That is their radiothon. It is for a wonderful cause to help families deal with a horrible, horrible time. To be able to worry about one less thing is really what that is about. So St. Jude, wonderful cause. That is the US 99 Morning Show. Austin and Melissa, who wanted to let us know.
And if you're someone who watches the Spiegel and Holmes show, you'll remember Austin from taking his shirt off in Vegas and walking across the camera.
Or that time he wore Kim Mulkey's jacket to a Cubs game.
That is correct.
Austin is no stranger to the bit. So we thank Melissa and Austin. We thank Courtney Turner for coming on and chopping it up with us.
That was dope.
She had more stories off the air about her fantasy football team. So if you want to check those out, check out her podcast. It is called Holding Court. That is with a K. She's a lot of fun and a good sports fan, and it was great to have her on. Thanks to Tim Jenkins, as always. Check out his work at All Things QB on YouTube. And thanks, of course, to the man, Patrick Manley. That's Saturday, right, Lawrence?
Saturday, the Manley Awards. I'm looking forward to it at Bernie's Book Bank, which is just it's another one of those things that if you're at the end of the year and you're like, man, I'd love to give some money away to a good cause, Bernie's Book Bank is a great one to do that for.
For the kids, thanks to Marshall Harris, thanks to Mark Grody, thanks to Ray Diaz putting up with our lax break times all day today, Tyler Buterbaugh with an excellent open and production work as usual, Brandon Fryer, thanks to Connor O'Donnell, Jacob Stutz, and Max Curtis, who help us out every single day on video and on social. And hi Lawrence, hi Matt, how you guys doing?
We are delightful and ready to do some hot sports talk. Thanks for asking. It's warm today. Lawrence is excited, hoping that the snow and ice will melt. That ain't happening.
Well,
Some of it is. It's falling off our building.
Yeah, be careful if you're walking around downtown. Don't look up, as the movie says, because you might catch one. But yes, I just need to get the alleys workable. That's all. That's all I'm hoping for, Marshall. I'm not hoping for a full thaw. I just need to get Chicago's alleys workable so that the garbage man can come through, so that the recycling man can come through, and so that everyone else can come through.
Here's my problem. If it thaws enough for that and then it gets freezing again, then you get a weird-ass ice creation in like formations that you didn't expect, and the slipperiness will be vast.
Black ice is deadly. Name my fantasy hockey team.
Oh, I like that.
Wait a second. Mark Grody just looked at us.
Well,
what's wrong, Mark?
I don't think that he can hear. He went walking down the hallway looking for Porth.
He walked on down the hall.
So
I don't know how to set up that board.
I'll just be
yeah.
Grody. Bears. Birds. Birds. ISU.
Battlestar Galactica.
Battlestar Galactica. That's one of the best TV shows of the last 25 years. There he is.
Sorry.
Crackling.
There he is.
What's crackling, big
Don't
fella?
mind me. We just had to do a quick oil change here in the old update studio. So
okay.
$45. We're all
Whatever
good.
works for you.
Sir, can I show you this filter with the leaves in it?
I'll take the filter. Fine.
Yeah,
Just
exactly.
Stop talking to me.
The synthetic oil change, you can go 5,000 miles.
Does your car stink when you put on the air conditioning?
To rotate
We've
those
got something
tires.
for that.
I hate when they show you stuff from the car. Okay, yes.
You're like, I don't know.
Yeah, do it. Another $30.
See, a normal car looks like this, but your car looks like that.
The shame.
How
The
does
shame
that feel?
aspect of car maintenance.
Done a terrible job.
And
they
then
show
I'm like,
you the
don't you
filter.
talk to me. I got my filter changed to oil change the
Wait a
car. You're
minute.
just trying to sell me something.
Yeah.
I did love the
Mr. Man.
quiet stuff we just heard from Mark Grody. He's like, yeah, I think it's all set up. I love that. Yesterday we had a moment, and Lawrence, I heard from a listener who did catch the moments that we thought might have been subliminal. We had a caller at one point who said, "Hey guys, great show," and I went, "You're right." You're right, sir. Very quietly. And then he said, yeah, great show. And I said, again, you're right. You're right, sir. And I heard from a listener who heard that 100%.
Well, you
Spiegel
said
wasn't
it
aside.
into a microphone.
Yeah, it was a mic,
so-
even though you're
It's
whispering.
true. It's true. I know I was whispering, but it felt like an aside just for us.
No, you love a good aside.
I really
because
do.
like you giggled when I was like quietly typing in the corner doing show prep at the desk one time while you guys were doing a show.
I'd love extra conversations that are going on in addition to the regular
Instead
conversations.
of you're right, you should be like, I know that's right.
Add that in next time.
I will.
What is it about that phrase that gets me?
That's right.
I don't know that. I know that if I don't hear Spiegel talking, I hear him typing. That's for sure. Are you the one that's always doing the this? Is that you?
Sometimes.
Okay. All right.
Hey, don't
Doing
break that
that.
thing.
Doing
See,
the
there you
PK.
go.
Yeah,
Try to close out the
PK.
text window.
Sometimes I am.
Oh, it's the Ben Johnson press conference. Yes, Ben, I would like to ask you a question. Did you hear that?
Hey, man,
Typing.
you
Was it
gotta-
Peggy? Yeah. Back
Well,
in the day.
back in the day, it was Peggy. She was
Okay.
like one of the only people smart enough to actually type down what people were saying
Every word.
instead of having to go back and then figure out what people were saying.
How dare you? I still wrote all of my sportscasts in the field on a notepad.
Hey man, that's what you got to do. I miss the handy dandy notepads of television stations gone by. Marshall, you work for a heavy duty television station. Are there ABC7 like reporter notepads that are available? And if so, could you grab me one just so I could have it?
There probably are. I think I had one in my bag.
Did you have one in Channel 2?
They gave me like a bag. No, at Channel 2 we just had
right?
reporter notepads. Yeah, like that.
Lawrence,
Yeah.
all you have to do is walk to BBM. They have plenty. They've got good
Also,
reporter notepads.
Grody did show me where the secret supply closet is, so I
Doesn't
now
exist.
know where to go get
I
stuff.
don't know where that is.
It's
that's
not real. That's why.
Grody took me to that, and I
Yeah.
appreciate that from you, Grody.
Usually what I do is I'll just ask Porth. I'll be like, hey, I need a legal pad. And he'll be like, y'all need a legal pad? I got a bunch of them right here.
Also, who in their right mind takes notes on that tiny reporter notepad? I do not. It's
Well,
too
the-
small.
the thing I love
I'm
about
a
the
steno
Put it in your
reporter
pocket.
notepad-
Put it in your
No.
pocket.
Well, I can't do that anyway
I
because me
love
and
it.
pants. But stenos.
Don't-
Stenos are my way.
Hey, what's with you and
Evernote?
pants?
The
I'm
Evernote
taking up
app.
space in there. I can't be doing
Whoa.
I can't be doing a notepad.
I'll say this: the notepad was great back when you used to be alongside a photographer. Once I had elevated myself above one-man band sets and I wasn't actually shooting everything, he would just tell me what he was doing. I would just log it as we shot. So now I know where all the shots are.
On the
very
tiny
important.
notepad,
What do you
steno
mean
is
tight? Like one line per action.
Steno is elite, man. You can get more on a
Okay.
steno. and
I
it's
just
as
like this
convenient.
because it's good when you're in the locker room.
Sizable and functional.
And back in the day, like my little disc recorder was the width of this pad. So you go in with that, and you know some of the print guys they do the trick of holding the recorder underneath.
Yeah.
And so, you know, guys think that they're just talking to someone who's writing stuff down and they're actually recording
It also it feels like a vestige of a different time. It's kind of like wearing a fedora with the press card in the
What's
in
wrong
the
with that? I
ribbon.
think you guys are a little off. There's still plenty of people who have the note, like Bears reporters.
Of course.
Like there's the notebooks have not gone away. That's not like an old thing. I mean, yes, there are more ways to do things, but there's nothing beats and there's nothing wrong with pen to paper. It's always dependable.
I still take notes during Bears games with pen to paper. It feels good.
Yeah.
Feels really good.
Feels good.
It feels good. Good. Wonder if Chris Emma does that. I
He's
don't
right
know.
down the hallway. I just saw him.
He's here?
Yes,
Oh, he's over
here.
at BBM today?
He's probably got a notepad down there. I'll have to show you the secret supply closet at BBM, Lawrence.
I introduced Speaks Glenn Marshall. I can't get that deep.
No.
But I introduced him to Glenn Marshall yesterday.
It's like the black Jason Benetti. Like, come in here, that voice. Like, oh my sweet Jesus.
I'm happy that he's going to be over at WBBM doing some stuff. So
Yeah.
it's good to see the nephews are doing well.
Very nice to meet Glenn Marshall. Absolutely. So, we had a conversation in the pre-show. I don't think there was a spot for Kyle Schwarber because you got Happen left. He can't play right. Maybe you could DH, but then you got to move, say whatever. Like, and for this number, but it just feels so freaking wrong that he is going to end his career in Philly and I think he's going to be a Hall of Famer. And he'll go in as a Philadelphia Philly.
Yep, it's like Maddox, but Maddox was a
wait, walk with me on this.
But it just do you agree that he's going to be a Hall of Famer?
Yeah, I do.
Give him about 160 more home runs over the course of a 5-year career.
I offer pushback on this. Can't find space for him. He can't just DH.
Well, you got Seiya.
Yeah, he can just play right field.
Right, yeah, but
your
you
DH
don't want him to
needs
play.
to hit home runs consistently, which is why I'm like, hi, position is open.
So walk me through that. Why he couldn't play DH?
Because Seiya is going to be your half DH, half right field, and the rest they're going to give to Ballesteros and Owen Casey.
I think you could just
not if Kyle Schwarber is there.
I understand.
Yes,
what are we doing? This isn't enough
So
offense.
this is more you trying to reason like you think the Cubs are reasoning, not just like a normal person reasons. Because a normal person, I think, would say Kyle Schwarber's your everyday DH.
But they're only going to get. I want them to get another offensive player at third base, whether they are for real on Bregman or Eugenio Suarez.
Okay,
do it there.
I don't have a problem with that either.
Right. Well, I didn't bother to go down the path of they were going to get two because they might not even just get one.
Let me ask you a question.
So like just being realistic, there was no way in hell they're going to.
Let me
get
ask you
two.
a question. Do you think that man can go from third base to second base?
Who's that?
Matt Shaw.
Oh yeah, he's more natural second baseman than he is a third baseman.
Do you think you can move the second baseman back to shortstop?
Nico?
Yes.
Where are we putting Swanee?
Oh, I think I would try to move him.
I don't think you're going to be able to do that.
That contract.
Can't be able to do it?
He's
No, not at that
$27
money.
million a year.
They might move Nico. They might move Nico so they don't have to pay Nico. Then they can move Matt Shaw over.
Okay, whatever you need to do to get better play. They just need better players. And when I say better players, I also mean a different profile of player. Because I saw what those guys did in the playoffs, and I saw what other teams were doing in the playoffs, and that profile doesn't work in the playoffs from what I saw. Correct me if I'm wrong. Like offensively, you need more, and to get more,
that's right.
You need need a different profile of player.
Nice aside.
Like I'd be
So
trying to
nice.
move guys that don't. I understand how they value defense and why it's so important, and it is. I'm not
So
arguing
who
that.
are you saying you want to move? Dansby?
He'd be one of the candidates.
Yeah,
There's several candidates.
Well, I don't know that I don't think Dansby's contract is really movable.
Or Nico.
I don't want to move Nico.
I don't want to move Nico either. But if you could give me a guy that plays like Nico with more power, that's kind of
that's not Shaw.
You got to figure out
A guy who is Nico with
no,
more power
move
is
Shaw.
theoretically
Listen.
just on her team.
Mm-hmm.
Speaks honest
He just
question.
wasn't healthy.
Are you projecting that Matt Shaw is not going to be good?
No, not necessarily. I don't want them to wait and just assume that Matt Shaw is going to be good, like it's
Right.
his spot.
Yeah,
and I think
yeah.
third base is the natural spot.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm trying to live in this space where I think about what they could actually do and what I want them to do.
Okay,
and I want them to go get like at least one more big bat, and they better go get a real starting pitcher, even though they got hampered with the Shota money that they didn't think he was going to take. But I didn't think they're going to come up with 5 at 150, which is what Schwarber was going to be.
I want to get back to what you said about Schwarber specifically,
Mhm.
because I think the reason it bothers at least me so much is because of the career arc of Anthony Rizzo, where Anthony Rizzo came over via trade, and he talked about how in San Diego he couldn't hit the broadside of a barn. And he found his way with the Cubs, and we know the rest is history. He became himself. He got his career. He was emblematic of how that team decided to operate. And you would think that a team who does that would have known that for $13 million when the time was up, that even then when they were scrapped for payroll that was related to attendance, we understand that they would have found that space.
For
to
Schwarber?
keep one of their people.
Oh yeah, and they knew him. They scouted him. They knew him so well. They drafted him and loved him, and they saw what he did. And if there's anybody you were ever going to bank on from a person perspective, it's that guy. And that has proven to be what has lasted for him. Like the way that everybody talks about him, what kind of leader he is.
Yeah.
It's outrageous.
Oh, yeah. I remember him, doing pregame 15, 16, and 17. I'm like, from the very beginning, that guy made himself accessible. He hung around with the right people. And when I say that, I'm talking about, like, he really was, like, underneath, like, a John Lester and stuff. Like, watching those guys. Like, he learned from the very big. But you're right. He will go in, if he is a Hall of Famer, he is a Philly through and through.
It's interesting, though, because he is a Cubs legend.
That's true.
And I don't think that we talk about enough what happened the last week of September going into October, where it's like, hey, is Kyle Schwarber healthy enough to help you guys in the playoffs? Probably not. Probably not. Hey, is Kyle Schwarber healthy enough to help you guys in the World Series? Well, we sent him to Arizona to go get a few at-bats.
Yeah.
What do you mean he's leading off in game 1 of the World Series? Like, that was some legendary stuff.
Yeah.
I think
I remember being at Wrigley Field. I think it was a practice before they took off, and seeing Schwarber out there running around hitting it. I couldn't say anything. I think I took a picture, and they were like, if you tweet that out, you will be destroyed, basically. So it was just to see that develop. And you're right, Lawrence, like the amount, like what he did in the World Series, the home run against St. Louis where he puts it in the scoreboard, and just many great, he is a Cubs legend, but way more a Philadelphia legend than a Cubs legend.
And Marshall, like, your feelings are shared by lots of people that
Which part?
The absolute crime that he's not here, and they should have found a spot for him and just made it work.
I'm not even sure that he would have said yes. I'm just saying you've got to make the ask. You've got to make an attempt, which they're really good at, according to what I saw over the weekend with Bob Nightingale.
It didn't get
No,
close.
I meant just different players, like the whole Zach Gallen thing.
Yeah.
They were close to doing things, and then they were not
close on C's.
Oh yeah, they're
Except they don't want to defer money. So who out of the stars are you now left with even talking to?
It bothers me a lot on the Cease thing, just because you got someone who signed in Canada, knowing that the taxes are going to take a lot of their money away.
The exchange rate too.
And you couldn't figure out a way to make your deal look enticing to someone who's going to give away 40% of their contract.
I don't really love Cease. Cease's results have not matched his stuff for a good long time.
Kind of feels like you're taking a little copium over there.
No.
How much does he raise the profile of the current Cubs pitching staff?
A lot, but Michael King, I demand Michael King.
Oh, you demand him?
Like
so you're demanding him. Let me ask you a question.
I want him. I demand him.
Put a percentage on it. What are the percentage chances you will get what you demand?
Well, that's a different question, right?
Okay, well, that's what I'm saying. Why are you demanding things you know you can't have?
Because this is what we do. Why were you saying that there's a spot for Schwarber when there was no chance we were going to do that?
Because he wants
we
one.
live in both worlds.
No. I'm saying there's a spot for Schwarber. My whole thing was
there's a spot for Michael King.
Yeah, there is a spot for Michael King. But with Schwarber, at least, it was like, do you have $30 million a year to pay the man? And if you don't, why don't you? Oh, wait, how much you paying Shota again?
Well, that's what they're going to do with Michael King. They're going to have to give Michael King at least 25. They might have to give him 30 on a shorter AAV. But if that's the man you want, you go ahead and you get that man.
Find this
Jed
man.
was totally believable in what he said about Shota.
Dude,
I think the thing that concerns me is how badly are you guys evaluating the market if that was the case, right?
Market's moving
and
fast.
Frankly, go back to the trade deadline. How did you evaluate? Who's evaluating the market for you where they were that off?
Or are you saying that you have one perspective when all your actions are showing that you have a different perspective? Were you in go for it mode when you traded for Tucker, and did that mode get bought? Did that mode go away when you got your extension?
What changed?
Ooh, spicy.
Did your aggression?
What changed?
Well, his contract extension at the top of the baseball operations department changed, didn't it? That was his aggression bought just before the deadline with that interestingly timed extension, and then all of a sudden they didn't go for it, and here they are still
I
not.
will
Don't
see
go
you
crazy.
and raise you Dave Dombrowski again because, Dombrowski is known for making a trade like a Kyle Tucker deal, for example.
Yeah, but he's freaking relentless.
But that's it. Like, he doesn't stop there.
What he does
so,
is...
he goes whole hog.
But who's David Dombrowski's owner?
That's it. He knows.
Let's just go straight to the top.
He leaves ownership groups when they don't let him be who he wants to be.
And that's how every front office person, if they really wanted to dial down all of it, dig in, however you want to say it. Once your ownership doesn't let you do what you want to do, go find another team. And guess what? If you're good enough, you'll find another team.
I mean, look, his negotiations are his, and it's personal what it is that you want or what you needed. But I feel like before Jed signed to that extension, he should have done something for baseball operations and be like, hey, I'm going to sign, but only if you guys make the promise that the spending isn't going to stop. Because at that point, he was in a position to call his shot. The Cubs were playing well. They were in first place. There may have been other organizations that would have wanted Jed Hoyer at the top of theirs. I hate the idea that he might have sold his aggression away for a contract extension without putting on the back end of it, guys, if I'm going to stay here, we have to make sure that we're competitive.
In this year where it's a go for it year because of the CBA, now it's not a go for it year because of your own personal contract, but it should still be a damn go for it year.
You defined your window when you decided to trade for Kyle Tucker, knowing he was going to be a free agent at the end of the year. When he got hurt, other teams, when players get hurt, will trade for more. See the Astros 2 years ago, for an example. When their pitching staff got hurt, they got out and they traded for more starting pitching, the biggest names in the business. The Rangers did the same thing.
It reminds me of the Colts right now, having traded for Sauce Gardner, then their quarterback gets hurt. So let's go get Phillip.
They knew their window. And here's my concern now, is that you can't pay people in red and blue. You can't pay people in Wrigley Field. It is a reward for playing there. But the Dodgers, the Toronto Blue Jays, the Mets, and the like have decided to pay everybody in green. And green for years longer than their contracts and their careers have extended. So now, is it either the Cubs market or is it the rest of Major League Baseball's market as to what you're playing in?
They're waiting for Michael King to come back to the Cubs market.
I know that's right.
I know that's right.
I hate to say it, but when you've decided to make the intangible tangible, then that overrides everything for these other teams. Edwin Diaz just got $23 million a year today.
From the Dodgers, like they needed help.
How about them always adding on?
Yes, saying, hey, we did well. Let's do even better next year.
Evil Empire.
Crap.
That is awful.
No,
crap.
it isn't.
Yeah.
No,
it is
isn't.
crap.
That's how I feel.
Are they evil if they pay their employees?
They're evil just like the Yankees were evil back in the
He's
day.
anti-worker. It's fine.
They're
Speaks
not
as
evil
anti-worker.
because they're taking the money that they're bringing in and they're actually putting it back into the baseball product, which is what every organization should be doing.
in every walk of life.
Some of them, we just allow them to not put it back, and then we allow them to give us this nonsense that the Dodgers are somehow evil because they're actually doing the thing that baseball teams should be doing.
And all organizations, regardless.
This ownership group for the Dodgers is deferring 40% of all their costs to some other ownership group down the road.
That's fine.
And winning.
It's them knowing what profit they're going to make later.
And making that money back.
And still paying the players to do it, whether that money is in 2025 or in 2037. That's what they're doing. Here's what we're doing.
What are we doing?
Bears.
There is a lot of Bears on today's show. In fact, a former Bear is on the show. Matt Forte will join us at 3 o'clock. Kaylin Kaler was there at Bears-Packers. She's going to join us at 3:25. Matt Bowen, former Packer, he's going to be on the show at 4 o'clock. Pete Futak, FIU-TAC, is going to be on the show at 5:25. We've got more things to discuss. Speegs would like to take a piece of Jed Hoyer. We are going to allow for him to do that. All that is coming up, but when we return, we will talk about this Bears-Packers game. And we'll talk about why it hurts a little bit more than a regular loss. That's next after Tanny's Open here on The Score.
Get the help you need with Skill Power Tools from Menards. They're built for power, precision, and portability. From drills and drivers to sanders and saws, Skill delivers performance and durability with the convenience of cordless technology. Plus, the PowerCore 20 battery powers every Skill 20-volt tool for ultimate versatility. Save big on all Skill power tools at Menards. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for great deals happening now.
Getting health insurance that fits your budget isn't easy.
At Get Covered Illinois, we are here to help.
We are the state's official health insurance marketplace.
A place where health insurers compete for your business. A website where you can compare multiple health plans and pricing in one place.
And where you can connect to financial help and free in-person assistance.
Because you deserve insurance. GetCoveredIllinois.gov. We're here to help.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who never lies. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. This holiday season through December 21st, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 630-320-2100. That's 630-320-2100.
Annuities, not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm also motivating Manning. When I say insurance, you say financial services. Insurance. Financial services. Insurance. Financial services. Now when I say nationwide, you say is both. Nationwide. Is both. Nationwide. Is both. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable Scent Boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
boss, 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 bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppables beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
Celebrate the holiday season with a full plate of great savings from Jewel Osco. Get everything from baking basics and household products to snack favorites, morning eye openers, savory entrees, and so much more.
Here's something most doctors know that most men never talk about. Stress from work, money, and family doesn't disappear at night. It could follow you into the bedroom, and suddenly your mind won't let your body do what it used to do naturally. For moments like that, doctors often look for treatments that help both the brain and the body. That's where Rugiet Ready comes in. Unlike those other popular brands, Rugiet Ready is a next-generation drug that helps prime your brain for arousal and increase blood flow. It uses 3 C ingredients in 1 mint that dissolves under your tongue so it absorbs moves fast. Most men are ready in about 15 minutes on average. Over 150,000 men have already tried Rugiet. A doctor reviews your health online, and if it's appropriate, the prescription ships discreetly to your door. Visit Rugiet.com/sports to get 15% off your first order. That's RUGIET.com/sports. Individual results may vary. Rugiet Ready is a compounded prescription that is not FDA approved. Visit Rugiet.com for full safety information.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute. An update on something we discussed last week. Deputy Commissioner Bill Daley says NHL players will not play in the Olympics in Italy in February if rink conditions are unsafe. This in response to reports that the ice will be smaller than NHL standards. How is this even a thing? How did organizers work so hard to get these players in the games and then create this possible drama? I'm Andrew Bogish.
And this hour is being brought to you by Menards. Save big money at Menards.
Spiegel and Holmes.
Okay, here we go, sports fans.
Afternoons on the Score.
Did you hear Ben go politically correct on us? He's a little too woke. I think he's a little too woke.
Third eyes open.
Oh, no, the mob got to him? I think the woke mob has got to him.
Theo was going to be number one there, was trying to go for a big guy touchdown. I was about to say fat guy touchdown.
What's wrong with fat guy touchdown?
I mean, Theo might not look at himself as fat.
Now it's actually very uncool, as somebody told me the other day. It's so uncool to be woke.
But that doesn't matter. That's what it's called.
Well, it's
for fun.
I mean, sometimes people call it a big guy touchdown.
Yeah, but they're all big guys. They're football players.
Right.
We hear all the bigger people talk about the all 22 all the time.
But usually offensive linemen are bigger than most.
Got caught up in the woke BS.
But yeah, no, it's a fat guy touchdown. That's the parlance, you know?
Of our time.
Yes, it's all right. It's
2025.
Yeah, man.
Oh, man, great guy. He, big fat guy, but still nice.
I'm good with big guy touchdowns.
I was about to say fat guy touchdown, but
I realize I'm in the crosshairs of the woke mob right now. So before my final nail gets put in my cancel culture casket.
Texture says maybe Theo doesn't like being called fat. You know, you don't know that. Maybe,
you don't know.
Maybe it should be husky guy. The husky.
No, Husky's worse.
For anybody who's ever had to shop in the husky
child
section.
here. Hate that.
Husky's worse.
A more to love guy touchdown.
A big bone guy touchdown. No, that husky section as a kid, man, that was the worst.
It hurts.
I know you're not supposed to make fun of fat people. I understand, all right? I don't know why, though. Why? They're not a race. They're not a religion. It's totally curable. Eat an apple and go for a walk. How is this my problem? Jesus Christ, you ate your way in, you can walk your way out.
The official adventures of Spiegel and Holmes. Afternoons 2 to 6 on 670 The Score.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. It is the Spiegel and Holmes show. We have got you until 6 o'clock, and man, do we have a show for you. Pete Futak is going to join us at 5:25 with his weird brand of college football takery. We're going to talk with Matt Bowen at 4. Kalen Kaler is going to join us at 3:25. Chicago's very own Kalen Kaler. And Chicago's very own Matt Forte is going to join us at 3 o'clock. We'll get his thoughts on what happened between the Bears and the Packers. Alex is completely thawed out from his trip to Wisconsin. Tanny is still worried about what's going on at the Husky section. That man is Matt Spiegel.
So I Googled big guy touchdown, right?
Yeah, what came up?
An article about big plays by big guys on the Chicago Bears website, written by Larry Mayer. It was in the in honor of when Bobby Massey had a big fourth down catch.
Oh, I remember that.
In 2020. So Larry Mayer and the in-house news arm of the Bears are part of the woke mob that has made Ben Johnson stop referring to fat guy touchdowns. How do we feel about this, America? Just fine, I think, probably.
It's whatever you like to be called.
Everybody's okay.
There'll be someone that'll say, like, I'm all right being a fat guy. And then there'll be someone else that identify me as a big guy.
Yeah,
I'm okay with that. However you want to be
They
identified.
can all use the same bathrooms. Everybody's good.
Sure.
Fat guys, big guys.
We do it in houses all the time.
Use the same bathroom?
Yes.
Yeah, and right here. too, absolutely.
At the Score? No.
We don't.
We don't have the unisex bathrooms.
No,
here.
I guess we don't.
Do we? Maybe on 11? Maybe on the other side of the
I don't know.
building?
We're not allowed in those fancier parts.
That's true.
They don't trust the sports jamokes.
That is very true.
With
that we
excellent
are not,
reason, yeah.
Yeah, we are not allowed.
The lowest brow members, but we make the most money for the company. Isn't that funny?
Shh, don't say anything, Speaks. I get the dirty eye every now and again when I walk into the BBM newsroom. Not from most of the people, but a couple of them. Like,
people.
I have a bunch of journalism awards and a master's degree, so you can. Anyway,
you got to stop stealing their candy. That's what it is.
I pay for the candy.
It replenishes.
Roger's my guy. I put money in. I bring stuff in.
Lawrence has a $10,000 leather coat that has his Lissagore awards all over each sleeve, just so we can walk through there in
Those
full
awards
regalia.
mean more to me than that $10,000. I can tell you that much.
We'll get to Tom Brady on Caleb
I do
Williams a
want
little
that
bit later
coat.
today. That's a nice coat.
Is Tom the type of rich? Because have you ever met people that are like super rich and you're like, man, that's a really beautiful watch, and they're like, hey, you
Here
can
you
have
go.
it. Is Tom that type of rich?
You take the coat off his body and give it to you if you complimented it?
Like if I was talking to Tom, like let's not say it at the game, but let's say I ran into him, like Lou ran into him, and I was like, Tom, you know that coat you wore for Packers, Bears? Man, that was a really dope coat, man. I just wanted to let you know that was dope. And then like a week later, it shows up at my house.
It's possible. He might have a backup in the closet, though. He might already have one, because why buy one when you could buy two at twice the price?
Jacket.
It is. It's a damn nice jacket.
It's a really nice jacket.
Really, really nice jacket.
There's going to be some baseball conversation on the show today because there's baseball news, and we have the host of Hit and Run who hosts half of this show. So we are going to ask him about some of the stuff that's going on. He's got some candy for Jed. So be listening at 425 on that. I was hoping that we could talk a little bit before we get into talking more about Caleb on. Just work through this for a couple of minutes with people, Speaks.
All right.
This game that the Bears played on Sunday.
The one that we just watched, the one that ended poorly.
Heightened emotion. And I don't know, what I keep thinking is this is the most confident that Bears fans have been walking into that game since ... That this was a week where Bears fans are like not scared of you anymore. Like you might win, but not scared of you anymore. And then the Bears kind of went out and played like that. Where in the first half, it's like, oh, here we go again. In the second half, the guys rally, not scared of you anymore. Lost the game. And I wonder, like, what the emotional baggage of that is for everyone. Where you go, man, they had them. Like, they weren't scared. We weren't scared. No one was worried about the specter of Green Bay. And then carrying that into I think the part that you're doing. And I think it's good to kind of tether everyone back where it's like, well, wait, we have to still figure some stuff out about the Bears and about Caleb and about where he's at in his development. But I do think that there is an emotional kind of outletting that's happening with people being like, damn, they were so close and we weren't scared. And maybe it's a positive. It ends up being a net positive, where you walk into the game against Green Bay in 2 weeks and go, still not scared. And now you got to come to our place.
It's interesting. I think we're in different places. So where are you? Like, because were you feeling confident? Is this your perspective you're describing on some levels?
My perspective is always skewed because I for the most part look at the Bears fairly clinically, but just the reactions that I've seen from people. Alex is probably a better barometer of this. You were actually there. You were there with Bears fans. And I love what you said yesterday, that when the team was down 14-3, the Bears fans that you were huddled with were like, we're coming back.
Yeah, all of them. Just walking around the concourse, there is the feeling that they're not going to get blown out, even though they give up that touchdown at the end of the second quarter. The belief is that they're going to be in every game with a chance to win at the end, no matter who they're playing.
In all fairness, these are people who drove hours in the freezing cold
2.5
to see their team
3
lose again. So take it with a grain of salt for those people.
Well, all right, Tanny, you were the person that was sitting at home and wanted to be left alone while watching the game on Sunday. Were you confident going into the game that the Bears could win?
Could win, yes, but after that first half, like I felt that, like I called ball game after that touchdown right before
Yes, you
halftime,
did.
which now
14-3.
turned out to be like not the story of the game. They didn't get blown out to that point because that's what I thought was going to happen. So to your point, Lawrence, like the opposite happened of what I believed. I thought the game would get away from them, but they did not show up in the second half like the previous Bears teams that we had been used to seeing.
And that's a positive, right? That you would have thought that plenty of Bears teams we have all seen lie down in that situation, and this one didn't.
It was kind of demoralizing, though, knowing that in the second half they were punking them all up and down the field and they could do whatever they wanted, and still it wasn't good enough to win the ball game.
Yeah, I wanted to give you a chance, Lawrence, to explore the feelings that you're talking about, because the truth is I don't share them. Like, I'm not in pain with this, but I think there are a lot of fans that are.
I agree,
and that's where you're coming from and speaking to, is like that there's a pain, and like, all right, sit in it and feel it a little bit more. For me, as you heard yesterday, it's like, all right, good showing, let's move on, because I feel like you are still in control. Now you're not in charge of your own destiny from a wins and losses perspective, but you could certainly get back there if you take care of business next Saturday night. And I think they're going to.
If you take care of business Sunday too.
For sure.
Like this game itself becomes really, really important. And that was the thing that I didn't want. I didn't want there to be extra leverage on other games because of losing to the Packers.
I guess I thought that was inevitable, that there's going to be leverage on every game from here on out.
Which is a good thing.
And I love that they're there. And if they're not good enough, then okay, then so be it. But like, I think they still have a chance to be good enough. But I don't think they were good enough on Sunday. They left too many points on the board possible in that first half. Like, gave themselves too big a hole to dig out of, and then Caleb couldn't make the play at the end. But just, I mean, I'm more in that space of like, all right, we can hang. We're right there. Now, how do we get over? How do we get over that hump? And there still is a chance to do that against Green Bay directly.
My overarching feeling was football was amazing. Like the way I felt watching that game was, damn, that was a great football game. That even though it didn't end the way that people in Chicago would like for it to end, it was exciting, it was compelling, and that's why I'm glad that the Bears are back to that place where you're tuning in and you're not quite sure what you're going to see, but you know that you're going to see a competitive team. And how it plays out, we don't know. But I know that group isn't just going to disappear on you. At least that hasn't been their resumes thus far.
And that's part of what makes me feel really good about the rest of the season. Like, I don't think this has a chance to be a trap game. We'll get into it more when we turn the page tomorrow, because there's you can't afford to think about this team as some kind of trap team.
Not with some of the things that they have available to them. And they're not good, but they got
some stuff, though.
There are some things that you should be prepared for and worried about. One of them is named Myles Garrett. I'm looking for him right now.
That's the one.
He did a Euro step, Speeds, and split a double team.
Yeah, I did. It just ain't right.
He's kind of amazing. We need to take a break. When we come back, let's talk about the quarterback for a second.
Got an analogy from a listener involved in the creative fields that I think is just perfect. Not the creative Justin Fields, but the creative Fields. But it's a Caleb Williams analogy I've been dying to share with you guys.
We will share it with you next here on The Score.
We are Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio, your laptop, your mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 670 The Score. We're live and we're local. 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
I'm PJ Glasser, host of Send It In, here to help you beat the books of the BetMGM network. The Chiefs take on the Chargers Sunday with Kansas City's playoff hopes on the line. Chiefs are laying 4 points, and I think that's the side to take in the game. Chargers already beat them once this year, and the spot is brutal. Short week off an overtime win, traveling on the road with a beat-up offensive line and a quarterback. I think the Chiefs win and cover. I'm PJ Glasser, host of Send It In on the BetMGM network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today, and please gamble responsibly.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/play.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Time's up. The IRS isn't waiting. They're coming for your paycheck, your bank account, even your home. You ignored the letters. You thought it would go away. It won't. If you owe more than $10,000 in back taxes, you are already in the crosshairs of the IRS. Wage garnishments, bank levies, tax liens, they're not threats. They're next. But here's the truth. You still have a chance to fight back. This is Patrick Noon with PJN Tax Solutions Group. We are a local tax resolution firm located right here in St. Charles, Illinois. Don't call some 1-800-FIRM 10 states away. We're right here. Call us now at 630-415-5296. We don't do fluff. We get results. Call us now, 630-415-5296. That number again, 630-415-5296. Or just Google, I want the IRS off my ASS.
Paid non-attorney spokesperson. Paid for by Action Matters.
Attention victims of church clergy sexual abuse. If you were sexually abused at a church or a school by a member of the clergy, listen closely, as you may be entitled to financial compensation. Even if the abuse happened decades ago, your case could still qualify for compensation. If you suffered abuse from clergy members and those who knew about the abuse but failed to stop it, no matter how long ago it was, call our law firm's confidential clergy abuse helpline at 800-721-8353 to find out if you're eligible for a cash settlement. Our attorneys may be able to get you justice, closure, and substantial compensation while your case remains fully confidential. Receive the financial settlement you deserve and hold those responsible accountable. Call now to find out if your case qualifies for compensation. Don't wait. Call our law firm's 100% confidential clergy abuse helpline right now to seek justice and compensation. Call 800-721-8353. That's 800-721-8353. 800-721-8353.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
This December, Window Nation puts an end to your window problems. You'll save big, too, with 50% off all window styles. Plus, you could get 0 interest for 5 years.
Hurry, the sale ends soon, so schedule your free estimate right now at windownation.com.
Spiegel and Holmes.
Great day to have a day. I love that. Let's keep this thing going. Here we go. Let's come out the window today. Here we go.
Afternoons on the Score.
This idea that the coach is trying to get the play call is trying to get the player to buy into his scheme and do the things that he wants done, not to do. Caleb as a player is almost like this great jazz musician, and now he's trying to lead the orchestra, and those are contradictory ideas, but he's adapting pretty solidly to it while maintaining his ability to kind of go off on his own a little bit.
Our guy Mully with some thoughts on Caleb Williams as quarterback conductor.
It's a great season for analogies, my friend. Really is. We're watching Caleb do his thing. And that was a great musical analogy by Mully about Caleb, the jazz musician trying to lead the orchestra. I heard from a listener and friend of the show, guy who used to be in charge of the Chicago Improv Festival. Okay, Jonathan Pitts used to run the Improv Festival. And he was in this great, amazing improvised comedy town that we live in. He was watching Bears-Packers with some friends who are teachers at the Second City, right? And they were all sitting around watching the game, and they likened Caleb Williams to a great improviser, a great comedic improviser, trying to star in a really well-written, scripted movie.
Okay.
And just not quite able to get there. But sometimes
it's magic.
It's magic because he's just so good. And the director's just got to be like, well, screw my script. Look what this guy can do. But it's awkward to watch because you realize it's that brilliant comedic talent who is not quite ready to be the scripted actor in your perfectly crafted piece.
Yes, but to go with the analogy, sometimes what happens is directors let those guys and women do extra takes. Just do you.
Yeah, go ahead.
And let's see if there's some brilliance in there that we can then edit into the movie.
So Ben had let Caleb do another take of fourth down, you know?
Well, I think he did. He let him do it last week against Philly, and then he's like, do it again against Green Bay.
Yeah, but so there's Caleb on that fourth down, maybe thinking too much and not just being himself because he's like caught between this idea of doing what the script is probably calling for and just letting himself go out there and ball.
Not tough at all. Just got to give him a better ball. Thinking too much.
Thinking too much. So, I went back and forth with this listener and friend in thinking about it. It took Adam Sandler a long time before you saw him in a scripted movie and you're like, boy, that guy's just a good actor.
Spanglish.
Like, Punch Drunk Love. You know, I mean, sir, obviously Uncut Gems, but that's years.
Funny People.
Funny People is a great call. I really liked Funny People.
I did too. People did not, but he was very good in that movie.
I think it ages really, really well. You look back on it. But in the early movies, like even in Billy Madison and Happy Gilmore, there were moments where you're like, oh, look at Matt. That guy's got some heart. There's some real heart there. And you're seeing flashes of the eventual scripted actor that he would become in laying out those moments. But then he'd go a little wild and scream and do that thing because he's got to get laughs.
Oh, wait, that's a different.
It's not far away, though.
Different guy.
But I love the analogy. It's a hell of a season for analogies. Get off the shed! Oh, wait, that's Farley. I mean, it goes
Farrell.
Yeah, there you go. What did Farley do the shed at all? No. All right. We're combining too many damn things.
So we're trying to figure out, like, who can we have as a comp for him?
Yeah.
Is it Robin Williams?
Well, see, that's Robin Williams got there fast.
Is that the apotheosis of it?
It's a great call. Because Robin Williams early on, Alex, call up Robin Williams' filmography, as you do as a good sports producer.
Yes, the filmography.
Yeah.
I'm glad you added the filmography part.
Me too. Is it Jim Carrey?
No, it took Carrey a long time. Robin Williams, I mean, how long were we talking about Good Morning Vietnam? But he was great in like
but they
1 hour photo.
But they clearly let him go in Good Morning Vietnam too.
For sure.
It's like, all right,
It was a
Robin,
mix.
this is one of the things where you get to just be you.
Yes.
Well, to your guys' point about that last play while we're looking that up, like, was that a bad decision having him run the same play just because it worked the week before? Would it have been better to let him improvise and have more of a feel for that play as opposed, like, because he said he was overthinking. It's like, well, if I could do something different from that last play, play with Cole, I would have done whatever he ended up doing.
I think it's actually a really good call in that aspect, because that's what you're supposed to do. You let Josh Allen decide the game on the edge. You let Pat Mahomes decide the game on the edge. Lord knows you don't just take out your young quarterback like you're the Cleveland Browns in a big game.
Shout out to my guy Herb Howard. I was on his podcast this morning, and he talked about the reason why he liked that play is that there are 4 options for Caleb. He can throw the ball to Swift. He can wait for DJ. He can throw it to Cole, or he can run. Now, they took some stuff away. I feel like they took run away. But because of that, it left Cole open. So
there were options.
So maybe it was just a minute like, oh, man, there's a lot going on here, and I want to win this game for everybody.
I think Caleb right now is like Robin Williams in Moscow on the Hudson. Like, you're seeing some really good stuff, but it's just not quite there yet.
And just you wait till he gets to Goodwill Hunting.
Yeah, well, by then. How about Dead Poets Society, right? Or Awakenings.
That's what I meant, Dead Poets Society.
I loved him in Awakenings, too.
Oh, Awakenings really great.
Isn't that a really great movie?
What about Fisher King? Where is that in his arc?
Oh, now you're speaking my language.
By the way, have you seen the Christopher Reeve Superman doc?
I have not yet.
It's so beautiful.
Fisher King, Terry Gilliam movie. I love that
It's
movie.
beautiful because they really get into the relationship with him and Robin and like how tight they were. Like the roommates, like all of that stuff. It's really beautiful.
Man.
I highly recommend it.
I got to watch it.
Yeah, there's a moment in it that choked me up where he comes in after he has been paralyzed. He comes in and someone helps him through the door and he's like, oh, thank you. And the guy's like, I'd do anything for you because you're Superman.
Oh, man.
I'm like, okay. All right, well.
Didn't know I would cry.
I'm going to cry now. I'm done.
You're in Lawrence's feelings corner.
It's just a one man corner over here.
Lawrence is having feelings.
That's locked away in a room. That's what it is.
Gonna bring him out.
Nope.
Gonna bring him out.
When we come back, Matt Forte is going to join us. We will talk to him about Bears-Packers next on The Score.
When it comes to Bears analysts in the know, The Score is your destination all season long. Our starting lineup on offense includes Olin Crew, Jared Payton, Patrick Manning.
On defense, it's Matt Bowen and Anthony Herron. Plus, former Bears head coach giving us the big picture on offense and defense, Dave Wanstead. And all the inside info from Mark Grody, Brad Biggs, Dan Wiederer, Stacey Dales, and many more.
Unfiltered opinions from the unprecedented team of experts on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 670 The Score. Hey, it's Spiegs. FanDuel's the #1 sportsbook for same-game parlays. From points and rebounds to threes and assists, FanDuel's the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay. Or you can also, while you're in there, track every stat live, all in one easy-to-use app. And right now is the perfect time to join because new customers get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So bet on the players you love the way that you want. Head to FanDuel.com/Matt to sign up today. That's FanDuel.com/Matt. FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 plus and present in Illinois. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hellsberg gifts checked off the list. Now, time for wrapping. Earrings for mom. A gold bracelet to match the rings Danielle wears every day. And for Dad, a new watch, because we all know he needs one. All right, this is going to be a good one.
Our favorite things for your favorite people. Shop in store at Hellsberg.com for up to 50% off.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-941-2255. That's 800-941-2255.
Introducing Remy Martin's This Is My City VSOP limited edition collection, paying homage to the iconic sounds, style, and teams of our very own Chicago. The collection celebrates the city's influence on culture and features Remy Martin's renowned VSOP liquid. This limited edition bottle is available now, and you can learn more at RemyMartin.com. Remy Martin VSOP Cognac, 40% alcohol by volume, imported by Remy Cointreau, USA, New York, New York. Please drink responsibly.
For 75 years, one Chicago family has helped families across generations celebrate the season with something meaningful and remembered.
I'm constantly meeting people that my dad or my grandparents have taken care of over the years, and it's so special to hear those stories so many generations in between.
It's one thing to have a name over a door that has existed for 75 years, but to be owned and operated by the same family for 75 years is something that is very powerful and unique.
This season, discover gifts chosen by a family that thoughtfully selects every collection for its craftsmanship, quality, and lasting value. Whether it's an engagement, anniversary, or holiday gift, there's always something special at Rasney's. 3 generations, one Chicago family. 75 years of celebrating moments that matter most. Rasney Jewelers, Suburban Addison, Highland Park, Hinsdale, and Chicago Oak Street. And always at Rasney.com.
So the body knows that it needs to heal itself, but it doesn't know how to concentrate it and target it into just one area. So that's where we come in.
By we, Dr. Ashley Caravelli means the nation's leader in regenerative medicine, QC Kinetics.
We put in those treatments, then it sends out like little signalers to your body. We're able to make the body focus on the areas that need the most healing.
QC Kinetics has gathered brilliant medical minds like Dr. Caravelli and Dr. Mitchell Scheinkup, a pioneer in the field of regenerative medicine, to lead the way in these innovative pain treatments.
So at QC Kinetics, we have a whole team working nationwide with cutting-edge research to reach our patients and treat them and know that surgery is no longer their only option.
The consultation is free. Find out if you're a candidate. Call QC Kinetics today.
Call QC Kinetics, 312-847-4347. That's 312-847-4347. 312-847-4347.
Hosting a watch party or a holiday shindig? Let Portillo's take the stress off the plate. From craveable Italian beef and burgers to fresh salads and chocolate cake, Portillo's will help you catch up with your crew. Order now at portillos.com/catering.
This is where Chicago comes to talk Bears football. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score!
This hour is being brought to you by Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago.
Here's the Chicago offense.
Matt Forte, Tulane University.
Touchdown Bears! A dramatic catch by Matt Forte!
Matt Forte.
50-yard run for a touchdown.
You know, just watching Matt Forte on film, watch him here. He can make those jump cuts. I mean, he can plant that left foot and then jump way over to the right and then plant the right foot and go upfield again.
10-year NFL veteran.
Whenever I see an open field full of green grass, I just get excited.
2-time Pro Bowl selection.
What they're doing right now, they can run any kind of play. They're running ISOs, they're running lead plays, they're running zones, inside zone, outside zone. They really kind of are doing whatever they want with the running game, which is it's crazy because some teams, they stick to their bread and butter, like, hey, we're an outside zone team. You can't, as a defensive coordinator, I'd hate to be a defensive coordinator who has to prepare for the Bears running game. Being able to have the luxury to look at the second level and having that many explosive runs, it makes me, I want to get the pads back on and like,
Let's go!
I could be third string, something like,
let's go!
I kind of want to, I'm like, in my mind, I'm like, I want to, it's like, I'm almost jealous. I'm like, I want to get out there and run through one of them holes, man. Like, this is too good. I'm missing out.
Underrated, but I still be
Matt Forte with Spiegel and Holmes
I think we're on record of how important Matt is.
on 670 The Score.
Matt Forte joins us now on the Circa Resort and Casino Hotline, circalasvegas.com. Matt, thanks for joining us as always. How are you?
I'm good, man. I'm good, even though I am a little upset, obviously, at how things turned out this past weekend. But I think there's a lot to grow off of, and we get to see him in 2 weeks. So I'm still hopeful for the rest of the season.
Yeah, I think there's a lot to be hopeful of, Matt. Great to talk to you. It was great to see you last week and to have you in. That was really cool and meaningful for us, and I know a lot of the listeners as well. Want to play off that open for a second because you mentioned the outside zone and the inside zone. Tom Brady kept talking about, well, they're really good. The Packers are at stopping the outside zone, and he thought that the Bears went away from it in advance. Wondering what your eyes saw in terms of that, because you were good right there in the open talking about how many different ways the Bears can run. Did they run it enough of the ways that they have been in this game, or did they get too simple from the get-go of that one?
Yeah, I think they kind of got away from it a little bit. Not sure why. That was one of the things that they did, but at the same time, there were some other things inside that were working for them, and I'm not sure, because sometimes when you have an edge rusher like a Micah Parsons, sometimes the best thing I've seen sometimes is to run at that person, because even though they're a great pass rusher, sometimes in the running game you can kind of double team them and overpower them that way. But I just didn't see it happen this past weekend that way, for whatever reason. But it's a good game to go back and look at the film, to look at the details, the ins and outs of the game, and look at a lot of plays across the board, not just on offense but on defense, that could have changed the momentum, could have changed the tide of the game, and all of those plays that accumulated into them not being able to come out on top.
What were the positives that you felt like that the Bears could grow from for the next matchup?
I think the positives were that they fought hard, that they stayed in that game, honestly to the last play, that they were never really out of it. And Lambeau's a hard place to play. It's a hard place to win games up there. But that's no consolation. I think that the mentality of these guys and this team, they know that they can play and put out a better performance than what they did. Not that it was terrible or it was bad, but that it can be just, they have to almost play, some really good, top-notch, perfect football in order for them to beat a really good Green Bay team like that. So some of the takeaways I would say is that, guys are still making plays out there. Some of the takeaways I think is that our man-to-man, defense needs a little work when they're, singled up on some receivers out there. But then also, I guess, offensively, that I'm encouraged that they didn't just abandon some of the things that didn't work initially, like the play action or some of the inside inside zone game.
Matt, it was such, just to exactly what you're saying, I was not expecting at the time, just in real time, them to come out and battle as hard as they did in that second half. Like that, it did my heart good to see that. And to see like the coaching adjustments, and they were just fighting with absolutely everything they had, and Caleb making crazy plays. Like, I'm sure you've been in games up there where that second half effort, it doesn't come sometimes if you're thinking, man, I think they got us. Like, these guys fought, didn't they? That felt really good to see.
Yeah, absolutely. That's something that it's something that you don't, as a player and as a team, you don't hang your hat on that, because that's something that's like the base requirement. Like, you got to go out there and give your all. It's nothing that, that you can use that as kind of soothing your ego or something like that. But at the same time, it's something that's important to be a staple. Like, that's a standard that, hey, even if, at halftime the first half we didn't do as well, we're going to go out here and play like it's 0-0. Like, it's a cliche saying that a lot of people say at halftime, hey, guys, score 0-0. Yeah, but go out there and play like it and fight like dogs to come out on top. So it was good. It did my heart well, good as well to see that they, really had that belief. Like we talked about in a few other, calls. The belief in is something strong. Like having that belief that the whole team believes that they can really buy into this system and play under Coach Johnson and really be a force in the playoffs because this, even though they went from 1 seed to 7, it's not all said and done. We got a good fresh team coming in here as far as the Browns with Shadur and what he's doing right now, and we're gonna put him to the test. And then we get to see Green Bay again and the Lions again. So I think we got a lot of things left that have to shake out before the playoffs even take place or take shape.
Matt, Speaks and I were talking about Caleb's improvisational skills, and he's got a bunch of them, and you saw a lot of them on display over the last few weeks. I know that you play a different position, but you've also played with guys that improv'd at the quarterback position sometimes too. What's it like for the rest of the locker room? And when you watch Caleb, where do you think he could benefit from maybe doing a little bit more of one thing and less of the other, or vice versa?
Man, first of all, it's his elusiveness in the pocket is crazy. It is something to marvel at, but at the same time, sometimes it ends up being his worst enemy, where he's trying to do too much, where you could have just maybe, set your feet and threw an accurate pass. So, uh, it's something that is, a key to his game. It's one of those intangibles when you can go out there and improv like that, and it's something that you see on film show up, but you just don't know how good it is and how hard it is to defend unless you're really out there. You see it in action, and it's the guys like Mahomes who improvise a lot, and Josh Allen, and I remember Jay every now and then would be able to improvise and do things like that because when you do that, it's just the defense is in a specific coverage and call that doesn't know what's going on. They call a play for some reason, and then it goes a different way. It's hard for them to defend that. So it adds to the ability um, to stay balanced, to stay as an offense kind of where they can't get a beat on every single thing you're doing. But at the same time, when you overdo it too much, sometimes it's just got to have a balance between the improvisation and then executing what's been called.
Yeah, there's a fusing of those worlds, right? Ben spoke on it a little bit yesterday. And did Jay have that mix down? Did Jay stay to the script enough when you guys were rolling?
Yeah, he stuck to the script pretty well. I think at times, if there was a play that he didn't like that was called, I mean, you can't just go out. Well, some dudes would. He wasn't that crazy where he would be like, "I'm gonna call my own play." We would stick to the call, but he would kind of later on be like, "See, that didn't work." but um, but from the improvisation though part, man, he had a feel for the game where if he locked eyes with a guy like if I'm split out and we see that it's a linebacker on me and we would look over, I knew he was going to come to me with the ball. Or, there's a play against the Patriots one year where I was running a check down and I saw that he was kind of, there was a trips to the left side and there's nobody on the right. And so I ran my regular check down, and as the linebacker, was biting up to cover me, I noticed that he was scrambling and about to break the pocket. So I took off up the field, and it ended up being like a 25, 30-yard touchdown catch. And that's not in the playbook, but we ran it and ended up getting points off of it. So he did a good job of noticing and kind of the feel for the game, when to be able to improvise and when it was needed.
Man, and that's the stuff you remember all these years later, is a time when you guys thought together, when it fused and you guys had it. Because that's what Jordan Love and Christian Watson did on that play, right? Where he looked out, he said, "Oh, they got a nickel on you, Christian, tell you what." And he just locked eyes with them and they adjusted.
Throw the slant.
Yeah, run a slant,
Yeah.
and there's a 41-yard touchdown.
Those things like that come from just timing, man. Like this time you spend in the off season together, the time you spend year after year after year. That's what I'm excited about, is because not only this year and who knows where we go this year, but the continuation of Caleb in this system, Rome in this system, Luther Burton Jr. in this system, the rookie tight end in this system. Like, to see these guys grow and flourish, DJ in this system, to see how they continue to flourish, just by just knowing what each other's going to do out there on the field.
Well, let me ask you about DJ, because you look at the box score at the end, you're like, wow, he didn't really get a real opportunity to have an impact on the game. When you're a player like him, and you were one of those players, your resume speaks volumes. If you're him, how do you go about saying, guys, I feel like I could really help you if you give me more opportunities? Like, how does that work in the building when you have an opportunity to look at the film and then look at the stats and go, guys, I'm a 1,000-yard receiver. Is there a way to get me more involved?
Yeah. So the way I think DJ's personality goes into that too. He's not a guy that's gonna whine and complain and cry about it, but he's also sometimes it may be to a fault that I remember being one of those guys that's I'm never gonna complain, and I talk about the squeaky wheel gets oiled, um, and I got the ball plenty, and but I think so sometimes to a fault. I think it's a leadership thing, and it comes from experience. And for me now, there's a lot of things that I did while playing that I could have done leadership wise, that I would have been a much better leader vocally and actively if I would have done some of these things or spoke up in certain situations. I think this might be a time where even though he's a quieter guy, he's not a controversial dude, but I think it would benefit him to say, hey, these are the ways that I could help in situations like where it's not really happening for us right now, where I can benefit us as an offense or as a team and move forward. But at the same time, I do love that he is not a guy throwing his helmet on the sideline, complaining about not getting the ball or not being as involved in the offense. But at the same time, in the running game, he's out there trying to block. He's trying to block downfield. He's hustling. He's not really loafing on any plays. And you got to respect that.
Man, it's an interesting balance to hit for a skill position player when it's not your design. You're not the coach. And it's also, I have this theory that Caleb sometimes doesn't get deep enough into his progressions to find DJ. If he's not, because he's not the number one. Rome's been the number one on a lot of plays all year. It's like, so how much control can a wide receiver have in those kind of moments,
And that is one of the most difficult things in pro sports. When you game plan for the Chicago Bears and their passing attack, they're gonna try to take away DJ Moore. Like, that's why the other guys got to eat. And I think it hurt us not to have Rome out there, but I think with the emergence of the other receivers, that it will only open up things for DJ. Or if they continue to try to shut DJ down with different coverages and maybe double teams and things like that, it's just going to open up other guys. But at the same time, like you were saying, Speeds, Caleb needs to, I would say, be a little more patient with his feet and also go, deeper into the progression, because his elusiveness, I think he does rely on that. But at the same time, if you go deeper into the progression and the blocking allows it, then you may get a guy in the second window or actually on an improvised play.
Matt, when you were here on Thursday and we played the soundbite coming into the segment, you were like, "Hey, I'm ready to put the pads back on." And obviously, anyone who's seen you knows that you look like you could still play. Phillip Rivers is getting ready to go play again. This is a guy that's older than you. He took himself off of the Hall of Fame ballot to sign on the practice squad with the Colts. How amazed are you that he is being given this opportunity?
Oh my God, I am super amazed. I'm amazed that he actually, took this into consideration and is actually doing it. But man, that just goes to show you too, like it's a different, every position is different. Like quarterback is much different than running back, and just the requirement to go out there. If they sign me to the practice squad, I don't know what would happen out there. It would be interesting though. It would be interesting though. I know that.
Yeah.
But with him being signed and being out of football for the last 5 years, I think.
Yes.
It might get ugly out there. I ain't gonna lie, because you got to be able to move around, bro. Like, and I'm turning 40 tomorrow, and bruh, hey, it's not these guys is not playing with you out there. Just, I mean, look at you had who was that out there? Jalen with the Commanders. He had a snapped his arm weeks ago, and he's out there playing, and he throws an interception. Dudes don't care. They come and blocked him right into the ground, man. Like, they don't care nothing about. So they don't care how old he is, but. He better get prepared to be able to move around and start stretching today for the game on Sunday.
And Philip couldn't move when he was young.
Yeah, he had a giant knee brace when he was young, so he might have a hip brace and 2 knee braces and everything. But I don't know, maybe he can still sling the ball out there. It'll be interesting to see that too. But yeah, I mean, they might as well call Drew Brees. Maybe he ain't getting off the couch. Peyton Manning, somebody.
No, I don't know if they can pay Peyton as much as he's getting paid by ESPN and Omaha Productions to get him off the couch. But I do think it's funny. Philip has a child that's older than Riley Leonard.
Oh my God,
that's crazy work. Yeah.
So he's going to be in the quarterback room with a dude that's young enough to be his son, and I'm pretty sure that Philip's a grandfather.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Man, I think maybe he just wanted to submit his legacy in a way that probably a lot of people, well, I can't say anybody was probably going to do this, where you're a grandpa playing in, a lot of people use that term when you turn 30 as a runner, grandpa, things like that. But he's really, this is like real. He's really a grandfather.
Maybe just want to get out of the house. Just want to
That's true too.
Get away from the
too.
fam. So what?
Maybe he's just putting his he loves the game of football that much that he's just like, look, just let me live on the field, and if it happens, it happens.
What is Matt Forte going to get for his 40th birthday party? What kind of presents he getting tomorrow?
Oh, I don't know, man. At this point, when I turned 30, I stopped caring about what gifts I would get because I've been given so much. That's why. I've had an amazing life, an amazing family, that I've been able to create. God's grace has truly been lavished on me. So I'm looking forward to whatever my wife has in store. I already got a horse, so that's amazing. So I'm not even caring about what else is next.
Maybe you get to hang out with Gumbo for a good 20 minutes, 30 minutes,
Oh, yeah, I did. I took him out in the snow today. He loves it.
Well, happy birthday, Matt.
Yeah, thank you guys. Appreciate that.
We appreciate you. We'll talk to you next week.
All right, fellas.
Thanks, Matt.
It's Matt Forte.
Happy birthday, Mike.
Yeah, absolutely. He said that Philip should start stretching today for Sunday's game.
So to put it into perspective, Philip, the last time he played, he's the same age as Matt is right now. Okay? It's going to be 1,800 days since he played.
They're not going to activate him, are they? He's on the practice squad.
They might not have a choice because Riley Leonard got hurt. So they might not have a choice.
It's craziness.
The crazy part to me is
Chris Ballard taking the call?
No, because it's not like you can make a trade. The crazy part to me is Philip Rivers has an opportunity to go to the Hall of Fame.
I know this is resetting his clock.
And it resets his clock 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
That's too bad.
Philip Rivers would not be the first grandfather in the history of the NFL.
Steve DeBerg or Brett Favre?
Brett Favre. In 2010, when he was with the Vikings, his 21-year-old daughter, Brittany, gave birth to Parker Brett. So Philip Rivers would be the second grandfather.
It's still pretty crazy.
Shout out to George Blanda, who I figured was the first.
Oh, well, maybe. We never knew. No, doesn't seem to be the case. All right, let's take a little bit of a break. And when we come back, let's go back to Green Bay. Our friend Kaylin Kaler was there for Bears-Packers, and she was in the Packers locker room Let's talk with her about what she learned, and she can give us some insight into the whole Matt LaFleur, Ben Johnson thing. That's next here on The Score.
After the Bears lost to the Packers, Bears fans are reacting on The Score.
Good morning, Steve.
I called to complain about some of the players in the Bears secondary. It's really cold outside. Arm tackles aren't going to do it.
Good morning, Jerry.
We went away from the run. We're the best running team. At the start of the game, we didn't do as much running.
Hey, Dan.
We got to beat these Browns, man, and if that defense doesn't tighten up, Shadur Sanders is going to pick them apart.
Keep it here as Bears fans continue to react on Sports Radio 670 The Score and live on the free Odyssey app.
Hi, it's Russ Armstrong, the Chicago window guy. If you're in the market for windows, we do things different than those other big window companies. No subcontracted labor, no 3-hour-long sales pitches, simply the best product made here in Chicago with the best installation and best warranty, all at the lowest price. Deal directly with me and call the Chicago Window Guys at 847-881-3060 and check out our 5-star reviews at ChicagoWindowGuys.com.
ChicagoWindowGuys.com.
It's that time of year again, hockey season and cold weather. As a proud partner of the Chicago Blackhawks and Chicago's hometown tire, Atturo knows just what drivers need for this climate. Check out the new all-weather category of tires available from Atturo. Offering year-round performance, all-weather tires are your safest bet for any season. Get your vehicle ready for winter with a new set of Atturo tires. Visit Atturo.com to find performance within reach at your local independent Atturo tire dealer.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. stock exchange, but there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. Private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today, 630-320-2100. That's 630-320-2100.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on, like a close friend who never lies. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. This holiday season through December 21st, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
You know your customers. Ralph likes his coffee black on Fridays, but Mondays he takes a little cream. Jennifer comes in every 3 years when her lease is up to get the newer and better model. And for some reason, pepperoni pizza sells like crazy on Friday nights. Who knew? At Odyssey, we have the expertise to get your media plan done right. With ads like you're hearing right now, to targeted social media campaigns, search engine optimization, and location-based advertising. Advertise with Odyssey and help us grow your business. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
Are you like everybody else in the world who has no idea what to get everyone for the holidays? Well, you're in luck. We got you. Hands-free Skechers slip-ins. Because with hands-free Skechers slip-ins, you just step into them and they're on. There's no bending down, no touching, no fuss. Plus, Skechers slip-ins come in everyone's favorite styles and colors. And you can get slip-ins everywhere stylish footwear is sold, including a Skechers store. Or if you're too busy to shop in person, just get them online at Skechers.com, Amazon, and more.
At Patrick, we believe in the joy of giving and a promise. Enjoy 0% APR financing for up to 60 months on select 2025 models.
Taking care of you every day. That's the Patrick promise.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line. But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
I'm Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute. I understand the Indianapolis Colts' utter desperation to find a quarterback, any quarterback that's healthy, and get them on the field. And I truly understand Phillip Rivers' love for the game, a love that's pulled him back to a tryout and maybe, once again, NFL football. It's still a massive mistake. Age comes for everyone, and it came for Rivers a long time ago. There's a reason he retired. And for his own sake, for his dignity, for the game, it should stay that way. I'm Bill Ryder.
Spiegel and Holmes.
Scott is in Wisconsin, and now Scott is on Spiegel and Holmes. Hey, Scott.
Hey, how you guys doing? Great show. Hey,
You're right.
I got a couple questions. Great show.
You're right.
You've covered some of it.
Afternoons on the Score.
I'm in the bowels of a Lambeau field. Not going onto the field, it's way too cold. Every week at Lambeau, they feed us media some cheese curds and some pack and cheese. And can't forget your Johnsonville bratwurst. That's my friend Kevin. He covers the Bears. And then usually, since I'm from Wisconsin, someone I know will be in the stands today was my cousin Emma. Hi, Emma. After the game, I go to the locker room, and what was interesting is the Packers redid their locker room recently, and they already had all the post-game photos of their Bears win all over the screens. I normally hang out at the back of a big scrum like this, mainly because I don't want to get concussed by a camera hitting me in the head. I literally know someone that happened to.
Spiegel and Holmes.
Afternoons on the Score.
Our friend Kaylin Kaler was there for Bears Packers, as you heard in the open for her to come on. You can check out her work, senior NFL writer at ESPN. She joins us now at on the Circa Resort and Casino hotline, circalasvegas.com. So it sounds like you. Why was that embarrassing? You put it out there.
I know, but it's different hearing it on the radio.
I thought it was delightful, Kayla. I count me as somebody who hadn't seen it or heard it, and I was like, "Homegirl can sing." All right, that sounded pretty good.
I'm trying something new. I told myself for the month of December I'm just going to try to TikTok, even though I really have no idea what I'm doing. But I just recently decided, like, you know what? There's a lot of stuff that, like, we see behind the scenes that, like, we don't even use. Like, I pitched, post game, Courtney and I, like, pitched the Josh Jacobs quote about the Bears to our news desk, and they're like, "Oh, we don't really need that for a news story." So I was like, all right, well, I guess I'm going to make a TikTok and put it in there and then tweet it out. So, yeah, I'm trying something new this year, so I'm glad you guys like it.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, you're talking to two people who have a lot of different sides, and we know about your hardcore football journalistic side.
And the Josh Jacobs quote was actually particularly interesting to us.
Yeah, tell people, because we wanted to reference that. Tell people about that Josh Jacobs quote, because, like, I'm somebody who took some moral victory value as a fan and kind of as an analyst, too, from the game. And a lot of people said, well, they were close last year, too. But Josh Jacobs says this is a different bunch, right?
Yeah, I mean, we're all about the moral victories, I feel like, in the response to this game. But it was really interesting. So Josh Jacobs was talking to the media, and I wish I had asked more players the same question in the Packers locker room, but of course it didn't really occur to me until I talked to him, and he was one of the last people we talked to. So I asked him, I was just like, hey, what is the difference between this year's Bears team and last year? And he said, offensively, they took a big step. And that's the thing I see the difference in, is their mentality. They actually have more of a belief of a winning culture. And then I asked him, how do you actually see that, like, as an opponent? Like, how is that clear to you? And he said, well, we basically see the interviews. We hear what they're saying all week. And he said, you see what the head coach is preaching, and you see how the guys are embodying that. even on the field. They're straining a little bit more. They're doing a little bit more. You could tell that they're believing in what he's preaching. And I thought that was really interesting to hear that from a division rival. Like, on the one hand, it was a compliment to this year's Bears. And on the other hand, it was a big dig at last year's Bears, who apparently did not believe they could win. I mean, that was pretty obvious from their performance last season. And I think, Caleb Williams, I don't know his exact quote on this, but a few weeks ago, Chris Emma had been asking him, I don't remember what the question was, but Chris Emma asked him something similar, and like, what's the difference in this year? And Caleb said basically the same thing of like, well, actually this year we go into games thinking we can win. And I'm paraphrasing Caleb, but I think you guys probably know what I'm talking about. Like, he gave a really long answer on that at one point earlier this season about how they actually feel like they're going to win a game. So apparently last year they were going into games with no optimism and no hope, is what we can kind of read into this. So, yeah, I thought Josh Jacobs' quote was really interesting because that's your division rival opponent saying that about the Bears. And then he finished and said, like, they're on the right path. So, yeah, the Bears lost. It didn't translate Sunday, but, I think they're going to give the Packers hell in 2 weeks.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that we've been kind of talking about, too, is the idea that this is now really competitive division from top to bottom, which is a lot of fun. That it's the case. From all the people that you talk to inside the locker rooms and inside of football organizations, what are they saying about the Bears?
Yeah, I mean, I think the sense is sort of like Ben Johnson. I mean, there is a huge amount of respect for Ben Johnson, first of all. Like, that's where I'll start. I think everyone thought that was a great hire, but I don't know that they thought it would lead to these results as soon as it has. I think that's the surprise for all of us is like, oh, it's actually working in year one. Like, that's crazy. But I think there's a huge amount of respect for Ben Johnson league-wide. And, I mean, you hear it from, any media you consume on ESPN, like, all day analysts are just like, who's got the best playbook? Ben Johnson, right? Like, Ben Johnson is the coach that the Bears thought he was when they hired him, which I think is sort of the general consensus around the NFL. And I would say that's sort of the response. And I think Caleb Williams also is like earning a lot of respect too. Not that he didn't already have it, but I think it's his improvement with just getting the ball out so much quicker this year, eliminating the sacks that he took last year has really been the biggest thing for him.
Kaylin, some of us had known or heard rumors of some of the things that you wrote in January on ESPN.com about how agents had been controlling things at Haugh Hall. And I think about it often. I think about that piece often because the Bears desperately needed to hand the keys to a really good, smart head coach, and they've needed to do it for a long time. Now, they chose the right one, but my God, the whole organization looks so much healthier now that they've done things in a way that makes sense. And it took getting those agents out of the mix in the way that you described in that article, didn't it? It had a big effect on the entire organization.
Yeah, I think it did for sure, just because, they interviewed so many people last year, first of all. So, I mean, that was one thing where I think they really overcorrected last year in the process of being like, all right, we're going to, go the extra mile. I don't remember how many people they actually interviewed, but it was, something like, wasn't it like 15 or so, or maybe even more than that? So I do think they did things, I think they were very aware, just like there was a conversation that I had with Kevin Warren last year before a game where, he was telling me like he didn't have an agent and that he was not going to be thinking about that in the process. And it's easy to say that. And, I'm sure there were still agent influences when it came down to it in the end, but they went with, Ben Johnson's agent is Rick Smith, so it was not Trace Armstrong. And so that was just breaking the pattern of what had been in place previously. And so, I think it does say a lot about just trying something different. And, we'll see. It's still early, but so far it looks like it's going to be a different result.
Kaylin Kaler of ESPN joining us here on the Spiegel and Holmes show. How do you think you've seen or heard from people around the league of the evolving nature of Jordan Love as a quarterback?
Yeah, I mean, he's another one where, back when the Packers had to make a decision on, giving him a contract, I feel like there were still a lot of questions about him as a quarterback. And now it's like it looks like they've definitely made the right choice there. I mean, he's in the MVP conversation. He still will, obviously throw a bad pick, with a certain amount of frequency. But, I think he's definitely up there in the conversation of the top quarterbacks in the NFL. And I think, he's an example of someone who didn't play as a rookie, right? Somebody who, and then even when he did start playing, it still took him time to grow and time to learn. But, his teammates speak so highly. And like I was talking with, some of the receivers and the backup quarterback, Mully there post game. And, they're just like, he throws a pick, he comes back to the sideline, and then the rest of the game, he's like lights out for the Packers. So, he's able to really bounce back from that. So, yeah, I think like league-wide, Jordan Love is really respected. And I think, by winning that game and being, having the top spot in the NFC North right now, I think the Packers have now proven like they are one of the top teams in the NFC, obviously.
Kaylin, in that locker room, did you get the sense that some of those Packers players felt the Bears rivalry personally, the way that that Matt LaFleur clearly did? He wouldn't speak to it, but we can tell that he did.
Yeah, I definitely think they do. I mean, it's funny because Micah Parsons is like brand new to this. Like he has no history in this rivalry, but Micah just says whatever is on his mind, and I love that about him. Like his post-game his little scrum post-game was really entertaining because, he talked about wanting to get to Caleb Williams and not getting to Caleb Williams because they kept putting him on bootleg and kept putting him on a run so that he wasn't ever able to complete a sack because they were moving him purposely, game planning Micah Parsons out of the game. And actually I'm looking at some of the stats right now, and Micah, I was kind of watching Micah singularly during the game just to see, what his impact would be. And they were double teaming him so much. And I'm actually looking right now. It was the highest percentage of double teams that he'd faced in that game all season. 56% of his pass rush snaps were versus a double team. So I think the Bears effectively, I guess, minimized Micah's impact there, but also he totally impacted in a lot of ways by forcing Caleb in other directions. Anyways, but back to my point, Micah was very good on, the energy and the rivalry. And then he also, I thought, added some fuel to the fire by questioning. He was like, I really didn't understand what the Bears were doing in their 2-minute offense. He's like, they needed to score 7, but they were acting like they only needed to score 3. And he's like, I don't understand why they weren't taking more shots. And they had 2 timeouts. And he was really critical of what the Bears did in the 2-minute drill at the end there. And I thought that was really interesting because it was just not really necessary. I think my question was what'd you think of the 4th and 1 play that ended the game? And then he took it much broader and was like, yeah, I don't know what they were doing on the 2-minute offense. And those questions were very fair, by the way. I think I understand what Ben Johnson was doing because he didn't want to give the Packers the ball back with time to score again. I get it. He wanted to just win the game outright, but I feel like it was a little bit cocky to be like, oh yeah, we're going to score on this 4th and 1 in this one shot, and then we're going to get the 2-point conversion, we're going to win. Based off of the way your offense had been functioning the whole game, I don't know that was the best idea. Anyways, but Micah was great for the rivalry, I thought. I really enjoyed his addition into the fire between the two teams this week.
Is ESPN going to send you back to Madrid next year? Because you did a great job. You were out there showing your conversational Spanish.
Yeah, it was so fun. Oh my gosh, I really want to be bilingual in Spanish, so that was really cool to actually use it for work. That was the first time I've gotten to do that. I don't know, if there's another game there, maybe. I'm not confident that they're going to go back to Spain next season. This is the first year that the NFL went to Spain, and my observations were this is a really new market for them, obviously, but it's there were a ton of Americans at the game. It seemed like there were a lot of Americans on vacation and not a lot of Spanish people. they are opening a Spanish office in Madrid, so that might help in the next year to like sort of increase the amount of fans there. But they claim there's like 11 million NFL fans in Spain, but like that includes most people who just watch the Super Bowl once a year and just watch the Super Bowl halftime show. Yeah. So, I mean, literally, like, their numbers are, like, so inflated there. So I wouldn't be surprised if they, like, waited a year and then went back to Spain, 2027 or something, because sometimes they'll do that. Like, I think in Germany, the first year they did Germany, I don't think they went back exactly the next year. I think they waited. And now they do, like, now they have an agreement with Germany where they do, like, multiple games over a certain amount of years. But yeah, I mean, it was really fascinating. It was my first time being at an international game, and I was like, okay, this is really interesting to see how the NFL is received over here and, like, to see, what the league's ambitions really are in that aspect.
World domination. Kaylin, you are the best. We appreciate you. Thanks for jumping on the show.
Thank you. I'll do another TikTok from the Browns game.
And we'll play it.
We'll play it. We will 100% play it.
Okay, great.
That is Kaylin.
Thanks.
She is awesome. We love having her.
I'm in the bowels of a Lambeau Field.
No.
From now on, that's how we're going to bring on every reporter we ever get from Lambeau Field for the eternal life of this radio station.
That's right. That is a top-notch, all-time drop. Kaylin, you are a legend now. You're a score legend.
Thank you.
That's Kaylin Kaler. We got to take a break. When we come back, does the head coach know the Nickelback? We'll discuss next on The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago's #1 most listened to sports morning show, 5:30 till 10 a.m.
Coach wants to. Everyone's saying, why isn't DJ Moore, is Caleb ignoring him? He's not ignoring him. When Caleb gets out of the pocket, which is a lot, all of a sudden you go as a quarterback from seeing sideline to sideline
To just
to now you're looking at half the field at the most, and now you're not going to have 5 receivers, and it just always seems like it's Komet and it was a doomsday we're to that side.
Mully and Haugh, mornings 5:30 till 10 a.m. on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Helzberg Gifts checked off the list. Now, time for wrapping. Earrings for mom. A gold bracelet to match the rings Danielle wears every day. And for Dad, a new watch, because we all know he needs one. All right, this is going to be a good one.
Our favorite things for your favorite people. Shop in store at Helzberg.com for up to 50% off.
Unlike Mr. Pibb, in a classroom of sodas, most stay quiet. They take notes on sweetness. They whisper about bubbles. One in the front row keeps bragging about its doctorate. Then there's Mr. Pibb in the back. Feet on the desk, sweet cherry for a second, then a bold outburst. The kind of flavor that gets attention. Some sodas raise their hand. Mr. Pibb runs the room.
Bold kick up cherry. Hey, yo, Mr. Pibb.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
The holidays, as we know, are fast approaching. Hey, it's Layla Rahimi, and are you looking for the perfect gift for the family member or friend who seems to have everything? How about giving them the best steak and seafood on the planet this year with a gift from Second City Prime Steak and Seafood? They are based right here in Chicagoland, and they only source the top 2% of USDA prime steak for their customers. This isn't the same steak you find in warehouse clubs or grocery chains. The owners, Chris and Susie, scour the globe and only source the top 2% 50% of prime steak, filet mignon, Japanese Wagyu, Australian Wagyu, bone-in ribeye, porterhouse, New York strip, plus you'll find domestic Colorado lamb, Spanish Iberico pork, wild game, and the best wild seafood. Steaks from Second City Prime make great gifts for friends, family, and clients. This holiday season, enjoy some of the best steaks on the planet. Order some today and have a mouth-watering meal tomorrow. And orders placed before 5 p.m. Monday through Friday ship the same day. Visit secondcityprime.com. That's secondcityprime.com.
Listen up. You want the IRS off your ASS? Do you owe the IRS over $10,000? Do you have unfiled tax returns? Do you owe payroll taxes? Has the IRS garnished your paycheck or taken money out of your bank account yet? They will if you ignore them long enough. Look, deal with the IRS on your own, and there's a good chance that you're going to feel like you've just been run over by a freight train. I'm Patrick Noon, founder and owner of PJN Tax Solutions Group. We are a local tax resolution firm located right here in St. Charles, Illinois. Don't call some 1-800 number 10 states away. We're here in St. Charles, Illinois. Call me now at 630-415-5296. I've helped hundreds of taxpayers resolve their tax issues with the IRS, and I can help you too. Call me now at 630-415-5296 for your free 1-hour, no-obligation consultation. Or check us out online at pjntaxsolutions.com. Either way, remember, call us when you want the IRS off your ASS.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
This December, Window Nation puts an end to your window problems. You'll save big, too, with 50% off all window styles. Plus, you could get 0 interest for 5 years.
Hurry, the sale ends soon, so schedule your free estimate right now at WindowNation.com.
Spiegel and Holmes Show Flashback.
Shoot, I haven't been around Kyler a whole lot yet. You know, he's been dinged up, and so I can't speak to that.
I think Nickelback was the greatest group ever.
It's your fault. It's your fault. You said nickel. Does he know the Nickelback in the tease? And I'm like, well, now we're in for it. Now we got troubles. And then, of course, Tanny goes and does that. Now I'm listening to Nickelback. It's unfortunate for all concerned. Except for Nickelback. They're happy, and they seem to be doing fine.
They're doing just fine.
In their life. But that was, 6 weeks ago?
Yes.
When the coach was like, laughing, he's like, I just haven't seen him. I don't really know about Kyler Gordon. And now he's back until he's not back. And now he's somebody that maybe you can't depend on for the rest of the season, even after the late scratch, after the inactives were decided and the effect that had on the team.
I mean, it's nobody's fault. Like, I'm not claiming malfeasance or anything like that. It's just really rough when you've already kind of gone through what it is you're trying to do, your game plan, and then it has to change kind of drastically considering what you're expecting. Here's what Ben said about availability of guys this time of the year.
Where does your patience level rest when you have a player that's in and out as frequently as he's been since you got here?
Well, it's disappointing. You know, I wish I had a better feel for the individual, but with him being out as much as he has, I haven't really get to see him on the field and competing and get to know him like I'd like to at this point yet. And so I do know that the biggest predictor of a soft tissue injury is having a previous one, and he's kind of in this rut right now that we're not able to get out of. And so we're going to exhaust all of our resources in and outside of the building to make sure that we're addressing it and doing what we can to get him back and healthy again.
I don't. So he's saying he doesn't know him, hasn't been around him, so he can't tell you whether he's going to come back or not.
And we're going to exhaust everything inside and outside the building.
It's hard not to hear that and think of it as if a subtle one or slightly backhanded one, a question of pain tolerance or toughness or just like his physical ability to play not at 100%. It's hard to hear that.
I'm not hearing that. But I am hearing a little bit of maybe you need to change what it is you do as you're getting ready for games. And maybe whether it's a second opinion or the way that you're training or the way that you're eating or the way that you're drinking. Like all of that stuff when you're trying to come back from an injury is important. And remember, he's not married to Kyler. Like this is his guy. So these are first impressions that we're talking about. The stuff on film is incredible. Kyler Gordon's an incredible talent. But if he's not out there, if you're Ben Johnson, you're kind of like, okay, well, I know that on film he's great. Everyone tells me that he's great. DA was super excited about having him, but we don't have him.
DA was excited about the X and the O and didn't know the person. It's like, boy, it's also clear that in the NFL, if you have your own plans or your own ideas of how you get healthy and stay healthy, and it's, if anyway, not under the aegis of the team, then there's a kind of a lack of trust that's sort of inherent in that way.
Well, especially if you don't have a relationship built up with the front office, or in this case, the head coach.
Because he does have a relationship with Poles. Poles rewards him with the contract.
As he should have.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone was mad about that contract, but you do have to live up to it. And if you're not available, it's hard to... If you're Ben, I understand where it's like, I would love to have the guy, but I don't have the guy.
In Brad Bigg's 10 Thoughts the other day, he wrote about Kyler and wrote about what in his mind is definitely going to happen, which is a meeting of the minds after the year with Kyler and anybody that he wants to bring, and then the team strength and conditioning people, the team trainer, and at least Al Harris from the coaching staff and Ryan Poles to sit down and talk about the offseason plan.
Nutritionist, like all of that
all
stuff.
All of it, like the whole holistic plan for keeping yourself and your soft tissue injuries under control.
No doubt about it. What's it like if he's not out there? What were the breakdowns in the defensive backfield for the Bears against the Packers? Matt Bowen has gone through the tape. He also played the position for Green Bay. We'll talk to him about all of that next here on The Score.
Mark Grody, part of the Rahimi Harrison Grody Show on The Score.
One of the most vivid memories I have, Game 7 in Cleveland, being on the team bus. You see an Anthony Rizzo jumping on the bus. You see a Chris Bryant getting on the bus and being very serious. I'm getting goosebumps right now thinking about that ride to that stadium in Cleveland and then watching what we saw that night.
Mark Grody, lifelong Chicago sports fan and longtime Score guy, talking Chicago sports every day, 10 a.m. to 2 on the Rahimi Harrison Grody Show, right here on Sports Radio 670 The Score and live on the free Odyssey app.
This is for all of the listeners who are struggling with hair loss. I'm sure you've tried the lotions, the pills, the creams, the potions. With so many options and doctors out there, who are you going to trust? What's really going to grow your hair back? The Advanced FUE from Advanced Hair is an incredible breakthrough. Receding hairline, thinning hair, bald spots? Advanced Hair offers a simple, quick, one-day treatment that begins regrowing your own natural hair the very next day. And get this, Advanced Hair even guarantees your new hair will grow. It works for men and women across all ages, and they come highly, highly recommended for everyone. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts, call 872-217-HAIR. That's 872-217-HAIR. Refine your hairline with the team that's redefined hair restoration. And don't forget to ask about that guarantee for the incredible before and after pictures. Visit advancedhair.com. That's advancedhair.com.
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender. And we're ready to help with your next goal here in Chicago. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
I was in a wreck. I need a check.
I was in a wreck. I need a check.
I was in a wreck. I need a check.
I'm attorney Kevin Rowe. The insurance company's job is to pay you as little as possible. Our job is to get you every dollar you deserve. Call Lerner & Rowe today and let's make them pay. 708-222-2222.
Chapter 3000 Managing Attorney 114 East Sur Mash, Chicago. Some work may be performed by or referred to other attorneys.
Straight Talk knows the best holiday gift is simply saying yes.
Yes, you can stay up late. Sure, more cookies. Of course we can watch that movie again.
That's why we give you real unlimited data, so you can say yes to all of your family's streaming, scrolling, and sharing. And now at Straight Talk, get another gift worth giving, a free 5G phone with select plans. Because yes is the best gift to give.
Yes!
And receive. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
This holiday, more couples than ever are getting engaged, and Rasny Jewelers makes choosing the perfect ring personal, easy, and meaningful.
At Rasny Jewelers, it's the same family for 75 years. That's a powerful statement that few can make.
When you come into our stores, we'll sit down and talk about exactly what you're looking for. We'll start by exploring different diamonds, looking at different shapes, seeing what looks good, and then we'll design the perfect ring from there.
Whether you already have a vision in mind or you're starting from the very beginning, we guide you through the process step by step.
We have rings that are ready to go, and you can walk out the door and you can propose to your loved one right away.
Visiting Rasny Jewelers, you're going to get that wow factor from beginning to end, covering all the details necessary to make Christmas morning unbelievable.
So this holiday, trust Chicago's family-owned jeweler, Rasny Jewelers, suburban Addison, Highland Park, Hinsdale, Chicago Oak Street, and Rasny.com.
Pain has a way of stealing the moments that matter most, especially during the holidays. It's not just your knees, your back, or your shoulder. It's time with family and friends. But 2026, that could all change when your body remembers how to heal. Dr. Ashley Caravelli and her team at QC Kinetics here in Chicago believe relief doesn't have to come from surgery or pain pills. They use your body's own natural healing abilities to repair and restore what's been lost. It's your body's comeback story, powered by the very cells that built you in the first place. It's time to take that first step, literally, to walk and dance and enjoy the holidays without pain. With QC Kinetics, healing is within reach, easy with weekend appointments. Schedule your free consultation. Now's a great time to use your HSA and FSA for treatments. Call 312-847-4347. That's 312-847-4347. QC Kinetics, 312-847-4347.
Rain showers late tonight, low 35.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have an easy holiday at Staples. Save on top tech and gaming gifts, shipping supplies and services to get your packages there safely, even custom cards and wrapping paper. Staples. That was easy.
This is where Chicago comes to talk Bears football. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station. The Score!
This hour is being brought to you by Cars for Kids.
Watch Matt Bowen. Bowen's a tough guy.
Matt Bowen.
And it's intercepted by Matt Bowen. Miller, ton of time. But the coverage is good with Matt Bowen.
7-year NFL veteran.
Blitz coming from Bowen, and he knocks it out. The Redskins fall on top of it. Matt Bowen's been the guy applying all the pressure.
Coach for IC Catholic football.
Matt Bowen
Man from Glen Ellen, Illinois. He's very active.
NFL writer and analyst for ESPN.
You don't talk about foot quickness enough with receivers or tight ends. It's always about top-end speed, right? That's why we watch the combine and look at the 40 times. That stuff's great. But when you're in the red zone, the field is reduced. You don't run vertical routes down there anymore. So do you have the foot quickness to separate versus press coverage or tight coverage? That's what Loveland has. He can weave a defender, force him to expand outside, whether it's a linebacker or a safety, and then he has the foot quickness to separate inside. And that's where the rest of the traits come in. The strong hands, the point of attack, the frame, the shield, the defender. I do think he's a matchup player for them.
3rd and goal. Theo Bennett in alignment in motion. He gets caught. Williams floats it the other way. It's caught for a touchdown. Colston Loveland.
Wow, great play design. Watch Loveland. He's over here. He slips inside of the tackle. Of course nobody's going to cover him. They don't even see him.
Matt Bowen.
I have a simple rule with beer. I only drink beer that you can buy in 30 packs. So that I'll leave you with that.
With Spiegel and Holmes on 670 The Score.
Our segment with Matt Bowen is brought to you by McGrath Acura in Westmont. When you do the math, you'll choose McGrath. He joins us now on the Circa Resort and Casino hotline, circalasvegas.com. Matt, we are so happy to have you on the show because you've been one of the people that we've been dying to talk to. And the reason is because looking at some of the things that Green Bay was able to do against the Bears defense, would love to get your perspective on how Jordan Love did when he saw man coverage and why the Bears struggled so much in some of their concepts.
I think a lot of it was matchups. First of all, you don't have Kyler Gordon on the field. That is a big minus for the Bears. When you go into any football game, when you want to play man coverage, especially in critical down and distance situations, because if you don't have the interior matchup, I think that's an issue for your defense, especially when Green Bay recognizes. So what do? Let's go to the touchdown to Christian Watson. That is a scheme play in terms of personnel, knowing that Kyler Gordon's not up for the football game. You have Gardner Johnson now playing in the slot. Watson has a favorable matchup there. One, because of the foot quickness to separate, but two, the long speed to run away from coverage. So that's number one right there is, not having your key personnel on the field. The other one, if you look at the Bayard play that he gave up on the score, that's a really tough spot for a safety. And I've been there because you're bringing all-out pressure. So as a defensive back, you are taught to what I use the term flat foot read. You play off at about 8 or 9 yards, and you flat foot. You don't give ground, right? Because you're going to challenge anything that's thrown in front of you. Play top down. Very similar to what we discussed at the end of the Pittsburgh game. That last series of defense, those defensive backs were driving top down the football and making tackles, right? Same situation there. But when that ball doesn't come out, now you're in trouble. Now you're in big trouble because now you're having a safety matchup to a wide receiver who can really run, and he crosses his face, and there's no help, right? Because it's an all-out pressure. So in that situation, the pressure has to get home. What happens? You have an edge player that falls down. You have a defensive back who's too tight to the core of the formation, in my opinion, cannot create an angle to get home in the pocket. So a couple issues in those two plays, but really it's matchups and not winning critical down and distance situations when you have those negative matchups.
Boys, a lot of good stuff in there. Let's go back to Kyler and just think about that for a little while. When you lose him as close to kickoff as they did, it obviously can create a scramble. Should you change your thoughts as a defensive coordinator at that point, or do you have to trust your guys that close to kickoff? What happens?
That's a great question, Speeds, because usually on Friday, right? And you have time to make adjustments, maybe bring someone up from the practice squad or adjust your scheme. But when it happens that close, right, the game plan's already in. Doesn't mean you can't adjust. Everyone adjusts. You have to adjust in the NFL. Every series you adjust. But I think that the situation where Dennis Allen is put in a tough spot again because he doesn't have one of his top defensive backs in the field, and he wants to play certain things, right? You go into a football game saying we can win these moments, Speaks, because of our personnel, what we can do from a scheme perspective. But now some of that's taken away. So it's always easy to go back and look at it. Did we play more zone in that situation? Do we not bring the all-out pressure in that situation? There's things you always look back at in the play caller and said, I wish I would have done X, Y, or Z. But ultimately, you're put in a really tough spot when you lose a guy in pregame. And look, I've seen it happen. I saw it happen during my career. I saw guys that woke up sick Sunday morning in the hotel and couldn't play. It happens, right? It does happen. That's why you have your backup players. But again, it's still a drop-off when you don't have Kyler Gordon out there.
On the play where it looked – let me ask it this way. I'll ask it this way. How do you think Jalen Johnson looks right now?
I think he looks like a player that hasn't played a lot of football. It has nothing to do with talent, nothing to do with skill set, traits, football intelligence. He's got all that. We know that. He's a top-tier corner in this league. But when you don't play football, it has an impact on how you look on game days. And, I've been asked this question a lot this week because, not trying to change the subject, but Jaden Daniels, right? You bring Jaden Daniels back the last month of the season. Absolutely you do. He needs to play football. Young player needs to play. That's how you develop. It's the same thing for a veteran player. You need to be on the field. And when you miss time, including time in training camp, 1, your conditioning level, 2, your physicality, being able to set your pads, but overall it's your play speed and getting up to that play speed because they're not used to moving at that pace.
So, Matt, the Jalen Johnson thing definitely on my mind, too, and the way that Lawrence was thinking about asking it. It's such an interesting thing because he got called out by Tom Brady on the broadcast for not going back and being the other half of essentially a cover 2 on the back end. There's another play where another former quarterback, J.T. O'Sullivan, in his film breakdown, he wondered why Jalen Johnson wasn't dropping back on the first touchdown to Watson that you were talking about, that maybe should have been dropping back there. So that's 2 from people, who are trying to break it down. And I'm sitting here wondering, is Jalen Johnson being used in ways that maybe he didn't expect by Dennis Allen? Or was he not part of enough practices to know how to execute some of this usage? What do you see when I ask you this?
Well, look, ultimately with Jalen Johnson, what do you want him to do? You want him to play man coverage, right? That's why you're paying him a lot of money, because he's a very good man coverage corner. He's got physical coverage traits, and he's got ball skills. So you want to put him in a position where he can match a top receiver and a position where he can use his, natural football intelligence to take the ball away and put himself in those positions. I think Dennis Allen is trying to do that. You brought up the play that Brady mentioned, and I thought at first, Speaks, it was an invert cover 2, just like you said, with, Brisker, the deep pass to the field, and then you have Johnson open and sink to be the deep pass to the boundary. I've talked to some people who are very smart. Some people think it's cover 6, deep pass to the field. Kevin Byard, they're playing quarters in the backside, and Byard, spins down as almost like a middle lurker. A lot of different ways to look at it. But ultimately, speaks to your point, there's a vacated zone over the top, right? That's the issue with the defense. It doesn't matter what you call it. There's a vacated zone in the outside third or the outside half of the field. And that's a problem because it got you beat, right? So that needs to be fixed. When you're watching the film this week as a player up at House Hall, that needs to be fixed, whether it was cover 6 or 2 invert, doesn't matter. Someone needs to be in the deep half of that field. But with Jalen Johnson, I think more reps playing for a new defense coordinator, right? That's exactly what it is right there.
So it's interesting that he brings up the people that Matt has talked to, Lawrence, like maybe it's not Jalen, maybe it was Byard. But either way, I could see Ben not wanting to call either of them out the way that he did. He kind of deferred assigning blame yesterday.
When I was watching it, Matt, the first thing I was like, man, I feel like he didn't get enough depth on that play. And then I was like, well, maybe he was influenced by Reed because Reed comes across. And I was trying to figure it out, too. I was like, is that quarter, half, or is that them playing 2? And I couldn't quite figure it out, but I knew that he didn't look quite right on the play.
And it's a great point because ultimately Green Bay had the concept to beat it. It's basically double post. You can call it double cross. It's double post. You have a deep post over the top and a shallow crosser. And that shallow crosser designed to influence the defender, to hold the defender from getting depth. It did exactly what it was meant to do. So we give credit to Green Bay. They made the right call in that situation. Sometimes the play call, Lawrence, you say, you know what? They got me. And if you're Dennis Allen in that situation, you say, they got me. They did. We lost that play. Can we come back and win more? Yes. But in that situation, it was Matt LaFleur who won it.
I keep thinking about Keyshawn Nixon, who went away from his assignment on the pivotal fourth down play and went back and made the interception. Evan Williams had kind of, come up to try and cover the flat. And I got to give credit to Keyshawn Nixon for leaving his spot. And I don't know if Jalen should have done that on any of those plays, but like how often does that happen in a Dennis Allen defense that guys need to adjust and just kind of cover each other's ass no matter what the assignments are?
Well, I think, Speeds, I think ultimately you have to play within the structure of the defense, right? That's what you're coached to do. On a football team is, hey, if I have the deep half, I'm in the deep half. Right now, there are times where you coach players differently, especially superstars, guys that can play outside of structure because they have this natural playmaking ability that you allow them to freelance a little bit, but still within the structure. And I think the Nixon plays a little different, right? Because that's a got-to-have-it moment. That's win the football game or lose the football game. And if you're in coverage and your coverage is underneath and there's a lot of traffic and you see someone run past you, you should probably turn around and cover them, right? That's basically what happened. That's basically what happened in that situation because, look, and I've had this discussion too with a bunch of my friends who are Bears fans. Was it the right call for Ben Johnson? Yeah, it was. The tight end was wide open. It worked. No one covered the tight end. So that is a really smart play call. And look, if you're a Bears fan and you're questioning that, you wanted Ben Johnson here because he was aggressive. He's going to try to win. That's what he tried to do in that situation. He didn't run off tackle. He tried to win the football game. He had the right play call. It fooled the defense. Nixon made a great play, and the quarterback didn't put enough energy on the ball down the field to complete the pass. But the play call itself, in my opinion, was the right one. You're on the road. Go for the win. I'll tell you what. I would expect if they did complete that pass to go for 2 and actually win the football game.
We were all thinking, and Tanny had brought it up like 10 minutes before they got to that point. The idea, they should go for 2 if they end up getting into the end zone. And Caleb had said on that play that he was thinking too much. And we've been trying to work through some of that because they used that play last week against Philadelphia, and he made the right choice in the right moment. It was an incredible play by him to get the ball down the field. And I wonder, what do you think maybe stalled him that Green Bay did? Because it seemed like they overloaded on the run, and they were like, we're not letting you run for this. So what do you think was going through his head during the play?
I think first thing, Marcus, is cannot run for a first down. Right? Because it's a boot concept. You have kind of an edge there. Caleb's shown all season he can outrun players on the field. His play speed is excellent. And maybe he can, get the first down as a runner. Or do I take the underneath throw? And I think he got to the tight end a little late. I think that's all it really was, with his eyes getting there a little late. And like you said, there's a lot to think in that situation. It's also a split-second decision at the same time.
Yep.
You really don't have that much time to think. It's, hey, am I going to do this, or this? You better pick one now. I think he was a little late picking the right one and getting to the tight end to throw it.
Yeah, I mean, that's the simplest answer and makes the most sense. And we know it takes him a little while. Boy, Matt, you played up there for the Pack. We don't like to bring it up, but Lawrence did bring it up twice earlier in the show. I'm just saying. But
he's not ashamed of the fact that he was an NFL player.
Well, maybe he should be, that he played for the Pack. I kid. It looks like hits hurt more up there. Like the Monungai collision with Edgerrin Cooper.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. Does it hurt more in the cold, and does it hurt more at Lambeau, or am I just projecting?
No, it hurts more in the cold. I think it hurts more in classic divisional football games. The AFC North, the NFC North. And I'll tell you what, watching that game, we had to. I think we agree on this. It felt like a playoff game, right?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
I mean just the weather, the physicality of it. It was faster. I thought the tempo of the game was faster in terms of player movement. The ability and the demand for people to make high-level plays, the energy from the crowd, and just the late game feel when the lights are on the whole football game. It just felt like such a big football game, and it was. Really the last 2 of the day. I don't know who watched the game after, Kansas City and Houston. That was physical and violent too. I mean, those both felt like big-time football games, and this is what you want at this point of the season. Whether you're a coach or player or a fan of the Chicago Bears, you want your team to be in this level of football games, and that's what you saw on Sunday.
Yeah, you did. And the game before that, the Bengals and the Bills was offensive madness in the snow with 2 great quarterbacks. It was there's a reason that the NFL is taking over the world. I like what you said, that the hits hurt more in classic division rivalry games. That makes all the scientific sense in the world to me.
It does. And like we talked about last week, Bears-Packers has a different feel to it. When I was in Washington-Dallas had a much different feel to it. Philly-New York Giants, much different feel to those games. To me, the best way I can say it, not today's college football. I'm not going to get into what happened this week, but back when I played, it felt like a bowl game, right? It felt like a bowl game. Like it meant something, right? It meant more. So I just the best part about playing this league is once the calendar gets to Thanksgiving and you're in it. When I mean you're in it, you have a shot to get to the tournament. That is the best football outside of the postseason. And just the ability to compete at that level because it's demanded of you every week if you want a chance to get in there.
Your last year was Philip's first year, right? Were you in Buffalo when he was in San Diego?
Oh, yeah. I was in Buffalo. That's right. I think his first year was 04, though, right? Was it 04 or 05?
I think it's 06.
Was it 06? Yeah. Yeah, that was my last year with the Bills with Coach Sharon, yeah.
Are you amazed that Philip is out here getting ready to play again?
Yeah, I am. 100% I am. Because it'd be different if Philip had retired a year ago, right? It's been a while now.
It's been a while. 1,800 days.
Yeah, it's been a while. I'll tell you what, I'm interested to see if it happens, if they bring him up on the active roster this week and he plays in a football game. There's no question Philip Rivers can still throw the football. I think everyone understands that. But it's the mobility, the physicality of the game, getting your pad set once again. That will be a challenge. And we're talking about Jalen Johnson, who missed, training camp beginning the season. Here we're talking about a guy that's missed 5 years.
Yeah, 04 to 19. He played with the Chargers, and then the 1 year in Indy. And since then, he's been the head coach of St. Michael Catholic High School. So, Matt, this is you. It really is. This is you coming back. You got how many snaps you got? How many snaps you got at safety if you had to this weekend?
Oh, I could go for 3 or 4. Yeah, but then the problem would be if I was in a situation like Kevin Byard was the other day with the receiver on me, that'd be lights out.
Yeah. Wow.
Well, which body part would you be most concerned about? Hamstring, Achilles, shoulder?
Achilles for sure. So I don't play basketball or pickleball or any of that stuff just because I'm so nervous of popping my Achilles. That's the only reason I don't do it is because of that injury. That's the one I'm still scared about, yes.
Well, the ACC Rookie of the Year from the year 2000 might play this weekend for the Indianapolis Colts.
The second grandfather in the NFL might play in the NFL this week. That's pretty wild. Matt, as always, man, we appreciate the perspective. Thanks for the education on the coverage.
All right, guys. I'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, Matt.
That's Matt Bowen.
Yeah, it's interesting because Ben Johnson refusing to assign individual blame on the specific touchdown. If it's Kevin Byard, who's the stud and his veteran who he loves and
his
respects.
voice in the locker room.
Yes, that I could see very much him not wanting to call him out.
You also maybe don't want to pile on Jalen because Jalen is working his way back. He's clearly going through a personal transition too.
Yes.
Maybe you don't want to pile on a guy that maybe even played more snaps than he was supposed to because you lose Kyler 90 minutes before the game.
Yeah, guy who's trying. So either way you could see it in that scenario. All right, well, it's fascinating. Lawrence, the Cubs keep saying something I just don't believe. I really just do not believe it.
That they're going to spend money this year?
Well, no, I think they might, but
that concrete is really expensive.
Oh boy, that was a rough go.
You don't believe that?
Well. No, I do believe the concrete is expensive. I just don't believe you should be complaining about that on a 50,000-watt blowtorch on the weekend of the winter meetings. I don't believe that.
All right. Well, let's hear from the guy on the baseball operations side because I think that he said something that Spiegs ain't buying.
Mm-hmm.
Jed Hoyer, who you crapping? Next on The Score.
Hey, you ever think about listening to The Score's Spiegel and Holmes on your smart speaker at home?
Yes, and it's simple. Just ask your smart speaker to play 670 The Score and enjoy the show live.
The Score's Spiegel and Holmes show, afternoons 2 to 6. Listen on your smart speaker today.
Imagine this, a brand new finished basement your family can enjoy right now, and you don't pay a dime until 2028 with Matrix Basement Finishing. Lock in your 2025 pricing today and enjoy your dream basement years before you even make that first payment. Whether it's a home theater, a gym, game room, make your home bigger, better, and more fun without waiting. Your dream space shouldn't have to wait until 2028. MatrixBasements.com. You know, the guys exercise with the X.
It's that time of year again, hockey season and cold weather. As a proud partner of the Chicago Blackhawks and Chicago's hometown tire, Atturo knows just what drivers need for this climate. Check out the new all-weather category of tires available from Atturo. Offering year-round performance, all-weather tires are your safest bet for any season. Get your vehicle ready for winter with a new set of Atturo tires. Visit Atturo.com to find performance within reach at your local independent Atturo tire dealer.
Comcast Business is celebrating the holidays by giving your business the $1,000 holiday bonus when you switch to a gig speed internet package. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 12, a new laptop for the office holiday hero. Or possibility number 108, smart speakers to deck those hallways. Or possibility number 192, new equipment for the new year. Or possibility number 555, Bluetooth holiday lights for office decor. Switch to Comcast Business, designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect, plus advanced cybersecurity, and now get the $1,000 holiday bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 12/14/25. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Requires qualifying gig package. Other restrictions apply.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 630-320-2100. That's 630-320-2100.
Annuities not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-999-3339. That's 800-999-3339. Again, that's 800-999-3339.
670 The Score is home to your game day pregame coverage. Join us before each game for the latest inside scoop on your home team before they take on their next opponent. Football Fridays is brought to you in part by your local Ford dealers. Visit a store today.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Is your everyday congestion preventing you from enjoying life's big moments? Try Vicks Sinex Saline today and get yourself back in the action. Vicks Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion with a gentle ultrafine mist. Sinex Saline's drug-free, no-mess formula instantly moisturizes and soothes dry, irritated nasal passages for quick and effective relief. Get back to enjoying life's big moments to the fullest without having to worry about everyday congestion holding you back. Just Sinex, breathe, use as directed.
This is Zach Gelb with Honesty Sports Minute. I attended Temple University, and for years I supported smaller college football programs and still do. I understand why Tulane and James Madison made the college football playoff,
but the format needs to change. I think adding 2 more teams to have a play-in tournament for the 11th and 12th spots would be a solid idea, but the college football playoff will probably just expand to 16 teams. But here's another idea. Why not just have a non-Power 4 conference playoff and then leave the main playoff just for the Power 4 schools? I'm Zach Gelb.
There have been reports out there that the Cubs have the 3rd highest revenue in Major League Baseball and yet the 14th highest payroll.
Thanks for starting off with a softball. Appreciate that. It's really hard to compare one team to another. The revenue line that I see used most often is pre-revenue sharing. When you look at gross revenue numbers before revenue sharing, before CapEx, before property taxes, before amusement, but all that, you're not really seeing a real picture about what's available to put into your baseball budget. You know, it'd be like me saying, hey, David, what was your gross income? And then what's your biggest expense? Let's call it your mortgage.
Mm-hmm.
Boy, you're really rich.
Mm-hmm.
And you're going to say, yeah, but you've ignored all of my other expenses and my taxes. So it's fodder. It's interesting to talk about, but it's, wildly inaccurate.
I don't know if that's quite apples to apples here, but I digress. Wait, I don't digress. Just for a minute. According to a lot of numbers, the Dodgers revenue, they spend 73% of their revenue on the baseball operation. The Cubs, if we're being generous on most of the reporting on this, are somewhere around 40%. That's why, to me, the Dodgers are not the evil empire.
Well, I don't want that to sidetrack it.
I know.
Sidetrack the segment or conversation.
Now I digress.
Well, that was a digress. That was a digression right there. But I hear you. Look, Crane Kenny, that was part of a few minutes of kind of trying to massage the messaging and massage the thought process that a lot of fans are having as they hear about the money and the spending. It's a really interesting offseason. Like just 2 days ago, there was an article in The Athletic where where Patrick Mooney and Sadaf Sharma were like, the Cubs realize they need to spend. Okay, so there's yet another, informed source or a couple of sources saying they know they need to spend. So here they come. All right, and then you heard they were close on Dylan Cease, et cetera. They need to spend, and they need to spend fast. This is an offseason where guys are signing quickly. Schwarber he played the game with the leverage to try and get a 5th year, got the 5th year, and immediately got it.
There are some guys who aren't going to wait till March.
Dylan Cease apparently told Scott Boras, I would like to be in Toronto. Go ahead and work out that deal. And so Boras did. Okay, done. The Mets are missing out on some people. There's talk that the Mets want Michael King. If they're going to zone in on Michael King, that's the guy that I want. And I think that's the guy the Cubs should want most of all. And I know it's a guy they do want. Go get him right the hell now.
Like the Dodgers did with Edwin Diaz.
They closed a deal on Edwin Diaz. Absolutely. There's some teams maybe deciding between Michael King or Framber Valdez or Ranger Suarez. And if you're the Cubs, you want to play a little okey doke while you wait for the numbers to come down or wait for Michael King's market to settle. Don't do that. Go get the guy you want. I hope that they move fast. But there's a way that Jed Hoyer is talking about the Shota Imanaga thing that I just don't buy. This is the most recent bit of it, right? This is yesterday. This is Jed talking about what a lot of us believe was something they didn't really want to happen, but ended up happening, which is Shota taking the qualifying offer.
We had the club option, he had the player option, and then, obviously, we knew, we knew if he didn't accept the player option, that we were going to offer the qualifying offer. We knew there's a possibility he'd accept it, and we didn't know, obviously, the odds of it. Clearly we wouldn't have offered it if we weren't excited to have him back and if we were going to be handcuffed by it. So we weren't blindsided at all. We definitely didn't think it was 100-0 that he was going to decline, or 0-100, and we knew it was somewhere in that range. And I think that was actually the case for for all the guys that ended up accepting. I think it was I think for all of them it was sort of like, okay, there was a debate. I didn't think there was any guys it was obvious like, this guy's clearly going to accept. But I think 4 guys accepted because I know it was in sort of that gray area. We're definitely getting a super motivated pitcher back. He didn't like the way the season ended.
The adjustments that need to be made are
largely physical, or there's some mental hurdles he needs to face?
I think largely physical. I mean, I think that he's like, I don't think what to say here, but I think we look at where he was when he came back from the hamstring, and I think he probably created some bad habits, whether those were just bad habits, whether they were caused by actual limitations, whether they were caused by imagined limitations. I mean, who knows? But I think there was definitely changes to the quality of the fastball as a result, and I think that everything for him kind of stems off of great ride he has on the fastball, and that wasn't the case at the end of the year. So, like I said, who knows where all of those things start? Because it wasn't as if he came right off the IL and struggled. He actually had a lot of really good starts in there, but clearly things caught up with him, and he struggled at the end. So
I suppose in his defense, it's not like you can say, yeah, we didn't want him, and we gambled that he wasn't going to take the offer, and we were surprised, and it's unfortunate. When you have the guy, I suppose that you can't say that, but he really gave it to you there in the middle. Like, it wasn't 100. We weren't sure, and I think that's all the guys. They were absolutely surprised. And Jed has been saying that it's not going to preclude them from getting a starting pitcher of consequence, that it's not going to preclude them from spending. That's the part that I don't buy. I just don't buy it until I see it. Until I see you really spend on the guy that you want. And if it wasn't Dylan Cease, okay. If it's Michael King, great. If it's Zach Gallen, I like that a lot less. If it's Tatsuya Imai, I like that a little bit less. I like King and then Imai and then Gallen. But until I see them close the deal on one of those guys, I don't buy this idea that they're not hamstrung by Shota accepting the offer. I think they are.
I don't know if they're necessarily hamstrung. I do think that it still reeks of bad business. And you took a gamble. And Jed is at least admitting to the fact that they took a gamble on Shota taking the qualifying offer. He's not going to tell us that they thought it was 10%, but he's not saying that we were 100% committed to him coming back. Now, I get it. The club option is a non-starter. That's a 3-year deal, and you don't want to be committed to almost anybody for more than 3 years if you're the Cubs, especially not a pitcher in their 30s who doesn't have an overpowering fastball. My issue is still with, if you wanted Shota back, that's one thing. It's another thing to have a guy who had a disappointing season that Jed is pointing out there might be stuff that they have to fix with him physically, and then inadvertently or advertently give him a 50% raise.
Understood. Look, see, here's the thing, Lawrence. If that $22 million wasn't on the books right now, I think they would have closed a deal on the guy they wanted already. The way this market is going, if it was Cease that they wanted, they could have closed on that. If it is Michael King that they want, they could have closed on Michael King or Gallen. If they didn't have that $22 million from Shota saying yes, I think they would have been aggressive. They told everybody they're going for pitching. They said they were doing it. We know they want it, but now they're forced because of their limitations of what they've decided is only another $50, $60 million that they're going to spend, that they don't want to spend too much. So they're trying to wait it out and hope the market comes back to them. Without that 22, I think their guy is with them right now.
I want to go back to what you said about spend now if you're the Cubs. And I think that the Cubs, what it looks like their strategy is, I'm not in those meetings. This is not anything that someone's told me. This is just looking from the outside. It looks like part of their strategy is, hey, man, there's probably going to be a work stoppage. So we got to figure out how to make our team really good for 1 year, and then we can reassess. We spent all this time getting bad money off the books. Let's not put more bad money on the books, but let's try to win in the margin in 2026. And so I wonder about whether or not, I think that they had the right mentality. I'm okay with that as a strategy, as long as you then pounce, like what you're talking about.
Pounce on Michael King, who doesn't need a 5 to 7 year deal. You're going to be able to get him for 3 years at a high AAV. That doesn't lock you in for all eternity if there's a work stoppage. You're not giving out 210. So go ahead and lock that guy in right the hell now. Like, there is aggression within limits that can still fit the way they view the landscape.
Do they need even more pitching? Are we sure that Justin Steele is coming back and going to be a part of their rotation before midway point of next season?
That's why they need one. That's why they absolutely need at least one. That's why they absolutely need at least one in addition to having Shota. They needed 2. And so now you're locked in at Shota at 22, and you'll have to get at least one more. Yeah, I mean, because you'll have Boyd, you'll have Tyone, you'll have Shota, you'll have Cade Horton, who you hope is going to be able to give you a lot more, and you'll have Javier Assad that you can look at. You've got Colin Ray you could look at. You've got Jordan Wicks you could look at. What you don't have there is a power righty that you're like, give that guy game 1 of a playoff series or give him 5 innings in a consequential game. King is that. I don't think Gallen is that. I think Amai might be that. I'm not sure.
Zach Gallen's what, 30?
31, I think. And the stuff has fallen off a bit.
How are you, buddy?
Good morning.
So, Scott, how many quarts does it take to get a gallon?
Ladies and gentlemen, is he Abbott or Costello in this?
He's
Abbott.
He's Abbott.
Yeah. Boris is Costello.
Yep.
Well, I think for Zach, it's high quality, never crude, always refined, and when you pull up to the pitching pump, a gallon is always premium. So he's exactly a rotation fit.
Okay. I like it.
Yeah.
I like it. Bruce went measuring cups.
Yeah.
And Boris went gasoline.
Bruce was guessing on the angle of the pun.
I think Bruce deserves a spot in the writer's room.
He's gunning for that. He would run screaming from the score and marquee.
So would I. If they were like, hey, we just need you to punch up a couple of... We're going to pay you, and you can live wherever. Just be there for the GM meetings and the winter meetings. We just need you to punch up a couple of jokes for Scott. I'd run. I'd run from this job.
We also need you to carry the soapbox. Could you be the guy carrying the soapbox?
100. I carry one every day. Fine.
You do?
We a talk show host. You gotta have your soapbox.
But I mean, literally, physically.
Yes. Yes. For what Scott Boris can probably pay me. Yes. I'll punch up your bad puns. Carry your soapbox.
Texters say that they want to trade for Mackenzie Gore, or they want to trade everything they have for Tarek Skubal. Like, you need a game 1 starter if you're not going to get Michael King.
Okay.
In my mind. So, boy, you ready to give up the farm for 1 year of Tarek Skubal? If you think there's going to be a work stoppage and you don't want anything on the books.
I mean, didn't you kind of do that for a right fielder?
You did, but then you stopped short of continuing down that path. So
yeah, and the reasons why are questionable. It's questionable why you stopped.
Talk about exciting a fan base if you trade for Tarek Skubal.
Talk about exciting a fan base if you were to sign Kyle Schwarber.
Got a lot of options to excite a fan base, but it's not a fan base that's very excited right now. A lot of people waiting around, waiting for them to show you something.
And maybe they will. Like there's still time, I think, for them to have an impact. But I thought that they would be a little bit more aggressive because it totally makes sense for them to throw a lot, maybe not go for everything, but throw a lot at the 2026 season and say, all right, we're pretty good. How about we get great and go for it?
This is the time to absolutely do that. Time to do that is right now. And maybe the Mets are going to push him. Maybe the Mets will push him on Michael King as of right now.
Maybe the Mets get there first.
It could.
And they got some extra money because they don't have Edwin Diaz anymore because the Dodgers got there first.
Dude.
The Dodgers.
They needed a closer, and they got themselves the best on the market.
Yep. That's what the Dodgers do.
That's why they're the evil empire.
That's why they're world champions.
Yeah.
It's a good thing.
We're going to have some fun during the old work stoppage.
Yeah,
no,
we are.
Editors know we're not.
Yeah, we are, because we're going to be talking college football, baby. That's what we're going to be doing.
At 5:25, we are. That's for sure.
With FIU TAC. Pete Futak's going to be on the show, but I mean during the work stoppage, we just might get into spring games. Can you imagine us broadcasting from the Illinois spring game? Let's go.
I don't know, man. I'll be breaking down every aspect of the CBA.
How many shows can we do from Circa? Can we do the entire work stoppage from Circa?
By then, Bowen's kid will be playing somewhere. We can go and watch him.
I like your idea, Tanny. We do a marathon broadcast from Stadium Swim.
We'll call it a radiothon.
I'm listening.
No one's ever done anything like that.
That's a new type of situation.
Yes, it really is. It really is. Yeah, we're going to broadcast until the waitresses come home. That's what we're going to do.
That's right.
Yeah.
Don't be following them.
That's from my personal dream of a radiothon, to broadcast until the cows come home. I want to go to a farm and let the cows out and just literally broadcast until they come home.
You laugh.
Can I do that?
There is literally a rodeo across the street from Circa.
Is there really?
Yeah, they've had it over there when we've been there a couple times.
They got cows there? Rodeo's mostly horses.
They definitely have cows.
Oh, they got bulls, yeah.
Yeah, at the rodeo.
Those are cows. Those are male cows. It's a good point. Lawrence, I live in the city.
Old Western Matt over here.
I'm a regular old city slicker.
Dead-eye Spiegel.
Lawrence, it's so funny you mentioned the rodeo. Did you hear, they had some problems in the Vegas rodeo?
Oh, they did?
Yeah. There was a herpes virus outbreak. He just saw it for himself.
The horses got it? Or the cows? Or the people? That's too bad.
That's actually really bad.
I'm gonna go there next time we go.
The cows.
They came home
herpes.
and it was a wrap.
Equine herpes.
Oh no!
I mean, the worst part about that for the cow is you come home and you're like, your cow wife is like, where'd you get that? How did you come up with that? And you got to come up with a story.
There you go, Vegas.
You got to understand.
No, my bad. It was the horses, right? Is it the horses or the cows?
Alex, you're on the internet.
It was one of the two. It was
the journalist. Okay, this is no way. You're not going to win your list score doing this.
Yeah,
Alex, come on.
That's messed up.
You're playing catch up on journalism awards here on this show.
We should probably.
It was the horses.
Okay.
All right, it was the horses. When we come back,
Right before their birthday speaks.
It's not good.
That's too bad.
You want to hear some interesting stuff about Darnell Wright? We have some stuff from a buddy who's going to be a guest on our show tomorrow that you need to hear about him. Next on The Score.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grody. Always talking Chicago sports with you, the fan. Middays, 10 a.m. to 2.
Tony in Wonder Lake.
Today I had an opportunity to listen to you guys, and you're doing a fantastic job, of course.
Hi, Steve. You're on The Score, and Rahimi, Harris, and Grody.
I love the show, guys. Keep doing what you're doing.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Hi, Danny. You're on The Score.
Love the show, guys. You guys are doing an amazing job.
Thank you.
Tune in to Rahimi, Harris, and Grody. Middays, 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Chicago. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
This season, some gifts don't come wrapped in paper. They come wrapped in trust, commitment, and integrity. At Patrick, we believe in the joy of giving and a promise, especially during the holidays. That's why we created the Patrick Promise. Now through the season of giving, enjoy 0% APR financing for up to 60 months on select new 2025 models. Here at Patrick, we stand by our word, just like the traditions that bring us together.
Taking care of you every day. That's the Patrick Promise.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Time's up. The IRS isn't waiting. They're coming for your paycheck, your bank account, even your home. You ignored the letters. You thought it would go away. It won't. If you owe more than $10,000 in back taxes, you are already in the crosshairs of the IRS. Wage garnishments, bank levies, tax liens, they're not threats. They're next. But here's the truth. You still have a chance to fight back. This is Patrick Noon with PJN Tax Solutions Group. We are a local tax resolution firm located right here in St. Charles, Illinois. Don't call some 1-800-FIRM 10 states away. We're right here. Call us now at 630-415-5296. We don't do fluff. We get results. Call us now, 630-415-5296. That number again, 630-415-5296. Or just Google, I want the IRS off my ASS.
Paid non-attorney spokesperson. Paid for by Action Matters.
Attention victims of church clergy sexual abuse. If you were sexually abused at a church or a school by a member of the clergy, listen closely, as you may be entitled to financial compensation. Even if the abuse happened decades ago, your case could still qualify for compensation. If you suffered abuse from clergy members and those who knew about the abuse but failed to stop it, no matter how long ago it was, call our law firm's confidential clergy abuse helpline at 800-721-8353 to find out if you're eligible for a cash settlement. Our attorneys may be able to get you justice, closure, and substantial compensation while your case remains fully confidential. Receive the financial settlement you deserve and hold those responsible accountable. Call now to find out if your case qualifies for compensation. Don't wait. Call our law firm's 100% confidential clergy abuse helpline right now to seek justice and compensation. Call 800-721-8353. That's 800-721-8353. 800-721-8353.
If you've been diagnosed with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis, this is what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Imagine being a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy. With Tremfya, clearer skin is possible. In clinical trials, at least 70% of patients saw at least 90% clearer skin at 16 weeks. Results may vary. Tremfya is also indicated for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Call 1-800-526-7736 or visit Tremfya.com.
Comparing health insurance plans is never easy. That's why we're here to help.
GetCoveredIllinois.gov lets you compare multiple plans and prices in one place.
At GetCoveredIllinois.gov.
Swift on the ground has a big hole. First down across the 40 as DeAndre Swift hits it hard for a gain of 11.
Just really well done here on the outside. Darnell Wright really coming into his own as one of the top right tackles in the league. Does a nice job there on Abdul Carter.
It's been a really good season for Darnell Wright. I think that he will get Pro Bowl consideration, and he should get Pro Bowl consideration this year. And maybe you get your wish, Spiegs, because Jalen Carter's got two shoulders that don't work after playing the Bears.
Yeah, I mean, at what point does it take for Darnell Wright to possibly overtake Jalen Carter as a better draft pick?
A bunch of All-Pros in a Super Bowl.
A bunch of All-Pros?
Yeah, because Jalen's got two.
Uh-huh.
Maybe. Yeah, two. He's got two of them. So
I agree. A Super Bowl, how about if it's length of time? Like if he's like a 6-year Pro Bowler, but not all pro, and Jalen Carter fizzles. You know what I mean? Like we should check back in on this.
If Jalen Carter has the Tommy Harris career.
Where it's exemplary for a few years and then goes away. It's certainly one to revisit down the line. But Darnell Wright's catching up.
He's doing really well. And Teron Armstead, who's going to be on our show tomorrow at 3, he talked about on his show how Dan Roshar Darnell talked about with Teron Armstead on how Dan Roshar has changed his career.
I'm not gonna he was saying basically, you're a good player, because I always had a problem with confidence. Like, I don't think I'm all that sometimes. He was like, you're already a good player, but there's some steps that to make you even like a great player if you want to be known, and I think he instilled a little bit of confidence. I never really had a coach like on that level really talk to me like you can be a great player. I mean, I've you say you have potential and stuff, but he's saying like you're already a pretty good player and you have the opportunity to be like a great player. And so that was like a big confidence boost. And it was just me and him just working. I remember early OTAs, we're just working, talking about stuff. And really, I think the biggest thing, like the consistent coaching, he's not always changing something. He's just keeping it real all the time, just consistent, telling you what needs to be said. He's not doing anything extra. He's not doing too little, just consistent.
Man, it makes me want to hear that whole thing. That's really cool. Because we all need that coach who doesn't just ride you and try to make you get better, but reminds you that, no, look, you're really good. This is why I want to help you be great.
It's funny because offensive line coaches kind of have the reputation of being the kick in the butt and not arm around the shoulder type guy. And Darnell just seems like a really thoughtful kid. And when you hear him talk, you don't hear him talk that often, but he seems really thoughtful.
Mm-hmm.
And his play is matching what they hoped it would be. And it's funny how you find the right combination of coach and player. And the coach finds the right combination of how I can get through to this player. And he seems to have found it. I also, at some point, we could talk with Teron about this tomorrow. I wonder now, do we need to start having longer conversations about Ozzie Trapillo's career trajectory? Because is it now like, hey, he actually might be a left tackle?
And it's been a couple weeks, and Theo's been healthy as an option, so we know he's the choice in regards to that. Yeah, it's interesting. I'll need to talk to some people who really know offensive line play. So looking forward to Teron Armstead tomorrow at 3. We here at Turn the Page Industries, though, find it interesting that he's at 3 o'clock on a Wednesday. Alex, are you aware that we usually do a segment there? Are you all right with that?
Yeah. I'm well aware and totally okay with it.
Yeah, this was the time that Teron could be on the show. So we're
gonna move. We're just like that. We're gonna move what we do and turn the page.
Like by 4 o'clock, we'll be talking about the next Packers game already. I would miss our window. Talk about the Browns completely.
It's a trap segment.
It's a trap. Admiral Akbar has spoken.
We got to be real careful about moving that around.
I think that's probably the call of the executive producer of the show.
Yeah, he's a little drunk with power. I'm a little worried about that. You notice that?
You told him to be in charge of the show.
Yeah, I did. I did lean on him about that.
But also, we said traditions mean a lot around here.
It's true, Tanner.
And the sanctity of Turn the Page is the most important thing.
Speaking of the sanctity of traditions around here, we have to get to the bottom of this whole Victory Chicken situation with John Kuhn.
I've gotten to the bottom of it.
He says that he had Victory Chicken as a player.
I don't believe him.
He insists that it's a thing for him that goes back to when he was a player.
I don't believe him.
I think, were they listening to the score?
I'm sure they were.
Or was Dan McNeil a secret Packer fan?
Wow.
Who stole the tradition from John Kuhn? Secret Packer fan.
Where's Pablo Torre when you need him?
First you levy accusations against Rami, and now you're going
going right to the top of the Victory Chicken pyramid.
I found out about it when we would go up to Platteville. The guys that have a lot of Victory Chicken after games thought I'd bring it back. I talked to Jigs about it.
That was a really good Mac.
Thanks.
Yeah,
I also produced him.
You're also on the tree. Boy, it's a big tree.
When we come back, let's talk about the quarterback of the Bears, and let's talk about where he's trying to get to and who's trying to help him get there. That's next here on The Score.
Remy Martin, VSOP, wants to get you into 670 The Score's exclusive Football After Dark event at Moretti's in Edison Park on December 16th with Noah Sewell.
Come on out to Garfield's Beverage Warehouse at 4601 North Harlem in Norridge from 5:30 to 7 p.m. on Thursday to join me, Layla Rahimi, and register for your chance to win a pair of passes to Football After Dark with Noah Sewell at Moretti's in Edison Park on December 16th. All brought to you by Remy Martin, VSOP. This is my city.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here with the Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly. Week 15 Pro Football Sunday, absolutely massive game in the AFC playoff race. New England hosting Buffalo. New England 11-2, Buffalo 9-4. Basically pick the winner of the game. Buffalo a 1-point road favorite, total sitting at 49.5. I have to think Buffalo will be a popular bet this week. Buffalo's quarterback obviously has a ton of experience playing at an MVP level, but I think New England's the better team. And New England at a pick'em price at home with New England's quarterback also playing at an MVP level. Give me New England to win on Sunday against Buffalo. That's it for this Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app today, and please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Illinois only. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 426-2537. Or by texting ILGAMB to 53342. In partnership with Paradise Hotel and Casino.
Hellsberg gifts checked off the list. Now, time for wrapping. Earrings for mom. A gold bracelet to match the rings Danielle wears every day. And for dad, a new watch, because we all know he needs one. All right, this is going to be a good one.
Our favorite things for your favorite people. Shop in store at Hellsberg.com for up to 50% off.
Pros don't just show up. They prove how it's done, with precision and without shortcuts. Makita tools are built the same way, with a dedication to lasting quality, trusted performance, and results that reward your effort year after year. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
Introducing Remy Martin's This Is My City VSOP limited edition collection, paying homage to the iconic sounds, style, and teams of our very own Chicago. The collection celebrates the city's influence on culture and features Remy Martin's renowned VSOP liquid. This limited edition bottle is available now, and you can learn more at RemyMartin.com. Remy Martin VSOP Cognac, 40% alcohol by volume, imported by Remy Cointreau, USA, New York, New York. Please drink responsibly.
My husband's an animal in bed.
Well, you know.
Not in the fun way. Think warthog. With a chainsaw.
Snoring and sleep apnea affect over 90 million people, and 1 out of 4 couples sleep in separate rooms. Advent can help. We've been your one-stop solution for nasal congestion, snoring, and sleep apnea for over 20 years. Unlike many other practices, we focus exclusively on these conditions, so you get comprehensive care under one roof. Advent's unique approach can help you breathe and sleep better, and many avoid a CPAP. Plus, most insurance is accepted for our effective 20-minute in-office treatments.
Hey, the only animal you want in your bed is your dog.
Advent. Sleep better. Sleep together. Learn how you can improve your life at adventknows.com.
AdventKnows.com.
The holidays, as we know, are fast approaching. Hey, it's Layla Rahimi, and are you looking for the perfect gift for the family member or friend who seems to have everything? How about giving them the best steak and seafood on the planet this year with a gift from Second City Prime Steak and Seafood? It's such a great gift because not only are you giving something fun, but it's also an experience. They are based right here in Chicagoland, and they only source the top 2% of USDA prime steak for their customers. The owners, Chris and Susie, scour the globe and only source the top 2% of prime steak, filet mignon, Japanese Wagyu, Australian